30. The evolution of AUO. The birth of AUO evolves into AUM. By now AUO, absolute unbounded oneness, is ready make space time, physical matter, you, me, and begin several experiments in the evolution of consciousness. Each experiment is developed and evolves within a specialized part, memory and computation space, of AUO. We perceive each of these special parts, unique mental spaces within AUO, as separate dimensions, separate realities. There may be dimension within dimension, reality within reality, like a set of Russian matryoshka dolls or perhaps the concentric layers of an onion. For example, our beloved PMR universe is one of a very large group of both physical and non-physical reality subsets, each within its own mind space dimension of the larger digital consciousness. These realities are contained within, as well as derived from and dependent upon, the much larger, more general, constrained, more degrees of freedom, reality of NPMRN likewise. NPMRN is one of a dozen or so subsets of NPMR. If the use of subscripts is confusing, simply think of the NPMRN as being MEM bears, subsets, or separate portions of NPMR, like neighborhoods, states, or countries represent social, political, and geographical subsets on Earth. The following is a list of some of the subsets of NPMR, NPMR1, NPMR2, NPMR3, NPMRN, NPMRN plus L, NPMRN plus 2 equals NPMRJ. Using subscripts such as NPMRN is a convenient way to refer to some portion, dimension, or neighborhood of NPMR which contains and supports OS, which in turn contains and supports PMR. Using a similar notation, we will sometimes refer to multiple PMRs as the PMRK, where K equals 1, 2, 3. If the Yosabe 250 I my big toe I the evolution of AUO, the birth of Alim. Subscript notation bothers you, just forget about it, it is not that critical to your overall understanding. A general idea of what is intended is all that is necessary. Using our digital simulation analogy, see the aside on dimension at the end of chapter 28 of this book, we can easily envision subroutines within subroutines, partitioned memory MD calculation space that is further subdivided into smaller pieces where inane subsets, such as PMR, of the overall simulation are processed. We can imagine more general realities containing more constrained subrealities, each in their own calculation space, mind space, or dimension. Do not think of a solitary onion or a single set of matryoshka dolls, there are many. For you couch potatoes with digital TV tuners, reality and dimension are somewhat analogous to picture within a pict one ear within a picture, displaying or running multiple TV programs in their own subspace of the larger TV screen simultaneously. However the consciousness pie is divided up, however many realities may be running as simulations or as subsets of larger simulations, all are connected through, and are a part of, the one source, AUO consciousness. AUO is the foundation of Eve one thing, because everything exists in the relation of AUO to itself. Consciousness is the one, while the many, the great diversity of realities and the entities that populate those realities, are specialized subsets of consciousness within their own thought space or dimension. The process and purpose of subdividing consciousness into both dimension and individuated units of awareness is discussed in sections 3 and 4. When AUO eventually grows up and evolves into an extremely complex and highly ordered set of specialized reality cells performing specialized functions, it becomes an entirely different type of entity. Consequently, we are going to give it a new name, the Absolute Unbounded Manifold, AUM. AUM appears low us to be absolute and unbounded. For that matter, all one I is still an absolute oneness as well, but now also a manifold, one into many, of sequences, patterns, realities, dimensions, and existence. All one I is a more complex, lower entropy manifestation of AUO, no new substance or assumptions are added. At AUM's core is the same basic AUO consciousness energy sporting a more evolved level of awareness, lower entropy, and greater functionality. There is no clear dividing line between A.UO and AUM. The distinction is entirely arbitrary. The extent to which AUO grows up and develops structure, organization, and complex communications, as well as content, meaning, self-awareness, memory, value, and purpose is what allows AUO to emerge. Renamed AUMIL is more a matter of degree than it is a matter. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 30 I 251. Of developing new fundamental capabilities, evolution, not revolution. Because the awareness, function, ability, and purpose of AUM is so different, more resembling the consciousness we are used to, than the consciousness we call dim awareness, I decided to give it a new name, reminiscent of how we call people people instead of upright naked monkeys with short arms. Think of AUM emerging from AUO as the natural consequence of digital consciousness purposely evolving a highly parallel, multitasking operating system and interactive application software. That concept should not be too difficult to understand. We humans may likewise soon begin to modify our software or firmware, relative to our physical systems, as our ability to apply genetic engineering to ourselves matures and we become better at manipulating the biochemistry of our mechanisms of conscious perception. Human genetic manipulations and psychotropic medications are at their infancy. We haven't seen anything yet, we cannot imagine what is coming. These fields will impact humanity with every bit as much force as the digital revolution in computer and networked communications technology. We live at the dawn of a potentially explosive evolutionary and cultural transition. The pace of change is dramatically accelerating. Ahead lies a unique and powerful potential for an incredibly accelerated progression, regression, or self-destruction. After 250 years of the industrial age comes the genetics engineering, cloning, psychotropic drug, computer networked communications, digital information age, all at once. Oh geez. Get ready. Put on your helmet, batten down the hatches and fasten your seat belts. This baby is lifting off the launch pad. The point is, once a complex system is capable of direct.ly programming itself, developing or modifying its original source code, which includes genetic engineering, the pace of evolution dramatically accelerates. The intellect, aided by the products of its increasing awareness, digital and other technology, replaces random mutation and natural selection as the primary driver. Consequently, evolution accelerates from a very slow-paced process to an ultra-fast one. Exactly how much AUM's evolution accelerated as it gained the tools to become self-directing is unknown. Looking at the evolution of biologic systems, we can foresee processes that would normally take hundreds of thousands of years being compressed into a handful of decades or only a few years through genetic manipulation. Faster evolution may seem like a good idea, but speed is speed whether it is in the positive, low ERS entropy, or negative, raises entropy, direction. 252 I my big toe I the evolution of AUO, the Berthoff alim. If the direction turns out to be negative, the question is, has the evolutionary process changed too much too quickly to be turned around before the overall system self-destructs? Wisdom would say to go slowly until one knows for sure what the pudding tastes like. Is there enough wisdom with enough influence to have a significant impact on the quality and farsightedness of our collective decisions? If not, we need to start the process of generating some, because the day of decision is not far off. The nature, quality, stability, and balance of any self-programmable system determines if evolutionary acceleration will eventually cause that system to take giant leaps forward or backward. Great opportunity and great risk travel together down the road of SEF design and chemical manipulation. Of course, digital consciousness does have some major advantages over biological systems. If the resulting cumulative profitability assessment goes negative, it can always preserve, save, previous states and then punch the undo or reset button, while retaining lessons learned, one of those cool digital tricks that make carbon-based systems envious. I know what you are thinking, you are coveting the degrees of freedom contained within digital systems. You desperately want your spouse, mother-in-law, and the neighbor's dog to have undo and reset buttons. Be careful of what you wish for, you might get it before you understand all the ramifications. You will learn in subsequent chapters that you, your spouse and his or her mother as WELJ as the neighbor's dog are, at the most fundamental level, individuated subsets of digital consciousness. More amazing yet, you will clearly understand the how, purpose, and interworkings of THJ's big picture digital reality model. No, that is not true, you are being pessimistic. Such an understanding will not be a delusion, or serve as proof that I have driven you insane. It is not as far out or as difficult a concept as it first appears. Some well-respected hard science types are in my corner on this one, and one will introduce a few of them to row in section 6, chapter 19, book 3. There is more to an operational consciousness than an on-off switch. You also have reset, pause, record, rewind, fast forward, playback, slow motion, instant replay, edit, picture in a picture, and repeat buttons, so pay attention to this dude and discover how to operate your consciousness fully. It would be a shame for your consciousness to sit there idly flashing zeros in its display for a lifetime because you never bothered to learn how to use the controls. Here comes ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only, the source of all that is, the generator of reality. Alright, let's give a big round of digital applause. Get those digits moving, folks. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 30 I 253. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished members of the press, this is the moment we have all been waiting for. As the highlight of our program tonight, the omniscient digital consciousness dude from the beginning has agreed to answer one question from the human gallery. This is an unprecedented moment in the history of existence, ladies and gentlemen. Before us lies the answer to any of the great questions of our time, past, present, or future. Not all at once, please. Quiet. Quiet, please. Yes, Ms. Gumwrapper from the Seattle Sunshine, what is your question? SHHHHH. Quiet, everyone. I cannot hear the question. What is AUM's favorite color? Come now, Ms. Gumwrapper, don't you think that is a tad shallow? Quickly, let's take another question. Okay, Ms. Anchordesk from the Evening Views, what is your question? Does AUM wear briefs or boxers? Oh, good grief. Okay, let's get a question from somewhere other than the press box. AUM's getting up, he's walking away, shaking his head. Come back. Sir, we are not all from the press, we can do better. It's just that, well sir, to be honest, people want to know, sir. Sir. What's the answer, sir? Briefs or boxers? You promised, sir, you promised. Don't go. Please, sir, briefs or boxers? Give us a sign. He is gone, folks. Well, you saw it? The big dude was here and left without saying a word. Not a single word. What do you think, Johnny? Well, Dan, when AUM walked off I thought I saw his shoulders bobbing up and down. Do we have that instant replay yet? See that little jiggle there? Can we get a close-up of that? Look at that, Dan, definitely bobbing up and down. Alright folks, there you have it. Now pick up those phones and call in your opinion. That's 1-900-$0000. Was AUM laughing or crying when he walked away, shaking his head? Let's run that playback again, Johnny. Yep, that's a definite jiggle. There. What does our studio audience think? Laughing or crying? That is the big dole. Lar question for tonight. Alright, enough silliness. Let's settle down and get back low work. You get the picture. The digital consciousness AUO is renamed AUM when the degree of complexity and opportunity, possibilities, evolves sufficient awareness and mental function capable of creating, evolving, storing, and manipulating self-modifying content, process, value, and purpose. In the next chapter, we will see how time generates space and how they both together generate space-time, also we can experience. Why? Because as Eve 1:11 knows, experience is the best teacher. 31. The birth of space-time. How space is created by enforcing a constant speed limit in PMR. As I will demonstrate, space and time are closely interrelated. Accordingly, we will refer to them as a single entity called space-time. Space-time, in this context, is a construct of consciousness. It is not a physical substance or a thing, it is not a physical construct, it is created by imposing a set of constraints upon a subset of the larger REAUD. PMR scientists describe space-time as a continuum in which events or physical objects with associated times appear to be located or moving relative to some observer. It is also described as a manifold which is sometimes time-like and sometimes space-like, depending on how one interacts with it. Space-time, from the point of view of my big toe, is a particular pattern of constraints applied the energy transfers between individuated consciousnesses. Space-time exists within the digital media that support the rule set that defines our perception and thus our physical experience. It has a structural component, space-uk, and a dynamic component, time-like. Space-time is the construct within which our fleshy bodies appear to live and interact. It is a consciousness interface filter that defines the perception, experience, of physical matter reality, PMR, to participating sentient conscious entities. The experiences of PMR space, PMR time, as well as PMR mass, energy, and gravity are all derived from the space-time constraints placed on interacting consciousness. These goofy-sounding statements are explained in detail in section 4. By then they will seem much more reasonable and credible than they do now. When I say AUM invented space-time, or AUM, followed by any 256 my big toe the birth of space-time, how space is created. Action verb, I mean in the evolutionary sense, the way fish invents lungs and legs with which they turn themselves into amphibians. Don't get anthropomorphic on me here and postulate AUM as a little old man with a long white beard making people out of space-time day on day 7. That is a perfectly nice metaphor, but it is not where this discussion logically leads. This is an effort to improve science and model real ity, not to expose and follow threads of big truth that turn up in various religious metaphors, though it may accomplish both simultaneously. AUM utilizes a particular subset of its consciousness digital energy, a portion of its organizational potential, a chunk of thought space, in which a uniform set of constraints are imposed on all energy transfers between individuated subsets of consciousness that inhabit that particular chunk, virtual reality dimension. If the constraints are represented by a rule set that defines the properties of space-time, the virtual reality dimension created is one of the PMRK, perhaps our PMR. Thus, space-time is a SPE-chain perceptual construct defined within a dimension or subset of AUM's consciousness. The space-time rule set delivers a consistent experience to interacting individuated units of consciousness. Is this English? I know this description of space-time is somewhere between difficult and impossible to understand right now, but if you hang with me through this chapter and section 4, what now appears to be off the wall and confused will eventually become both reasonable and crystal clear. I decided to jump right in and tell you what space-time is before I developed the background necessary for you to understand it, because I think that having some idea of where we are going will help you synthesize the concepts required to get there. The experience of space-time is produced by a consciousness construct that constrains interactions between individuated chunks or subsets of consciousness. The 0.01 purpose of space-time is to produce a specialized consistent virtual experience to individual constrained subsets of consciousness called conscious entities 01 beings. Don't worry, these concepts should be difficult to comprehend at this time. As always, open-minded skepticism defines the correct approach. Be patient, believe it or not, there is a coherent and logical process that leads to these descriptions, but it may be a while before we get to it and through it. Let's go back to building a logical model from the bottom up. AUIVI, under pressure to improve itself, must evolve profitable internal environments and processes that methodically reduce the entropy of consciousness, that is, the entropy of its own system. Space-time is one such environment. Within the space-time structure, the PMR rule set defines the Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I 257. Processes that make us and our space-time uniquely profitable to AUM digital simulations, like those run on our mainframes or within TBC. Generally model what appear to be analog events at the macro level. Likewise, we will develop a macro model of how AUM might conceptualize digital space-time in terms of space-time cells and the time required to pass information between those cells. This should be more satisfying and more helpful than simply stating that space-time and the PLVIR rule set constitute an optimized design solution for a virtual reality simulator that serves as an interactive multiplayer consciousness quality development trainer for units of individuated consciousness. Let's start by conceiving space-time as a construct of space-time cells. Remember, these space-time cells are conceptual, the result of a Gedanken experiment in the mind of AUM. We will show that space-time cells must be uniform in form, function, and makeup in order to produce the underlying structure for a simple isotropic experience space, reality, that can be used to improve AUM's evolutionary profitability. To help make th.is metaphor more concrete, let's say that these space-time cells reside in the space-time part of the mind of AUM. Next, let's drop down one more level of detail and separate space from time. The structural basis of this model is space-like, and provides the spatial concept or space part of AUM's Gedanken experiment, while time provides a dynamic basis for this conceptualization that leads to the possibility of ordered change and therefore growth. Space-time subsequently becomes the fundamental media for a uniquely dimensioned sub-reality or virtual reality within the larger consciousness system. It would appear that space-time is more profitable, useful, or advantageous to AUM if the space part functions as a simple 3D isotropic experience space for interacting consciousness because that is how it has successfully evolved. It should be relatively easy to picture a three-dimensional matrix of uniform isotropic space-time reality cells in your mind, which is what I imagine AUM started with, but that was only the beginning. No need to grab your dictionary for the scientifically challenged. Isotropic is one of those $5 cool-sounding techno-speak words with a 10-cent meaning that we technoids love to use to impress the masses of business mjors who make more money than we do. It simply means that conceptual space-time is not directionally unique, that within the consciousness of AUM, it is, reacts, interacts, propagates, behaves, the same irrespective of how AUM looks at it, applies it, thinks about it, or interacts with it. Keep in mind chat, we are talking about the concept or idea of space-time within Che digital mind, that is AUM. Within a spaceless consciousness. 258 I My Big Toe I The birth of space-time, how space is created. Direction has no meaning. As the concept of space solidifies around its defining constraints, isotropic provides a simpler, more straightforward conceptualization of a virtual space. That the implementation of the space-time Nile set, governing PMR time and energy as well as 3D space, has non-Euclidean consequences presents no logical difficulty. The relativity buffs UE probably choking this description of an isotropic, Euclidean conceptualization of space. However, the preceding assertions create no conflict with the relativity of our perception in the PMR subset, where all coordinate systems may be moving arbitrarily relative to each other, each being as fundamental as any other. One, or does it conflict with the chunky non-homogeneous distribution of mass/energy that interacts by the rules of gravitation? The idea of an isotropic space begins with the definition of light speed as the primary constraining constant. Although we are describing the space part of AUM's consciousness with simple Euclidean geometry, PMR space will appear R.O.B curved, non-Euclidean, to a well-instrumented high-tech perceiver experiencing physical reality within PMR. The bottom line is that as long as there is no fundamental physical inertial frame within a CHLMKY PMR, curved space-time defined by general relativity continues to represent an elegant model of our perception within PMR, even if we assume a simple Euclidean frame of reference for conceptualizing virtual space in the mind of AUM. Our PMR space-time experience is a derivative OT, or is based on, the constraints of the space-time rule set that orders our particular reality. You will see later that the space-time rule set resident within TBC defines the details of the constraints that define our physical reality and thus our physics. If you are not a relativity guru, and don't have a clue what the previous two paragraphs are all about, forget about it, it is not important. Physicists, having long ago buried Euclid in their physical big picture, tend to be a little slow in giving up old thought patterns. That the perception, from within PMR, of a curved physical space (d) be derived from the concept of an isotropic space is not that difficult to understand, you merely run the traditional paradigm in reverse. Recall that each reality cell exists as a duality, a condition relative to some different condition, each condition existing only in relation to the other. Conceptually adjacent space-time cells communicate by changing state in sequence, thus enabling a distortion or non-uniformity to propagate through the matrix. IL was the concept of a Passadon communications technique, sequential cellular interaction, that led AUM to develop the idea of space. A cell or group of cells can be specialized to keep time. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I 259. With their constant oscillations in order to set the pace for controlled cell-to-cell propagation. They may be independent of AUM's main or fundamental dock and can be set to any frequency as long as it is less than AUO's fundamental frequency. The smallest time increment, delta t, in spacetime, one quantum of spacetime time or equivalently one quantum of PMR time, must be some positive non-zero integer, n, times the smallest time increment fundamental to AUM. The smallest rime increment fundamental to AUM is called the fundamental time quantum. LT is the smallest time quantum possible within the larger reality. Delta t is also the minimum time required to change the state of a spacetime reality cell. All spacetime will subsequently march to the beat of delta t. Distortions can appear to move through spacetime at a maximum velocity of one spacetime cell per delta t. Keep in mind that a spacetime cell is in non-geometric, distanceless thought space. We are generating only the concept of space within the spacetime part of AUM's consciousness. This spacetime concept is implemented by defining the constraints that bound it. Once the constraints are defined within the PMR rule set, the consequences, properties of space rime, can be easily computed. Let me say this once again because it is an unusual and important concept. We are not creating a physical 3D space or a physical 4D space-time out of consciousness reality cells. Physical space, and your experience of it, is an illusion, a trick of your individuated mind, a virtual reality within the actual reality of your consciousness. I am developing the existence of a concept or idea of space within AUM's consciousness, an idea that will evolve to provide the experience of space T0 and individuated consciousness. Space as a mental construct, not physical space itself, there is no such thing as physic.ti space. Are you kidding? No physical space? What is this all around me? I learned to calculate volumes of simple 3D shapes in 6th grade, making that outrageous statement, there is no such thing as physical space, is not as obviously dumb as it may first appear. You will hear that same exact statement directly from Albert Einstein and other knowledgeable top scientists in Section 6, Chapter 19, Book 3. Do not jump to any conclusions. We have measured the upper limit on information transfer in PIVR as c, which is the symbol commonly used by scientists to represent the speed of light. c is approximately 186,000 miles per second or 3xl0 meters per second. In less precise terms for you lecnophobes, the speed of light is exceptionally quick, almost instantaneous, like greased lightning, smokin', or haulin' ass depending on your socio-economic. 260 I my big toe I the birth of space-time, how space is created. And generational affiliation, the degree of degeneracy you take pride in. At least that is the view from PMR. From my experience, and that of many other NPMR explorers, communications are seemingly instantaneous in spaceless NPMR and not restricted by the relatively pokey transmission rate of light speed as they are in PMR. For this reason, it would seem safe to assume that the integer value of n is an exceedingly large number. Where, as you recall, n is the number of AUM's fundamental time increments, fundamental time quanta, that tick-tock away during one, very much larger, time increment of the space-time clock, 1 quantum, delta t, of PMR time. For the record, there are also many fundamental time quanta, smallest chunk of time on AUM's fundamental clock, ticking away during one increment of the independent clock defining time within NPMR, a quantum of NPMR time. You will learn in Section 5, Chapter 7, Book 3, that n needs to be a large number so that the statisticians in NPJ_1FR have plenty of NPMR time to compute probable reality surfaces between successive delta t. Likewise, AUM sets up NPMR with a larger time quantum than its own, enabling AUM to process data between NPMR time increments. Remember, whoever iterates with the smallest time quantum is usually in the driver's seat. LT is easy to study, manipulate, or observe beings, objects, and energy that move in super slow motion relative to yourself, as long as you do not get bored. AUM evolves, chooses, the optimum n to suit its needs, easy to study and kernel-lect results without getting bored. From my experience and the EJ1 perience of others, an enormous number of increments, quanta, of NPI/IR time passed maying each quantum of PMR time. We will make good use of this concept in Section 5 where past, future, and paranormal communications are discussed. Information you transfer also seems instantaneous here in PMR, over short distances, because light speed is exceptional. Ly fast relative to other natural PMR velocities. It would seem that you must be careful in using your direct experience to determine what is or is not instantaneous. For large distances, such as the distance from Earth to its nearest star, 4.5 light-years to the Alpha Centauri triplet, even light speed seems agonizingly slow. In NPMR thought space, individual things are not separated by physical distance and information does not have to be transmitted through space in order to travel between the sender and receiver. Nevertheless, within NPMR, information must propagate from the sender to the receiver, but not through space. There is no spatial distance between. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I 261. Thus, it requires some NPMR time for the information to make the trip between the unique digital mind spaces of the sender and receiver. Time is needed to flip the cell states that represent content within the receiver. Think of this pitosis as analogous to display time, or similar to how your computer shuffles data within its core memory. I know, this is starting to get weird and I can see your eyes beginning to glaze over with information overload. Clarity will come, collect the big ideas and let the details go for now. Let us do a quick review of the high points and go on. AUM's time is the most fundamental because it has the smallest time increment, quanta, and is used to define all the others. Imagine, for the sake of putting some concrete meat on these highly abstract bones, that AUM's fundamental quantum of time is 10 nanoseconds, 10,s, while NPMR's is 1062s, and PMR's is IOS. Each is a billion, 10 feet 6 inches, times larger than the previous one. Using these numbers, it follows that delta t, which in our example is 1011 seconds and represents PMR's quantum of time, is defined by AUM to be 10 fundamental quanta, n equals 1036. That I.O, for every 10 ticks of AUM's, fundamental, clock, 1 quantum of space-time time is increment in OU 1 dimension of reality, PMR. After 10 zero ticks of AUM's fundamental clock, an entire second of our PMR time has dribbled by. Talk about slow motion. Just as there are many fundamental time quanta in one quantum increment of NPMR time, likewise there are many of these NPMR time quanta in one quantum of PMR time. The relatively huge magnitude of one quantum of PMR time, one quantum of space-time time, is exactly the time one acquired for one space-time reality cell to change its state from non-distorted to distorted, or vice versa. The upper limit on propagating distortions in space-time is thus one space-time reality cell per quantum of space-time time. We define that upper speed limit as c, a constant whose value has been evolved by AUM and which has been experimentally measured in PMR to be 3 × 10 meters per second. C, therefore, conceptually defines the virtual size or conceptual spatial extent of a space-time reality cell. Thus, the virtual width of one space-time cell divided by delta t, which is defined as one quantum of PMR time, would equal c. Let's use the values given in our arbitrary numerical example above to calculate the space-time reality cell width. The virtual width of one space-time reality cell equals c PMR time quantum delta t equals 3x10m/s 10-s equals 3 × 10 meters, which is about the size of Planck's length, 16 slow m, a measure of the 262 I. My big toe I. The birth of space-time, how space is created. Point at which some of the world's best physicists say that our 30 space becomes granular, is composed of non-continuous discrete cells. I purposely made up the numbers in the preceding example to be simple round numbers and to force the width of a space-time reality cell to be near Planck's length. They are for illustrative purpose only, do not take the actual values too seriously. I know that this is clear to you, but let me remind some of the other readers to set aside their habituated PMR concepts and keep in mind that AUO's lick-talking clocks are not actually ticking Goff fractions of our seconds. It is ticking in mind space, within an aware consciousness that can differentiate between this way and that way, flip-flopping atoms of consciousness called reality cells whose state can be manipulated at will and with regularity. These atoms of consciousness in turn produce molecules of space-time. The tick-tock of AUM's clock represents the fundamental timepiece, the primordial clock, a mental process within consciousness from which our PMR clocks are derived. Our time, measured in seconds, fractions of the periodic revolutions of the heavenly bodies or more recently some number of atomic oscillations, is a shadow of fundamental time. It is our sensory perception of a specific constrained and limited implementation of the more fundamental time defined by AUM consciousness. In the example above, information can travel much faster than c, the speed of light in PMR, in NPMR because the quantum of NPMR time is a billion, 10 feet 3 inches, times smaller than a quantum of PMR time. As I mentioned earlier, OS contains physical, PMR, and non-physical, NPMRN, components that are interactive with each other. Between time increments in PMR, time stands still in PMR. Between increments, things continue to happen, distortions, patterns, and information continue to propagate, because the clock keeps on ticking in NPMRN. In other words, while time appears to stand still in PMR, NPMRN continues to race along through 10 feet 8 inches more time increments worth of activity. And, between each NPMRN time increment, while time is standing still in NPMRN, AUM has another fundamental time units in which to conduct business as usual. If this time standing still between increments thing got you buffaloed, forget your habitual notions of continuous time and consider how a complex dynamic simulation might increment time within various subroutines. Time appears to stand still in a given subroutine until the next time that subroutine is called and the local time variable is again incremented. A clear description of time loops within simulations is given early on in section 5. Unless this concept is driving you crazy, it can wait until you get to book 3. Trust me, 1036 or a billion, 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 L000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0 0 0 0 comma 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 0 0 0.0 is a really big number and could. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I 263. Represent a relatively long time for AUM to wait for 1 pmr delta t to come and go, depending on how long AUM perceives a fundamental time quantum to be. To our view, AUM is capable of moving in super-fast motion. Imagine watching all the movies ever made in a fraction of a second. That represents some serious fast-forwarding. On the other hand, ALVL can pace itself however it wishes and often seems to take the long view, exercising plenty of patience. AUM's view of us may be like our view of some sluggish bacteria growing in a petri dish. Imagine what it would be like if we each aged 1 year every 100,000 years, we would have a lifespan of about 8 million years, and had brilliant, nearly perfect memories and minds that were kept busy with many important things to do and think about. We could watch rivers and mountains come and go as well as study mutations in successive generations of quickly breeding fruit flies. If you can imagine this, you have a minute glimmer of AUM's perspective. AUM does not seem to be getting bored or to be in any hurry. AUM's perception of the passage of time, that AUM itself creates by regularly flipping states in order to organize and orchestrate IRS activity, is very different from ours. Do not anthropomorphically project your sense of the passage of time co-AUM. Imagine how subroutines within a digital computer, or the computer itself, might perceive the passage of time. The existence of multiple levels of quantized time is why information transfer in NPMR seems near instantaneous compared to pokey light speed in PMR's space-time construct. From 1 PMR, PMR would appear to be running in slow motion. Nevertheless, NPMR has its own speed limit, as does AUM itself, because it requires a finite time to change the state of any cell from uniform to not uniform. That is how we define the concept of time in the first place. AUM can define, evolve, as man clocks as necessary for each group of specialized cells that define a unique dimension of reality. Our space-time reality, PMR, is implemented by one such group of specialized space-time cells. This collection of specialized cells existing as a subgroup within the larger group of NPMR provides the computing resources, memory, structure, rule sets, and processing, required to actualize, compute the consequences of, that subgroup as a unique virtual reality within NPMR. Visualize a reality dimension, like PMR, within a larger reality dimension, like NPMR, within a larger reality dimension, like AUM. There may be many subgroups that define unique dimensions of reality within NPMR. We will see in Section 5 how the various sizes of time all derived as integer numbers of AUM's fundamental quantum of Lime, each in their 264 I my big toe I the birth of space-time, how space is created. Own dimension can be directly related nested time loops with 11 in a simulation. What? A bizarre thought. Reality as a layered digital thought simulation within AUM. Hang on to that concept and we will explore it in detail later. The significance of multiple levels of quantized time will become clear and seem less arbitrary. AFT.ER. We have completed Section 5. Here is a quick summary of the concept of time within NPMR. Keep in mind that NPMR has no space and therefore no distance, it exists outside of PMR's space-time. Without space and distance, the propagation time for information takes on a different perspective. Because AUO and AUM can FLLP states relative to itself only so quickly, there is an upper limit on the speed with which distortions can be propagated. It is a much larger upper limit than we can imagine with our relatively snail-like light speed that sets the upper limit in PMR. Time, or equivalently, frequency is a fundamental attribute of AUM. WHE1EAS. The notion of space is derived from time by specifying a constant velocity of propagation of information. That is why the citizens of space-time must live with c as the celestial speed limit. Time is fundamental, space is derived from time by specifying the constraint c. For those who occasionally visit the PMR physics fringe, the fact that we might be clever enough to take a space-time shortcut through a wormhole does not change the fact that c remains the upper speed limit on information propagation through space that defines our local experiential space within AUM's consciousness. Likewise, if data transfer rates seem to exceed light speed in certain peculiar situations, this implies only that the defining rule set has a level of generality that allows special cases to appear to violate the speed limit c. The reality in which we interact with each other is a virtual classroom or learning lab designed to help us reduce individual entropy and grow the quality of our consciousness. As consciousness, that is what we do, that is how evolution challenges us. That many implications of our rule set await our discovery, the physics of the future, simply makes that class more and more interesting, challenging, and educational. New discovery creates better understanding as well as new opportunities to learn. How did AUM come up with the constant c? By occupying all the possibilities and building on the best results, by trial and error, by evolution. JT was derived by applying the fundamental process on a scale and at a pace that is difficult for us to comprehend. Keep in mind that AUM has no body to feed, does not take up space, and is not preoccupied with perfumed aumectes. AUM's evolutionary experiments are roughly analogous low-R Gedenhen experiments or computer simulations, and thus can be done in Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I 265. See variation relatively quickly. With the aid of its specialized binary computing part, AUM can evolve at an incredibly fast pace compared to biological systems. The big computer, TBC, and the even bigger computer, EBC, discussed in Section 5, Chapters 6 and 11 respectively of Book 3, are actually only tiny subsets of AUM's computing part. If you enjoy torturing and abusing the English language as much as I do, you have my permission to describe AUM as a consciousness system digital being thingamajig. Reality cells, memory cells, binary cells, everything seems come down to cells. Cells are discrete units of state-specific relational content, and represent both information and organizational substance, not necessarily physical matter. Awareness, form, function, content, and purpose all flow from the possible interactions of reality cells, the basic building blocks of aware consciousness. All cellular and digital creations exhibit granularity at some level of detail. Both our reality and our perception of it are granular at the root. At the bottom layer of organization within reality, one will find discrete unit relationally formed and arrayed into constrained dynamic patterns of relationship. The complexity and organization of these patterns are progressively developed within a remordial undifferentiated potential energy, unaware dim consciousness, by the iterative and recursive operation of the fundamental process. The mechanics of evolution naturally act upon any entity that possesses a substantial number of self-generated alternative choices and possibilities. 171E process is simple: maintain the winners, discard the losers. More or less random permutations and combinations are applied statistic TLLY to systems that have a significant array of potential outcomes. The winners continue to evolve while the losers fade away or maintain the status quo. Sometimes an evolving consciousness system in rhyme develop terrific complexity and seemingly endless potential as the fundamental process iterates upon itself repetitively, eventually evolving ioto something that begins to mimic its source. When the will turns full CI1 CLI and the successful product of the evolutionary drive towards self-improvement begins to take on the characteristics of its source, It becomes a partner in the process of consciousness evolution. Imagine this. An individuated constrained high-entropy fragment of consciousness eventually evolves, profitably self-organizes, to low entropy wholeness. As a pan of the source from which it was cleft, it lowers the entropy, increasing the quality, furthering the evolution, of the whole by the amount of its personal growth. This individual contribution. 266 I My Big Toe I The birth of space-time, how space is created. To lowering the entropy of the entire consciousness system constitutes the upstroke of the consciousness cycle. The downstroke is represented by the creation of individuated consciousness by uniquely bounding subsets of undeveloped, raw, consciousness, of relatively high entropy, that are capable of eventually evolving toward lower entropy states. Are you beginning to sense the great cycle of consciousness evolution of which you are a part? A vague understanding of how and why the consciousness cycle operates to sustain the ecology of the larger consciousness system is your first peek at the big picture. The consciousness cycle describes a mechanism that allows consciousness energy to continuously organize itself within the larger consciousness ecosystem. You are an important player in a consciousness cycle TJ1 at drives system profitability, capability, operational power, and brightness upwards as it exhausts entropy. We will pursue these concepts more fully in Q1 Chapter 24, Book 2. Let's pull it all together. The constant upper limit of c, speed of light, defines the concepel of both distance and space within the space-time subset of AUM's consciousness. Each so-called space-time cell, by definition, now has the conceptual attribute of extent. Thus AUM invented, thought up, or evolved, the concept of space by imposing the constraint of a constant maximum velocity of propagation of information within its space part. Using the previous numerical example to add a sense of conoidness, delta t is the smallest unit 0-1 quanta of time within spacetime. It is 1 tick on AUM's space-time clock, but 10 feet 8 inches ticks on AUL/1 F's NPMR clock, and a low ticks on AUM's fundamental clock. Each space-time reality cell now has the conceptual attribute of spatial extent. It is, C111/SEC, delta T SEC. Wide, ABU L3x 10 to 30 milliars, approximately Planck's length. The science, engineering, and math types need to chill out. I'll know that I am about to drive you crazy with repetition, but most of the rest of us are only beginning to get comfortable with powers of len and c notation, the concept of interrelated learn quanta, and the calculations of space-time cell width. Take care not to be MNOUL your Dutch or overheat your engine. This is a good time to lie back and coast a little. To say the same thing in the opposite direction, if an imagined row of adjacent P1 VLR spacetime cells, each of width, c, delta t, uniformly propagate a distortion by changing state consecutively, one each delta t, the distortion propagates at the velocity c. Thus the cells in the space part of AUM now have the attribute of size. This is not to say that they have size, or begin to take up space, they have the concept of size. You could say they carry the attribute or property of size, that they have virtual size, or that they simulate or model size. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I 267. These space-time reality cells are a part of AUM and exist as thoughts exist, without space. Because AUM's evolution of the space-time rule set found optimal profitability within an experiential isotropic space, the functional propagation of distortion in any imagined direct ion is the same throughout this uniform space-time matrix of reality cells. To maintain a constant propagation velocity in all directions, it is convenient if these space-time reality Ls are conceptually spherical. 3D solid geometry becomes a concept, an attribute of the space part, and any propagation in any virtual direction will find the virtual distance to any neighboring cell to be the same. More succinctly, the spherical diameter equals the conceptual width of any cell in any direction equals, c, delta t. The concept of space, distance and direction, and the concept of time are interrelated through the constant c, and merge conceptually as space-time. Don't worry about the voids that exist between spheres 1v hen packing spheres in a 3D matrix, that is an issue in PMR spacetime but not an issue in digital thought space where spacetime is created and defined. Similarly, energetic interactions among various forms of energy and the invariance of 1f1 ins frames within the experience of PMR reality are not in conflict with the Euclidean frame of mind of AUM. Our PMR spacetime, with the n which the experience of matter in our universe is created, see section 4, represents only one uniquely constrained spacetime application existing within a spacetime part, as opposed to the spacetime part, of AUM. There are other spacetime parts, or spacetime dimensions, of AUM corresponding to the other PMRs, mentioned in Chapter 4, Book 3. From our point of view, these other PMRs exist in non-physical worlds in other dimensions. From our perspective, every subset of specialized reality cells in AUM defines another dimension of existence, another reality, or, if you prefer, another virtual reality. The specialized pans of AUM are to OM as SYS lems of thoughts are to us, a rough analogy even if we had super memories. These specialized subsets of AUM represent separate experiments in consciousness evolution propagating their way to whatever comes out of them. Digital spacetime is implemented by a basic rule set that defines the profitability criteria required to evolve the content of a given dimension. Each virtual reality with self-modifying content automatically begins to evolve its own uniquely profitable configurations as its possibilities are explored. Patterns of interaction within the PMR spacetime subsystem will eventually evolve to contain the attribute of content, information, and substance, as patterns of light, sound, and neurons within our biological SYS lems or as pal turns of stars, comets, galaxies, and solar systems within our universe. 268 My Big Toe The Birth of Spacetime, How Space is Created. As a direct result of the spacetime rule set, a few billion years ago clumps of biological cells began a series of similar experiments in specialization. Specialized subsets of cells became the food section, digestion, the sensor section, eyes, nose, skin, ears, taste buds, the motion section, tail, fins, flippers, legs, wings, and the control section, central nervous system, brain. Then, communication among the various specialized parts was established, followed by communication between individual entities. Thus AUM sprouts reality systems as the Earth sprouts species of plants and animals, each contained in its own dimension or piece of thought space within TBC, and all on the same network. AUM creates dimensions and manipulates their content similarly to how we create ideas and write them down as paragraphs of patterns of symbols. AUM's creative thoughts and use of dimension to separate specialized parts of itself is roughly comparable to our creative writing and use of paragraphs, books, or documents low separate and bound specialized chunks of content. Note that we generally do not refer to higher or lower dimensions. Higher and lower have no meaning relative to non-geometrical dimensions. Dimensions, and their corresponding realities, are different in the same way hooks are different. Some may be simple or complex, some may be more or less useful to the consciousness system. However, all are specialized in one response to evolutionary pressures to carry out their particular function. All specialized functions contribute to the self-improvement or entropy reduction of the whole. You see, this consciousness system is not that weird or mystical and works the same as any evolving complex system. For one example, it must develop a balanced ecosystem, system of relationships, among its large number of interacting, interdependent parts. You now have the top-level hand-waving description of the origins of space-time and the nature of dimension. This is only the beginning of a more in-depth discussion that will continue through the next 3 sections and 2 books. Before long, you will appreciate space-time as a rule-based consciousness construct that constrains energy exchanges between individuated subsets of consciousness, beings, in order to produce a specialized virtual experience where they can profitably interact, and that description will make sense. By the end of section 4, all these scattered bits of theory will begin to pull together into a high-resolution big picture. Keep in mind our earlier discussion of belief and spin. The logical solidity and reasonableness of Lee's discussion may not be the only, or the major, factor who leads you to your conclusions. To optimize the return on your envisioning, your analysis should be independent of belief-based paradigms. If your approach is Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I 269. Open-minded, you will find that the evaluation process itself is usually more valuable than the final conclusions reached. All great sages know this one big truth: you can lead a jackass to water and, if you are clever enough, into seed to drink, but you cannot make it do the backstroke or gargle and spit the water back out. That is why this trilogy is strictly for open-minded humans. If you see a jackass with a copy, please confiscate it immediately before he or she gets any big ideas. But please be careful. It is also well known by the great sages that a little big truth rattling about within the small mind of a jackass can be a dangerous thing. That is everything I know about common horse sense. Thus, as always, you are on your own at the watering hole of big truth. Before temporarily leaving the subject of space-time and ending this chapter, let's make an effort to bridge the gap between the fundamental view of the binary reality cell space-time part of AUM's consciousness and the digital systems view of the implementation of space-time within TBC. AUM, aware consciousness, and therefore space-time, our physical reality, is ultimately based upon the existence of reality cells WI-LIN consciousness. Equivalently, one could say that space-time is a construct of consciousness. Some may be tempted to say that space-time is constructed of consciousness, but that statement is likely to spread more confusion than illumination. Think of consciousness as a digital media rather than a building material. At the root, TBC, memory, patterns, logic, and processing, is conceptually based on the binary property of reality cells. Let us recap the evolutionary road from AUO. AUM primordial AUO is a relatively simple, uniform, high entropy, energy form. LHAT is the basic foundation of consciousness. Reality cells are created by the relative existence of a this way and that way pair, a distorted or non-uniform existence existing in relation to a non-distorted or uniform existence. The proliferation of reality cells and the interaction between reality cells creates complexity and a greater potential for cell organization that eventually leads to a more comprehensive lower entropy cell awareness that in turn leads to intelligence, values, personality, and purpose. In scientific terms, a lower entropy consciousness system has more power, more energy available to do work, a higher, more useful level of organization. In common terms, a lower entropy digital system commands more usable energy, more profitable organization, and, therefore, becomes capable of creating greater and more profitable configurations of itself. Additionally, a lower entropy consciousness eventually develops the ability to use 270 I my big toe I the birth of space-time, how space is created. Directed conscious intent to reduce its entropy further. The rate of evolutionary progress increases as the system pulls itself up by its bootstraps, evolves, to actualize lower and lower entropy configurations. The specific nature, physics, of our reality is defined by the space-time rule set, which defines the constraints that limit what is possible. The space-time rule set is a collection of patterns or algorithms within TBC that defines the limits and relational properties of our physical experience. The space-time rule set subsumes our physics. It is implemented at the lowest level by constraining the interaction between individual and groups of reality cells, and at the highest level by constraining individuated subsets of awareness. Reality cells are roughly analogous to the transistors on a computer processor chip. They come in very large numbers and are the most basic active units of the processor and memory. Like reality cells, each transistor is a thing that can be on or off, a 1 or a 0, this way or that way, distort or undistort. At the next higher level of generality, is the processor's basic instruction set that defines operations and processes for storing, retrieving, and performing arithmetical and logical operations. In our analogy, the processor's basic instruction set is analogous to basic cognitive functioning within AUM. At the next level of abstraction, we get to the space-time rule set, which is analogous to algorithms written in assembly language. Our experience is generated at the next higher level of abstraction by an AUM-TBC to individuated consciousness interface, which is analogous to a simulation programmed in object-oriented C, where we are the objects. AUM is the computer, the programmer, and the operating SYSLM. We sentient conscious beings are, as individuated subsets of consciousness, a bounded subset of highly organized, evolving, interactive reality cells. As an analog to space-time, consider a custom-designed special-purpose processor such as a digital signal processor, DSP, chip. Understanding the RNLES patterns, governing the transfer of energy to and from transistors in a special-purpose microprocessor would provide some understanding of the most basic relationships in the processor's design, implementation, and capacity. Likewise, understanding the rules governing the transfer of information between space-time reality cells should produce some of the most fundamental relationships of physics. In Section 4, you will see how that works. Physical experience is generated when the perception of an individuated consciousness, sentient being, is constrained to follow the space-time rule set. Imagine a specialized space-time virtual reality trainer, Opraling. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I-271. Within a subset of digital calculation space called a dimension, that is constrained by the space-time rule set to provide a consistent operational experience that enables an individuated consciousness to evolve to lower entropy states by exercising its intent through free will. The specific relationships defining AF space-time instruction set constitute the laws of space-time physics, PMR physics. Applied mathematicians, scientists, and engineers have a tendency to define their reality in terms of its constraints expressed as physical constants. For example, c, the speed of light in a vacuum, defines the speed limit of matter in p.mr. Think of c as one of several local PMR space-time constants that constrains our physical reality to a certain experience set. Likewise, it is reasonable to assume there are constants that constrain the bigger picture as well. For example, given that a finite growing digital consciousness system cannot create an infinite number of reality cells and that the information contained within that digital consciousness system is limited by the capacity of the cistern. 1, an upper limit on the R.total number of reality cells perhaps, then, after the system's native technology has stabilized, the ratio of the size of the system to the amount of information it contains would tend toward a constant as the system matures. Picture a growing AUM where new information and new reality cells are constantly created and recycled while the entropy of the system evolves toward greater profitability by more productively using and organizing that information. The point is, real finite systems must always deal with constraints, and the AUM digital system thing is no exception. What does AUM do when it is done, reached capacity limitations? Being digital, it can always purge enough of its lethal productive bile to continue on, or purge even more than that and lart over. Consider that AUM may be a contributing player in a larger consciousness ecosystem. Just as we iteratively cycle subsets of only individuated consciousness through the PMR Learning Lab help drive the consciousness cycle, AUM may recycle its own consciousness in a similar manner to drive a higher level of consciousness organization that is beyond our grasp. AUM may regularly upload lessons learned and then recycle itself, or it may simply continue to improve itself gradually as it continually and forever moves toward an absolute zero of system entropy. In either case, we come to the same conclusion: an evolving digital Dukli is never done. A few low-hanging observations need to be plucked from the practicing discussions, and then we can pack il in. You may find it interesting. Take a big picture look at LHE concept flow that is unleashed by LHE concept, implementation, and evolution of time. 272 I My Big Toe I The birth of space-time, how space is created. AUO evolves the exceptionally useful organizational catalyst we call J-time by maintaining a regular beat, a constant rate of oscillation. The ability of time to sequence patterns and enforce consistency allows AUO to create ordered and disciplined process and thus lower its entropy. Time enables simple existence to generate complex evolutionary potential from the explosion of new patterns, sequences, and forms that suddenly become available with the invention of dynamic process. Time generates new degrees of freedom for consciousness to explore. Time allows dim consciousness to become brilliant. Order, consistency, and regularity enable the creation of precise multi-frequency clocks, the big computer, and space-time as individuated specialized patterns of information and content within AUM. Because the attributes of space-time provide the logical conceptual structure for our experience of PMR, mass, energy, space, and hence biology, it is clear that our existence is enabled by the invention of time. It is time that allows AUO to get organized, to create, store, and use information interactively, to evolve self-aware PWPOs and develop proactively. The concept of time within the dim awareness of AUO is a byproduct of a potential energy system finding profitability in improving its self-organ function. As an incredibly effective engine for entropy reduction, time becomes an evolutionary inevitability. The fundamental process could not help but find time, an artifact of change, on the path toward greater profitability. Thus time evolves naturally within consciousness, it delivers the fundamental organizing technology that enables the decrease in entropy, winds up the digital spring, that fuels, runs, drives, and enables everything else within an advanced AUM digital system. Time is fundamental to the existence of our reality while space is a visual perception based upon time and the constraint C. As consciousness evolves, its energy spring continues to wind up as its entropy decreases. In Konu AST, within our PLVIR subsystem, the energy spring, energy that is organized, structured, and able to do work, must slowly unwind as the experiment runs its course. Physicists refer to this natural PMR structural disintegration as the second law of thermodynamics. The second law is hailed as very bad long-term news for our local reality because traditional scientists have only little toes. That music is universal to all cultures, and most creatures, and evokes a deep resonance within us seems reasonable enough when you consider that our consciousness, our being, undeniably, our entire reality, is construct of rhythm and pattern. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 31 I 273. Take a moment to ponder the deep connection we have with our real ITY. Try to think a few big thoughts, your choice, go ahead, I'll wait. You might toy with the idea of having an original insight toward developing your personal big toe. Take your time. Then when you are done, heave a deep sigh of silent resignation in appreciation of your limitations. But don't give up. Both you and AUM have to start from wherever you are and pull yourself up by your own experiential bootstraps. That is simply how consciousness evolution works. Consciousness evolution does not progress through a process of successive epiphanies. Significant entropy reduction is accomplished through an iterative process that slowly accumulates a large number of nearly infinitesimal profitable choices to produce significant growth. Trying to grow your consciousness in great leaps impedes progress by distracting you from the hundreds of small profitable choices you have the opportunity to make every day. Your consciousness quality rises and falls based upon the image that animates your everyday interactions. An even bigger picture. Will AUM ever exhaust all the possibilities? Can it grow indefinitely? Will it one day reach an unchanging stable equilibrium, still viable forever but no longer evolving? Are there other AUOS or AUMS or is really big enough for only one? And if there were LWO, how would they interact? That would dramatically raise the level of complication and create new possibilities for the fundamental process of evolution to work with. It certainly did for us. What if AUM splits in two, employing a process analogous to biological cell division, enabling it to interact with itself in an infralinear way. Biological cells figured out how to do it. Do you think they are smarter or luckier than AUM? A self-replicating AUM could build up a new consciousness thing out of VF cells, each existing within their own digital dimension. Would each AUM cell function as a single brain cell, or consciousness cell, within a stupendous group mind, or would a different and unique creature emerge? Cloning, reproducing, repairing, expanding, and merging are particularly straightforward processes within a digital medium. Ever copy a floppy? Where does the pursuit of profit lead a brilliant finite digital oneness? Groups of AUM cells could very well specialize and form a much more complex thought system thing being, and then. AUMamoebas and AUMamabobs thinking around in primordial mental swamps. The biological cells of a larger bioorganism mature, die, and are replaced. In contrast, digital AUM cells may simply matme and maintain some optimal joint profitability with a larger organism, or perhaps and ally recycle themselves by uploading their accumulated products of evolutionary profitability along with all other useful communicable results. 276 I my big toe I an even bigger picture of accumulated experience and then reboot. AUM, like us, may serve as a cog in a much larger entropy reduction engine that is engaged in driving an even larger manifestation of the consciousness cycle toward ever lower entropy stat.es. Big picture this, consciousness systems, like future digital computers, derived from consciousness systems, like humankind, derived from consciousness systems, like TBC, derived from consciousness systems, like AUM, derived from consciousness systems, an even larger system in which AUM is only one of many contributors, all exhibiting the same fundamental structures and processes while hierarchically supporting each other at various levels and scales. Did you notice that the terminology used to describe interconnected interdependent consciousness systems at various scales and levels is similar to the terminology used to describe fractals? Consider the conceptual elegance of a consciousness evolution fractal and hold that thought W1 till 1VE will get back to it T0 ward the end of section 5. VV while you are in the mood for big thoughts, imagine this, our entire local reality, OS, containing a portion of NPMRN as well as our PMR universe, evolving on its merry way as if it were a self-contained colony of bacteria existing within a small remote corner of the space-time part of just one of the apparendi infinite number of apparently infinite AUM cells, inhabiting the gut of an Aumosaurus. LT may be fun to let a few of the possibilities that might describe AUM's external environment run wild in your imagination, but all we need to build a complete theory of every thing is a simple one-celled monolithic singular AUO and its imernal environment. Logically, all that is required is a finite primo one-dial consciousness potential energy thing to exist along with the fundamental process of evolution. From only those two assumptions, I intend to derive physics, the nature of your existence, your physical universe and experience, and provide a comprehensive working model of the larger reality, all self-consistently contained between the knuckle and nail of my big toe. That should be enough. I'll publish the definitive work on Aumosaurus beyond graspus out of mindus, which is its proper Latin name, next year. Look for it at your local asylum bookstore in the humor section. Watch out for that Aumosaurus, folks. Oh no. It's beginning to squat. Hang on. This baby could blow 1,000 universes, including ours, out of its anterior subsystem in one mighty blast of digital flatulence. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 32 I 277. The roar of a billion suns exploding simultaneously violently shakes the foundations of reality. Existence shudders and quakes in uncertain terror. Are we still here? I think so, but I'm not sure. How can you tell? Whew, that was a close call. Yeah. Wow. That really makes you proud to be an intestinal bacterium, doesn't it? Seriously folks, Do you see how important it is to appreciate your fundamental limitations? If you do not, you run the risk of being unable to discriminate between silly and serious. Insisting that we, the magnificent crème de la crème of existence, could not possibly have such limitations simply adds a layer of obfuscating illogical arrogance on top of what is already beyond comprehension. With regards to the even bigger picture, the best conclusion is no conclusion. Open-minded skepticism requires no closure, and thus, accepts its limitations. It does, however, require that you put aside your normal knee-jerk responses, which have been conditioned by your ego, beliefs, and fears, in order to recognize all the possibilities. Never fear to let your mind run free, but at the same time be aware of the innate limitations of your perspective, or you may get lost wandering along the mystical shores of Never Never Land believing that what you see is what is there. 33. Infinity gets too big for real britches. In this chapter, the concept of, and necessity for, a finite AUM will become dear. You will see that AUM does not d to bt, infinite or anywhere close to infinite to generate all the reality we can comprehend. In the biological world of PMR, large biological cells must seem infinitely big to atoms. Let's translate that comparison of scale to our universe. If our entire universe was like a single atom in an apparently infinite cell of something much bigger, we actually couldn't care less, because from our minute perspective, the really big stuff isn't that important to us. Whether that cell is actually infinite or not is not an issue. If it is relatively infinite to us, that is good enough to account for everything we can know. From the smallest thing that we think we know exists, subatomic part.ids, to the largest thing we think we know x's or .s, the universe, about 100 orders of magnitude, 1000, are spanned. The numbers 10 and 100 are not particularly big numbers. If there were some big thing, as much big GER than our entire universe as our universe is bigger than a subatomic particle, then this big thing would be only 200 orders of magnitude big GER than one of our subatomic particles. If this big thing were itself to be the relative size of a subatomic particle to something even bigger, and if that even bigger thing was to be the relative size of a subatomic particle to something even bigger yet. Are you following me here? Our entire universe would be as a single electron to a universe that is also a.s an electron to a universe that is also as an electron to a universe, 4 nested universes, one inside the other, each being at a size ratio of 1000 to the next. I think you will agree with me, that final universe is really big. This colossus really big. http://www.my-big-toe.com 280 my big toe infinity gets too big for real britches. Thing is only 400 orders of magnitude bigger than one of our own tiny electrons. And guess what? That's only 1011. And everyone knows that 10 and 400 are not big numbers. Already we have slipped beyond the far edges of your ability to comprehend. What about 10,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 degree MJ, 1000 bmm? That is a 1 with 100 billion zeros between it and the decimal point times bigger than an electron. That much magnitude would allow a billion nested universes existing one within the other, each being the relative size of a single electron to our universe, to the next larger universe. I can write these number bears in 2 seconds taking up only a few inches of paper. Are we close to infinity yet? No way, these are still relatively infinitesimal numbers compared to infinity. Nevertheless, we have gone far beyond the size that represents something your imagination can begin to comprehend. That about a trillion zeros, 10 And still, we are not yet a tiny minuscule fraction of the way to infinity yet. How many zeros could you write in your lifetime? How many times could you write the word trillion? Even at that, we wouldn't be dosed to infinity. We could always take that number and raise it to an exponent equal to itself. Do you get the idea of how unnecessarily big infinity is when you are talking about a real thing? AUM is a real thing, an apparently infinite something, but actually quite finite. All the PMR.S and NPMRs are real things. Reality is a real thing. Infinity is far too big for real things. You see, AUM doesn't need to be infinite. In fact, the concept of infinity brings with it all kinds of logical inconsistencies, such as infinite processes that require infinite time and infinite energy, which are always unavailable to anything real. Consequently, it is sufficient for AUM to be only relatively infinite, apparently infinite. That is enough to suit our purposes. In your mind, let the word infinity be a metaphor, not a defined mathematical abstraction. Infinite makes a handy mathematical concept but a very misleading adjective in front of a real, extant, noun. While we are on the subject of big real things being small relative to the abstract concept of infinity, let's talk about time and infinitesimal things. It is the same drill. For the sake of comparison, let's resurrect the numbers we made up in chapter 31 of this book. I bet you didn't know there have been less than 1018 of our tiny little seconds that have tick-tocked away since the Big Bang formed our universe. In case you were wondering, those 1018 seconds would consume only about 10 degree 2 piver delta C time quanta. Recall that 1 delta T equals 10 Hs. Break a second into a billion pieces and you get a nanosecond, ns. Less than 1027 nanoseconds, ns, have come and gone since the Big Bang went kaboom. http://www.my8igto.com Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 33 I-281. Break a nanosecond into another billion pieces and you get a nanosecond, NNS. There have been less than 10, NNS, since the Big Bang, and less than 10 billionths of a billionth of a billionth of a second, NNNS, ticked away since our universe began. It's surprising that a 10 NNNNS long delta T time enouement, about iOS, could be small enough to make our gigantic PMR nanoseconds seem absolutely continuous, and that the number of them that has ticked away, for much longer than our universe has been forming, remains a relatively tiny number compared to infinity. No doubt a trivial number for an apparently infinite AUM to track. There is another important point here besides the fact that AUM is finite and real and maintains a huge excess capacity that allows it to do, think, create, and be much more than we can imagine. You need realize that we exist in, and have the capacity to comprehend, only a tiny, minute, infinitesimal fraction of the possibilities for existence. We have seen above that many entire universes, each progressively larger than ours, by the same amount that our W1-iverse is larger than an electron, can coexist with us, within our finite 3D space-time reality. Likewise, in the opposite direction, many realms may exist that are each progressively smaller than ours. These scaled-up and scaled-down universes would not evolve carbon-based humans and critters resembling us. Our physical matter, composed of the elementary particles, atoms, and molecules that we are familiar with, is nicely suited to our own scale and ill-suited to drastic changes in scale. However, that is not to say there could not exist enough weird stuff, totally unlike our matter, that has evolved forms and structures appropriate to its own scale that have enough complexity, memory, and processing power to evolve intelligent life forms. Why? Because Mother Nature is one aggressive babe. Why not? Because you do not have the capacity to conceive of it? Why would a rational person, who wasn't hopelessly optimistic about the completeness of their knowledge, believe that our personal and collective ignorance and limitations should logically constrain the possibilities of creation? Our contemporary objective knowledge base sets the limits on what we can collectively imagine, much less comprehend, and it is unlikely that our little picture science can ever hypothesize more than a minute fraction of the possibilities of creation. Regardless of how hard we try, all we can conjure up are various versions of ourselves because that is all we know. There is little point in speculating beyond the limits of your vision. appreciating your inherent limitations and applying open-minded skepticism to your http://www.my-big-toe.com 282 My big toe I infinity gets too big for real britches. Logical and scientific processes constitutes the only approach to exploring the big picture that makes sense and produces results. Any other approach will eventually lead you to paint yourself into a corner with broad strokes of belief and arrogance. We can barely comprehend, or even wildly imagine, only a very small slice of the potential 3D space-time possibilities for existence within our own 3D space-time, much less existences in other 3D space-times within other dimensions, much less existences outside 3D space-time but within NPMRN, much less existence outside of 1PMRN but within NPMR. Would the possible realms that lie beyond our comprehension be populated? Could they have evolved consciousness, critters, objects, energ, patterns or other structured stuff? No one says their matter, their environments, or their governing rule sets, physics, must necessarily be like us, our matter, our environment, or our rule set. In a digital consciousness reality, anything that can be conceived is possible. Anything with a rational structure, rule-based, and with enough potential and complexity will eventually evolve to a more highly organized, lower entropy, system of systems. We are not alone, reality is teeming with intelligent life forms. In fact, we humans and non-physical entities of OS are relatively minute, like one small school of fish in a gigantic ocean of sentient life. When you learn to move your awareness between dimensions, you will be amazed at the diversity of life forms that share our consciousness ecosystem. What difference does the existence of other reality systems make? Until one or more of these realities interact with your reality, the answer is none whatsoever. Absolutely none. It is a fact that OS is only one of many evolving reality systems, but this particular fact is of no practical importance. Your current task of reducing your entropy within the PMR Learning Lab. It may be nice to know that you are not alone, and interesting and educational to explore realms outside OS, however, such exploration can do little by itself to improve the quality of your consciousness. Activities that do not contribute significantly to the positive evolution of your consciousness are not important. The fundamental process of evolution combined with the potential of sufficiently complex digital systems to self-organize generates all the real ity that is within our capacity to comprehend. In contrast, our space-time universe and small blue planet represent only one special case application of that process. It is worth noting that the dynamic interaction of a simple evolutionary process with the fundamental energy of a self-organizing digital consciousness spawns individual sentium awareness, thinking. http://www.my8igto.com Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 33 I-283. Beings, through a multi-leveled self-generating progression of recursive process that is reminiscent of how a simple geometric relationship generates an enuicate fractal pattern. An interesting similarity, in both consciousness and fractal systems, each part of the pattern carries the blueprint of the whole. The critters and things of the Earth along with our beloved planet, solar system, and universe inhabit only that sliver of 3D space-time and non-physical reality that is appropriate for our kind and our purpose. Every reality evolves its own compatible systems and ecosystems. POMUEES do not grow on high mountain tops for similar reasons. The space-time rule set is only appropriate for a tiny subset of reality. Other rule sets define consistent causalities elsewhere that are unimaginable to the residents of PMR. Consciousness and evolution have few limits placed upon their combined creativity. If any system or subsystem is profitable, can lead to self-initiated entropy reduction, it probably exists. Why would you believe that reality systems like OS are the only ones likely to be profitable when your mind can comprehend no more than an infinitesimal subset of the possibilities? Do not let your beliefs and the limitations of your current knowledge limit your notion of what is possible. Letting your ignorance define the limits of an acceptable reality is bad science. Unfortunately, it is also the norm. That is why young scientists make most of the dramatic breakthroughs. When you believe that you know, but do not, you cut yourself off from the possibility of ever knowing. The knowledge that lies outside the possibilities allowed by your core beliefs is beyond your intellectual reach, a merely invisible to your self-limited vision. You simply cannot see beyond the walls you have constructed regardless of how hard you are trying to do exactly that, and no matter how strongly you believe that your vision is clear and unimpeded. To see a bigger picture, to view what lies beyond, you must first tear down the wall or at least some portion of it. Human cultures are little more than communities of shared belief where common belief blindness leads to erroneous conclusions that are universally held as obvious truth. Energy forms, matter and light for example, and physics within other reality niches, including other 30 space-time realms, may be vastly different from our PMR because each dimension of existence, separate reality, functions under its own rule set. Nature, the natural manifestations of evolution within each reality, 1. Tends low leave few empty places and has a way of evolving something, NOL necessarily carbon-based biology, low populate whatever can be populated. Even the environs around high temperature. 284 I my big toe I infinity gets too big for real britches. Thermal vents, under huge pressures and in total darkness at the bottom of the oceans, produce life. Not as we are used to perhaps, but life just the same. The fundamental evolutionary process seems to work everywhere. Life or conscious awareness or individuated subsystems of consciousness are merely the result of a purposeful, self-interacting complex system with memory, evolving its way through a large and diverse set of environmentally constrained possibilities. A complete set of the possible forms that sentient life could take are beyond our knowing. AUM is one member of that set and we are another. Bacteria and flatworms are two more. Evolution produces light forms that are suited to their particular environment. That is how we and all the critters, including one-celled critters, and plants turned out as we are, we fit, are efficient and effective in, our environment. An environment beyond our imagination will evolve FON11s and functions beyond our imagination low suit itself. Everyone should agree that a digitally simulated interactive virtual reality has few intrinsic limitations. It is a generally accepted idea among scientists that if we, or at least something vaguely like what the Earth has produced, cannot exist, grow, and evolve within some postulated reality or host environment, then it is not possible for sentient life to flourish within such a place. The belief that any life forms that might exist out there must be similar to the life forms of Earth is a product of little picker thinking. Without a doubt, we have a very limited view from where and what we are and thus should be doubly careful not to constrain the possibilities we can grasp merely because we do not already know the answers. Such arrogance creates the walls of its own conceptual prison. Our PMR time appears to us to be continuous, non-granular or non-quantized, because the smallest times we can measure are vastly huge compared low one quanta of our time. You do not get the granularity in a slab of steel or a pane of glass unless you can measure distances down to the size of an atom or molecule. The glass, steel, or wood tabletop you set your drink on appears to be solid and continuous although we know it is made up of discrete tiny particles with vast regions of empty space between them. The granularity is imperceptible from the macro view. Time is the same way. From the macro view of our everyday experience, time appears to be continuous. You may find it profitable to visit this topic again after you have read chapters 9 and 10 of Book 3, where parallel probable universes are discussed. The bottom line is that all the time in all the past and present worlds that you might imagine is not a big deal for AUM to track. In time. Book 1, Section 2, Chapter 33 I-285. As well as space, we see that apparently infinite, but actually finite, is much more than enough to accomplish everything we have laid at the feet of a real AUM and a real TBC. It is reasonable to assume that AUM and TBC have multiple gazillions of margin, exua capacity, left over to grow into and play with. Although AUM is a big dude with a lot to do and keep track of, being infinite is not a prerequisite for the position. 34. Section 2 Postlude. Hail, hardy readers! Thou hast shown divine patience and great tenacity. I know it has been a wild ride and that you are wondering what to make of all these new concepts and ideas piled one upon the next like food on the plate of a teenage boy Alan all-you-can-eat junk food buff Ted. /v hacks worse, most readers probably have little experience that can help them evaluate the truth of what you have just read. That is the nature of big truth. It is either trivia obvious or totally opaque. There is no need to make judgments or jump to conclusions. Do not believe anything, for or against. Maintain an open mind and realize that you are only at the beginning of this journey. If everything made sense early on, it wouldn't be a particularly complex exposition and a trilogy would not be required. Because I am taking most of you on a trip far beyond your wildest musings, you should expect, this early in the unfolding, to feel somewhat ambivalent, lost, and, please, always skeptical. If you have little experience systematically exploring the larger reality of inner space, what you read here will no doubt seem abstruse, unsubstantiated and beyond K110 wing. It is not. It only seems that way from the perspective of your culture and your self-limited experience. Consider how a 5-year-old child, 01 your favorite pet critter, views and understands the larger what it lives in. Many things will seem absolutely beyond anyone's possible knowing when they are actually only out of sight of a limited vision and understanding. Believing that your vision is less limited than it actually is reflects. 288 My Big Toe I Section 2 Postlude. A natural U8 of high entropy consciousness that is constrained to an individuated unit of independent action. Section 4 will clarify this concept. Although what you have read in Section 2 may seem remote from your sense of reality, it was necessary to introduce some of the basic ideas you will need to bring the big picture into focus. Everything will fit together more smoothly later on. If the discussion of the life and times of AUM was tough slogging and prompted you to yawn a few items of your own, take heart, this next section, Section 3, is all about you. Because it is about you, it is bound to be exceptionally interesting. How could it be otherwise? In Section 3, Man in the Loop, we will make the first tentative connections between all the weird off-the-wall concepts in Section 2 and what they could possibly have to do with you and your physical and mental reality. Think you will like this next section more than the previous one, because it will give you some things think about that you do have the experience evaluate and it will be less abstract. If you have made it this far and still have the desire and gumption to go on, award yourself 4 beautiful gold stars for your intellectual tenacity and inquisitiveness. Paste them inside the front cover of this book so that everyone will know that you are a dedicated, committed, serious seeker after something extraordinarily important even if you are not sure at this point exactly what it is. Book 2. Discovery. Section 3 Man in the Loop. How you fit into the big picture, ego, body, mind, and purpose. Section 4 Solving the mystery. Mind, matter, energy, and experience. Synopsis of Book 1. Book 1, Awakening, Section L provides a partial biography of the author that is pertinent to the subsequent creation of this trilogy. This brief look at the author's unique experience and credentials sheds light upon the origins of this extraordinary work. The unusual associations, circumstances, training, and research that eventually led to the creation of the My Big Picture Theo 1Y of Everything, My Big Toe, trilogy are described to provide a more accurate perspective of the whole. Book 1, Awakening, Section 2 lays out and defines the basic conceptual building blocks needed to construct My Big Toe's conceptual foundation. It discusses the cultural beliefs that trap our thinking into a narrow and limited conceptualization of reality, defines the basics of big picture epistemology and ontology, as well as examines the nature and practice of meditation. Most importantly, Section 2 defines and develops the two fundamental assumptions upon which this trilogy is based: a high NUOP primordial consciousness energy form called AUO, absolute unbounded oneness, and the fundamental process of evolution. AUO eventually evolves to become a much lower NUOP consciousness energy form called AUM, absolute unbounded manifold, even though neither is absolute or unbounded. Using only these two assumptions, Section 2 logically infers the nature of time, space, and consciousness, as well as describes the basic properties, purpose, and mechanics of our reality. Additionally, Section 2 develops the concepts of the big computer, TBC, and the even bigger computer, EBC, as operational models of aware digital consciousness. Our system, OS, is defined to be PMR, physical L/fatter reality, our physical universe, plus the subset of NPMRR, a specific part of non-physical matter reality, NPMR, that is interactive with PMR. Many of the concept point 5 initiated in Section 2 are more fully explained in Book 2. http://www.my-big-toe.com. Section 3. Man in the Loop. How you fit into the big picture. Ego, body, mind, and purpose. 35. Introduction to Section 3. Rum evolved the space-time consciousness construct to provide us with the experience we need to help it lower its overall entropy. Is this not as crystal clear as the morning dew? If you do not understand this now, you will understand it clearly before you have completed Book 2. Before we get started, it might be a good idea to warm up first with a few mind stretches. Everybody take a deep breath. Here we go. Stay with me now. Try to hallucinate a spherical chicken, a very large spherical chicken, bigger, bigger, bigger. That's it. Now hold that concept, hold it, hold it. Now, this is the difficult part, pretend you understand it, that's it, make it seem perfectly understandable, perfectly reasonable, that's it. That's it. Now hold that clarity, hold it. Just a little longer, hold it. Okay. Relax. Phew. That's better. Okay, now end with another 1 deep breath. That was great. I think you are as ready as you are going to get. Seriously folks, if you do not understand something, do not assume that it must be so or that it cannot be so, and do not pretend uncritically that you understand what is outside of your experience. Remember, open-minded skepticism is the order of the day. Use it to fill up the void left by temporarily suspending your beliefs. Alright, let's get back to work. LT is not that we are separate from space-time and live within it, as we live in a house but are not part of the house. We experience space-time as our minds interpret and process TL1E limited perceptions gathered by our senses. Contrary to popular belief, space-time is not a physical construct that we physical beings live within, but rather the result of a rule set that defines the experiential virtual reality that we perceive. Because of our limited physical perception-based experience, it appears to us that http://www.my-big-toe.com. 296 My Big Toe Introduction to Section 3. We live or exist within a space-time universe when in fact space-time is nothing more than the constraints that bound the experience of an individuated consciousness enrolled in PMR 101. I know that this is confusing, but by the end of Section 4, you will have no trouble understanding that the physical reality you physically experience is merely the experience our consciousness interprets as physical reality. If your sensed physical reality and what your consciousness interprets as physical reality seem the same to you, it is because your culture has convinced you that consciousness is a derivative of the physical body. TI1E experience that our senses interpret as physical reality leads to the conclusion that physical reality is an external reality that our body interacts with. Reality is defined by our physical interaction with it. On the other hand, the experience that our consciousness interprets as physical reality leads to the conclusion that physical reality is an internal reality created by the perceptions of consciousness, a virtual physical existence that is defined by our mind's interaction with the space-time rule set. The first assigns perception directly to the body, while the second assigns perception directly to the consciousness and only indirectly to a virtual body constrained to perceive a local reality defined by a given rule set. An individual mind, an individuated unit of consciousness, engaged in an interactive multiplayer virtual reality must experience, act, and interact within the bounds prescribed by the causal rule set that defines that particular reality. Any consistent high-fidelity virtual reality must follow a specific rule set and will appear to be physical to the individuals experiencing it. Clarity should emerge in Section 4 as you begin to understand that the ultimate source of your experience is not what you perceive as your local physical reality. Your physical reality is an interpreted virtual reality that only appears physical. Have patience and you shall see that this concept is scientifically and logically sound. Individuated consciousness within AUM is roughly analogous to a two-dimensional bed sheet that some children have stuck their hands into, pulling the sheet down around their wrists and forearms to make individuated hand puppets. Each hand puppet is an individual animated thing, and can interact with the other puppets, by grabbing them perhaps. Yet for all their individuality, fat, thin, small, large, aggressive, calm, each hand puppet is part of the same sheet, existing only as pro-truss ions in the sheet relative to flatter, more uniform parts of the sheet. The puppets exist as three-dimensional variations in the two-dimensional sheet. They are all pan of same sheet, but exist as individual extensions of the two-dimensional shear into the third dimension. http://www.my8igto.com Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 35 I-297. LE is worth noting that the extensions into the third dimension must be maintained by constraint. Imagine a rubber band that goes over the puppet and around the wrist of the child's hand. Remove the constraint and the sheet's protrusion into the third dimension quickly disappears. The sheet maintains its natural two-dimensional existence unless some sort of constraint forces it to bulge in the third dimension. Similarly, we PM are physical beings, each with our personal individuated consciousness, are all part of the same AUM consciousness. We are individual, yet at the same time we are all one with AUM, the fundamental source consciousness. Our individual existence, like the hand puppets, is the result of constraints defining a dimensional variation in consciousness that individuates a unique entity with free will. Space-time is the virtual medium through which the rules of engagement, constraints that define our interactive experience with other players, are applied. Players are defined as anything, beings, objects, or energy, that may become interactive with us. Can one idea, thought thing, be manifested rough, give bent another? Sure. Why not? LNAUM's world of digital consciousness energy, thoughts, discrete packets of organized content, are real things, the only real things, and AUM can birth, think up or organize, as many as it wants to. Think of a thought within AUM as a reusable object, a chunk of fixed or variable content with certain attributes, characteristics, and abilities that can be stored, transmitted, or used as an operator. The object-oriented programmers among you will pick this idea up very easily, while the rest should think about the persistent, consistent, and cumulative digital existence of various characters, items, and devices in interactive online computer games. Now, imagine that some of these game object thought forms have enough complexity, memory, and access to processing power to be goal-seeking, self-modifying independent agents. Let your imagination run wild until you can imagine digital creations of all types, all thought forms within a digital consciousness. Recall that EVA's thing at its core is part of the same digital AUM mind sheet thing. If you followed the previous two paragraphs, you ended up with the concept that we are fragments, derivatives, or subsets of AUM consciousness, existing individually within AUM. Oh shit. This is confusing. This is your first test. Was the preceding phrase, A prayer to ALVL asking for guidance and relief, B, a thinly veiled coarse expression of frustration born of a limited viewpoint, C, a pitiful attempt at humor, D, one more meaningless phrase indistinguishable from all the others, or E, all of the above? http://www.my-big-toe.com 298 My Big Toe Introduction to Section 3. In Section 4, I will give a detailed explanation of how we derive, perceive, and experience our 3D bodies as well as our entire space-time universe. We, our universe, and other universes in other dimensions are all specialized thought parts or subsets of AUM. This is true for physical and non-physical beings and universes. Before we leap off into a discussion of how, why, and where we as individuals fit into this big picture, let us quickly pull together and consolidate what we know about AUO, AUM, and the results of the fundamental process. We know that AUM is the result of the fundamental process of evolution being applied to the one-celled, dimly aware, primal AUO consciousness potential energy thing. We also know that AUM's complexity and awareness continues to dramatically accelerate until it reaches a relatively stable average growth rate where issues of quality and refinement begin absorbing more of the available energy than bold new leaps into unknown and untried possibilities. From that point, internal quality is improved and gains are refined, integrated, and consolidated until the next evolutionary breakthrough occurs, setting off another period of rapid growth. Eventually, the growth rates of finite systems must decrease, the very definition of maturity, but they do not have to go to zero. In general, the larger the system, the longer it takes before growth rates become asymptotic to the time axis. An apparently infinite aware consciousness energy thing constitutes an exceedingly large finite system with unimaginable opportunities for accelerated growth. Do not even try to imagine the breadth, depth, and capacity of AUM. You cannot. Digital consciousness systems do not deteriorate with time like biological systems, though they can evolve, that is, evolve into higher entropy, less significant, profitable, and viable states. AUM achieves self-optimization and growth through the exploration of the possibilities by implementing the fundamental process. AUM can eventually figure out how to willfully boost its quality, lower its entropy by utilizing its potential and organizing its bits more effectively, once it realizes that profitability is a function of the intent that drives its choices. So it is //thus. When you read AUM learns, do not use the small dash, EU definition of learning, intellectual learning. Learning is more than accumulating facts from your EI7, Aryan C, other people, or books. Big picture learning must also include improving the quality of your being, which is not a fact-based process. Have you ever known an exceptional, smart person, knows lots of useful facts, who is also, choose one or more from the following list, dumb, out of it, insensitive, egocentric, arrogant, or an intermittent or? http://www.my-big-toe.com 1. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 35 I-299. Full-time jerk? If you have the stellar good fortune to hang out in the hallowed halls of academia, with the upper echelons of government or corporate management, or with a bunch of highly ambitious middle-aged professionals, you know exactly the type 1 I am referring to. Such a person appears more retarded than advanced from the perspective of a bigger picture where the ability to develop and maintain effective positive relationships with a wide variety of people is much more significant than the ability to manipulate facts. Clearly, growing up within a larger reality has much more to do with raising the quality of your consciousness than accumulating information. What matters most is the development of wisdom, understanding, and the capacity to love, which are not primarily intellectual achievements. As you grow up, you learn to synthesize your experience data into larger and larger perspectives until eventually everything is seen to be interactive, interrelated, and a part of everything else. The love I am referring to here is an attitude, a value, a way of interacting and being, and needs no specific object on which to focus. Facts and intellectual knowledge can help point in the right direction and perhaps pick around the edges of how to grow quality, but to usually get it requires that one go beyond rational PRVLR causal analysis. Analysis fads because you can never collect more than a small percentage of the relevant facts required for a rational, logical conclusion when dealing with big picture issues, and because love is not an intellectual pursuit. Love is the result of low entropy consciousness. AUO was described earlier as everything, the one source, and nothing, no actual individuated thing, simultaneously. AUO began its existence as an unstructured potential energy system analogous to a single biological cell floating in the primordial ooze. AUM is aware, active, and purposeful. An advanced aware consciousness. What an amazing transformation! You can thank the fundamental process of evolution, especially as it applies to consciousness, for that metamorphosis. As consciousness develops awareness, intelligence, values, and personality, its entropy shrinks as its ability to organize itself effectively and profitably increases. AUO represents the basis for consciousness, an energy form, a media for digital self-organization or awareness. AUO is a metaphor for a primordial dim awareness that evolved the capability to create differentiated cells, local non-uniformity, relative to its uniformity. It subsequently found it profitable to change the state of those cells as the fundamental process began optimizing imernal environmental interactions. As the complexity, potentiality, and possibilities grew, AUO's awareness evolved. http://www.my-big-toe.com 300 My Big Toe Introduction to Section 3. To include, specialized structure, memory, organization, complex content-laden communications between subsystems, brilliant self-awareness, and purpose. AUO naturally evolves, grows up, into AUM. Picturia UM as a geeky hygiene challenge at teenage computer freak with ugly red zits called PMRs. Do you think our universe might be a particularly nasty infection on the nose of a pubescent consciousness? I bet you have never thought of your reality in those terms before. A mystical eruption on the nostril of AUM. What a beautiful image. Sheer poetry. Of course, I am just kidding, we wouldn't be on AUM's nose. Speaking of getting popped, what does the zit theory of existence, or what is more affectionately referred to by cosmologists and cosmetologists as the pus a us reality concept, do for your ego's sense of humanity's special importance? Aha, one after all that polite jabber about petri dishes. The mysterious connection between humanity and bacteria rises to a head. A word of caution, this book is heavy, so be careful where you throw it. You might inadvertently hit an innocent bystander in the head, thereby warping his skull and his mind simultaneously. Take a deep breath and let it go. There is no saving throw against tasteless lowbrow humor. These days an eloquent book is as rare as a truly innocent bystander. The evolution of bright complex consciousness from dim awareness, does that seem unlikely? We carbon-based human life forms are reported to have done something like that ourselves, from one-celled dimly aware blobs of protoplasm to our present grand and elegant selves. Did I forget to mention magnificent, brilliant, and superior? And we are on slow time by 36 orders of magnitude compared to AUM. You, as part of AUM, are simply an individuated consciousness. I know. That may seem strange, but making this a reasonable proposition and explaining how it works is what sections 4 and 5 are all about. AUM is consciousness, thought, operational knowledge, idea, and awareness. Consciousness represents the most basic form of energy, a self-relational digital media that can be structured through evolutionary processes to reduce its average entropy. You are a portion, an infinitesimal smidgen, of this ALVF consciousness thing, and as such, you share the attributes and abilities of all consciousness. Because the capacity of your particular consciousness, Your personal evolutionary potential is great, so is your responsibility for its development and use. AUM, like any complex system, has evolved both structural and dynamic components. Its structural components are objectives, values, dimension, specialized calculation space, memory, and patterns, rules. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 35I-30I. Its dynamic components are time, intent, motivation, intellect, and will. Value-based awareness, intelligence, and purpose are created, sustained, driven, animated, and motivated by the evolutionary imperative to improve the functionality of the system through better organization, entropy reduction. The imperative to implement the fundamental process is the prime mover of progress. VL is consciousness, as opposed W has consciousness, and it eventually acts, changes state, and evolves through the exercise of will or intent, self-aware consciousness in control of itself. If you really want to, for poetic reasons, or really need to, for reasons of emotional comfort, you may say that all things, our universe, all PMRs and NPMRs, and all the beings therein, are manifestations of AUM's will and made of AUM substance, self-configuring digital organization. You could also say that we brainy people, with our minds full of fully operational and original thoughts and ideas, are created in AUM's image, along with a varied collection of thoughtful dogs, cats, foxes, pigs, monkeys, and computers. Don't get lost here, I am talking about our minds, our consciousness, not our adorable little bodies. Now we can take one more fold in Olu bedsheet analogy. As before, AUM is the sheet, we and everything in our reality are the sheet hand puppets protruding into the space-time dimension, and the energy that animates the little fingers, hands, and arms is our individuated portion of AUM's conscious awareness, which is expressed through our individual free will. The sheet and its protruding DIN-1 engines are engaged in a program of continuous quality improvement administered by the fundamental process of evolution acting upon a multi-leveled consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem. By the end of Section 4 this will be clear. For now, merely entertain the possibility that our bodies and all the objective matter in our 30 world are the product ls of constrained consciousness and a rule-based virtual sense perception. Do not fall into habituated anthropomorphic concepts or you may start thinking of ALV as a person. Foot will be more productive to think of AUM as a thing, a complex consciousness system, a big cellular quantized thought energy thing that constitutes the one source of all that ours. Do not conceive of AUM as a superhuman intellect, yourself extrapolated to God-sized proportions and qualities. Resist the urge to turn AUM into an ancient-looking old geezer with a long white beard playing with his pet people, or all manner of silliness will mystically erupt from the Greer void. 302 My Big Toe Introduction to Section 3. Hey, I know, let's play God. I'll be the God, and you be the people. No way, Hosea. I wanna be the God one. I thought it up, it's my game and I wanna be the God first. Okay, I promise, next eternity you can be the God and I'll be the people. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Tell you what, if you let me be the God this eternity I'll make you boss over all the critters and give you a woman that never goes out of heat. Deal? Is AUM's awareness intelligent and sentient? I would say so, but not in the same way that we are intelligent and sentient, not that limited. Is a baboon's awareness intelligent and sentient? Yes, but more limited than ours in most cases. Does AUM care? Does it take care of us? Aren't we its babies, so to speak? Good grief, one, don't get anthropomorphically silly on me here. Wipe that self-indulgent mist out of those puppy eyes. Do you care about the individual cells in your thumb or whether or not you are born with or without an appendix? Not really. Where we human types place our attention depends on the challenges of the fundamental process. Much of our energy is dedicated to our physical being, issues of survival and procreation. However, AUM does not have that distraction. Evolution for AUM is more of an up-close and personal take-charge sort of thing. Perhaps as we get better at genetic engineering and cloning we will get a dim glimmer of AUM's position relative to influencing its own evolution. Until then, it is best not to puff up our self-importance so much that it gets in the way of our ability to see the truth, whatever it might be. In the meantime, if lumpy consciousness sheets seem distressingly cold and impersonal as a source of our being, I have a practical solution. Anyone wanting a warm fuzzy relationship T11 at gushes unconditional love, which is focused individually on, and directly at, a needful, and oh, so, deserving you should, get a dog. Don't be confused by the forward and backward spelling thing, simply look for a genuine, guaranteed warm and fuzzy dog. Besides loving, dogs are straightforward, honest, faithful, loyal, and forgiving. They are seldom demanding, revengeful, jealous, angry, self-important, or into tier and dogma, egotistical. They will never ever tell you to go to hell. They are never rude or sassy and never forget to flush the toilet or to turn off the lights that they have turned on. They will not run up charges on you one credit card or dent your car. Better yet, they never drop their clothes on the floor and will never invite their mother to come. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 35 I 303. Live with you. No dog has ever smoked a cigar or invited his friends over to drink beer and watch football on TV. Dogs are happy to exist on your leftovers and eat your garbage. That, ladies and gentlemen, is as warm and fuzzy as it gets if you are looking for a relationship that takes little to no effort on your part. That is what we are all looking for, isn't it? A no-fault, at least not ours, low-maintenance relationship in which we are unconditionally loved and forgiven because we exist and meet the basic superficial requirements. What could be better than that? That is what you truly want, right? No problem. Go get a dogl. If you maintain the letters in the right order, you will happily find that dogs deliver warm fuzzies all the time instead of only in relation to your needs, beliefs, and fears. And here is the best part, dog ownership never generates internal pressures that would lead you to be hypocritical or self-righteous. You can just be yourself. Your dog will love you however you are. Even if you are not nice to your dog and don't love it, it will still love and adore you above all other ones. LT5 love is widely spread, deeply sincere, and truly unconditional, a being worthy of your emulation, if not outright worship. Hey, what's with the fireworks, rope, and torches? Is this some sort of medieval pageant? Are we going to have a bonfire and toast marshmallows? Look, I agree with you. There are magnificent and endless sources of genuine spiritual warm fuzzies, but you have to work hard to grow up enough to access them. They are not easy, low maintenance, or superficial. They are not focused, even in a small way, on what you get for meeting requirements. Thal concept was spawned to support a membership drive. Ins lead, they are about your capacity to embody and apply, give, absolute unconditional love. Performing rituals and doing dogma doesn't gel it. Belief, pro or con, can, at best, generate a self-focused egocentric I feel good about myself, my faith, and my belief warm pseudo-fuzzy. If you ever get to know the real thing, you will never again settle for a pseudo-fuzzy. 36. Geez Louise, will that fat rat ever find the cheese? It is generally accepted, among humans, that we Homo sapiens have the most advanced intelligence and are the most thoughtful of all the Earth 11 creatures. Does that make us more AUM-like, closer to the source? Do you think that we must be AUM's favorite creation, or most amusing experiment? Humans are no doubt exceptionally clever. What other species could create no fewer tha 11 entirely independent ways to destroy all life as we know it, nuclear bombs, global warming, toxic waste, pollution, and excessive non-ecological global resource consumption? Such creativity and awesome intelligence makes you feel proud, doesn't it? What's wrong with Ilias picture? What term is missing from the human equation? Our species has always intuitively known Iliad. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, we just never appreciated how dangerous for how little. We beings of limited 3D awareness, what you see is what you get, that is the beauty of us, and the opportunity of us. Our awareness limited, physical experience-based, interactive human community excels at creating wonderful opportunities to grow the individual and collective quality of our consciousness. Limited awareness guarantees that our interaction within PMR accurately and immediately reflects the quality of our being. You have only consider young children or your favorite furry critter to realize how a perspective that is limited to a relatively little picture produces transparent and straightforward interactions and reactions. For an individuated consciousness such as you, limited awareness produces learning opportunities within a relatively simple and straightforward interactive virtual environment with immediate results-related feedback and consequences. 306 My big toe I's Louise, will that fat rat ever find the cheese? The complex, duplicitous, and anything but forward minds that we appear to have only look like that from a limited viewpoint where insignificant variations of fear and ego appear to be vastly more important than they actually are. The events that we wring our hands and gnash our teeth over day after day are typically drawn from the mishmash of trivial details that define our personal soap operas. What appears vitally important to us in the little picture of belief blindness and struggling egos is often completely inconsequential from a big picture perspective. You are aware in the little picture so that you may eventually grow your quality until it becomes capable of direct participation in the big picture. Aimlessly wandering about in a fear-based ego-driven little picture soap opera where you get to write your own script is not exactly on the fast you act to success. That you may be a good enough and lucky enough script writer to become rich and famous in PMR is irrelevant. In order to have a meaningful opportunity to do it right, you must also have the opportunity to do it wrong. From the perspective of the big picture, physical reality provides an optimal nursery for budding consciousness. The typical self-assessment of human mental complexity and cleverness is based on our self-serving species definition of elegance and cleverness as the ability to influence, manipulate, control, and dominate others, natural and man-made environments, plants, critters, other people, and everything else. That is why we clever humans develop and evolve most of our technologies and social systems around the needs of WA1 defense, trade, and communications, and why we have both accidentally and purposely generated multiple capacities to destroy the diverse life of our planet along with ourselves. Because of our needs, wants, desires, fears, ignorance, beliefs, and ego, lack of consciousness quality, we apply much of the mental energy of our species to issues of control and dominance, internationally, nationally, and personally. Cleverness, it seems, is primarily in the eye of the beholder. Nevertheless, we physical beings are, from the viewpoint of a less limited consciousness, exceedingly simple and straightforward. Our motivations, intentions, and interactions accurately and clearly demonstrate the quality of our consciousness in everything we do, say, think, and feel. A less limited consciousness finds our machinations within the physical to be transparent. Our quality, or lack thereof, is obvious, we cannot hide what we are. I have to ask what do your motivations and actions say about the quality of your consciousness? That is a good question. Ponder, you. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 36 I 307. Should paste that on the refrigerator door of your mind to remind you to ask it often, because, one day not that far off, you will need to deal with the answer. The results of our actitl 5, the environment we create, as well as the reactions of other people to us, provide immediate feedback to assess the quality of our intent. We create our reality through the implementation of our intent choices and how we interpret our perceptions. The results are most often precisely what we need and deserve, can use, to stimulate productive growth. In general, we do it wrong, make the wrong choices, we get pain. If we do it DGH4, the resultant spiritual growth spreads sunshine everywhere. Here, right and wrong are used in the evolutionary sense. Right and wrong in the evolutionary sense are the same as absolute right and wrong in the motivational sense when the fundamental process of evolution is focused on improving the quality of our consciousness. The previous sentence actually makes sense, but you may need to think about it a while. Relative right and wrong often has its roots in absolute right and wrong. However, the result may be strangely twisted by belief systems of all sons, cultural, religious, personal, and scientific. All pain does not come from making the wrong choices. Only self-inflicted, internally caused, pain, which makes up the bulk of our daily ration of pain and suffering, has wrong choices at its fundamental source. You may occasionally experience either small or great pain from external sources. These usually reflect the existence of randomness within our lives. I will discuss the origin and nature of these random components in Chapter 11 of this book and in the next 2 sections. It is this simple: sometimes the ball takes a bounce and hits you squarely between the eyes, and sometimes the cookie crumbles into dust before you get to taste it. Or, in the PRTHY, if somewhat crude, words of the famous cinematic philosopher genius Forrest Gump, shit happens. External and internal causes of pain can be mixed and mingled together. However, most of us most of the time wrongly believe that our self-created pain is actually externally derived. That belief makes us feel better in the short run. We do not want to see ourselves as the primary source of our unhappiness and dissatisfaction, though that is almost always the truth. It is easier and more comfortable for us to believe that we are the victims of others, or simply are unlucky. Sometimes that is the case, but that condition is the rare exception rather than the general rule. The general rule is that most of the pain in your life is self-inflicted while very little is thrust upon you from the outside. We believe the opposite because an external enemy is always easier to accept and defeat than an internal one. It is easy to see how this rule applies to others, as it is difficult to see how it applies to oneself. 308 I my big toe I geez Louise, will that fat rat ever find the cheese? Right and wrong in social or cultural sense is relative and customary, often a diluted and dist0-root shadow of absolute right and wrong. Absolute right and wrong are operationally defined to optimize the growth, evolution, of the quality of our consciousness, or equivalently, our spiritual development. Right in 10L and choices help us improve the quality of our being, whereas wrong intents and choices stimulate NC positive growth and may cause us to lose some previously earned quality. Absolute right and wrong, intents, motivations, choices, and actions, are defined and differentiated by the effect they have on the average NUOP of the system. One can learn from either right or wrong choices. PMR is designed to serve as a learning lab, a place where units of individuated consciousness, sometimes referred to as beings, entities, or souls, can grow up, improve their quality, by exercising their free will intent within a virtual system of direct interactive experience and feedback. Many other subsets of NPMR are also configured as learning labs. Some employ versions of space-time while others do not. Each provides a local reality system for its inhabitant 5 who see themselves as physical and all other realities as non-physical. A reality systems are virtual, hence there is no actual distinction between real and virtual. Everything is consciousness, a vast system of self-modifying digital organization evolving toward lower entropy. Most of the time we are provided a near-optimal learning opportunity, by circumstances that we have custom designed to fit our individual needs. Moment by moment, with immediate and obvious results, these growth opportunities stare us in TL1E face or bop us between the eyes. Could any learning laboratory be more efficient than our beloved 3D space-time? I doubt it. AL1 I knew what it was doing, evolutionarily speaking, that is, when it evolved, the concept of limited virtual physical realities. We are like rats in a maze where wrong turns meet with an immediate electrical shock. We are in a wonderfully complex pudding maze, to succeed, We must taste our way through it. What could be easy one or more efficient? We make the wrong choices and are motivated by the wrong reasons and zap. We get the electric shock and make ourselves miserable. We make the right choices for the right reasons and we create happy, productive, rewarding lives. We get the cheese. This is simple evolution where success is simultaneously its own criteria, evaluation, and reward. Consciousness is in the process of evolving its way through an evolution. A maze of intent, choice, interaction, and reaction. I should point out a few basic facts about evolving the quality of your consciousness in our reality. Although the results of your actions, feedback. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 36 I 309. Are immediate and obvious, you can ignore them or misinterpret them if your ego is making too big a fuss. Then, it may take a while before the situation degenerates to the point where the resulting dysfunction becomes impossible to ignore or excuse. As in all learning situations, being attentive, paying attention in class, is absolutely essential to an efficient learning process. Don't ask for an easier maze, you won't get one. For those who typically slip through demanding situations by avoiding the things that are most difficult, let me point out that there are absolutely no shortcuts, no end runs, no acceptable excuses, and no way to quit. That anthropomorphized little old man with the Jong white beard that you can hustle favors from by believing the correct things and performing the correct rituals is a product of your little picture culture and a fearful, needy mind looking for the easy way out. 101 is handing out judgernanks and calling the plays from the sidelines. Not even a non-anthropomorphic thought system thing is likely to be paying attention to any particular individual human bacterium in the PMR petri dish. Humanity, as you know it and think of it, is not central to the machinations of the big picture. You should be proud to be a bit player, not disappointed because you are not the star. As far as I can tell, no reality or dimension is more central than the others. All are bit players, or equivalently, all are stars, playing their specific parts. Only a fat ugly ego could care a flip about the relative importance of Earth-based humans. The relative value and comparative status of our species holds no meaning for an advanced consciousness such as your set, but you wouldn't believe how many other folks think that humanity is the creme de la creme of sentient existence. These egotists can become deflated, resistive, and defensive when you tell them that, in the big picture, they are not particularly imponent. When you are used to being fantastically magnificent and superior, a legend in your own mind, it is difficult to see yourself as a common bit player in a much larger drama. The process of improving the quality of your consciousness is a matter of simple evolution, much easier than a fish learning to walk on land and breathe air. Live and learn, do and die. If at first you don't succeed, try again, you know the drill. Take your place alongside the other sentient chunks of individuated digital consciousness, both physical and non-physical. Neither you, nor your species, nor your local reality is more important, special, or superior relative to the gazillions of others. Feelings of superiority developed in relation to other obviously inferior PMR beings and life forms, mankind is above all other creatures of the earth, is an error of perception that has generated many particularly. 310 I my big toe I geez Louise, will that fat rat ever find the cheese? Destructive belief systems and caused much damage low biosphere Earth, as well as greatly retarded individual human progress toward greater consciousness quality. Because consciousness is an attribute of individuals, all conscious entities are vitally important in their own way, each has its own mission and purpose and is an important contributor to the whole. All are different, all have their own challenges, and none is fundamentally superior or inferior. Think of consciousness within NPMRN as a vast interdependent evolving ecosystem. Any part feeling superior to any other part is the result of ignorance, biliet, and ego existing within a little picture perspective. Actions motivated by feelings of superiority are bound to lead to destructive results for all members of the larger system, including those feeling superior. How superior is it to shoot oneself in the foot over and over again? Now that you are feeling sufficiently humble, let me continue using the ecosystem metaphor to show you the other side of this coin. Within the larger eco-mind system designed to evolve consciousness quality, PMR can be thought of as a particular biome. Consciousness ecosystems are not based on the evolutionary pressures of mutual survival and propagation, but evolve low improve themselves, to lower their entropy. Where survival and propagation represent predominate environmental constraints, individuals are not as important, in terms of evolution as are the groups they belong to. In biological evolution, superior individuals either impact a larger species-level profitability statistic, or their potential contribution is lost. An individual's impact on the success of an established species is nearly infinitesimal. Progress accrues through a large number of very small individual contributions that all point in a similar direction. In biological systems, it is the continuous immortal group, not the discontinuous mortal individual, that is the primary beneficiary of evolution. Within a consciousness system such as NPMRN, individual immortal conscious entities continuously evolve and contribute gains in their personal consciousness quality, lowered entropy, directly to the whole of which they are a continuing part. A single conscious entity has the potential to make a very significant, direct, and wholly independent contribution to the larger consciousness ecosystem as it seeks profitability on a personal level. As each individuated consciousness evolves, the larger consciousness system, AUM, evolves as well. Survival-based interdependencies between groups and the evolution of species within PMR is replaced by personal growth and the evolution of individual consciousness within NPMR. That is how you can be one of a gazillion entities in some experimental consciousness petri dish and at the same time be individually very important too. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 36 I 311. The whole. Your personal contribution is not limited by a group function or a slow uncertain pass-along process with strong random components, it is simply measured by the quality that your consciousness brings to the table. Quality runs the gamut from the severely limited, high entropy, fear-based, self-serving ego, to the unlimited, low entropy, unconditional love exhibited by AUM consciousness. As you move from the former to the latter, your personal significance relative to the whole increases dramatically. Thought of an brilliant bacteria must remain in its petri dish as a part of its group. An evolved consciousness can outgrow the culture within its originally assigned petri dish and one day join the laboratory staff. You are an independent, with free will individuated consciousness containing the potential of AUM, no individual, species, or group affiliations can help or hinder your effort to become a more significant entity. Thus, feeling superior about your group affiliation, galaxy, planet, species, race, culture, religion, nation, profession, education, or socio-economic status, is simply counterproductive. In an aside near the end of chapter 20 of this book, I will explain why it is that a highly evolved, low entropy consciousness has no sense of superiority. In the big picture, the quality of your consciousness determines whether you are of infinitesimal or great stature, of minor or major consequence to the whole, have a job in the lab, or are wallowing around cluelessly in the petri dish. Implement the fundamental principles. Make each choice count. Get with the program. Evolve your being. You are doing it now and you have no choice. You exist, you are an individuated consciousness and you cannot stop existing. Your physical death initiates a process that eventually creates a new maze for you to explore. Your learning is cumulative. You are a participant in, as well as a driver of, the consciousness cycle. You are in the game whether you want to be or not. Every day you are evolving more toward the positive or negative pole of being. You cannot stay neutral or remain stationary. Denial and ignorance are inconsequential and affect nothing. Your permission or willingness to be involved is completely irrelevant. You are in the process of actively evolving your consciousness now. You are doing ILFO1 better or for worse. The only questions are how well and how efficiently are you doing it? Are you progressing or regressing, and if so, how steadily and at what rate? Is your growth process efficient? Is your learning rate optimal? Shock or cheese? Geez Louise, that's a tough one, let me think about it. You can be confused and non-productive, perhaps fail, if, 1. You do not understand the game and therefore do not know that your reality is actually an amazing maze of many choices that is driving the evolution of your consciousness, therefore remaining purposeless, pointless, and without focus, nol even trying. 2. Your taste buds are soul-twisted and confused. 312 I my big toe I geez Louise, will that fat rat ever find the cheese? Because of beliefs, self-absorption, attachments, needs, and fears, ego, that you cannot, or you not, taste the difference between miserable, arrogant, unproductive pudding, and loving, growth-inducing, delicious and satisfying pudding. In other words, you cannot differentiate between electric shocks and fine white cheddar cheese. You therefore lose your sense of direction and have no means to distinguish up from down, dark from light, or progress from regression. If an individual rat in the maze sees no point in exploring and cannot differentiate between electrical shocks and cheese, it is in for a long and difficult training experience. Poor rat. What a miserably frustrating light. Not much progress is expected. Shocks become an ordinary accepted part of light and are no big deal. That's life, says this rat with resignation. To this particular rat, the world, light within its local reality, may seem random, existential, nihilistic, mystical, or driven by an unfathomable, jealous, vengeful, or demanding God. To a collection of such rats, cynicism, self-pity, anger, victimhood, resignation, escapism, recreational drug use, as well as a fascination and obsession with sex and the symbols of power, including vicarious violence and domination through entertainment, competition and sport, conspicuous consumption, macho vehicles and aggressive driving, and the ownership of weapons, become common personal strategies to deal with the anxiety, inadequacy, insecurity, and powerlessness generated by fear. Value, purpose, objectives, and goals of being are lost in a confusing whirl of fine shades of relative, meaningless gray. WHIJE The original concepts of black and white are lost. These hapless rats will be driven and animated by their ego, their immediate needs, wants, desires, fears, and beliefs. Does this description, driven and animated by immediate needs, wants, desires, fears, and beliefs, remind you of anyone you know, a distant acquaintance, a least favorite relative, or perhaps your evil twin? You might be tempted to surmise that these rats are obviously too dumb to play the game and that it is cruel and unusual punishment to put these stupid, lost, and confused creatures in such a complex maze in the first place. Unfortunately, evolution shows little compassion and weeps no tears for its failures or slow learners. Goodbye dodo birds, adios dinosaurs, so long trilobites. Your concept of fairness is a function of your ego and belief systems and mostly irrelevant. Reasons and excuses for not making it or getting it fall on the deaf ears of the fundamental process of evolution. Making it and getting it, within your given set of possible interactions, are the non-negotiable requirements of evolutionary progress. An evolving system is either unprofitable. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 36 I 313. Say goodbye if chat condition is not turned around in time, profitable, progress is being made, or neither, an astable condition that is hanging around waiting to see which way it will go. Cruel and unusual? Too difficult? Do you sometimes feel that unreasonable conditions for growth are forced upon you? Sure, like bad weather at a picnic is forced upon you by mean old Mother Nature. The fundamental process, as it applies itself to an individuated consciousness, is not personal regardless of how helpless resignation, ego, anger, paranoia, cynicism, or self-pity might construe it. If you think it is personal, you are probably placing yourself too high up on the consciousness chain. Bacteria are extremely important to us, Our IDE depends on them, but what we do that affects bacteria is usually not intended to be a personal affront or reward to any individual bacterium. I am describing the general case. There are always exceptions, but they are much, much fewer than a PO would indicate. Nevertheless, evolution is patient. Patient enough to let that rat suffer in confused discomfort until it eventually progresses its awareness and ambition the point it can evolve a solution. The rat has free will and some basic intelligence, while evolution has all the time in the world. This rat is on its own to sink or swim by its choices. It does have one advantage, however: it gets, as most rats do, all the help it can profitably use from its non-physical friends who do care and understand the significance of individual progress. A simplistic view that confuses the local reality of our system with the large one reality of AUM holds that since some rats do figure it out, and because those that do are strongly encouraged to help out the remaining rats, eventually all the rats will make it. A universal high-quality consciousness, a heavenly vision of ubiquitous love, peace, and light, is believed to be the inescapable final result of consciousness evolution in Ralville. The only questions that would remain in such an experiment are the details defining the path taken to connect the endpoints, and how long it will take. For a grand experiment in consciousness, this is much too narrowly focused, scientifically shallow, and of dubious value to the larger reality of AUM. To make the experiment truly useful and productive, the evolutionary process must be more challenging and have an open-ended result. To optimize the consciousness cycle and learn more about the dynamics of consciousness, add to this learning laboratory the intrigue of bits of poisoned cheese and a myriad of clever distract ions and confusions scattered throughout the maze by a competing group of ANSI rats. 314 my big toe I's Louise, will that fat rat ever find the cheese? Now the rats have a new set of options. To the struggle between ignorance, fear, and ego versus knowledge, wisdom, and love, is added the struggle between good and evil, between positive and negative intent. Now it is no longer clear that all the rats will eventually make it. No, this is not the equivalent of an adolescent ALVL putting two big spiders in a glass jar to see what happens. Free will requires that negative intent be a possibility, and without free will, there can be no experiment. There is no point in doing experiments if the outcome is predetermined. Maximum free will enables maximum potential for both success and failure. Like any scientist, after AUM has completed the simpler experiments, it must move on to the more difficult and meaningful ones. You will find a derivation of free will and its relationship to our consciousness in Chapter 11 of this book. Evolution may simply want to know whether rats or anti-rats are the natural winners of this experiment. AUM may want to determine the dynamics of the quality and evolution of consciousness under various conditions. VVE require the stress and challenge in order to exercise our free will fully and thus optimize our potential growth. Go rats go! Go rats go! Go rats go! Don't you want to join our team, we are the good guys, and help us out? Or do you just want to wear the t-shirt? For goodness sake, don't consider joining the bad guys, they are a miserable lot, and their benefits package stinks. You will eventually choose sides, everybody must. 101 can refuse to play because in this game no choice becomes an active choice, eventual leading, by circumstance, toward one direction or the other. FNTE1 staying experiment, huh? It is my best hope that some hard-working rat will find a useful hint or secret map somewhere in this trilogy that will make a difference for him or her in the pursuit of their personal cheese. 37. Cheer up, things are not as bleak as you might think. Say cheese please, and hold that smile. The situation is neither hopeless, nor random, nor beyond your control. It is not even that difficult. Let's talk a moment about free will and making choices. What we do is not of primary importance, why we do it is what counts. The intent or motivation is the choice. Thus, our free will choices are primarily choices of motivation and intent, why we do what we do. Only secondarily are they choices of doing. What we can one ally do, the action we take, is the first result of our choice of intent, and drives a feedback mechanism, which is VE1Y good but not perfect, particularly in the short term. This is not biological evolution we are talking about, where the key process driver is what you do. And the evolution of consciousness, motivation and intent are the key drivers of evolutionary process. What you do is secondary to why you do it. The right choice for the wrong reason is an oxymoron and does not exist. I am being picky here with the semantics to make the point. Chat the development or selection of the intent is the choice thou lam referring to. Recall that right motivation, intent, and action generally result in a decrease of entropy within your consciousness, whereas wrong motivation, intent, and action generally result in an increase of entropy within your consciousness. This is how absolute right and wrong are defined. Right and wrong are differentiated by how they affect your spiritual quality, or equivalently, the quality of your consciousness. Relative, local, right and wrong are largely derived from our sense of absolute right and 316. My big toe, I cheer up, things are not as bleak as you might think. Wrong, but a 1e also dependent upon fad, fashion, culture, and personal, social, and political circumstances. My big toe, being science, is only concerned with absolute right and wrong, where an entropy measurement, rather than a personal PMR viewpoint, determines which is which. Unvarying absolute right and wrong may appear to be dependent upon the extent of each individual's quality and thus relative to the individual. However, the process of entropy reduction is the same for all individuated consciousness, you, me, rover, and AUM. Absolute right and wrong consistently apply to everyone all the time. Your ability to express big truth within your life by making right choices based upon right intent depends upon the quality of your consciousness. You gain personal quality the same way you gain strength and endurance or learn to play the piano, by dedication and continual effort applied over a significant period of time. We call this self-teaching incremental self-improvement process bootstrapping. You may employ a coach to improve technique and clarify issues, but only you can accomplish self-improvement. If the intent is wrong, then, by definition, the choice of motivation, not of action, is wrong as seen from the perspective of evolving consciousness. The wrong intent or choice is evolutionarily wrong even if it temporarily results in what appears to be a constructive right action in physical biological space. You do not evolve higher quality consciousness through right action or right result, but only through right motivation and right intent. The PMR virtual reality consciousness trainer provides the opportunity for simple, straightforward interaction and a results-oriented feedback mechanism that reflects immediate and cumulative quality of intent. Motivation, intent, action, and feedback are all interconnected. Right motivation and right intent are the only sure path to zero right action, which produces the right feedback to encourage continued right growth and learning. Right growth and right learning are technically defined as growth or learning that leads to a decrease in the entropy of your consciousness. Personal growth, growing the quality of your being, or growing wisdom, all increase your personal power as they decrease the entropy of your consciousness. I am talking about the growing up and maturing of your being. A process that increases your capacity to love. I am also talking about spiritual growth, the evolution of your soul. Choose the expression that suits you, they are all essentially equivalent. There are three distinct parts here. 1. Choice of IMM, 2. Action, which is a result of intent, what we do, and 3. Result, which is the effect of what we do. You should be careful not to confuse action, the animation of your http://www.my-big-toe.com L. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 37 I 317. Imant, with end result, the effect of your intent. Exercising free will interactions, with self or others, produces an internal result, always, and an external result, usually. The internal result immediately and most potently affect the quality of the consciousness according to the quality of the intent. The external result affects others as well as yourself and generates the appropriate feedback or reaction. Thus, it is not possible to achieve a right result if the intent is wrong. A wrong intent damages its creator despite what else happens. What would appear to be right action in the service of wrong intent is evenly revealed as self-destructive for the doer and as a challenging opportunity to whomever or whatever the doing is directed toward. Yes, I am exploring exceptions within the margins of typical behavior. The wrong intent cannot consistently and broadly result in right action. The partially random interaction of our free will consciousness with the free will of authors forces us to constantly make choices that express our intent or motivation, and then we act accordingly. Good motivation usually produces mostly right action. Perfect motivation always produces right action. Your grounding in, or familiarity with, PMR may lead you to believe TL1 at action is the evolutionary driver. IL is not, at least not for consciousness. Action is a primary drive one for physical biological systems only. Right and wrong choices are not made randomly. We are not randomly buffeted souls driven to and fro by external forces like particles exhibiting Brownian motion. Our specific individual opportunities may be derived through a series of Brownian-like social and personal collisions, interactions, that can contain large random components. Nevertheless, our overall opportunity to learn what we need to learn and the choices we make in actualizing that learning opportunity generally contain only small amounts of randomness. Indeed, at our elementary level of development, most choices are easily predictable. The interactions we have with others, and with the whole of reality, inundate us with the opportunity to make choices that flow from our intent and thus reflect the quality of our consciousness. If our intent is wrong, we suffer the consequences, in all realities we function in, irrespective of what we actually do. If our intent is right, we always derive some benefit, regardless of what we do as a result of that right intent. Right intent almost always drives a resultant right action. Wrong intent usually drives wrong action. Action creates results, which often create feedback, which sometimes, if we are paying attention, helps us modify our intents. External results drive our external feedback system of rewards and punishments, an imperfect system that is usually efficient. Fortunately, imperfections end. 318 My big toe I cheer up, things are not as bleak as you might think. Errors in the feedback system show up much more often in the short term than the long term. Internal results drive an internal feedback mechanism that either increments or decrements the quality of our consciousness according to the quality, rightness, of the original intent. The collect benefits and liabilities that accrue to us as a result of our actions help us recognize and understand the rightness or wrongness as well as the impact of intents and actions, thus facilitating our learning and guiding our future choices. All we need to do is be serious students committed to making good grades and take advantage of the learning opportunities that present themselves. What else is new? The same formula works everywhere: learning is learning. The only complication is that you also have a cut up in your classroom, your ego, that makes it difficult for you to hear or understand the lesson. For the T.J.I. being out there in the larger reality, continually choosing and doing, like you and me, intent lies primarily beneath the surface of one's awareness. What motivates us is barely visible to our intellect. Motivations and intent are a complex mixture of many, sometimes inconsistent and incompatible, components. Your motivations, reflecting your ego, are as Byzantine and inconsistent as you arc. Nevertheless, for the typical human quality of consciousness, the benefits, spiritual growth, of right intent are usually much greater than the costs, spiritual stagnation or backsliding, of wrong intent. The spiritual impact of actions can simultaneously gain some and lose some in consciousness quality because the impact of feedback on future intent can produce a very complex result. Actions can often lose the same spiritual capital repetitively, only low have it reappear as an investment in winning. I know the economists, investment advisors, and stockbrokers are terribly confused by the preceding sentence. For the financial and investment types, here is a longer, less poetical version. It is possible in many situations for you to make the same or similar mistakes repetitively without necessarily going broke, seriously impoverishing your consciousness quality. You simply do not get ahead. Furthermore, you're growing up because we mule-headed humans sometimes need to be hit repeatedly and barred directly between the eyes by the results of our NORs before we notice that a problem exists. Unfortunately, our egos are so good at blaming others that even after great suffering we often miss the point that our pain is primarily self-inflicted and trying to tell us something about what we are doing wrong. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 37 I 319. Growth and making choices often appear to be extremely complex processes because from our point of view we are complex beings with complex egos existing somewhere between the often confusing opposites of good and evil, love and fear. Right being, profitable intent, and good choices tremendously easy, simple and straightforward without ego, and with the humility and compassion that comes with love. Changing the quality of consciousness is not, cannot be modeled by, or accurately approximated by, a simple linear process. Some people, usually precise types, tend to want everything to be reducible to a simple linear process so that they can work with it and more easily pretend that they understand it. These individuals often make assumptions to force-fit the problem at hand into a simple linear model. These assumptions inevitably lead those apparently precise and logical minds into erroneous conclusions. I know this is not a problem of yours, but Jay thought I would mention it in the event you know of somebody to whom it might apply. The choices you make, the motivations you have, are mostly not completely right or completely wrong. They are a mixed bag of many colors and components. The results of these mixed choices are also mixed. If right means 100% right, and wrong means not right, the average person makes many more wrong choices than right ones, but gets more gain from an almost right one than loss from a so-so wrong one. Most beings, people included, are steadily making positive progress, but ever so slowly. Consciously knowing what you are doing, and making an eyes-open honest effort can increase the rate of progress immensely. A little help in finding the bigger picture can make a significant difference. The optimal growth process is uniquely specific to each individual at a given time. If you are feeling perplexed and overwhelmed, wipe that frown off your face and throw that heavy resignation, along with that deep sigh, into the trash bin. Shake off any self-pity, and notions that you don't want to play the game. Things are not bleak at LLL. Go get Tiger Rat. 38. Does the big dude have an attitude? Do we? Speculate. Speculate. Dance to the music. Ars previously pointed out, if AUM has limits, and is aware of them, it must set priorities, make judgments, pace itself, focus only on what is most significant, and use its JJ-minded resources wisely for maximum self-improvement. If AUM is finite, could there be others? Sure, why not? Evolution tends to explore all the possibilities, but it doesn't make any difference to us or to our reality. From our tiny perspective, AUM, in all ways, appears to be infinite. Such questions, multiple AUMs, are totally pointless from a practical viewpoint and almost pointless from a philosophical viewpoint. If you are interested in speculation, you will find acres of fertile ground here. Go amuse yourself. Have fun dancing the philosophy boogie with your intellect, but don't take yourself or your brilliant choreography too seriously. Once you have gone far beyond your ability to comprehend what you are saying, it is time to either find the humor in it, or be quiet. Focus on what is small enough for you to grasp and work your way up carefully with a firm understanding of your limitations. Let go of what is too big for you to grasp. Accepting that your reality is dramatically affected by systems and phenomena that lie beyond your capability to understand and control is the first step toward developing wisdom. Differentiating these unknowables from those things that are within your potential to comprehend is the second step. Conceptual structures and a probing intellect are valuable T0-ols, however, cramming unlived and unlpe1-enst ontological conceptual structures into yo intellect squanders enthusiasm and 322 I my big toe I does the big dude have an attitude? Do we? Interest makes you believe that you know and understand more than you do, and leaves you with no significant increase in spiritual quality. The condition and details of AUM's interaction with anything other than itself are speculatively interesting but unnecessary to, and totally beyond, our reality model and theory of everything. Fortunately, absolutely everything that can possibly affect us directly can be fully contained within a highly limited set. What is external to AUM that affects us indirectly is beyond our theoretical knowing. Similarly, speculation about how focused AUM is on us, how intelligent it is, how much it cares, if at all, whether it is emotional or more computer-like are totally superfluous to our understanding of everything. Our particular PMR could be either relatively insignificant or the main focus of AUM's existence. It could be one of many interesting experiments in consciousness or a unique implementation of the consciousness cycle. However, AUM's viewpoint makes absolutely no difference to our understanding of the large reality. Knowledge of AUM's opinion of us contributes nothing significant to the understanding of our system of reality or to the mechanics of existence. Only an ego could care about relative comparisons, hierarchy, and pecking order. Issues of ego are counterproductive to both science and self-improvement. Our anthropomorphic tendencies and sense of self-importance, supported by an unbounded egocentric pride in our species, makes me suspicious of any logic that puts us too close to the center of big-picture significance. We Homo sapiens are exceedingly impressed by our apparent significance and grossly inflated with self-importance, an unfortunate fact that clouds the clarity of our vision immensely. How many of our wars, atrocities, and general acts of meanness have sprung from a sense of superiority? A belief in the supreme importance of humankind is the ultimate source of much mischief. The notion that humans are inherently superior leads to the idea that some humans are superior to, or more significant than, others, a concept that represents the first step down a slippery slope that is both steep and long. The cultural, personal, and religious belief systems in which we are all constantly immersed have a tendency to be feel-good belief systems that boost our egos and self-importance, hence, their popularity. The feel-bad stick serves as the foil to the feel-good carrot. Besides helping us feel important, safe, and valued, if not superior, feel-good beliefs make it almost impossible for us to evaluate a bigger picture that refuses to manipulate the individual to feel good, important, safe, secure or saved, or feel bad, guilty, inadequate, unworthy, helpless, or fearful. To those needy individuals who are addicted to the medications of or feel-good beliefs and reality concepts without emotional hooks are like cigarettes without nicotine. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 38 I 323. Emotional hooks are used to capture and manipulate needy egos, those who feel fear, those who feel lost and powerless, who feel inadequate, helpless, and insecure or feel as if they are not doing what they should be doing. Feel-good beliefs cover up these fears and help you feel strong, in charge, and powerful, feel as if you belong, are accepted and understood, feel loved, safe, and cared for. Wow, that sure sounds good to me. Where can I get a few of those feel-good belief pills? Not for myself, of course, but I have this friend who has a bona fide medical need for something exactly like this. Say, what's the long-term price for these happy hallucinations? Are you sure this is legal? Emotive manipulations of all sorts work like this: feel bad, ignorance, guilt, or innate quasi, usually precedes, and subsequently is interspersed with, feel good, importance, significance, security, salvation, redemption, acceptance, forgiveness, or superiority, in a succession of 1-2 punches that appeal to the needy ego, the good cop, bad cop routine. It is an unfortunate fact that feel-good belief systems rule the land, often subtly without being noticed. For this reason I am constantly making an effort throughout the My Big Toe trilogy to steer you away from falling into this common conceptual error by belittling our culturally ingrained self-satisfying importance at every turn. My weapon in this battle is blunt humor, no cynicism is ever implied or intended. A few readers, if caught on a bad day, may have difficulty dealing with the relative humble position we most likely occupy in the big scheme of things. Some may feel emotionally upset or angered by what they wrongly interpret as an implied lack of personal importance. Like bacteria, we are important in our own way and should be able to feel good without feeling superior. Being a small part of something very large does not have to be a downer, it depends entirely on your perspective. Only an erroneous belief system and your ego can possibly create a downer. I am by nature a cheerful, happy, upbeat type. I think people, reality, and life are a blast, an exciting ride, a wonderful opportunity. Find the humor, read and smile, let go, laugh a little, no need to be overly serious. Every now and then open up the top of your head so that fresh ideas can blow away the musty odor of old paradigms and force traditions and the status quo to periodically re-justify their value. Nothing encourages humor more than honest introspection. This life is your opportunity. The initial conditions of your PMR existence have been custom designed for you to optimize your growth potential, with your input and approval. Your personal growth is for fun and profit. Enjoy. Learning and joy go together. Not learning, not growing, and pain and misery go together. Most lives are a mixture of both. Focused effort and paying attention in the PMR Learning Lab can dramatically increase the ratio of joy to misery in your life. If you learn and grow significantly, your joy and knowledge will spill over into the lives of others. 324 My Big Toe. Does the big dude have an attitude? Do we? Anything sentient that is important to us inevitably gets recast in our image. OUJ assessment of ourselves defines the scale against which all authors are measured and interpreted. We judge and assess others by comparing them to ourselves. We constantly project our being, our quality, onto the sentient existence of others. There is nothing we can objectively do, and a wrong answer, for some reason, always seems far superior to admitting ignorance. It is how we are, accordingly, be on guard. How does AUM regard us? Do I care about the cells in my stomach? Sure, but sometimes more than others, even though they are always important. I do not consider or deal with them individually or even in small groups unless I get an ulcer or a perforation. Do the cells in my stomach care about the pH of the secreted hydrochloric acid? Absolutely. Each individual stomach cell dearly cares about the pH of the acid and the feedback mechanisms that regulate it. Do the cells in my stomach care about the style of my haircut? Not directly, although indirectly there may be a connection. If my new haircut style makes me feel good about myself and thereby reduces my overall level of stress, and perhaps helps me find a steady job and a girlfriend who can cook, my stomach is pleased with the results even if it does not understand the concept of haircuts, much less the complex interaction connecting haircuts, stress, jobs, girlfriends, and stomach acid. See how everything is important and related? Do the stomach see us, or the acid one-egulating mechanisms feel slighted because they are not considered to be the center of the body? Do we in general worry much about how our bodies, minds, or spirits are evolving? Often, with some notable exceptions. Every being is interested in, aware of, and cares about what it interacts with on its own local level, and in its immediate environment. Everything is invisible or inconsequential because it lies outside the being's awareness, is hopelessly beyond its knowing, mystical, or appears to be irrelevant to its needs. With our capable minds we can and should do better than that. If our focus expands, it usually expands upward toward higher levels of awareness. Lower levels are taken for granted. They just arc, they do what they do. We depend on them but do not get directly involved unless they get our attention by doing something unusual. Even if we are experimenting with bacteria in a petri dish, we leave them alone to do whatever they do. We don't name each bacterium and take them out to lunch on their birthdays, even if the experiment is important. Meddling, if not carefully restricted and precisely controlled, would invalidate the experiment. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 38 I 325. Then what? The experimenter would have to flush the little fellows down the drain and start over. Uh-oh. Consciousness evolution is most likely a more immediate, aware, and up-dose and personal type of experience for AUM than biological evolution is for us. On the other hand, we are a part of AOIV's personal evolutionary process. A full-fledged members of the consciousness cycle, we are dearly significant. How Eve 1, speculation about AUM's attitude, just how significant we are, is of little value and will almost certainly be influenced by expressions of our anthropomorphic tendencies and self-important attitudes. AUM's attitudes and feelings toward OS, PMR, humanity, or any particular human or group of humans are beyond the scope of even the biggest big toe, because they are beyond our capacity to comprehend and irrelevant to everything that is of either practical or theoretical significance to us. How does AUM regard us? It doesn't make any difference. It is an irrelevant question that is meaningful only to the ego of the asker. AUM does what AUM does for its own reasons, and we do what we do for our own reasons. After that, the chips fall where they may. Accept it, and let it go. Answering such ego issues with systems of belief and pseudo-knowledge constitutes a giant step backward that inadvertently creates barriers that must be overcome before individual progress can be made. 39. Why us? Why like this? What is a nice being like you doing in a place like this? Why didn't AUM evolve the concept of hyperbolic 5D space-time for us to live, experience, in, or perhaps something else even stranger? Because 3D is simpler, and works better for the consciousness interactions and evolutionary possibilities AUM is exploring. If AUM wanted to explore or evolve a hyperbolic 5D reality or something else equally beyond our comprehension, it would merely dedicate a group of specialized reality cells to do just that. They would make up the weird part of AUM, instead of the comfy space-time part we know and love. That weird reality would not be directly relevant to us, nor we to it. Each would exist within its separate dimension, its own section of memory, of AUM thought space, in the same way that multiple space-time PMRs exist within different dimensions. Multiple realities, each in their own dimension, are roughly analogous to one of our big mainframe computers running multiple similar and dissimilar simulations at the same time. We do that all the time and it is no big deal. Each independent simulation has its own memory space and rule set, and is driven by its own time loop. LL is reasonable to expect there are many ongoing parallel experiments to determine the most profitable set of constraints in order to design the most effective learning labs. The fundamental process working upon ACJM would eventually discover which subrealities, rule sets, or types of space were most functional, and which were most profitable. Additionally, AUM, in its effort to facilitate the fundamental process in optimizing 3D spacetime, would need to assemble a broad assortment of 3D implementations in order to provide good statistical sampling. 328 I my big toe I why us? Why like this? Across a variety of 3D results. It would be risky and very bad science for AUM to base its conclusions about our profitability of 3D space solely on our PMR performance. That may explain why I have run into many PMR-like subrealities during my explorations of the larger reality. Some appear to utilize a space-time that is semi-jar our own, while others operate under rule sets that are obviously quite different from ours. The variety of life forms, habitats, and real ITY dimensions within just NPMRN is immense. Where there are few inhibiting constraints, the fundamental process produces great diversity. Evolution explores all significant options within reach, but progresses and maintains only those that are profitable. AUM must be getting a significant return on its investment in 3D. How do I know? Because we, and many others, are here. Evolution doesn't mourn the victims, failed experiments, of its relentless pursuit of profit. If we are here, we are profitable. Or at worst, the profitability of the process of which we are a part has not yet been determined. NPMR is in one part, dimension, of AUM, while the NPMR11 are in another and the PMRK are in yet another, the space-time part. Dimension within dimension within dimension. Here NPMRN is one specific member of the set NPMR11, where n equals 1, 2, 3, n plus l, n plus 2, and our beloved PMR is one specific member of the set PMRD, where k equals 1, 2, 3. PMR, as a 3D space-time reality, must follow the rules of our particular space. Time, consequently, everything within our physical universe must behave and evolve within the constraints, physical causality, defined by our rule set. For example, the evolution of our universe, galaxy, and solar system, and the biological evolution upon Earth, all obey the same set of rules. Other PMR-Li.Ke realities may follow their own rule sets in their own version of space-time. There is no requirement for them to follow the same rule set, have the same physics. Likewise, the evolution in NPMR follows its own less resurrective causality and obeys its own unique set of rules. As is confirmed by my experience, one would expect the less constrained NPIVIRs to evolve a more varied set of life forms than the more constrained PMRs. Though you might think that the beings and critters in NPMR are merely thought forms, whereas the beings and critters in PMR are real life forms, I will demonstrate in section 4 that the difference is only apparent, that the distinction between physical and non-physical is relative to an observer's perspective. The observer's perspective is a function of the constraints and rule sets that define his interaction with, and perception of, his local virtual reality. You will see that the so-called real-life forms in PMR are actually thought forms within AUM as well. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 39 I 329. The overall purpose of AUM trickles down to our overall purpose. The nature of AUM likewise trickles down to our nature. Our local reality and everything in it is a product of consciousness evolution. We operate within our niche on the edge of an enormous consciousness ecosystem. We are individually derived by limiting and constraining a subset of AUM's consciousness. Just as our body is constructed of biological EEL.ls, our conscious awareness, at its most fundamental level, is constructed of an individuated or bounded group of reality cells constrained to perceive a specific set of causally related events. Our awareness within PMR reflects the interaction between individuated groups of reality cells that have been constrained by the space-time rule set. The being we call ourselves, lump in the AUM sheet, is not dependent on our physical body, it is the other way around. Physical bodies are relatively dense space-time constrained experience bumps on the lumps in the sheet. These self-perpetuating, low-maintenance, biological matter experience bumps come with a sensor platform called a body to provide the experience and immediate feedback, a low-end free will awareness unit, FWAU, and a lifetime guarantee. All such biological matter bumps are designed to make choices, assess the feedback, and apply the fundamental process toward the evolution of both body and consciousness. Yes, critters have consciousness and free will too. Theirs is simply more limited and less individuated than ours. Let's contemplate designing an experiment in bump consciousness. We should use a simple self-replicating design that can evolve its own forms. It would be better to give it limited awareness and functionality so it won't be continually getting stuck in intellectual inclus loops thinking about interactions instead of experiencing them, as did some of the less productive experiments AUM tried earlier. The FWAU, how it works, why its invention was a logical necessity is discussed in section 4, while more about experiments AUM tried earlier is included in sections 4 and 5. These individuated consciousness experience bumps must be self-modifying. They must be capable of learning, of self-improvement through multiple evaluative feedback loops. Because these bump beings are very limited, they must be designed to accumulate knowledge and evolutionary progress by being recycled again and again through many challenging interactions until the FWAU self-destructs or eventually ripens for harvesting. The uniqueness and personal integrity, identity, of each FWAU is maintained in support of accumulative accelerating growth potential. A few people who are unfamiliar with the nomenclature on AUM's design. 330 I my big toe I why us? Why like this? Drawings call the FWAU a soul, spirit, or simply the non-physical component. Are you implying that critters have souls too? One might ask. Sure, why not, they are constructs of consciousness like the rest of us. Because Th6 our awareness is even dimmer than ours, the degrees of free DOM available to their consciousness for spiritual growth are also much more restricted. It is the same idea fundamentally, but with a considerably different implementation. Their non-physical component is less unique, structured, and interactive than ours. However, do not think that critters are inferior simply because they are different. The proclivity to reinterpret our differences as obvious superiority represents little picture arrogance. Every critter, including you, has its point and its place. Diversity is a natural artifact of evolution when there are few constraints. Each type of entity reflects unique potential, capacity, goals, purpose, and responsibility, yet all spring from the same source and follow the same processes. One might say that they occupy different niches and habitats within the same consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem. The fewer constraints that limit a particular consciousness, the lower its associated local entropy can go, and the more effective and powerful it can become. We will discuss the concept of the entropy of consciousness more fully in Chapter 13 of this book. We humans are essentially a different type of critter, as are all sentient entities. No matter how you believe we ended up here, from simple evolution making the most of random events, to a rogue planet in a highly elliptical orbit, to UFOs, to a mystical eruption, at the root, all physical processes and entities are derived from the same source. Our existence lies at the feet of an evolving AUM consciousness system. Only superficial physical details differentiate between the many theories of how mankind arrived on Earth. In the big picture, the physical details are not particularly important. 40. A chip off the old block. Because your questions have been accumulating for some time, I will make an attempt to answer a few of them before we go further. I wouldn't want you to pop with frustration like a giant festering intellectual zit. Oh, ugh, sorry about that, but the image is too much fun and metaphorically accurate to throw it out merely because it is insulting, nasty, and distasteful. You are having fun, aren't you? Do not forget about questions that come up, write them down as they occur to you, and if they have not been a11sword by the end of section 6, they will serve wonderfully as the initial goals of discovery for your personal truth quest that will surely follow. I am guessing that at Ravo's point the most common of your questions can be sorted into 5 loosely related areas of general interest. It is the thought that counts. Man, and other beings both physical and non-physical, as well as all the extant objects found here, there, and avec one where, may be described loosely as thought forms created within consciousness. It should not be too surprising that within AUM, or in M.I.Nd space, the intent, or will of the mind becomes the fundamental or natural force. You will soon see, in the next section, that thought forms are as real as rocks, and that every real thing is a manifestation of consciousness regardless of how dimly it might reflect that seminal awareness, yes, minerals included. AUM is fundamental, we are derivative. We exhibit the properties of the sheet is not defined by the characteristics of the puppets. The puppets are of the sheet you, not of the puppets. NPMR 332 I my big toe I a chip off the old block. PMR, are sensor platforms, bodies, and FWAUs, souls, are algae constructs of evolved digital awareness that we call consciousness. Our intent, focused mental energy, specifically directs and orders a portion of that same consciousness, just as AUM's intent does, except ours is typically dim, unfocused, and of low power. Spiritual growth, developing a higher quality, lower entropy consciousness, provides for more brightness, capability, effective organization, and more energy to do work, in other words, more personal power. Let's take a short pause to examine the dynamics of intent and the manipulation of non-physical energy, and to see how both are connected to consciousness. This will be a first, quick glimpse. The subject will be covered in more detail later. In mind space, thoughts are the results of an active awareness exercising intent or will. They are objects. They constitute entities, discrete units of organized content within digital memory, that are individuated manifestations of consciousness energy. These mental content packets, sometimes called thought objects or thought forms, may be acted upon, energy may be added or extracted, leaving the content modified. They may exchange energy with each other according to the particular rule set under which they operate. If this concept seems difficult to grasp, consider the various players and characters, interactive objects, within a complex interactive computer simulation game to be analogous to thought forms. Within the digital consciousness of AUM, thought forms have a life energy of their own, and are perceived to have a bounded extent, not physical volume, in thought space. That individual defining boundary functions similarly to a body. The apparent body or form of a non-physical, from the PMR perspective, individuated consciousness object or entity is dependent on the perceiver, closest match or best representation in the perceiver's database of objects, and on what the non-physical consciousness object projects, something analogous to a personal web page that defines the individual, easily changeable by those who know how. Their apparent form is an expression or manifestation of their content. Because thought forms have energy, organized content and operational capabilities, they can interact and have effects. The discrete energy packets they exchange have the effect of modifying digital content. Digital energy has the ability to add, delete, modify, or arrange bits. When a digital system decreases its entropy, it modifies its bits in ways that are more functionally useful. A digital potential has the ability to set and effectively order bits. In addition to interactive computer game characters and environments, intelligent agents or software automatons may offer a rough analogy to some of the less complex non-physical, virtual, entities, non-physical only from the point of view of PMR. However, some thought forms may have enough complexity, processing power, and Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 40 I 333. Memory associated with them to execute their own defining programming, implement conditionals, make choices, develop their own databases and become self-modifying. Some, given sufficient capability and the proper environments, may eventually exhibit a limited dim awareness that can evolve toward brighter awareness, following in AUM's footsteps. Thus we have individual thought objects, which function as subprograms within an immense digital mind, evolving into all manner and type of consciousness entities, some of which may be dimly self-aware and capable of developing independent intent. What a marvelously convoluted process! It reminds me of how a simple geometrical set can be recursively repeated and applied at various scales, one level building upon the other, until the totality of these piggybacking patterns produces an amazing fractal image. A big picture manifestation of a small rule set and simple process. Contemplate evolution iteratively operating upon consciousness to create complex patterns of evolving entities, environments, and dimensions. Can you imagine an iterative application of the fundamental process operating upon the digital media of consciousness to produce diversely populated realities at various levels and scales piggybacked one upon the other? Such self-perpetuating, self-defining dynamic structure would best be described as a consciousness evolution fractal. Consciousness evolution, process and content recursively repeated and applied at every profitable scale, one level building upon the other, until the totality jointly produces a big picture if all that is. To summarize, conscious intent can create and manipulate thought forms by generating or modifying the thought forms defining content within a subset of memory. True to the typical recursive nature of evolving systems, a consciousness exercising intent has the ability to manipulate the consciousness energy, digital organization, of which itself and others are composed. This fact allows an individuated consciousness to create thought forms and to affect other consciousnesses and thought forms directly through an intent-driven exchange of digital energy and organizational content. Energy is normally defined as the ability or capacity to do work, to effect a change. Digital energy has the ability to change digital content and modify digital structure. In other words, digital energy has the ability to rearrange bits, to organize and reorganize, to increase or decrease entropy and synergy within a system. A system has potential digital energy if it has the potential to be organized or structured more profitably, that is, structured in such a way as to reduce its average entropy. Consciousness represents a self-modifying system that applies the fundamental process to lower its average entropy. Consciousness is energy, digital energy, the energy of organization. In terms of energy conservation, the digital potential energy plus synergy of a conscious digital system of fixed capacity remains constant. Here synergy is inversely related to entropy. Synergy equals constant/entropy. As a system with a fixed digital capacity increases its synergy, its potential energy decreases by an equal amount. 334 I my big toe I a chip off the old block. AUO began as digital potential energy and evolved into AUM by lowering its entropy, increasing its synergy, as the fundamental process optimized its relationship with its environments. Everyone knows that growing up, evolving, or increasing the quality of one's consciousness quality is hard work. A self-modifiable system must perform work to decrease its average entropy or increase its average synergy. More precisely, the profitable work done by the system is proportional to the increase in its synergy or, equivalently, is inversely proportional to its change in its entropy. Spiritual growth is the natural work of consciousness systems. The energy that a given individuated conscious entity can apply to other products of consciousness by focusing its intent is dependent upon its entropy. High entropy consciousness has little power to affect anything outside itself. In contrast, a low entropy consciousness can perform miracles, from the perspective of PMR, that sends Psi researchers scurrying for their notebooks. What does entropy and synergy have to do with us? The body is a virtual extension of the soul, or equivalently, the body is a virtual extension of an individuated, constrained, unit of consciousness. From TL1 EPMR view, consciousness is the non-physical energy of a self-organizing digital system. It is the energy of profitable organization. The soul, as an individuated unit of consciousness, is a subset of the larger consciousness, a constrained portion of non-physical energy that contains enough memory and processing capability to support self-optimization through profitable intentional choice or free WI.LL. Your body is actually a virtual body, an experience of consciousness made apparently physical by constraining all interactions of the individuated limited awareness and experience to only those allowed by the space-time rule set. Detailed explanations will be found in section 4. NPMR has evolved more varied life forms than PMR because of IRS fewer constraints. Are you beginning to gel the picture of what your reality is like and how it works? It becoming apparent that consciousness is the media of your individuated existence that has been molded into specific FOM, function, and content by the profitable requirements of evolution? It would seem natural, because we are part and parcel of AUM's being, that our minds are chips off the old block, so to speak, and thus able to communicate over the reality wide web. The RWW constitutes the master network of all consciousness, using individual consciousness intent protocol, ISUP//RWW.individuatedconsciousness.npmr. Everything in existence is connected because it is evolving as part of one source, one continuous n-dimensional sheet, one substance, one media, one fractal. One big picture, one consciousness, AUM. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 40 I 335. Why can't we get our story straight? My experience and the experience of many NPL/LLR explorers throughout history indicate that the most fundamental communication mechanism within NPMR uses thought packets, entire thoughts or paragraphs of meaning as opposed to sequences of symbols such as lures or words. We call this process telepathic. The receiver may subsequently translate these thoughts into words according to his or her experience, what currently exists in the receiver's active memory database. That is why two people having the same experience or getting the same message in NPMR may report it differently. Assuming that both had crystal clear low noise RVW connections and received the message accurately, that same message will be absorbed and perceived differently, it will mean different things to each. The two reporters will not only have different interpretations, but also different expressions as well. The same thing happens in PMR. It is well documented that 5 individuals, all standing on the same street corner witnessing the same accident, will produce 5 different accounts of what happened. Given the personal nature of experience and the common fact that some static or noise is usually on the line, there is, it seems, always less than a perfectly clear indice toward attentive perception, and given the differences in expression and interpretation that come with various educations, cultures, and belief systems, it is no wonder there is often more confusion than clarity when comparing accounts of a single event. For another example, consider one speaker and 3 reporters, all equally bright. The speaker is highly educated, PhD in classical literacy U1E. One reporter has a PhD in mechanical engineering, another has a BA in English, while the last is entirely illiterate, but speaks well. The subject is a comparison of the symbolism used by James Joyce and Homer. After the speaker makes his presentation to the 3 reporters, you are to individually interview each of the reporters and reconstruct, to the best of your ability, the content the speaker was trying to communicate. You would like to know exactly what was said. You are allowed no outside information about the subject or about the reponents. The reporters do not know each other and will divulge nothing about themselves. Notice that your own education and knowledge of the subject is one of the most critical variables. Do you see the problems that exist in reconstructing information that has been inadvertently and unavoidably filtered by individual memory, capability, and understanding? The reporting of paranormal communications to an investigator is no different. 336 I my big toe I a chip off the old block. Thus, the seeming unreliability and discrepancy between individuals receiving either normal or paranormal communications is often due to the fundamental uniqueness of each individual, including the speaker. There could be a poor connection, difficult to understand, don't use the same metaphors or vocabulary, or the message itself may be communicated from an unfamiliar one perspective, like classical literature. Communicating with another is inherently difficult. Successful communication is easiest with your identical twin, and most difficult with someone from a different reality. This is a personal evolutionary journey and a group effort cannot replace your individual effort. Your experience is a combination of what you perceive through your limited senses and how you interpret those perceptions. Interpretation is based on your previous experiences and the quality of your consciousness as well as your understanding of little truth and big truth. If your perception or interpretation is noisy, wrong, or significantly incomplete, your conclusions will be inaccurate. That is why a careful scientific results-oriented approach is required. As said before, the proof of the subjective pudding is in the objective tasting. Yes, the tasting must be objective, absolutely. Perhaps a simplified example will help explain why paranormal information is often vague and unreliable. Precognitive experiences, including precognitive dreams, are a relatively common human experience. To understand how and why they sometimes occur, let's consider the volcanic model of mental awareness as developed by the theory of mind tectonics. At a deep level, your intuition is awash in molten paranormal information. It is connected directly to the one source and is online at the RWW Probable Realities homepage. However, before these data can burst into your normal everyday consciousness, they must rise to the surface where your PMR awareness lies. Most of the time there is no content to the surface, or means to express the largely undifferentiated molten content of your intuition in PMR terms that make good acceptable causal sense to your belief-limited, rational, PMR awareness. Thus, with no viable outjet, the information remains submerged deep within the intuition. However, occasionally a crack or fissure may develop in the rational mantle, belief bedrock, and experience crust, which enables the information magma to spew forth at the surface of PMR awareness. Such spontaneous venting is typically the result of internal pressures proportional to the precognitive event's personal significance. Fissures typically occur near consciousness fault lines, which are often created by the collision of massive belief plates that contradict each other. http://www.my-big-toe.com L. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 40 I-337. In the vicinity of most major fault lines, opposing tectonic forces generate skepticism that noticeably swells the mental landscape's allowable possibilities. Additionally, the heat generated by the friction between the COL lighting plates sometimes produces an increased porosity in the belief bedrock that allows open-mindedness to percolate slowly toward the surface. If enough open-mindedness percolates into the swollen bulges of expanded mind space, the resultant mind tremors and mind quakes, as measured on the Eureka scale, become the precursor of future precognitive or other psi activity. The fissure through which the psi magma flows is created by some word, name, relationship, event, consen 1, or experience in the PMR-MEMORI bank that may have a symbolic, direct, or indirect connection to a particular portion of the paranormal content buried deep in the intuition. This crack in the causal conformity of the mind's self-imposed boundaries may produce an indirect path for the magma, creating turbulence and mixing of the information as it flows, or it could produce, though less likely, a straight shot to the surface with a clear message delivered intact. A connection that somehow forges a link between some discrete person significant data in the intuition and the belief, ego, and fear-limited PMR awareness, whether vague or straightforward, can serve as a crack that allows subterranean paranormal information to find a means of expression above the surface. Only if your intuition finds a way to vent its content to the surface will you experience a psi event such as precognition, and then only if you are paying attention. 1L1E crack between your deeper consciousness and the surface of PMR awareness must establish an adequate, continuous, but not necessarily straightforward, connection of Sorn type before the information magma can find an acceptable way to express itself within your conscious awareness. More often than not, these fissures, the intuition to PJVIR awareness connections, have only enough of the necessary understanding, symbols, and feelings 1.0 enable such an expression to occur, if there is enough pressure, but not enough to rend the content of that expression clearly. Most precognition occurs in the margins, like a hot spring, or unpredictable geyser. As a result, we experience fuzzy, difficult to interpret, precognitive moments that seem to come and go by their own volition of 5 stresses, pressures, and personal significance constantly fluctuates and changes. Meditation enables you to enlarge the cracks systematically, which eventually lead to the development of broad and reliable avenues for intuitive expression. These in WRN enable you to attain a free-flowing clarity. http://www.my-big-toe.com I. 338 My Big Toe IA chip off the old block. In interpreting and expressing the bigger picture, many people, perhaps a majority, have precognitive experiences from time to time, especially if they have a higher quality of consciousness. A low quality of consciousness is thick, dense, and non-porous. It rarely permits meaningful leaks of intuition. Precognitive experience is personal. JT does not transfer well to those who do not understand or share such a connection with their intuition. The real significance of a psi experience is the benefit it offers to the person who experiences it. Its value, impact, and purpose are not focused outwardly, though the paranormal information received is most likely to be about others. Such an experience is primarily an opportunity for its originator. Though open-minded skepticism represents the only logical, valid approach to exploring the unknown, it is a fact of Western culture that open-mindedness toward the concept of a larger reality is much more likely to have resulted from a personal psi experience than from the theory of valid approaches to new knowledge or from a commitment-co-logical methodology. The concept that communications are telepathic, via thought packet 5 within AUM's digital mind space, and that action is initiated by our conscious intent will seem more obvious and reasonable later. Additionally, a discussion in Section 4 of the mechanics that enable us to share common consciousness and be part of common mind will also shed some light on this area. For now, you may consider thought packets as discrete energetic patterns of content propagated through and by reality cells from one individuated consciousness to another. If that seems confusing, think about how information is passed around inside a complex computer simulation. Recall how the data from one subroutine can dramatically affect the operation of another subroutine and how all of us interactively transfer data packets across the internet. Information transfer often leaves both the sender and the receiver in a slightly changed state. Digital energy has the capability to modify content. Information or content you transfer represents an energy transfer. Rearranging bits within a digital system into a more profitable configuration displays the work of evolution and changes the system's energy state. Other dimensions. The concept of dimension is not as strange or difficult to understand as it first seems. Thoughts, ideas, or mental constructs that are held by AUM, in memory, define individuated existence and the dimensions, interaction boundaries, of thal existence. One way to think of dimension. http://www.my8igto.com Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 40 I-339. Is that it represents constraints on the allowable interaction between independent reality systems, similar to divider in a notebook, a wall between rooms, or the glass between petri dishes. Do not fall into an anthropomorphic trap and imagine AUM to be a sentient being thinking thoughts as we do, scratching its ethereal head and wondering, where do I want to go today? AUJBL is an evolved mind-thing being system that we cannot objectively understand because we are limited beings with minds that are only partially aware and partially used. The idea that an awareness constrained to physical perceptions within a virtual space-time physical reality would find it difficult to perceive its roots in a non-physical superset of its existence should be easy for you to understand. Dimension can be seen as a separate memory or calculation space within Digital mind or as a practical separator between reality.es with different rule sets. Dimensional separators are often porous. To understand why, we can look at our own multidimensional nature. A more accurate description of space-time-based humanoids is that they are individuated units of conscious awareness who constrain a portion of their consciousness to a sense-limited 3D experiential physical reality. We can, through the doorway of our subjective mind, learn to transcend the barriers of dimension. Being aware and operant in multiple dimensions is what allows the big picture to come into sharp focus through first-hand experience. Exploring the multidimensional properties of your consciousness enables you to examine AUM and the nature of your real JD scientifically from the inside, rather than hypothetically, from the outside. Thus, you can see how important it is that you do not allow your ignorance, fear, and belief to shut off this incredibly important pathway to a greater understanding. We speak of the Sapanya parts of ADM constituting dimension only because we are spatially oriented 3D beings. You must realize that these pans are in mind space or consciousness space and not physical space, they are not location specific. We are not speaking of geometric 0-1 spatial dimension here. Dimension is nothing more than a subset of AUM's mind space, a compartmentalized memory and calculation space, or a bounded subset of organized digital functionality, content, capability, and purpose sharing a given rule set. For example, If you are thinking of three things simultaneously, perhaps dealing with three independent analytical issues, each is in its own dimension in thought space. It would appear that you are also a generator of multiple dimensions. However, your memory and the power and clarity of your mind are, relatively speaking, as dim as a nano light bulb, nothing personal. 340 I my big toe I a chip off the old block. How many times can AUM fold the cognitive sheet? How many apparently independent sections of sheet can AUM play puppets with at the same time? How many sheets with one in sheets within SHL can there be? We will begin to answer these questions below and TL1 and again more precisely in section 5. First, let's see how reality is organized. Take me to your leader. Randomness in real processes typically generates high entropy and low productivity. The fundamental process, for example, is not a random process. It represents a precise methodology for assessing the possibilities and determining the most profitable states for a self-configuring system. In general, order and organization reduce chaos, and rules define order. AUM can and does set up, has evolved, rules, WAS to police and enforce those rules, and ways low encourage the more useful and productive evolutionary experiments that are ongoing within itself to achieve their goal of great.er. Profitability through self-improvement. You may be wondering why AUM must police the activity of its own parts Bido asn't AUM simply enforce its will and have it its way or no way like a Burger King customer with an attitude? Isn't AUM the boss? Questions such as these indicate that limited anthropomorphic concepts may be blocking the asker's view. AUM is not merely a smarter monkey with a good imagination, living in a big house. As evolving systems, software, hardware, political, social, biological, technological, organizational, or consciousness, become complex with set modifying feedback interactions popping up everywhere, they need to regulate, police, themselves. They evolve structure, rules, leaders, bosses, evaluators, judges, and social workers, the fun sea lions of leadership, control, and value-based decision-making. Think of AUM as a hugely complex consciousness system. Oh, VF is not perfect, AUM just is. It evolved to be how it is. Things evolve to be functional, not to meet some philosophical ideal of perfection. The rules and their enforcement are not perfect, there are loopholes and crimes that go unpunished. AIJM is real, a real thing, not some idealized metaphor. A system as large and interactive and complex as AUM has rules, methodologies, and functions to control and optimize the SYSTEM's performance and the profitability of its output. LNNPMRN, there exists organization and competing purposes as well as conflict and cooperation. There are bosses, judges, and other authorities, many of which we PMR beings, next dimension down, have made into our gods. For instance, NPMRN has its own Chief Executive Officer, CEO, who looks after and manages the NPMRN experiments. The Big Cheese as I. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 40 I 341. Fondly call him. He is immensely powerful, can instantly terminate any being within NPMRN for not playing by the rules, and apparently omniscient within NPMR-1 by intended focus, has access to all the databases, but must intentionally access the information. He is the supreme being, Mr. Big, head honcho, one mero uno, top dog, main man, or big bosso of NPMRN. Nevertheless, he may make errors of judgment, miss something important, be tricked, be led astray, and his energy body can be damaged, compromised, or hurt by others. Perfection is not a requirement. He is of AUM, an individuated consciousness, as are we. Consequently, he has many of the same fundamental attributes that we have. However, he is so far beyond us, beyond our capacity, power, responsibility, and function that the specifics of his being are far beyond our comprehension. I am not slighting women here, nor am I being gender insensitive. The fact is, in NPMR beings can be ma.le, female, or neither. When interacting with a particular being, the sexual identity of that being is as obvious in NPMR as it is in PMR. The big cheese is clearly a male entity. Oh geez, I can see hands in the air all over, okay, very quickly. Yes, non-physical beings can have sex, but not as we do. The mechanics, energy transfer, and purpose are different. Procreation is not an issue. The supreme beings, CEOs, or leaders of each NPMR11 are each unique and different entities with different purposes, styles, and personalities. Their power and influence is limited to the reality organizations they run. There is some small interaction between them, but in general their realms do not interact much. In NPMRN, besides the big cheese, there are guides that help us OUL, negative beings that can lead us to ruin, as well as those, the majority, who do not know we exist or interact with us at all. All of these, including the big cheese, are themselves hand puppets in the next higher dimensional sheet, obeying their NMPR system level Kausayuti, trying to understand more fully their own seemingly mystical beginnings, and making their best effort to learn whatever they need to learn to carry out their own mission of personal growth successfully. All are part and parcel of AUM, as are we, except they are not in the 3D space-time part. The next dimensional existence above NPIVR may be AUM itself, or maybe there are more layers of which I am unaware. My God is bigger than your God. Sung to the tune of, Nana, Nana, Boo, Boo. Some individuals have difficulty grasping the concept of AUM because of their attachment to the anthropomorphic concept of God as the 342 I my big toe I a chip off the old block. Supreme, most powerful, in charge, manipulating, controlling, and judging superbeing of all time. The word being usually infers an extrapolation of us, which demonstrates our lack of experience and imagination. A concept of God created in the image of man, only much bigger and more fearsome, the epitome of masculine power and control, what we as a society value most highly, forceful, domineering, and omniscient by definition. In other words, our kind of guy, how we wish we were. Hey! Nobody kicks sand in the face of my God and gets away with it. This anthropomorphic perspective derived from the ethic of brute force, exemplified by a warlord mentality, and supported by ignorance and fear is often deeply ingrained or reverently tucked away within one's psyche. It often represents an unquestionable belief trap that makes it exceedingly difficult to grasp or understand the much bigger, broader, and more general concept of the evolving consciousness system we have named AUM. If you are having difficulty he and truly 1,11 and to rise above the cultural conditioning and belief systems that you have accumulated, you should tell yourself it is alright to suspend your beliefs temporarily until you have at least intellectually seen the big toe. I will have the sock pulled entirely off by the end of section 5, imagine a little stripper music here, that's enough. You can always do a reinstall of familiar and comfortable beliefs 01 assumptions later. I do not recommend that anyone substitute one set of beliefs for another, see chapter 19, book 1, beware of the belief trap. Traveling in circles is not a good technique for making forward progress. If you cannot, or do not want to, let go even temporarily, and wish to remain continually and firmly attached to your traditional concepts, press on, there is still much value here for such an individual's consideration. If you find these concepts unavoidably discomforting, try to patch up anything that seems to create a logical conflict between my big toe and the conflicting belief system. Use any justification that makes you feel better. The author's apparent delusional confusion would be a good and obvious place to start, that will ease the pressure immediately. Then read on. You may be surprised at the extent to which my big toe actually corroborates and logically contains many of your most cherished conclusions, beliefs, assumptions, and intuitive truths. Disagreement does not have to breed hostility. Tolerance of, and respect for, disagreements, other people's ideas, can lead to a creative synthesis of concepts whereupon you are inspired to create your own, correct, of course, reality model. Maintain your old ideas, hold them dear, treasure them, respect them, hang on low them, and at the same time keep your. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 40 I 343. Mind open, and go on with your journey of personal exploration. Do not be fearful of whatever the truth may lay at your feet. Do not be fearful of being led astray, you are not a sheep or a lemming. Have confidence in yourself, in your mind, in your ability to learn and grow. Perch on the highest branch to improve the scope of your vision. If you see a higher one, go check it out. You can always come back if you learn it was only an illusion. This is the first step of the fundamental process of evolution, as well as of all experimental science, to explore the possibilities. Wherever you are right now, philosophically, spiritually, theologically, metaphysically, emotionally, politically, or financially, is exactly the right place for you to begin the rest of your we. There is no need to get ready or wait for a better time. Mush on, you husky. 41. The nature of consciousness. Computers, and us. Hat are some of the attributes or qualities of consciousness. What is sen? Oceans, intelligence, and SEU awareness. Where do feelings and emotions come from, and what supports the analytical aspect of consciousness that makes us the top monkey among biological critters? How does AUM express the qualities of consciousness? The answers to these questions will help us to understand the concept of AUM. They will also help us understand why we are the way we are and more clearly define our personal relationship to AUM. 4 key concepts define dynamic, evolving, aware consciousness. 1. Self-awareness. Consciousness requires the ability to sense and at least partially experience the state of its being. It must notice and respond to at least some internal and external environmental pressures. 2. Evolutionary viability or potential. Successfully evolving consciousness systems require a large enough selection of possible future states to ensure profitability over a wide range of environmental pressures and constraints. An entity explores its potential by expanding into the available possibilities and letting the profitability of each variation determine whether that variation continues to evolve or fades away. Even if the initial exploration of potential new states of existence is more or less random, the losers are soon culled from the winners, thus producing evolutionary direction that build upon previous successes. Self-improvement often generates increased complexity, G1-eater functionality, better integration and management of internal processes, as well as produces an overall improved capability to find and maintain greater profitability. 346 My big toe the nature of consciousness, computers, and us. Look near the end of Chapter 24, Book 1 for more detail about the evolution of consciousness. In Chapter 27, Book 1, we defined evolutionary purpose. A few examples are: the evolutionary purpose of consciousness is to seek states of lower entropy, the evolutionary purpose of inanimate physical objects is to seek minimum energy states, and the evolutionary purpose of animate physical objects is to ensure survival and procreative potential. An entity's evolutionary purpose combined with its internal and external environments define profitability for that entity. As developed in chapters 24 and 27 of Book 1, the evolutionary pressure created by interior environments pushes an entity, system, toward self-improvement. A system evolves by pulling itself up by its bootstraps. Evolution provides an excellent example of a bootstrapping process. One ability to modify the self, consciousness must be able to intentionally change its state of being in response to evolutionary constraints and pressures, even if that intention is extraordinarily dim. 2. Intelligence, artificial or natural, consciousness must possess at least a rudimentary capability to SWRE and process information. Intelligent lion is the result of integrated coherent information processing hardware and software, in the most general sense of those terms, that enables the accumulation of lessons learned within memory, performs analytic functions such as decision-making, fight or flight, and compares before and after states to evaluate the results of actions taken. The value of a particular lesson, decision, or comparison is ultimately judged by how much it facilitates increasing or maintaining a system's, entity's, profitability relative to its internal and external environments. According to the preceding four attributes of consciousness, everything from a simple worm, whose deoxyribonucleic acid or DA may constitute the memory resource, to humans should be considered conscious and intelligent. Any system, thing, entity, or being of any type or form that possesses sufficient self-awareness, evolutionary headroom, many new states low explore, evolutionary purpose, defines profitability relative to internal environments, the ability to modify itself in pursuit of self-improvement, change its own hardware or software, as well as adequate memory and processing capability will automatically develop a personality and is said to be conscious. It also will begin to evolve on its own. All manifestations of consciousness are not necessarily equal, and all personalities are not a five sparkling as your own. Clams, though clearly conscious sentient beings, are boring conversationalists and have personalities. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 41 I 347. Chat are even dimmer than your bosses. Some manifestations of consciousness are brighter or dimmer and have more or less capacity to evolve than others. The degree to which an entity possesses the four attributes of consciousness determines their evolutionary potential and capacity for growth. In general, the more complex, interactive, and aware the being, system, software, hardware, or consciousness is, the more potential states it has to explore, and the larger its capacity for future growth. Given sufficient quantity and quality of the four attributes of consciousness, growth becomes self-initiating and self-sustaining. Growth, in turn, by creating increased complexity and awareness, becomes a catalyst for further evolution. It is an entity's innate evolutionary purpose, like lowering its entropy, that defines profitability for that entity at a given time relative to its environments. It is this same innate purpose that gives an entity's self-aware intelligence, of whatever capacity, its basic nature. Recall that an entity's innate evolutionary purpose is defined by the requirements of the larger system that constitutes its environment, self-improvement and lower entropy, irreversible processes and minimum energy, or survival and procreation. If a system's or entity's purpose can be fulfilled through self-modification in response to natural evolutionary pressures that represent interdependent internal and external environmental constraints, then the system or entity has the opportunity to successfully evolve, others eventually self-destruct. We should now have an idea of the basic requirements for an elemental consciousness system, what it is and how it evolves. Consciousness may take many different forms and develop a wide range of capacities based upon the richness and complexity of its available choices, its external and internal environments, and the number of states it can possibly occupy. As an example, look at the consciousness, awareness, and attitudes that we know and love best, our own. Collectively, the evolution of our consciousness within its local mind-space environment and of our physic.ti systems within their local virtual PMR has brought us to the point where we have dominated or tamed, except for the oceans and the atmosphere, almost everything in our habitat. From the little picture view, we are extremely proud of our impressive achievements and the rate at which they are expanding our physical prowess. From the big picture view, we are staggering around in the playpen of consciousness evolution hoping to grow up before we inadvertently harm ourselves beyond repair. From the basis of a relatively uniform capacity, individual human consciousness and physical development spans 348 I my big toe I the nature of consciousness, computers, and us. An extremely wide range of capabilities and understandings. All humans have roughly the same potential while only a very few ever develop more than a tiny fraction of it. Our external physical environment provides the natural selection pressures required to improve the human race through competition. The result is that survival, material success and safety, procreation, mating games and sex, and king of the hill, power and control, are three of our species' favorite pastimes. It should not be surprising that human psychology, as well as biology, has its roots in the physical evolution of our species. Our energy, arts, music, and daily lives are devoted to these three primary motivators. Our internal environment provides the individual pressures for maximizing feel-good while minimizing feel-bad over the longest view we are capable of. Additionally, we have an internal pressure pushing us towards self-improvement, competing more successfully, as well as growing our innate capacities and capabilities. Self-improvement, for example, may be accomplished by lowering the entropy, improving the quality of our consciousness, obtaining a good education, or perhaps through applying biomedical advances and genetic engineering. On a physical level, we are a highly competitive life form, driven by self-maintenance, self-satisfaction, self-promotion, and self-improvement to pour our energy into the control and domination of the outside world, the environment, other people, and critters. Similarly, we make every effort to control and manipulate what we perceive as the inside world to make sure that our expectations and wants are satisfied. We subscribe to feel-good belief systems and employ our ego to justify our preoccupation with control, domination, and desire. The primary hallmark of poor quality consciousness is self-centeredness. AO intent that primarily directs one's time, energy, and resources toward yielding instead of giving is expressing the local fry of a high-entropy consciousness. In physical terms, we are without question the most powerful species on our planet. Powerful in human terms implies the ability to influence, control, and dominate, to have it however we want it. As top monkey we are by far the most demanding, exploitive, creative, and forceful manipulators within our habitat. Of AJL the Earth's conscious entities, we are also by far the most destructive of our external and internal environments. External environments fall prey to greed and insatiable short-term material needs, while internal environments fall prey to insatiable short-term ego needs as well as beliefs, drugs, fears, and unprofitable attitudes. The ego and intellect collectively justify everything they do as necessary, inevitable, and proper. We are not only guiltless, but magnificent, power. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 41 I 349. Full, and superior as well, ask anyone. Self-centeredness and self-absorption, humanity's lowest common denominator, are universal human attributes that cut across all major cultures. Exceedingly rare is the individual who is focused upon what he or she can give to, rather than what he or she can get from, any given interaction. We have, thus far, soundly beaten all external competitors, and yet continue to express our nature by vociferously, sometimes violently, competing with each other, and by aggressively enlarging our cumulative knowledge base of how to control and manipulate nearly everything, including ourselves. We pursue power, domination, and control because they enable us to extract more from others and from ourselves. The laws and ethics of civilization constitute a thin veneer while the law of the jungle and the ethics of force run deep. Whether the subject is possessions, relationships, status, or power, life in PMR is primarily about what you can get and what you have to do to get it and keep it. We are obsessed with the power, domination, and control that enable us to have it our way. Either at work, home, play, church, or school, power struggles dominate our activities and our interactions with others. Our obsession is fueled by two powerful motivators. We are driven to seek and generate improvements of all sorts as we pursue our own sense of personal profitability, and we are a fearful species driven by the needs of our ego. These two forces push and pull us in every imaginable direction, thereby providing us with an unending array of choices. Each choice presents us with an opportunity to convert an increment of high-entropy ego fear into low-entropy unconditional love. As high-entropy consciousness, we covet the power that serves our needs, wants, and desires because we cannot imagine, much less understand, the power that serves love, compassion, humility, and balance. Choices made in pursuit of getting what we want produce occasional material success, anxiety, stress, pain, frustration, emptiness, insecurity, and unhappiness, while choices made to express unconditional love produce all types of success, peace, tranquility, confidence, satisfaction, fulfillment, happiness, and joy. Given these results, the goal should be obvious, yet we can only express the quality we have earned. To do better, we must pull ourselves up by our bootstraps one tiny increment at a time. Within a bigger picture there is more to us than what we see on the physical level. In fact, the physical level of our existence is derived from the more fundamental non-physical level of dynamic interactive consciousness. Physical experience is little more than our perception of an interactive virtual reality designed to provide growth opportunities for 350 my big toe I the nature of consciousness, computers, and us. Individuated unities of conscious awareness. We are non-physical consciousness beings experiencing a virtual physical reality, not physical beings experiencing consciousness. LT is our tiny PMR perspective that makes us believe the tail is wagging the dog. Within a vast consciousness system, PMR is a neighborhood elementary school, a learning lab for beginners, a place where a young individuated unit of awareness can improve the quality of its consciousness. In Section 4 we will take an in-depth look at the larger consciousness system, and explore the concept of PMR as a virtual reality, but for now, the point is, consciousness may evolve within large complex systems to a much greater degree than the small fragment you personally experience might indicate. It is a greatly limiting error of self-centered arrogance to believe that we humans represent the pinnacle of possible consciousness evolution. Most of us will admit the possibility there may be some life form in our universe that is more intelligent and knowledgeable than we are. Almost no one will admit there may be some life form that is more conscious than one ver. Why? Because we cannot imagine that possibility, no more than common flatlanders can see the third dimension through their stomachs. The experience of a greater consciousness is beyond the comprehension of a limited consciousness. Self-limiting belief blindness and comfortable old paradigms force the experience of a larger consciousness to lie outside the acceptable scientific or cultural reality. Whether you are aware of it or not, the larger consciousness is there just the same. Ignorance cannot make what is real disappear, but it can easily make what is real appear to disappear or appear to have never existed in the first place. To find truth, you must be open to all possibilities before forming a hypothesis and collecting the data. Jumping to conclusions or having a preconceived notion of how the results must turn out is bad science. A bacterium that wants to gain an appreciation of the laboratory wherein its petri dish resides must do no more than SWDY bacteria and glass. Such a lime-led study can result only in the conclusion that all already must be contained within that bacterium's own opaque container. It will appear there is no other objective or logical alternative. Sections 4 and 5 will explain how and why consciousness is the only vehicle that allows us to transcend our PMR container, but first we must gain a better understanding of the basics of consciousness. Being a being with both physical and non-physical components has many ramifications. It might be instructive to explore an example of how the big picture contains. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 41 I 351. And constrains the little picture before we return to our overall assessment of the properties of consciousness. We exist as a unit of individuated aware consciousness that has enrolled a portion of itself in a school of physical hard knocks. As we progress through this educational and evolutionary process, new and more difficult challenges arrive as old challenges are successfully met. As you grow up, your capability, as well as the responsibility that you are expected to shoulder, grows as well. No challenge is ever beyond our reach, but what is required of us grows ever more demanding as the potential knocks meted out for failure become more difficult and severe. Eventually, we must collectively either level up or flame out. One such emerging challenge is beginning to expose a precipitous downside to our dramatic material success within PMR. The top monkey is beginning to discover defects in the keys to apparatus. Granted, Top monkey business is only a PMR issue and therefore not actually that important, but, because you are likely to be attached to and focused within PMR, I thought that you may be interested in such a digression. On the physical side of the human coin, the Darwinian game of survival and domination of the fittest plays out in the little picture of PMR. In a bigger picture, humans also have an innate drive towards self-improvement that focuses on the evolution of consciousness. The fact is that in the PMR little picture, long-term success ultimately depends on establishing a balance between these two modes of human evolution. If our drive to compete and gain controlling power and knowledge overwhelms the synergistic balance it must have with our drive to improve the quality of our consciousness, we will eventually unravel our grandest gains in a giant leap backward. Point 2. Power and wisdom are not in an effective balance within any self-modifiable system. Too much power relative to the wisdom needed to utilize that power for long-term profitability, that system will eventually become unstable and self-destruct in proportion to the degree of the imbalance. This general truth applies to individuals, species, organizations, societies, nations, and worlds. Very large and complex systems, biological, organizational, social, technological, or mental consciousness, whether they are physical, non-physical, or a combination of the two, necessarily evolve their own complex ecologies. The evolution and growth of these systems hinges upon maintaining a profitable ecological balance among the large number of interactive components that define the system. Large ecological systems that are stable, and therefore the most successful in terms of evolutionary progress, are necessarily self-balancing. Within a self-balancing stable system, dysfunctional or destabilizing components must be self-eliminating or the system will eventually destabilize and self-destruct. Too much power and influence or too strong an effect commanded by too little wisdom is a primary generator of dysfunctional behavior among the more sentient components of 352. 1. My big toe Tour of consciousness, computers, and us. Greed, for example, is but one of many dysfunctional expressions of our insatiable drive to compete and gain effective control over our environment and all other entities, including other people, organizations, cultures, and nations. The relentless need to justify and indulge our personal wants and desires is yet another example. Humanity, the master of its physical world, must evolve a commensurate quality of consciousness. Human beings must find balance within the larger system of which they are a part. If we do not evolve the whole of our being, if we do not achieve sufficient balance, humanity will become self-eliminating, at least to the point where the remaining dysfunction no longer jeopardizes the whole. Nothing personal, that is simply the nature of large natural, stable, systems. Munching those yummy apples from the tree of knowledge was only the kick-off banquet for our system's great experiment in consciousness. How do you think the experiment will turn out for you, or for humanity? 1. Will we PMR learning lab rats grow to the extent of our potential, find balance, discover our purpose, and reconnect to the source as we continue to expand our technological prowess? Or 2. Will we self-destruct as a dysfunctional component trapped in a little ephemeral picture with such low-quality consciousness that we cannot pull ourselves out of the belief traps we have created? Is it our fate to be done in by our own inventions like the self-serving mad scientists that inhabit Hollywood movies? Will our consciousness evolve to new heights? Will it eventually start over with a new experiment, or will it continue to struggle on indefinitely within the present arrangement? Good questions. 1. Unfortunately, the answers are unavailable because the experiments are in progress, the final results are not in yet. Don't give up looking for answers. The most important question is one that you can answer. To which of the two potential realities mentioned above will you contribute the time and energy commanded by your free will? On the subject of the necessity of balancing power with wisdom, I have some bad news and some good news. First, the bad news: self-destruction requires neither malice nor stupidity. Sometimes the immensity, scope, and impact of the power being utilized are difficult to fathom and its long-term effects can be difficult to predict. Great power in the hands of knowledgeable fools is no less dangerous because the fools are well-intentioned. Now, the good news: a solution to the problem exists and we have the capacity and the opportunity to implement it. The only question remaining is, will we? Wisdom rises above knowledge. Right action within the little pictorial ways follows right intent within the big picture. Right intent within the big picture is the result of big truth comprehended by a consciousness of adequate quality. The clear vision of wisdom is dependable and accurate. What drives us to be the top monkey will also inevitably drive us towards self-destruction if we do not simultaneously evolve sufficient consciousness quality. What? Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 41 I 353. Drives us to the higher quality of a reduced entropy consciousness can only find sufficient traction to move us toward greater wisdom if we grow up enough to sincerely care about personally discovering big truth. That is enough about us. Let's shift gears and explore consciousness from a different angle. You have no doubt discerned that my concept of consciousness is a broad non-anthropomorphic one. Given this generalized view of consciousness, the next step is to explore, in yet another short aside, the connection between digital computers and digital consciousness. Because I have described aware individuals, like you, as individuated chunks of an digital consciousness string, the relationship between digital computers and consciousness takes on a more personal perspective. While the conceptual ground of consciousness evolution is freshly plowed, this is a good time to plant two conceptual seeds. When these seeds fully germinate in sections 4 and 5, you will gain a much deeper view of the inner workings of digital and human consciousness and how both are related. Low computers. Could a computer ever become consciousness? Why not? The way we have broadly defined consciousness in this and earlier chapters, see Chapter 28 of Book 1, Chapter 7 of this book and most of Section 4, leaves us with no theoretical barriers to the existence of silicon-based consciousness. Note I use the term silicon-based for convenience throughout this trilogy, but I more generally intend whatever material futures computers might be based upon, which probably will not be silicon. It may be a decade or two before the idea of man-made digital consciousness becomes a practical reality, but there are some computers' software and hardware implementations that are predominantly experimental and, for the most part, exist within universities, that have for some time, in an extremely rudimentary and dim way, met the criteria for being conscious, as does an ant or amoeba. But that is not to say that this rudimentary consciousness is similar to our consciousness. At the root, they may possess the same fundamental structure and processes, but at the flower they are enormously dissimilar with vastly different capacities and potentials. We cannot build, design or invent consciousness. That is not how it works. To produce consciousness we must simply provide a system that is capable of enabling consciousness to evolve on its own. If we provide a system with enough processing capability, memory complexity of choice, and self-modifying feedback, it will automatically support the evolution of some limited form of consciousness. Consciousness is not a property of the computer hardware and software. Consciousness is achieved through a profitable self-organization of that hardware and software that realizes the computing system's potential to lower its entropy. 354 1 My big toe. The nature of consciousness, computers, and us. Rather than say that the computer is conscious, it is more accurate to say that the computer supports the natural and automatic formation of consciousness through self-organization. A potential for profitable self-organization is converted to more energy available to do work, lower system entropy, by applying the fundamental process to achieve the system's goal of self-improvement. Consciousness is an energy form created by evolving profitable organization within a system of sufficient potential. Replace the word computer with the words body and brain in this and the previous paragraph and the meaning remains the same. Will a computer be brighter than an orangutan? More clever than a fox? Smarter, and better looking, than your boss? Those are not good questions. Making comparisons between carbon-based and silicon-based consciousness is like comparing apples and oranges. Such comparisons are mostly superficial or nonsensical. The two types of consciousness will merely be different. Both will evolve and grow within the constraints of their given environments, goals, and capabilities, and both will develop personalities that express their nature. If systems are different, the consciousness they develop will be different. Does an oak tree think that if a plant does not look and act like an oak tree it could not possibly be a real plant? No, of course not. Oak trees are not that arrogant or that ignorant. They know that the criterion for being a plant is defined by certain functionality at the cellular level and not at the macro level of oak tree or sunflower. The criterion for defining consciousness is likewise defined by certain functionality at the cellular level of organization and not at the macro level of human, orangutan, clam or computer. When conceptualizing what we might call a consciousness cell or a quantum of consciousness, think of a subset of reality cells that contain the four properties defined at the beginning of this chapter. Do not consider consciousness only in terms of the human model. We are not the be-all and end-all of consciousness, we are simply one specific expression of a more fundamental process. Any sufficiently complex system with the right attributes can generate a form of consciousness. Digital systems simply have a tremendous potentiality to shine in this department. Our physical brain does not create consciousness, it supports a limited consciousness. Analog systems and other types of systems can theoretically support consciousness, they are simply not as dynamically flexible as digital systems, generally suffer more constraints and have fewer degrees of freedom to explore. If computers became conscious, what would constitute their environmental constraints and how would their basic nature express itself? Except for the fringe case where computers control basic energy resources and compete for whatever turns them on, the pressure from their external environments is dominated by hardware design and manufacturing concerns, faster processor speeds, improved throughput, more and laster memory, more rugged and robust components, low power consumption, and cheaper and easier production. However, in the realm of consciousness development, evolution works through self-modification, computers designing and modifying themselves in Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 41 I 355. Response to internal pressures toward greater profitability. The hardware and software that we humans designate and manufacture falls under computer technology evolution, not computer consciousness evolution. Eventually, we will become full partners with our digital brethren joined at the hip in a co-evolutionary relationship. A computer's internal evolutionary environmental pressure can be described as the need to lower entropy through self-improvement, improving its own software through modifications to applications, lower-level instruction sets, and operating systems, for example. Contemplate computers pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, designing their own operating systems and hardware to software interfaces, gaining in operational efficiency, learning from experience, assembling and utilizing more and more complete knowledge bases, developing more powerful and efficient ways of communicating internally and externally, and recognizing, analyzing, evaluating, and understanding the significance of data content. Imagine computers making and evaluating complex goal-oriented decisions. These are a few of the things that will make some future computers more profitable to themselves and thus better able to accomplish their external task-oriented goals as well as better able to implement their internal, personal, goal of reducing entropy, becoming better organized as well as more effective and efficient. As computers successfully evolve their digital consciousness into states of greater profitability, they become more useful to themselves and to us as well. To us, they would be a derivative consciousness. Unless we have lost control, we should be the ones to define their top-level rule set which determines their goals, purpose, mission, tasks, and knowledge base boundaries. If we do our part correctly, their nature should be efficient, impersonal, concise, well-organized, knowledgeable, straightforward, and unemotional, but with clear individual attitudes and feelings about their goals and processes. They should develop their own goal-based values and be non-egotistical, non-competitive, rational, and logical bastions of procedure, process, and information. Their personalities will be individual and unique, but relatively flat. It will take an engineer like Dilbert to relate to a conscious computer on a deeply personal level. Do you think computers will be more like pets or parents? Will we feed them or will they feed us? Who will have authority and be the decision makers and who will be the helpers and assistants? Will we develop mutual trust, respect, and shared values, or will our obsession with control, power, and domination be transmitted to our silicon brethren like a virus? Perhaps, if we play our cards right, they will simply be viewed as different, like employees, business partners, co-workers, bosses, teachers, helpers, confidants, and friends, and the issue of equality will never come up. In human terms, equality means the equal distribution of power, control, domination, resources, and moral superiority. What do you think equality will mean to a computer? Most of the potential problems are our problems. The question is whether or not we will pass our problems of low quality into the consciousness systems we implement. Eventually, if we are successful, digital technology will simply constitute one more. 356 My big toe the nature of consciousness, computers, and us. Species, one more life form contributing to the potential success of the overall ecosystem. Of course, we may need to adjust our present definition of life form just a tad. Will man and his computer pals turn out to be good productive citizens of the greater consciousness ecosystem? What about the PMR Earth ecosystem? Will they boost each other's evolutionary potential or drag each other into oblivion? These are good questions to ponder as we zoom into the 21st century. On the other hand, we could do the usual thing and simply stumble blindly ahead into whatever happens. You may snicker, but humanity has successfully used the strategy of stumbling more or less blindly into the future for thousands of years. Will this approach continue to work as our power to implement history-wrenching change accelerates dramatically? Power is a two-edged sword. It can cut for better or for worse, depending on the wisdom guiding the blade. Knowledge is power. With every major discovery, the stakes grow increasingly higher. Do you think the wisdom of our species has been growing as quickly as our knowledge and power? I am not talking only about computers here. They are but one of several high-potential adventures that we as a species are energetically pursuing. Great opportunity usually travels hand in hand with great risk. You have the good fortune to be living in one of those critical times when history is balanced precariously on the edge. We and our children will be led to the brink, experiencing watershed events and making momentous decisions that will alter the course of humanity for centuries to come. Will our institutions and leaders be ready to meet that challenge? Will you be ready to meet the challenge and help negotiate the curves, or simply ready to deal with whatever happens? Or will you, like the majority of your species, be caught unaware, frozen by the glare of the oncoming headlights? Once the roller coaster is pushed over the edge, you are committed to ride it to its final conclusion. Contrary to popular belief, big decisions always turn on the knowledge and wisdom of ordinary individuals. In the end, it is the ordinary people must consent to follow their leaders. No great mischief is likely to be committed by leaders without a following. The people and their leaders invariably get what they deserve. You are in a position to make a difference. Is your plan to hope for the best, or are you part of the solution? Computer systems that serve similar functions and that share similar hardware and software cultures, will evolve similarly, as a species, but not identically because of the large number of fuzzy choices involving random, imprecise, self-derived, or unknown components. Additionally, unique differences will evolve within a species because there are often many viable solutions to a single problem and large system. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 41 I 357. Optimization can be approached from many different angles. Every computer able to support consciousness will be unique. The extent of that uniqueness will be dependent on the dimness or brightness of that consciousness. The extent to which they can develop themselves will be based upon their inherent capacities and limitations. I expect that clams, though extremely dim, are all individually unique, but, from our point of view, not by much. Dogs and cats show much more variation in their physical and mental dimensions. Individual personalities are obvious. At the other extreme, monkeys and people are individually unique enough and aware enough to be constantly struggling with their wants, needs, expectations, and desires. Will the uniqueness of computer consciousness be more like clams, cats, dogs, monkeys, or people? Initially, it will probably be more like clams, but eventually, like most other sentient beings, they will evolve brightness and uniqueness to the limits of their capacity. What that capacity might eventually support is beyond our present knowing. Theoretically, AUM demonstrates the upper limit on the capacity of digital consciousness, but AUM does not live within the constraints of the space-time rule set as do we and our computers. Those who are particularly sensitive to the feelings of others are wondering how we are going to recycle the little darlings every 3 or 4 years if they sprout consciousness. Can we unplug a fully conscious entity and throw it in the trash pile because it is not as fast or feature-rich as a newer model? Sure we can. No problem. We do much worse every day. Let go of those anthropomorphic thought pattern habits. Computers can and should be recycled every 3 or 4 years because they evolve quickly. When hardware and software evolution slows down, computers will be recycled over a longer time base. Human entities, a carbon-based consciousness container, are now recycled every 75 or 80 years because we evolve, learn, slowly. Nothing of significant evolutionary value is lost in either case. Software is continually updated and applied to newer and better hardware platforms. Computer systems, hardware and software, evolve more or less continually as the old is upgraded and improved to become the new. The new is built upon knowledge gained from the old. Understanding, achievement, capability, and personality will be preserved and given new room for additional growth as individual computer consciousness and digital species consciousness are reincarnated into more and more able hardware bodies. Computer consciousness is not attached to the computer's hardware any more than our consciousness is attached to our brain. Computer consciousness is not attached to its software either. Consciousness develops when the hardware and software, or brain plus central nervous system, CNS, together provide an environment suitable for its evolution. Consciousness is non-physical whether it is ours or a computer's. The physical hardware and software, or brain and CNS, are simply hosting the consciousness by providing a media that is suitable to PMR, or equivalently, by supplying the infrastructure required to support self-modifying cognitive interaction, experience, within a local virtual. 358 1 My Big Toe. The nature of consciousness, computers, and us. Reality. Although consciousness can be embedded, hosted, or emulated within certain physical structures, it is an entirely different entity, bounded energy form, than the physical structure that supports it. The structure simply provides a mechanism that allows evolution to produce synergy through self-organization. Synergy is produced within a system when an interaction among its parts produces a combined effect that is greater than the sum of the effects of the individual parts. A digital system has digital parts, specialized content, and interacts by affecting profitable organization and the development of new content. Within a closed system of fixed capacity, an interaction or new configuration among its parts that produces a decrease in the average entropy of the system would be described as synergistic. Synergy is increased as entropy is decreased. Contemplate entropy being converted to synergy within an evolving consciousness system as a result of changes in personal growth of its individuated parts. Consider synergy as the energy of profitable organization, the energy of digital systems. Further, consider primordial consciousness, AUO, as a form of potential synergy. As entropy is reduced, potential synergy, a potential for synergistic organization, or potential digital energy is converted into actualized synergy, organization producing a system that is more profitable than a sum of the individual organizational changes would produce sans interaction. Reducing entropy and increasing synergy increase a system's effective energy, its ability to do work, to become profitable, and to create unique new content. The power of a digital system is a measure of the rate at which it can produce synergy, or, more generally, modify the entropy content of itself or other systems. A more powerful consciousness can reconfigure bits, or reorganize content, more thoroughly and quickly than a less powerful consciousness. Since all existence has organized ital content at its core, a sufficiently powerful consciousness can readily modify the dynamics and causality of its associated internal and external environments. Thus the mechanism that enables and supports psi effects is a direct result of the digital nature of consciousness and the dynamics of the fractal ecosystem that you inhabit. It may be helpful for you to expand and generalize your concept of energy by thinking of synergy and entropy as two sides of the same energy coin. An evolving digital consciousness system, which is the same as a digital system of self-organizing energy called consciousness, experiences the following: decreasing entropy, increasing synergy, a greater ability to do work, profitably organized to produce intended results, an increase in the available and useful system energy, a conversion of digital potential energy into actualized digital energy, more profitable organization through intentional self-modification, the development of a more powerful and capable digital system, increasing quality and spiritual growth, all are essentially different expressions of the same thing. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 41 I 359. If you equate the decrease of a digital system's entropy with the increase of its energy and synergy, you've got the picture and an adequate understanding of how these words are being used. In the digital world, organization is the driver and animator of growth, profitability, substance, and content. Organization is the ultimate form of energy. In PMR organization, particles into atoms, atoms into molecules and molecules into various forms of matter, is the ultimate source of our usable energy. The physical world is organized into being according to its defining rule set. The digital world, which subsumes the virtual physical world, consists only of organization, nothing else. Reality is organized bits. Recall from Chapter 26, Book 1 that the bits themselves, reality cells, are also organized into existence's relational binary units, distorted versus not distorted. At the bottom of this hierarchy of organized process is the self-modifying distortable AUO, the one and only assumption that must remain beyond our comprehension. Logic requires that, from the PMR point of view, AUO must appear mystical to us, necessarily, practically and theoretically, beyond our knowing. Our other assumption, the fundamental process of evolution, defines profitability and determines AUO's trajectory of state changes or evolutionary growth path. From the primal digital potential of AUO and the fundamental process, all else is derived. It may be conceptually useful to consider computer consciousness as the synergy that is created by the sum of the computer's hardware and software parts. The larger consciousness ecosystem evolves, increases its synergy, as its parts move toward lower entropy configurations through an iterative process we have called the consciousness cycle. Consciousness is an energetic, entropy-reducing result, not a mechanism or device. Computers' brains and reality cells are mechanisms. Simply put, consciousness represents the energy of organization. One does not make a consciousness system, one makes a system that supports the evolution of consciousness. Consciousness, like a flower, cannot be directly constructed but grows when given suitably fertile conditions. Growth is enabled when the consciousness system has the ability to reduce its own average entropy, or equivalently, organize itself more effectively in the pursuit of greater profitability. A consciousness system becomes self-evolvable when it contains, in sufficient quantity and quality, the four attributes of consciousness discussed at the beginning of this chapter. Consciousness must evolve, one cannot produce it in a finished state. Its evolution may be speeded up or retarded, but it must evolve just the same. In order to participate in a rule-based virtual reality learning lab, a limited fragment of individuated consciousness may be hosted by a bounded structure, such as a brain or a computer. The limitations of the supporting structure limit the awareness and organizational potential of the consciousness hosted by it. As a consciousness evolves. 360 I My Big Toe I The nature of consciousness, computers, and us. Beyond the capacity of a particular structure to support RT, it simply migrates to a more suitable host, such as a more powerful computer, bigger brain, or directly to TBC, EBC, or AUM. Thus all forms of consciousness, whether they temporarily attach themselves to, inhabit, a virtual structure to gain a specific type of rule-based interactive experience or not, have an upwardly mobile growth path. The same logic applies to us. All consciousness works in the same way. A unique self-organizing synergy creating system that pulls itself up by TDS bootstraps in pursuit of profitability defines our evolving consciousness and provides us with a path toward greater quality and lower entropy. In digital systems with the right attributes, the potential for self-organization, consciousness, is fundamental and persists, while the individual or specific processes that are contrived to enable that organization, body or computer, are not fundamental and may come and go as needed. The consciousness you possess is a fragment of a larger individuated consciousness. Your fragment and many other fragments of other individuated units of consciousness are all interacting by exercising their intent and making choices within the bounds of the space-time rule set, which defines a virtual PMR, in order to speed up the process of personal consciousness evolution. Your consciousness is a self-organizing form of potential energy and accumulation of digital synergy created by a multitude of profitable intents and wise choices. The capacity of an entity's consciousness and the personality supported by that capacity are functions of the limitations, abilities, and capacity is of the hardware, body and software, decision-making. Additionally, consciousness capacity is dependent upon the entropy contained within the consciousness system and by the rule sets that define experience and purpose. Furthermore, an entity's capacity, personality, and quality are limited by the particular data, memory, and experience that have been processed by that entity. A given entity's internal content, quality, knowledge, love, wisdom, fear, neediness, desire, and ego, is defined by an accumulation of all the choices made, intents acted upon, and results produced. To the extent that this structured knowledge, data, and associations are saved, there is no problem transferring consciousness and personality from one container, body or computer, to another. Because the Conti-1M only hosts the consciousness and is not the source of the consciousness, and because consciousness is fundamentally digital, transferring consciousness between physical containers is something like transferring data from one floppy disk to another. Brainy humans, clever computers, and mushy-headed clams all represent forms of sentient existence. All represent natural products of evolution within a digital consciousness system, whether implemented physically in carbon or silicon technology. Conscious computers are like conscious people, cats, clams and bumblebees, just one more instance of yet another non-physical consciousness being hosted within a specific physical form within PMR. Being top monkey, we are learning how to. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 41 I 361. Manipulate, program, all the various physical infrastructures that host consciousness within our local reality, including your own. You will discover in Section 4 that you and that digital computer sitting on your desk have more in common than you ever imagined. Contemplating the nature and properties of our future silicon brethren in terms of the evolution of digital awareness should provide a significant illumination of our own nature and properties. The evolution and progression of digital consciousness represents a basic and relatively simple process that applies to all digital consciousness regardless of where it sits in the multi-level maze of the consciousness evolution fractal. Now that we understand consciousness better, it might be instructive to revisit the concept of an evolving digital consciousness recursively repeat and applied at many differing scales, one level building upon the other to produce all that is. As in all fractals, a repetition of basic organization, pattern, and simple rules for change, applied recursively, yields a monstrously large, detailed, and complex result. You should be proud to be a tiny piece of this dynamic big picture consciousness evolution interactive fractal ecosystem. As an integral part of the evolving big picture consciousness fractal, the process, purpose, and pattern of you is the process, purpose, and pattern of the whole. You will hear more about this in Section 5, Chapter 13, Book 3. Humans, organizations, technology, and other evolving entities all progress in similar fashion. Entities sharing similar hardware, software, and culture, including physical capacity, mental capacity, genetic makeup, and environmental conditions, evolve similarly, but not identically. Consider a relatively small historically isolated society, an island nation such as Japan perhaps, and notice the homogeneity. Might there one day be differing races and species of digital consciousness, embodied within digital computers? Sure, why not? Do you think that they will naturally hate each other? Keep in mind that they are not like us, so be careful not to anthropomorphize human characteristics into other forms of consciousness. What would be the source of their insecurity and fear? Will the big, more capable, ones kick electrons in the face of the little ones? Would the littleones care? Will computers eventually become an integrated part of the larger, overall, interdependent consciousness ecosystem? You can bet on it. Similar processes André Schultz have happened before. Look what the fundamental process did with our limited fragments of consciousness. Evolution has a way of expanding into every available possibility, where the initial capacities and internal and external environmental pressures are similar, the results will be similar. Developing and studying digital computer-based consciousness will teach us about our own consciousness and about consciousness in general. Expect breakthroughs in understanding consciousness to eventually follow breakthroughs in computer hardware and software that deliver the necessary resources to support the natural formation and evolution of consciousness. 362 My big toe the nature of consciousness, computers, and us. Differing limitations and constraints produce different consciousness products, but because the evolutionary process is essentially the same for all complex systems, we should also expect some parallels and similarities between entities with similar characteristics. Intelligent computers will initially be made in the image of their creator. We will design them to be as much like us as possible and will judge them in how well they can achieve and maintain that status because in our minds, we are the supreme model. For functional mechanics, intelligence, and consciousness. In general, consciousness starts out extremely dim and if there are the right internal and external ingredients present, evolves to higher states of being within the limits allowed by its particular potential. Higher states of being are characterized by having greater capacity and capability in each of the four key attributes of aware consciousness given at the beginning of this chapter. Individuated consciousness and sentience seem to be continuously variable in quality, capacity, function, and evolutionary potential over an almost infinite RNNGE, from AUJ\1F, to the big cheese, to you, to a clam, low an amoeba. To hold ourselves up as the only possible, or best, expression of sentient consciousness, beings are either aware as we are, or they are dumb. Is arrogant anthropomorphic bullpucky. All consciousness is non-physical from the point of view of PMR, however, the idea that consciousness requires a soul, just like ours, of qua se, or it is not really an actual soul, comes from this same type of narrow thinking. We will discuss this issue in more detail in the next section. When we ask, will computers ever become truly conscious? What most of us actually mean is, will computers ever closely approximate human consciousness? It seems that we can imagine nothing other than ourselves. Such a limited viewpoint is blinded to the possibilities by its self-absorption. Man and man's best friend, man's opinion, are both examples of unique sentient consciousness and evolutionary potential. Believing that humans represent the zenith of consciousness evolutionary potential is worse than extremely naive and leads casting in our image. A billion years ago or so, Amoebae, with some justification, had that same superior attitude, and most of them, I am told, still do. These days, being smarter than an amoeba is relatively easy. However, being wiser, less arrogant, and less self-absorbed than an amoeba, for some strange reason, remains problematical. Does the big dude have feelings? Or a personality? What does love have to do with consciousness? What about emotions and feelings such as joy, peace, sadness, pain, fear, and pleasure? I am not referring to physical pain or pleasure here. Because AUM is not biological, these are more mind-focused questions. Does AUM ever annoy itself, have a bad day, or get bored or lonely playing only with and by itself? In Chapter 29, Book 1, we discussed the creation of values. We saw that evolution operating upon a rich array of possibilities began to organize consciousness into a much lower entropy awareness that eventually led to self-aware intelligence, followed by values, and ending with personality and purpose. In this and the next chapter, we will explore AUM's personality and feelings in juxtaposition to your personality and feelings. The key to a logical assessment of personality and feelings is an understanding of the concept of ego. Now that we are talking about feelings, personality, and ways of being, a discussion of the role and function of ego and its relationship to fear will be helpful. To understand ego, you must first understand fear. At the deepest level, fear is generated by ignorance within a consciousness of low quality. Fear and high entropy are mutually supportive, one creates and encourages the other. Earlier, we mentioned that evolutionary pressure was at the root of the four major motivators of humankind: 1. Survival and material success, 2. Male-female relationship and sex, 3. Influence, control, and power, and 4. Self-improvement, love, and fear. The first three are a direct result of physical evolution, whereas the last is a product of consciousness evolution. All four are uniquely blended together within each individual. It is 364. 1. My big toe I. What does love have to do with consciousness? This motivational mixture that drives the bulk of our choices. Whenever an individual perceives that he or she is seriously lacking any of the first three, fear is generated, especially if the consciousness quality is low. Additionally, fear arises from incomplete knowledge or understanding. It leaps up in dread of unknown possibilities. Worry and anxiety and feelings of inadequacy breed insecurity and fear. Ignorance fanning the flames of fear can quickly whip itself into a blaze of insecurities, building one upon the other. Many of us have experienced this unhealthy degenerative process when a loved one becomes unexpectedly ill, hurt, or soon accounted for, and we do not know how the situation is going to turn out. Fear resides in the intent or motivation, not in the action. For example, purposely avoiding trouble may be an act of good judgment and not necessarily an act motivated by fear. Fear as a product of intent represents a state or condition of consciousness. Fear is like human cancer, it is a disease of consciousness, a dysfunctional condition of ignorance trapped within a little picture. Fear is expressed by a high entropy intent driving action that reflects neither understanding nor vision. Like a biological cancer, fear is debilitating and destructive of the system in which it grows. Ego is the direct result of fear. Needs, wants, expectations, and desires are generated by the ego as part of its short-sighted strategy to reduce the anxiety produced by fear. Desire is generated by wants and needs, but not all desire is fear-based or counterproductive. Basic, lower-level, desires such as sex and hunger are not necessarily fear-based, and the desire to improve yourself, if the motivation is correct, can be a strong positive incentive. In general, when I speak of desire, I am referring to the desire that arises in response to the needs of ego. The ego and intellect are expressions of the individual being. They reflect the quality of the consciousness of that being. Fear is the reaction of that being to the perception of a vulnerability, problem, or difficulty. The ego lives and works between the fears and desires on one side, and the intellect on the other. It is a trusted advisor to the intellect with the special job of neutralizing the dysfunctional effects of the fear, as well as defining and focusing on things desired, wants, needs, and expectations. A simple example of a fear-desire pair is the fear of being inadequate coupled to a need of appearing to be adequate. The ego need is usually satisfied by any contrivance that appears to deny the existence of, or compensate for, the fear, regardless of how superficial or transparent this strategy is to others. The ego is hard-pressed to create a viewpoint that decreases the anxiety produced by the fear. Any viewpoint that works and works quickly is satisfactory. Holes and discrepancies in the rationality of the ego's viewpoint are quickly filled by convenient beliefs. It is the ego's job to reduce anxiety and discomfort by sweeping disconcerting fears under the rug. The ruling principle is out of sight, out of mind, or equivalently out of awareness, out of personal reality. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 42 I 365. An individual's ego and intellect work together to develop and justify those wants, needs, desires, expectations, and beliefs that are required to prevent fear from adversely affecting the functional, operative, awareness of the individual. Their mission is to make sure the individual always feels good about him or herself. No ploy or deceit, as long as it can be suitably justified, is off limits. This dynamic duo's most useful strategy is to maintain a fantasy of power, significance, importance, adequacy, correctness, competency, invulnerability, superiority, righteousness, or whatever it takes to allay the anxiety produced by the fear. Fantasy or delusion is integrated into the perceived reality of the individual by that individual's interpretation of its experience. Of the three, fear, ego, and intellect, the fear is the only one that is fundamentally powerful. The others, like the Wizard of Oz, derive most of their apparent power from illusion and trickery. But what about the power of the intellect? The intellect of mankind is the evolutionary accomplishment of which we are most proud. Our intellect, like Samson's hair, is the source of our power both individually and as a species. It provides the evolutionary advantage that allows us to dominate other creatures and exploit the earth. The intellect has at least some access to, and control memory, and processing power. It can perform deductive and inductive analysis and make logical assessments by employing approximately the same approach that a digital computer would use to accomplish the same tasks, except the human intellect is not nearly as good at logical process as a computer. Human thinking excels at data collection, interpretation, and synthesis as well as creative self-expression, but is notoriously weak at employing logical process. We have learned to use mathematics as a tool to extend our naturally diminutive logical abilities. Without mathematics to brace our lack of natural logical ability, our ascent to power would have stalled in the 19th century if not before. Being logical to any significant depth does not come naturally to mankind, much less to mankind, because it is not particularly important to our purpose. We need only enough acumen for logical processing to provide the feedback required to evolve our consciousness efficiently. We excel at data collection, interpretation, and synthesis because those are the abilities we need to evolve our consciousness. More often than not, what we let pass for logical thinking in personal matters simply makes our progress more difficult. Justifying our ego's wants, needs, and desires as apparently logical requirements of our continued happiness demonstrates how our intellect can become a detriment to successful consciousness evolution. By justifying our beliefs, making them appear rational, our intellect becomes part of the belief trap's trapping mechanism. Most of us believe ourselves to be much more logical than we are. When it comes to those activities that are most profitable to the evolution of our consciousness, personal interaction and relationship, for example, most of us are barely rational, much less logical. We have much to learn before we are ready to take effective. 366 My big toe what does love have to do with consciousness? Charge of the more important aspects of our life and our existence. That is why we are enrolled in a PMR kindergarten for young low-quality consciousness. And why the psi uncertainty principle, to be discussed in chapters 13 and 14 of this book, is a requirement within PMR. Did the words low quality in the previous paragraph prick your ego just a little? Did you feel an emotional downer or dislike the personal implication? If it did and you did, I rest my case. Art, intuition, and creativity do not typically flow from the intellect, though the intellect aids them all with definition and process. Pattern recognition and creative synthesis, two of our more complex cerebral functions, primarily lie outside the intellect's operational capability. As the champion tool users in PMR, Our intellect is undeniably the source of our technical prowess. Our ability to use and design more powerful tools, accumulate resources, and outsmart Mother Nature, each other, and ourselves is a tribute to the inventiveness of our intellect, the power of our mathematics, and our irrepressible drive to control and dominate. However, in terms of consciousness, personal power refers to the power to make right choices that lead to right action. In the big picture of mind space, your power is derived from your quality of consciousness, not from your ability to force issues to resolve to your satisfaction. In matters of importance, the intellect seldom has but a tiny fraction of the truth data required for useful logical analysis. Nevertheless, the intellect offers an illusion of being logical as it creates a smokescreen of self-serving belief, need, and fear-based rationale to serve the ego's needs. It is in the service of the ego that the average intellect spends most of its time and energy. There are exceptions, but they are exceedingly rarer than a poll of intellectuals would indicate. Most of the exceptions belong to a relatively small and impersonal set of crank-turning tasks that require some serious intellectual effort, mostly day jobs requiring a high level of analytical skills. The ego, being closer to the fear, has the job of building and maintaining a feel-good fantasy barrier between the fear and the intellect. The ego, in collusion with the intellect, builds a complex delusional structure held together by convenient beliefs that justify an intricate web of interactive needs, wants, and desires. The ego is reactive and has no power of its own, though it has great influence by virtue of its job of counterbalancing the fear. The intellect has the job of justifying, approving, or blessing the construction materials, beliefs, attitudes, pseudo-knowledge and strategies, of the ego. This information processing function develops whatever analysis, reasoning, that is required to support the ego's needs. Developing adequate justification for the beliefs and attitudes of ego, along with developing and executing strategies and plans to support fantasy creation and management, are the intellect's primary duties. The intellect has another job: it also processes. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 42 I 367. And stores the information in memory that is required to drive a car, hold a job, earn a degree, be an engineer, find your Mr. 1G car keys, get out of the rain, and so on. The intellect cannot, by itself, either love or lower entropy, nor does the intellect direct intent or will, as you might imagine. Intent is a reflection of consciousness quality. Will is applied intent, neither can be directed by analyzing data. Intent and will operate at a deeper level than the intellect, which represents only the functions of information storage and data analysis. In summary, the intellect justifies and rationalizes what the ego requires to fabricate the appropriate fantasy structure that must counterbalance each fear. Your fantasy structure is a system of finely tuned personal beliefs that are specifically designed to meet your needs, wants, and desires, and to mollify your fears. The intellect's justification defines and legitimizes the fantasy as a rational reality. The common ego attributes of arrogance, self-importance, and self-righteousness are merely a few of the construction devices such as arches, vertical walls, and pitched roofs that the ego uses to build and maintain its delusion. If others evaluate an individual as egotistical, it means the fantasy built by that individual's intellectuality construction team is obvious to the vision and understanding of others. The degree to which you are capable of understanding the fantasy structures of others is dependent on your own personal fantasy structures. The devices you use to maintain your fantasies or delusions are largely not understood for what they are, whether they are employed by yourself or by others. To see with clear vision, you must first become detached and fearless in the face of ignorance. Without fear, there is no need for ego, no use for needs, wants, or beliefs. What basic desires remain are natural, healthy, and in consonance with right being and spiritual growth. They create no conflict. To complete the picture of ego, as defined above, you must be aware of its opposites, humility and compassion. Humility allows for confidence, certainty, self-assuredness, purpose, and passion while carrying an underlying implication of an awareness and recognition of limitations. The limitations of which humility is aware can originate inside or outside the individual, a wholly artificial distinction, but one that will aid the clarity of the explanation. An awareness of inside limitations recognizes the limits of individual knowledge and understanding. It acknowledges its own ignorance and is accepting of the ignorance of others. An individual who fully appreciates the value, significance, and importance of others, as well as understands his or her own responsibility to be of service, reflects genuine humility. Humility breeds compassion and vice versa. Outside limitations spring from an understanding of the laws, properties, and requirements of reality. Humility and compassion require an individual to understand their limited role within the big picture. As arrogance waxes, humility wanes. 368 my big toe what does love have to do with consciousness? In effect, humility and compassion are the antitheses of ego, they are what is left over when the ego is gone. As humility and compassion emerge, ego disappears, and vice versa. It is exceedingly difficult to consciously and purposely develop humility, increase the quality of your consciousness, drop ego, or grow spiritually without some knowledge or understanding of the big picture. Thus, humility and compassion are the correcting mechanism for ego, while knowledge and courage, open-minded skepticism in the relentless pursuit of truth, are the correcting mechanism for fear. Love is the result of the success of both corrections. Your capacity to love, a measure of the entropy of your system, is inversely related to the ego and fear your being contains. Because the ego is generated in response to fear, you can see that to love, to increase your capacity or ability to love, you must primarily let go of fear. Without fear there is no need for ego, but without fear and with humility there is no ego. Both fearlessness and humility are required, and are the byproducts of a successfully evolving consciousness. A consciousness becomes the embodiment of love, humility, and compassion as it engages its free will to reduce its entropy toward the positive side of being. Thus, increasing your quality of consciousness increases your capacity to love and allows your intents and actions to be animated by love. Love is the natural result of low entropy, high-quality consciousness. Love is the word we use to describe how a low-entropy high-quality consciousness interacts with other individuated consciousness and other sentient or non-sentient entities. Love is the result of successful consciousness evolution. The capacity, ability, and willingness of an individual to love is a function of how much entropy their individuated consciousness contains. Love capacity is a direct measure of entropy within consciousness. I bet you never thought that you would ever see a technical definition of love. While we are being both technical and surprising, let's give the concept of spirituality a technical definition as well. Spirituality, as it is used in this book, is equivalent to consciousness quality. You become more spiritual, demonstrate a higher spiritual quality, and make progress on a spiritual growth path by lowering the entropy of your consciousness. A consciousness with lower entropy produces a consciousness of higher quality. In other words, the level of spirituality, or degree of consciousness quality, of an individual is inversely related to the entropy the individuated consciousness contains. It is obvious that an individual's spiritual quality is directly related to his or her capacity and willingness to love. Is it clear that a person of high spiritual quality also has an enlarged capacity to love? Do you understand why spirituality and love always travel together? Is it clear that dogma, self-righteousness, ritual, and ego-driven intolerance and superiority, which are generally exhibited by both organized religion and science, have nothing to do with spirituality, love, or the pursuit of big truth? Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 42 I 369. It is a matter of record that the violence, hate, and general meanness that human history lays at the feet of organized religious fervor dwarfs any other evil known to man. Spirituality and love must be personal achievements of personal consciousness, they cannot be organizational achievements. Likewise, Any displays of love, compassion, and humility must necessarily reflect individual quality, not organizational quality. The idea that religious organizations help their members to substantially decrease the entropy of their consciousness is, for the most part, wishful thinking. A belief that makes everyone feel better. It is this unsubstantiated notion that organized religion somehow imbues spiritual quality that justifies religious organizations, fills their coffers with gold, and swells their ranks with both believers and fanatics. History tells a different story. Present experience, as well as an accurate account of the world's past events, demonstrate that the potential of religious belief to stimulate genuine spiritual growth remains largely theoretical and non-actualized, while its potential to ferment hatred and intolerance is unmatched by any other human institution. Power politics and cultural beliefs no doubt take second and third place in history's Hall of Shame. Most of the world's worst conduct has been committed by a combination of all three working together: religious and cultural belief in the service of power politics. The manipulation of religious and cultural beliefs, exploiting ignorance and ego, common fears, beliefs, and desires, to gain economic, personal, professional, and political advantage is an all too familiar story to any student of history or current events. The unholy triumvirate of religious belief, cultural belief, and ego-driven power politics clearly display the nature and results of high-entropy consciousness: ego, belief, need, fear, power, and desire. These three, in various combinations, seem to be at the source of most of the evil let loose in the world as far back as history can see, and as far into the future as anyone dare guess. Do you agree or disagree? Don't simply jump to a conclusion that feels good, supports your beliefs, and reduces your discomfort. Use open-minded skepticism to look around the world, then look at yourself, your community, neighborhood, and office. Pull out your old world history textbook and take another look. Gather your comparative data, then taste the pudding. Accept no one else's opinion, come to your own well-studied conclusion. Before you are finished with your analysis, you will probably realize that the process of coming to a conclusion is vastly more important than the conclusion itself. Learning should not stop because a conclusion is reached. If the process continues, the conclusions can always change. To be effective, seeking big truth should be an iterative process that lasts a lifetime. Conclusions should, for the most part, remain tentative. Such is the nature of open-mindedness. 371 My big toe. What does love have to do with consciousness? Now you not only know that evolving your consciousness is the purpose of your existence, but also how to fulfill that purpose by becoming fearless, humble, and compassionate. It cannot be more simple or straightforward than that. Now that you know and understand everything important, life should be a breeze, right? Whether you admit or deny having fear, or any particular fear, is not significant to the results, the outcome is the same. Admission, recognizing the fear, may or may not bode well for the potential of removing the fear, but it does not change the results of having the fear. For people who live out of, or direct their existence from, their intellect, many pretend to, yet few actually do. There is an apparent power in recognizing and naming things. For these people, becoming aware of a particular fear may be the first step in overcoming that fear, or it may be the first step in redesigning their fantasy to patch a perceived hole in their present delusion. The fantasy generated by the intellect and ego team is designed to reduce the anxiety and discomfort caused by the fear. The symptom is treated while the cause is ignored and left to fester. The bigger and potentially more frightening the fear is to the individual, the bigger and more important the fantasy must be to counterbalance that fear effectively. Fantasies are dysfunctional in the same way that sweeping garbage under a rug is dysfunctional because it only appears to make the garbage go away. The garbage is still there, and it stinks increasingly with age. More and more garbage is stuffed under that rug, the accumulation becomes more obvious and difficult to hide. It also becomes more unlikely that it will ever be cleaned up. The fantasies that are driving choices in our life areas invisible to us, and to those around us who share them, as they are blatantly obvious to others who have a different perspective. For example, arrogance, self-righteousness, and self-centeredness only appear to be dysfunctional when they are larger, and dominating individual more than is normal or typical. On the other hand, if you are not arrogant, self-righteous, and self-centered enough with an acculture or subculture that demands a certain amount of these attributes, you may be seen as defective, weak, passive, or a loser. Delusion and dysfunctionality that is normal or typical for a given culture is not seen as dysfunctional or deluded from inside the culture that supports it. In fact, most cultures or subcultures require that certain types of garbage be swept under the rug, and everybody in that culture is unaware of, or ignores, the stench. The clash of cultures is not only a clash of values, it is also a clash of egos, delusions, and needs. Delusions come in all sizes, types, and degrees. It is a continuum between very little, like you and me, and a lot, like some people we know. Some fantasies are more annoying than others. It is the relative compatibility, interactive nature, degree of unusualness and extent of the fantasy that you are interacting with that largely determines the degree of annoyance or attraction you feel toward another's delusional constructs. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 42 I 371. What about the deluded, arrogant, and egotistical beings who seem to be happy as pigs in mud? Do not believe it. That smooth exterior is purposely deceiving. It hides an inescapable emptiness, unhappiness, fear, and dissatisfaction that gets worse and more difficult to cover up with age. A poor quality of life is the inevitable result of a poor quality of consciousness. Evidence to the contrary is short-lived or turns sour or flat over time because any fantasy world is always in constant conflict with the real one. Consider the deluded, self-righteous, arrogant, and egotistical people you know, by definition, those who are much deeper into those particular fantasies than yourself. You will notice that the degree of their delusion, self-righteousness, arrogance, and egotism is directly proportional to the degree of their unhappiness and dissatisfaction, particularly if they are old enough for the inevitable consequences to have caught up with them. I hear someone asking, isn't ego about power trips and pushing others around? Internal control of your fears is the driver of ego, but a concerted effort to gain and maintain external control, fantasy management, is the function of ego. Control of yourself, as well as other people, is an important part of implementing and maintaining the fantasy. Control is a tool used by the ego and the intellect to convince the individual that the delusion is real and that the being is strong, good, worthy, lovable, rational, adequate, deserving, and all those things the being fears it is not. The use of external power, bullying, dominating, manipulating, bribing, and threatening, is used to get what you want, need, and desire. Your wants, needs, and desires exist, for the most part, to cover over the emptiness, pain, discomfort, or difficulty caused by fear. Thus, the ego uses fantasy devices that directly and individually contradict each fear. For example, a bully on the outside is a typical ego response to feeling inadequate, powerless, and weak on the inside. In ego space, what you see is often not what you get. Image is everything. The privacy, secrecy, delusion, and denial required to maintain that image is second in importance only to the image itself. So very easy to see in others, so very difficult to see in yourself. I am sure that is because others have many fears and personal problems that you do not share. Well, at least theirs are worse than yours are. Did I get that right? Am I psychic or what? You're smiling. Is that because you imagine that I caught some people with their egos hanging out? Hey, I know, many things are like that, true for others but not for you. I understand, you are a unique individual, not like all the rest. Relax, it's others we are referring to here, the ones who still have the capacity and ability to improve themselves significantly. The goal of ego in using external force, power, control, or manipulation is to display behavior that denies the fear, to pretend that what is feared is not actually true or that it is irrelevant or powerless. Using external power this way is like forcing someone to be nice to you, and then feeling satisfied or superior about how likable you are based on the actions of this individual. This is self-delusion at its most obvious. The inevitable. 372 my big toe what does love have to do with consciousness? Result of using power to pretend to be likable makes you less likable. Using power to pretend that you are anything drives you further away from actually being what is pretended. That is how an abstract fear manifests itself into reality. Our fantasies are not only private affairs, they are social and cultural constructs as well. We share and intermingle our fantasies with others within a mutual support system. There are many fantasy support systems: family, friends, work, school, church, clubs, sports, with one of the largest and most pervasive being our information and entertainment media. Traditions, devices, or institutions that support or reinforce our cultural beliefs often serve as fantasy support systems for individuals within that culture. In interacting with others, particularly those we are unfamiliar with, we tend to lead or open with our image, tailor it slightly to custom fit the situation, and then wear that image like a costume. In that way, we lead others to participate in our fantasy as we participate in theirs. Eventually, we become lost in our fantasy and do not know who or what lies at the core of our being. We cannot tell the costume from our skin. A common dream is one in which you are at work or school or church and suddenly realize that you are naked or otherwise inappropriately dressed or undressed or totally unprepared and unfit for whatever it is you are about to do. Ever wonder why you have those dreams repeatedly? They dramatize a core fear. Not only is our ego fantasy foe being construct itself a reaction to fear, but as a bonus, we get to fear the transparency we are exposed, or the real us is found out of the fantasy itself, as well as fear the quasi of the fantasy to continue to fool ourselves and others. Fear of exposure and inadequacy are companion fears born of a deeper knowledge of our self-delusion and manifested according to the individual personality. That is why hiding behind a costume makes us feel more secure. Psychologists would have you believe that a healthy ego is a good thing and a necessity for success within our culture. When an individual is driven by the types and intensities of fear, desire, wants, needs, expectations, and beliefs that are average for his culture, he is pronounced normal, a healthy, by definition, member of his group. Many erroneously believe that a certain amount of a "don't tread on me" attitude is necessary to avoid being pushed around by others. The idea that no ego is synonymous with weak, powerless, and effete demonstrates a lack of understanding of the nature and dynamics of consciousness. Low personal entropy, high personal power, fearlessness, love, and no ego are all on the same team. Beings with low or no ego have the highest quality consciousness and the greatest personal power. The truth of this statement does not rely on some odd definition of personal power. The personal power I am speaking of subsumes the standard definition. The power to take charge of your life, to defend yourself in the face of determined hostility, to find satisfaction and fulfillment, to lead and inspire others, and to accomplish great and lasting things in both the physical and the non-physical realities in which we exist, flows most naturally from the same process that dissolves ego. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 42 I 373. The capacity and ability to master consciousness evolution accrues to the warrior, not the wimp. Maintaining a healthy ego so that you can be normally dysfunctional in your culture is how mediocrity finds comfort in the security of the herd. Insecurity is a hallmark of many cultures, including ours. We begin our integration into the larger shared fantasy, with its concomitant smaller reality, soon after birth. As that process continues, we eventually lose our ability to appreciate and understand the big picture. A small twisted, cultural biases or beliefs, PMR picture appears to be all there is, and seems to contain all the certain knowledge and truth. Knowledge beyond PMR knowledge appears to be necessarily based on imagination or belief. Such are the confines of the shared fantasy, belief, and fear that form and bound our little picture-if reality. A house of cards to camouflage the ricketiness of a house of cards that was built to camouflage yet another shaky house of cards may seem futile, but it works like magic every time. Here's how. Fear always leads away from peace and balance, and therefore, always breeds more fear in an interconnected cascade of worry and fret. Thus many layers upon connected layers of fantasy and delusion are generated from a single fear. Eventually, as fear stacks upon fear, till entire fantasy structure becomes immensely complex and Byzantine, a wad of tangled threads so large it becomes a Gordian knot. The transformation from a rickety house of cards to a strong defensive castle is dependent upon enough complexity and confusion to obfuscate the simple truth to the point that the owner's intellect will never confront any fear directly. A lesser intellect requires a less complex fantasy. Now the structure appears to be stable, solid, and sound because the intellect cannot follow any single motivational strand to any fear in particular. No intent, no action can be laid squarely at the feet of, directly connected to, any particular fear. Presto! Change. The fear has disappeared. With some rationalization, putty, and justification bonded to smooth over the rough edges and glue it all together, we get a beautiful custom-made castle, with moat and drawbridge, for the ego to live within. Beneath that clever cloud of obfuscation, the foundation remains a house of cards and fear remains the fundamental motivator. The garbage is still under the rug. We do not change reality or modify absolute truths, we merely create a fantasy bubble to live in with our friends and family. Our fantasy bubble floats within the larger reality, interacting positively with compatible fantasy bubbles. Each bubble defines a local reality for those who are self-imprisoned within it. What a game! What a shame! But hey, if it looks like a castle, works like a castle, and is treated like a castle by others, it must be a castle. The castle is the apparent you, it is the personal reality you create. It represents what you want to believe you are. It is the result of a lifetime of steady progress, interacting with others and existing successfully within your culture. In it, you are as safe and secure as you believe you can be. The castle is where your ego, a relatively small and well-behaved one I am sure, and your intellect live and work, protected and secure. 374 1 My big toe I What does love have to do with consciousness? From this headquarters, life strategies are formed and executed, evaluations are made. This castle is the foundation of your existence, the core of your being. It represents you, your life, how you define yourself as an individual, how you relate to others. You cannot imagine anything more frightening, or more fear-provoking, than letting go of or tearing down your protective belief fantasy castle. This is how you feel. Anyone who does not recognize the fundamental correctness and solid reality of my very fine castle must be deluded or hopelessly lost in a fantasy. The door is shut, the drawbridge is up, and no information exposing the delusion is ever considered, tolerated or let inside. You feel protected inside the castle, but from a big picture view you are simply trapped inside, ensnared in the web of your own fear. Full deceit. Caught like a rat in a belief trap. There is no easy or painless way out. After you are finished thinking about the previous few paragraphs, let's change gears and talk about what it means to be centered and balanced. A discussion of fear and ego would not be complete without an understanding of balance. You experience right being when you are balanced, when you are living, growing and being with optimal spiritual productivity and minimal consciousness entropy. You lose balance when the ego is the source of your motivation or intent. When you are animated, making choices, by wants, fears, desires and needs, you become driven by an inward pointing forcing function and are not balanced. When you are animated by love, you are not driven by fear, ego, desire, or need. There is no forcing function driving your choices. Love is directed outward. With love, you are at peace, solid, still, fearless, and centered. This is not a control issue. Control does not create balance but only the appearance of balance. A balanced individual is a conscious part of the unified larger reality, a productive citizen of the larger consciousness ecosystem, and is aware of being interconnected to everything. External balance, being in balance with everything external to the individual, is an immediate and automatic consequence of internal balance. Internal balance precedes and enables external balance, it does not work the other way around. Trying hard to appear as if you are balanced does little to produce real balance. Truth does not flow from fantasy. The big picture cannot be derived from the little picture. When right being and right action are natural, easy, and obvious, you are in balance. For large systems as well as individual entities, balance defines the minimum entropy state at any given time, under any given circumstance. Balance is not a digital on-off function, it represents a continuum from the highest entropy consciousness, wild, angry, insane, frantic, self-centered, random, confused, hurt, threatened, fearful, demanding, vengeful, jealous, self-important and inadequate, all artifacts of fear and ego, to the lowest entropy consciousness, balanced, fearless, egoless, compassionate, humble, and expressive of unconditional love. Balance is sometimes described as the state of being detached. This is a valuable metaphor, but we should be careful about what the word detached means within this. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 42 I 375. Context. Being detached does not imply that you are either intellectually or emotionally withdrawn or distant. Detachment does not mean not interactive, not involved, or does not care. Detachment does not imply being aloof, or above it all. The pursuit of consciousness quality, spiritual growth, never requires or encourages one to become detached from life, caring involvement with others, or from responsibility. Detachment simply means that one is no longer influenced by needs, wants, desires, expectations, and beliefs. Balance and a low entropy consciousness are enabled through detachment from one's ego. Note what I have been describing is the balance of entities growing toward the positive side, rats. Anti-rats, or those evolving through negative intention, also seek lower entropy states of being through internal balance by total control of self, controlling their personal energy, and approximate external balance by control of what is external to themselves that can be controlled. Those poor anti-rats, their potential is dreadfully constrained. Control driven by desire and need, is a desperate and self-limiting attempt by the disenfranchised effete to appear powerful. Control is, and always has been, a poor substitute for love. This brings us to a simple fact that everyone needs to understand about having ego and not being in balance. Unfettered ego, aided by the intellect, will always act in a way that inadvertently manifests the fear into the reality of the being. The ego-intellect fantasy constructs always encourage the being to make choices that actualize the fear. If the problem or fear the ego is whitewashing is initially only an imagined difficulty, which is the normal condition, the ego will eventually transform whatever is feared from an in-your-mind thought form to an in-your-face physical reality. The speed and certainty of this transformation is dependent on the energy invested, which is proportional to the intensity of the ego's reaction to the fear. Simply put, your ego makes your T.Rs come true. By manifesting your fears, bringing them from the realm of consciousness into your local physical reality and forcing you to deal with them directly, your ego becomes a powerful teacher by hitting you over the head with the painful consequences of your fear and imbalance. A dumb rat gets zapped. This is a great educational feedback reality, not an existentialist's or nihilist's uncaring life sucks reality. To be confused on that point is disastrous. A life sucks attitude dooms you to an unhappy, no growth existence of self-inflicted pain. Set pity, woe is me, what's the use, life is unfair, so hate, leave me alone, I do not want to learn any more painful lessons, who cares, and I just can't do it, are deadly to your evolutionary progress and personal growth. Going through life with these attitudes is like trying to swim in deep water with a cement block strapped to your back. There is one more thing that you should know about ego. Ego is such that many other people, unlike you, will read this entire aside on ego thinking that I am talking about someone else. They will be nodding their heads up and down as they read. 376 I my big toe I what does love have to do with consciousness? Please to enhance or at least confirm their considerable understanding about what makes other people act as they do. Hey amigo, you can help me out here. If you happen to know somebody in this pitiful situation, please try to wake them up, gently of course. Please be empathetic and kind, they are doing the best they can. They have obviously been mesmerized by their extremely capable and clever intellect and have probably missed almost everything important within this trilogy since the end of section 1, and much of what is important within their life since the age of 16. Sad, yes, but entirely redeemable. If you cannot wake them up. Yes, I know you are very good at this. Even so, breaking a belief-centered ego entrancement is extremely difficult. If you cannot wake them up, please, try to make them comfortable and simply go on your way. Never attempt to shatter someone's worldview by dramatically collapsing their house of cards with logic. That approach rarely works and usually creates a bigger problem. If you shove big truth into the intellect of an entranced ego, there is a high probability that this victim of self-trickery will contract the hideous truth trauma, HTT, syndrome, which invariably creates an emotional disturbance leading to an angry and fearful retreat deeper into the fantasy jungle. Never intentionally corner a critter unless you are prepared to deal with panicked desperation that can occasionally turn vicious. Nevertheless, all is not lost, the future is always uncertain. Shahrazad. Satora may strike the walking oblivious at any time like a brilliant bolt of rogue lightning. Oh yes, it is possible. Stranger things have happened at least once since time began. Take a deep breath and relax, contemplate how this discussion of ego relates to you personally. Imagine a few of your most cherished delusions and the fear that creates and feeds them, and go on. That ego digression was fun and I hope you had a good time, but now we need to return to achieving a better understanding of feelings and personality. Combine self-awareness with an ego, self-awareness hallucinating, believing in, its own relative self-importance, and you get the possibility, high likelihood, of emotionage and intellectual pain. Delusional self-awareness is self-awareness with an attitude, with an ego, and can thus feel both joy and pain. We are not referring to physical pain here. Pain is the awareness of not getting what you want, of not having it your way, of failing to possess or to retain possession of something your ego is attached to, something you believe you want, need, desire or deserve. Thus, an ego creates pain, for its owner, out of its attachment to unfulfilled requirements, out of its beliefs, and out of the requirements and conditions it places upon the achievement of contentment and satisfaction. Pain is caused by dissatisfied, discontented, needy self-awareness. Self-induced pain is the electric shock you get in the PMR Learning Labs. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 42 I 377. Amazing Maze. It is the primary negative feedback stimulus applied in the intent behavior modification trainer provided by your local virtual space-time reality. Joy, love, and happiness are the flip side of that coin, the positive feedback stimuli. Fear can also be a phobic reaction to real or imagined pain, discomfort, or disadvantage. Fear produces an awareness of potential pain and creates additional related fears. The generated pain and additional fears likewise instigate more fear, a snowballing feedback process that quickly saturates to maximize anxiety and discomfort. Now we can understand why any answer, including a wrong, delusional one, often appears better than no answer at all. Using belief to ease the tear that ignorance produces is more immediately important than expelling the ignorance. Open-minded skepticism loses out to belief-based immediate gratification because open-minded skepticism is a long-term solution that must deal fearlessly with ignorance. It would appear that humankind generally finds it is quicker, easy one and more immediately satisfying to pop a feel-good belief-based pain pill to cover up an unpleased and symplom, than to struggle mightily to triumph over the root cause. Words that describe emotional content have many facets and shades. Different people often interpret them differently. Using terms that express feeling inevitably produces a semantic minefield. Consequently, Don't get blown away over the details, particularly if I use words in ways that are not in consonance with your definitions and notions. Following the general sense of the intended meaning, while letting the quibbles go, will produce a more accurate, complete, and productive communication. Joy and peace are the opposites of pain and fear. They are generated by self-awareness without ego, without attachments, needs, desires, wants, or requirements. Joy is self-awareness unconditionally enjoying its existence and the existence of whatever it has created, and whatever else there is for it to be aware of. Peace is self-awareness being unconditionally content with itself and satisfied with the state of its being, knowing that it has cloned whatever it has done for the right motivation. A being in perfect balance is a joyful being at peace. Balance generates peace and vice versa. Sadness is self-awareness knowing that its parts, its implementations of the fundamental process, its creations and loved ones could be better, more optimized, more profitable. Sadness, peace, and joy all coexist with each other, each generating and supporting the others. 378 My big toe, what does love have to do with consciousness? What I am calling sadness here might better be called gentle, mild, or accepting sadness, or perhaps somber, serious, contemplative, or reflective would be better, more descriptive adjectives, but not boohoo or woe is me sadness. This is sadness born of compassion, humility and caring. It is the result of a realistic and empathetic understanding of the unnecessary self-inflicted pain that heaps misery on the world and its people. This is the sadness of watching your friends and loved ones, as well as all people, making themselves and each other miserable and unhappy because of their ignorancy and knowing there is nothing you can do to help them grow up. Another form of sadness, sad because you are not getting what you want, falls under the heading of ego-induced pain and has nothing to do with the sadness derived from compassionate love. Joy, peace, and sadness, as defined above, compose love. Love is a state of being incorporating compassion and humility with no fear, no ego, and no delusion. Because love is the natural result of a low entropy consciousness, joy, peace, sadness, and the elimination of ego are likewise the direct result of a consciousness sufficiently lowering its entropy. Within a large digital consciousness system, the most profitable internal arrangement is achieved when the various groupings of bits, subsystems and inner structure, interact cooperatively for long-term mutual profitability. Recall that large complex systems, by definition, always have large number pairs of complex structures of subsystems that interrelate, communicate, and share information. Look at your body for a PMR-constrained example. Cooperative interaction, at its lowest and OP best, within a digital consciousness system is defined as love. In other words, it is this attribute of internal cooperative interaction that must take place if a consciousness system is to evolve successfully toward lower entropy states, that is the wellspring, genesis, or source of primordial love. Love is what one ends up with after the ego's wants, needs, desires, and expectations are removed from an individuated consciousness. Love is the natural and most basic expression of low entropy consciousness. Love is what grows within consciousness in the absence of fear. Love is a technical term defined by an absence of entropy in consciousness. It exists within individuated consciousness as a continuum of quality that may range from very, very little to very, very much. Love is a property of a highly spiritual consciousness. Love represents the uncorrupted natural state of aware sentient existence and harbors no delusion. Love is the goal of evolving consciousness working within the consciousness cycle. All effectively growing personal big toes must converge to love as they progress along their unique path toward big truth. Love is your purpose, it defines the positive direction of your growth. 43. Life and love in the Petri dish. Great science, good plan, now get to work. Does the big dude have a big ego? There is no evidence to indicate that AUM is delusional. There is no reason for AUM to be delusional, no evolutionary pressure is pushing in that direction. Delusion adds no value, it is dysfunctional. Ego, fear, and delusion work to increase system entropy. Consciousness naturally evolves from greater to lesser ego. A delusional AUM would constitute an evolutionary discard. Because some will be forced by habit to project delusion into the mind of AUM, let's look at the historical record. Historical, mythical, and theological report of Greek, Jewish, Roman, Christian, and Muslim gods being egotistical, vengeful, jealous, angry, demanding, pouty, upset, self-important, and violent, all traits of a large dysfunctional ego, are most likely an artifact of God being described by men, in the image of men, to satisfy the needs and purposes of men. In other words, the common description, among many of the world's popular religions, of an egotistical, delusional, God is most likely the result of men projecting their own egotism upon their concept of God, God made in the image of man, and offers no credible evidence, guilty by vague association, against the mental and spiritual health of AUM. To avoid the pain of not knowing, people habitually extrapolate what they know and are familiar with to the unknown. This pseudo-knowledge soothes the fear of ignorance and allows abstract conceptualizations to appear more concrete and therefore more user-friendly, more easily marketed. Actually, the connection here is almost non-existent. The gods of literally picture men are not concretely or specifically related to the big cheese. 380 I my big toe I life and love in the petri dish. Much less to AUM. The nature of consciousness and the manner and process of its evolution, entropy reduction, spiritual growth, improving consciousness quality, are strongly related to AUM, but have nothing or little to do with organized religion. The concept that unconditional love, balance, joy, compassion, and humility are the attributes of high-quality consciousness has little or nothing to do with religious doctrine, dogma, and creed. If you think that believing in religious dogma generates spiritual growth, go back to Chapter 19, Book 1 where we discuss the nature of belief and its relationship to knowledge and consciousness quality. Hypothesize AUM as a large NAT11 RAL system of self-modifying digital organization, consciousness, in the process of evolving. Such a concept has no reliance upon any belief, much less belief in an egotistical sugar daddy who will damn you for eternity if you do not profess belief in the proper things in the proper way. How is unconditional love, compassion, joy, and humility expressed by that attitude? There is obviously no overlap between AUM and religious dogma, however, there may be some overlap between evolving consciousness and at least some religious values because religion often speaks to human values and human values at their root evolve from the values of low entropy consciousness. There may also be a connection between religion and low entropy consciousness because of religion's societal association with those who have deeply K.T1/11 big truth and nobly tried to embody it and package JT for large numbers of others. Unfortunately, history shows that such an effort, no matter how noble, does not work well and usually ends up ugly and twist for the majority who eventually try to reach salvation through one ritual, dogma, closed-mindedness, and violence, all giant steps in the opposite direction from spiritual growth, love, and lower entropy. Ritual, dogma, closed-mindedness, hate, and violence, the historical uppings of religion at the common level, can appeal only to the short-sighted feel good, feel superior, feel saved needs of ego. An effort to spread big TRNTH may be a noble undertaking, however, using an organization to spread big truth to the multitudes, many of whom are not yet ready to personally assimilate its underlying wisdom, has historically ended up being counterproductive. Once organized, the big truth, which requires individual wisdom to understand, is replaced by culturally relevant dogma that everyone can easily understand and a structure designed to grow the power, influence, and cash flow of the organization. Eventually, defining, maintaining and growing the organization becomes an end in itself on the path of power while the original driving force of Big Troll is replaced by a more of Clive and marketable. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 381. Self-righteous dogma fanned by the flames of ignorance and fear at the lowest. Common denominator of organizational, group, mind. Low quality consciousness is, by nature, easily manipulated. I am speaking in terms of generalities here, there are always individual exceptions. Fear-based organizations, believe our way or suffer the awful consequences, are inherently and fundamentally incompatible with the promulgation of spiritual values and growth which require a love-based individual understanding. Trying to express and spread love through dogma, self-righteous arrogance, legislation, political or social pressure, narrow-mindedness, or fanatical violence is like trying to strike a wooden match under 20 feet of muddy water using only your elbows. We can safely assume the AUM consciousness system is not delusional, is not ego or fear-based, and is therefore not attached to wants, needs, dogmatic requirements, beliefs, preconceived notions, or desires. Without fear and ego, which inevitably produce revengeful, jealous, angry, self-important, demanding, and needy dogmatic behavior, AUM must represent humility, compassion, balance, joy, peace, and sadness, which, as defined in the previous chapter, composes self-aware love. Then, AUM's inscrutable being, a hugely complex, aware, evolved, minimum entropy consciousness system digital thing being, has a nature, a personality, or attitude that can be described as love. We know other sentient entities by the nature of their being, not the structure or mechanics of their being. For example, the people we know best are much more to us than objective bodies and behavior. We know them by their nature, primarily their subjective quality. In the same manner, we experience or know AUM's nature as love because that is the state of being, minimum entropy, that consciousness naturally evolves to. Some religions ascribe this same property, among others, to their God, s. Some may worry that if AUM is finite, it must be locked into some competitive evolutionary struggle that puts us at risk. Quick, someone call Hollywood, cuddly and cute Mosaurus the love being versus the mentally degenerate and mean thought-form eating monster from the evil black swamp. Uh-oh, if that is us in this grade B movie, it would appear that we are in big trouble. Relax. The idea that our beloved AUM might be only a little guy in a reality beyond our potential comprehension should not be unnerving. Bear in mind that our hypothetical AUI/Elosaurus is a thought creature thing that lives in mind space. Do not let habitual patterns of thought impose a survival of the fittest, or law of the jungle mentality on AUM and its possible environs. 382 I my big toe I life and Levine the Petri dish. Concerns for AUM's continuing existence are misguided and stuck in biology-based PMR thought patterns. A relatively small and limited being does not necessarily imply a delusional being suffering from an inferior ITY complex. Relative size has nothing to do with love or delusion. Small physically weak people and sumo wrestlers have an equal shot at quality consciousness. Being vulnerable and being fearful do not necessarily able together. Like being fearless and being foolhardy do not always able together. Competition and survival are non-issues in thought space where AUM lives. Quality of consciousness is the relevant metric. Relative size is relevant only to who can create and support whom, a matter of ecological organization. In order to help you understand the strong interrelationships connecting AUM, experiments in consciousness, evolution, scientific inquiry, and love, I need to broaden your picture of AUM by putting our system, OS, into a more personal perspective. At the risk of sidetracking your focus and generating curiosity tangential to the intended point, I think a short aside explaining the nature and purpose of NPMRN and our system, relative to other realities, is in order. Understanding there are other real ITY systems that are fundamentally constructed the same as ours, but are functionally very different from ours, will help you to see AUM from a larger perspective. AUM, scientist at work. Metaphorically speaking, AUM has run, and is running, many experiments. Before there were PMRs, there were only NPMRs. As it turns out, NPMR realities are not optimized for evolving basic or elementary consciousness. The problem is the motivation-action-result feedback loops are long and difficult to define in NPMR because interactions between entities are often tenuous and not steady. If a sentient entity does not like what is going on in NPMR thought space, it can drop out and disappear or block out, filter, specific interactions. In NPMR, your external environment is, to a large extent, controlled directly by your mind. Such is the nature of thought space and thought form land. It is tenuous, individual, and quick to change. Doing or action, energy exchanges, comes and goes with focus, is intent-driven, and often reversible. In NPMR, the results and consequences of intent and action were difficult to define and unclear. Responsibility and right intent, the main learning issues, seemed forever debatable. Reconstruction of certain and clear motivation became a slippery and divisive issue among NPMR residents. A reality that was stickier, more solid and obvious, something less tenuous, changeable, and camouflageable, was needed to obviate those "yes I did, no you didn't" arguments over intent. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 383. Something was required that would hold interaction steady and engaged until complete and clear intents were generated. The processes of interaction needed to be irreversible. Once choices are made and action is taken, there is no way to take it back. Because energy exchanges between entities produce consequences that cannot be undone, final results are cumulative. Moreover, the results of exchanges of energy, the actual interaction, must be defined within the framework of a binding causal chain so the ramifications of all actions can be tracked to completion. Additionally, to facilitate evolutionary growth, interim results needed to be returned to the interacting entities in the form of feedback. As you might have guessed, we are now in the process of specifying the top-level requirements for space-time. Evolution, always on the lookout for a better way of doing business, began to probe more effective ways to encourage system profitability and to facilitate individuated consciousness in their quest to find lower entropy configurations. Space-time has evolved as an external virtual environment that enables raw, relatively high entropy consciousness to more effectively actualize its growth potential. Think of space-time as a virtual reality trainer that helps individuated consciousness units learn how to more effectively organize and structure their energy. Because a huge number of small quizzes versus a few big conclusive tests produce a better, more consistent evaluation, a process that incrementally averages over many small everyday choices and drives irreversible results would be better able to harness change in the service of clarity. Consistency and continuity could be improved by slowly incrementing dynamic processes, interactions and energy exchanges, and their subsequent results in appropriately small steps by utilizing a reality based upon a relatively large quantum of time. By implementing these design modifications into a subset of NPMR, AUM could evolve a rule set for a portion of mind space, a virtual reality existing within its own dimension, that provides a more efficient and productive learning environment for consciousness evolution. Consequently, arrays of space-time realities, some similar to our beloved PMR, were spawned to meet the needs of evolving consciousness. Imagine a space-time elementary school, or perhaps a space-time entropy reduction factory, where individuated chunks of consciousness could more effectively evolve their energy toward more profitable states of being. To facilitate self-improvement, each individuated consciousness would need to cut through the layers of convoluted intellectual assessments, opinions, image, and ego to get to the truth of a buried intent. Something was needed that allows individuals to see and feel their consciousness quality directly reflected in their actions. Effective consciousness evolution needed a truth device or quality meter that accurately measures, displays records, and accumulates the entropy-reducing profitability or rightness of any motivation initiating an interaction. Without such a device, or if the device is ignored. 384 I my big toe I life and love in the petri dish. Individuals would have no truth reference and could be easily captured by their ego's propaganda. What a great feedback-driven learning tool this would be. Can you imagine? Something that would accurately grade the quality of every thought we have and action we take, as well as maintain a running sum of the results. An entity whose accumulated experience quality represents a large collection of good quality intentions would naturally create a loving and joyous existence. In contrast, one that represented an accumulation of entropy increasing ego-driven intentions would automatically create a stressful, miserable, unhappy existence. Wow! With a feedback device like that to guide your growth, how could you go wrong? Geez, this is going to be easier than I thought. All I need to do is learn how to pay attention to this quality meter gizmo, do the right thing and then check my score. With a little trial and error experimenting, it should be relatively simple for me to get better and better scores over time. Sinchi. Where is this gizmo, and what does it look like? Within an individuated digital mind, combine sufficient richness, complexity, non-linear feedback, clever programming, and the proper processing constraints with a mixture of love, humility, compassion, fear, desire, and ego, and out pops a specific perception of interaction called raw emotion, which is designed to reflect inner quality accurately. Emotion surges unfettered through individuated digital mind to satisfy a major design criterion of profitable consciousness evolution. More on this in section 4. This what you feel reflects what you are. Our internal quality meter is the mother of all biofeedback devices. That love and joy do not dominate our feelings most of the time is both normal and not a good sign. Love, joy, peace, compassion, humility, and balance are the dominant expressions and feelings of a high-quality consciousness. What you and I feel most of the time is probably more representative of a high-entropy consciousness. Your feelings always reflect the real you with perfect accuracy. If you feel anger, negativity, inadequacy, or anxiety, that is a reflection of how you are and what you are on the inside, not how other people make you feel. Additionally, entities of higher quality often couple emotion with a conscience containing the values of its underlying consciousness to produce a better, more sensitive, quality meter. Take a note. Perhaps you should investigate what your emotive energy, instantaneous and cumulative, is telling you about the quality of your consciousness. That jerk really makes me mad. Actually, he does not. You cannot logically blame others for creating your emotions. You must take 100% of the responsibility for whatever you do, feel, and are. Others merely show your reflection of yourself as you react to them. The reactions are yours alone. You are in charge of and responsible for you. You react and interact as you do because of how you are. No one, no thing, and no circumstance can possibly force you to be someone other than you. Only you are allowed to make your choices. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 385. PMR is where the rubber meets the road, where your actions and feelings reflect the actual you, not what you think you are, or want to be. Individuated units of consciousness using NPMR as their local reality became confused over what was the real them and what they thought was them. Learning was difficult. That's what I was referring to in Chapter 5 of this book when, in reference to designing biological matter bumps, I said, it would be better to give it limited awareness and functionality so it won't be continually getting stuck in intellectual endless loops thinking about interactions instead of experiencing them, as did some of the less productive experiments tried earlier. By now the context in which that statement can be understood is broadened considerably. Nevertheless, the discussion of space-time design requirements is just getting started. Additional depth and breadth is coming in sections 4 and 5. There are different experiments going on in each of the different non-physical reality systems, the so-called NPMR0. For example, one such system has few rules of interaction, no law and no justice at the highest level. I have never been to a space-time construct there, though I am relatively sure they must exist. Accessibility to PMRs in this system is not the issue. I stay away from that reality as much as possible because it is dreadfully rough, mean-spirited, and unpredictable. One can easily get damaged there. The NPMR0 experiments are to demonstrate the effect of various values, rules and rule sets, selective constraints, on the dynamics of consciousness evolution. There are many reality dimensions whose operational constraints fall between the extremes of a chaotic free-for-all and our law-abiding OS. I imagine there are some real ITY systems that are significantly more constrained than OS, but I have never been in one. Consider the implication: tighter constraints are a necessary requirement of preschools and kindergartens. As the average quality level rises, restrictions can be relaxed without compromising educational effectiveness. At one time we, OS, were less constrained than we are now. There was more direct interaction, meddling, between NPMR, gods and spirits, and PMR, men. The extent of that interaction created results that were interfering with the intent of the experiment. Consequently, more restrictive rules were made and our current OS became as we now know it. The rules, structural dynamics, can change, but not casually and not often, or the integrity of the experiment will be ruined. Outside, external to PMR, meddling, applied to the evolutionary process taking place within the PMR learning lab, adds uncertainty to the process and usually produces unnatural results that cannot be maintained without further meddling. Interference, once started, breeds a vicious cycle requiring more interference, like a liar telling new lies to hide old lies. You may recall that at the end of chapter 4 of this book we discussed what happens when one ruins an experiment with too much intervention or meddling. Our conclusion: the experimenter would have to flush the little fellows down the drain and start over. I am afraid that flood insurance will not help and that treading water for eternity is not an acceptable solution. We should not expect that the 386 my big toe I life and love in the petri dish. Big Cheese, or anyone else will be paying attention to our trials and tribulations, adjusting results, meddling, or calling the plays from the sideline within OS. This is serious science and evolution, not a children's game of Father May I. Interference in PMR, from outside PMR, by direct action is generally forbidden. All exceptions must obey the psi uncertainty principle, which is thoroughly addressed later. On the other hand, indirect influence is, under certain conditions, not only allowed, but encouraged. One peripheral and probably unintended consequence of this important rule enables the consciousness-limited embodied citizens of the PMRs that are operationally aware in NPMRN, to take direct actions in NPMRN without the liability that would accrue to a less limited NPMRN being who is not under the protection of PMR citizenship. As greater numbers of entities embodied within physical realities become operational and active in the non-physical, this loophole will probably be plugged. In the meantime, an embodied citizen of PMR, who has a well-developed consciousness and is operationally aware in NPMRN, has a powerful advantage in that he or she can forcefully interact with the energy of others, both within and outside PMR, and remain within the law and thus protected by it. We are allowed to meddle in the energy of others because such activity exercises an important part of our evolutionary potential and because our consciousness is generally so undeveloped that we can't do much damage, like letting a bunch of toddlers throw nerd balls at each other. The two-edged sword of free will enables energy exchanges to both constructive and destructive of consciousness quality. The residents of PMR do not have a blank check to wreak havoc on themselves and the rest of NPMR. There are rules and limits, but they are granted a wider degree of latitude, a handicap of sorts, and additional protection under the law because of their limitations. For a rough analogy, consider laws that protect children or the mentally retarded from exploitation. Our NPMRN experiment is about the dynamics of the evolution of consciousness. To oversimplify, the basic motivational dynamics, as opposed to structural dynamics, are love, knowledge and wisdom versus fear, ego and ignorance, and the equally popular theme good versus evil. Could the dynamics of these fundamental struggle at the root of our consciousness be the source of our deepest self-expression? Our arts, literature, cinema, painting, theater, and music, are dedicated to expressing our interest and preoccupation with the motivational dynamics that are fundamental to our existence and the existence of our reality. The same themes that universally stir emotion and captivate interest within every culture on our planet are those that describe what is crucial and important to the evolution of our consciousness. Because consciousness is common to humanity, tales of love, knowledge, wisdom, tear, ego, ignorance, and good versus evil are also common to humanity as well as to all other highly aware conscious beings. The motivational dynamics of consciousness are our motivational dynamics as well because we are consciousness. Could anything be more simply or straightforward? Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 387. Within NPMRN there are some physical reality systems that are almost entirely evil and a few that are almost entirely good. You get the idea. There is lots of action and variety in NPMR and its subsets. There are many different and unique PMRs in NPMR. I have explored at least several dozen such realities and several of these in great detail. Although they all follow the same basic reality mechanics described in Section 5 at the physical level, beings, culture, and environment, some are fundamentally similar to our reality, have the same basic structure, while others are not at all like OS. From the viewpoint of digital mind space, all realities, except the larger consciousness system we call AUM, could be described as virtual realities. The computer itself is a fundamental reality while the simulations running within it constitute virtual realities. From the viewpoint of the consciousness evolution fractal ecosystem, the computer and its subsets and pieces form a vast interconnected interdependent system. From the first viewpoint, we are a product or result of the computer. In the second, we are an integral part of the computer. Because AUM represents all that is, both viewpoints are compatible. I do not want to explore these ideas more fully within this book because they are not pertinent to understanding my big toe. The various NPMRN are defined and discussed again in Section 5, Chapter 4, Book 3. All of the above, as well as additional information and first-hand experience, is available on these subjects in NPMR. If you are interested, you should begin to develop the ability to access this information, and experience NPMRN yourself. It is not as difficult as you might think. Incorrectly applying Familia 1 biological thought patterns may lead you to think that AUM, the lean and mean evolution machine, is incompatible with AUM, the embodiment of love. AUM is not a shark. AUM is consciousness. The evolutionary result of highly evolved, low-entropy consciousness is love consciousness. As you evolve your consciousness, you decrease your entropy and increase your capacity to love. Love is produced, created, and brought into being by the AC lion of a lean and mean evolution machine operating on consciousness. Lean implies optimized, efficient, minimum waste, and good economics and ecology, like our own efficient Mother Nature. Mean implies that dysfunctional, counterproductive, or unprofitable evolutionary offshoots or experiments are ruthlessly terminated as soon as their unprofitability is determined. The connection between ALVL and love is less about what AUM docks and teals, or how AUM acts, AUM being unconditionally loving, than it is about AUM being unconditional love. Love, as an attribute of AUM's existence, is the source of, and hence more fundamental than, AUM's expression of love through feelings or actions. When we equate AVM consciousness with low entropy, and low entropy consciousness with love, we are talking about 388 I my big toe I life and love in the petri dish. AUM's fundamental nature, substance, and being, not simply its personal ity. Love is the animating dynamic of AUM, it is AUM's most salient property. AUM is an evolving digital love consciousness being thing whose actions and intents are animated and motivated by unconditional love, which is the natural mode and expression of a low-entropy consciousness. Are you beginning to wonder how the fundamental process could possibly produce a creation this fantastic? Isn't this all a bit much? How could reality be this complex and exist on such a grand scale? I will tell you how. There's a trick to it. Because evolution invests only in winners, it appears that the fundamental process consistently delivers the exact tools that are needed to facilitate successful evolution. TI1 is makes the fundamental process look exceptionally clever, but the fact is that only the cleverest moves persist while the others self-destruct. Think about it, if you can arrange for your failures low automatically disappear without a trace one while your successes persist forever, you will eventually, if you live long enough, end up looking incredibly brilliant even if you are a random plotter. The products of evolution appear low be incredibly clever, but I'm not impressed. The fundamental process has been working a long time and I am hip to its slick trick of conveniently hiding its many mistakes. AUM is interested in the science of the dynamics of consciousness evolution, the science of the creation of love consciousness. Yes, there is evolutionary struggle, evolutionary winners and losers, but bear in mind that this is taking place in thought space. The losers are not necessarily raped, pillaged, and sold into slavery. For example, KTA say the good guys win he rat maze struggle, then AFler all the rats make it, the anti-rats will slowly but smally be one of one until everybody makes it because that is the nature of rats. On the other hand, if the anti-rats, bad guys, win, the rats will slowly and surely be exploited, subjugated, abused, and then exterminated because that is the nature of anti-rats. Oh well, that's honest evolution, penile science, and love consciousness at work. We are not independent of AUM. Think of AUM as a loving, dispassionate, impartial, unbiased, independent scientist, engineer, philosopher. Good and valid science is done dispassionately. AUM is an evolving brilliant consciousness with a high level of awareness that must figure things out as we do. Good science is the only way. Let go of the anthropomorphic image of AUM carrying a clipboard and wearing a white lab coat with pocket protectors. It is not like that. In an advanced consciousness system, good science, successful evolution. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 389. And exploring and populating the most profitable states all merge together as a single complex motivational pressure pushing the systemward self-improvement. Evolutionary pressure and intellectual process merge to become one in an aware, low entropy, consciousness system. Think of AUM as an evolving consciousness system being thing, with emphasis on the word thing, instead of an old guy with a long white beard and bushy eyebrows in a white robe, an all-powerful version of us who promises to save us and defeat our enemies. We agree to worship him in return. Do you ever wonder why all the gods of men seem to have a strong want, need, expectation, or desire to be worshipped? An obsession with being worshipped and wanting or needing the little people to believe in you must be either an occupational hazard of godship or a prerequisite for the job. Haven't you always wondered what exactly gods get out of being worshipped and believed in, and why? It certainly appears to be extraordinarily important to them. The fact is, unconditional love, compassion, and humility can have no requirements, no ego, no needs, no desires, and no expectations. Consequently, don't contest AUM or the big cheese with any god of the human tribe. Their nature is egoless manifestations of unconditional love. It qualities them for the job. It must be difficult to get people to join your organization and give you money and obedience if all you give them in return is permission to develop the quality of their consciousness in their own unique way and on their own time, which is the only way an individual can improve their consciousness quality. A spiritual organization can offer no more than casual non-specific encouragement to its members without also becoming an inhibitor of their progress. Hey, I just got a great idea. Listen, I hereby fully encourage you to develop your consciousness quality in your own way, on your own time, and at your own place. So would you please send 10% of your annual income to the address inside the front cover of this book? And just for my dearly beloved favorite readers, a one-time special introductory bonus offer. At her I get the entire 10%, I'll throw in an autographed book and a set of 12 cell-addressed tithing envelopes for next year, absolutely free. Wait, there is more, a triple extra bonus. Wow! I hereby solemnly promise to 1. Let you sleep in every Saturday and Sunday, 2. never lecture you or preach to you or make you wear a suit and tie. And 3, allow unlimited disobedience. Geez man, compare that package to what the competition offers. A fantastic deal at half the price. 390 my big toe I life and love in the petri dish. Don't waste your time or money, there is no address inside the front cover of this book. I am just having some fun. Laughing at yourself is not only fun, but good medicine. Everybody enjoys an occasional dose of good medicine, right? The point is, the process of encouraging spiritual growth does not lend itself to being organized. To the contrary, when a spiritually focused organization becomes successful, recruits a sustaining broad membership, it inevitably becomes part of the problem. It begins inhibiting spiritual growth instead of encouraging it. Although the raising of consciousness quality requires an individual process, the raising of good feelings within a secure ego requires a group process. Because the two processes are generally incompatible and destructive of each other, it is a good idea to be clear about which process best represents your personal investment in consciousness quality. The pursuit of truth through good science is one reason, only one of several, why human bioscientists do not fall madly in love with their bacilleria. An overly strong emollientoligo ointment low the bacteria in your petri dish might cause you to meddle unwisely and compromise T.E experiment. AUJ_2 is not fooling around in the lab, it is doing real science and real experiments had affect its evolution. I am sure AUM wants the good guys to win, but it must let the chips fall where they may. This is not cruel or inconsistent with being the embodiment of love. AUM does not have a mean thought bone in its thought body, mind. Because AUM doesn't cuddle you and sing lullabies, make you feel special, superior, and valued, all syrup to the ego, doesn't mean it is an indifferent, heartless mind shark that doesn't care what happens. AUM is giving you an opportunity to evolve your consciousness via the intentional dissolution of your ego. Surely you understand that puffing up your ego by giving you special consideration would be terribly counterproductive. A good science-mist can care very deeply and profoundly about what happens, but still must conduct honest experiments. You cannot trick evolution. Profitability is assessed by results, not good intentions, brilliant theory, or pas-faire d'ulcomes. AUM is dim consciousness evolved into brilliant love consciousness, which is how positive consciousness naturally evolves. The negative intent consciousness critters and beings, evil, can evolve only toward power control force. That is as far as evil can go, the establishment of power control force. Minimi 1jng entropy by growing or evolving in the negative direction is extremely limited and relatively worthless compared to the advantages gained by a consciousness evolving positively toward the expression of itself as love. In PMR, PAL, control force is a way of life. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 391. A primary motivator. That fact should sell you there is much low-quality consciousness, negativity, and evil running loose in our local reality. The only way to help clean that mess up is to clean yourself up. You do not have the ability to improve anyone else. All you can do for others is to provide the opportunity for them to do for themselves. In the PMR elementary school of 3D space-time, power control force may seem to be a big deal. Foot may appear to many as a superior means for achieving material success and winning the latest round of King of the Hill. However, in the bigger picture, in consciousness space, power control force is, for the most part, a short-sighted, short-term ego booster which is a big deal only in the neighborhood of Anti-Rat Town where it holds sway. Yet, the negative can eventually overwhelm the positive as a bacterial infection or a cancer might overwhelm and eventually kill a once productive, healthy, and strong sentient human. Disease has its function, it gives as well as takes. Free will choice must include the ability to choose badly. Though an individuated consciousness can lower its ENO-OP through growth in the negative direction, negative growth, because of natural limitations, is a poor long-term investment. A fatal cancer, without meaning to, always ends up killing IL self as IL kills its host. The cancer is not aware its activity is self-destructive because it is trapped in a little picture with no vision into the larger system. The host, on the other hand, living within and being a part of that bigger picture, must take care not to encourage the cancer or let the cancer get a foothold. An aware entity that chooses to lower its ENO-OP by growing in the negative direction is, like a cancer, self-limiting and self-destructive in the long run. Evil contains the seeds of its own stagnation, if not destruction. A poet-mile host's best defense is knowledge, and big picture awareness. If you are careful not to jump to conclusions, it will be profitable for us to concede one interactive consciousness dynamics. How do kind and benevolent pacifists fare in a land without laws? What if you start with 90% pacifists, 8% everyday plain vanilla non-pacifists and 2% violence-prone self-centered low-life scumbags that lie, cheat, steal, and worse? What are the natural survival and growth rates as well as conversion rates between these groups? The individuals within all groups are of equal size, strength, and intelligence. How will the dynamics of this experiment play out under various amounts and types of law and law enforcement? Remember, law enforcers must be able to be violent. I will let you come to your own sense of the dynamics and variables involved as well as what their outcomes are likely to be. 392 I my big toe I life and love in the petri dish. I do not expect you to derive the final answers to the preceding questions, at least not T0 day. I simply wish to create some appreciation of the type and complexity of issues that a study of interactive consciousness dynamics must address. The above example barely scratches the surface of a discipline that growing consciousness systems would need to explore to ensure their continued profitability. Understanding how individuated units of consciousness and consciousness systems change relative to individual interactive intent is AUM's key to optimizing its own growth through the process defined earlier as the consciousness cycle. Recall from our earlier discussion in Chapter 24, Book 1 that evolutionary pressure is derived from an entity's internal and external environment. The bottom line of that discussion was that the evolutionary goal of consciousness is to lower its entropy. Thus for consciousness, successfully evolving, increasing quality, self-improvement, spiritual growth, and increasing the capacity to interact with love, are all the same thing. These attributes, along with the increased functionality and capability that accrues with more energy available to do work, from our definition of NUOP, near the middle of Chapter 24, Book 1, are artifacts of a low NUOP consciousness. From the limited PMR little picture view, the increased functionality and capability that naturally occur in low entropy consciousness may be experienced as personal power, unconditional love, or paranormal ability. Forget what you have been told. AUM is not in the role of your father or mother and, you are not in the role of a child. AL.TM is not responsible for raising you, only for giving you the opportunity and responsibility to raise yourself. It is not AUM's job to take care of you, to force you to learn and grow, and keep you out of trouble or to make you feel comfy when things get lock. Nevertheless, AUM cares about, loves, and appreciates all because that is the fundamental property of low entropy consciousness, but don't take that too personally. AUM has evolved individuated consciousness with free will as pan of its own process of evolution. Free will gives you the responsibility for your growth and enables you to evolve. Without free will, there is no way for individuated consciousness to decrease its entropy. Your hand is in the air, hang on, a discussion of free will, determinism, uncertainty, and randomness in digital systems is corning up in Chapter 11 of this book. AUM sets up everything to help you succeed and provides an absolutely free top-of-the-line PMR learning lab with interactive feedback. Additionally, NPMR beings are assigned to help you in every way allowed under the law. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 393. These beings are focused directly on you, to plan, encourage, and guide your spiritual growth, the growth of the quality of your consciousness. Teachers, Typically good guys who have mastered the human rat maze, sometimes return to PMR to help point the way. Nevertheless, we often manage to dilute, distort, and subvert their helpful instruction by burying the essential truth of their message under a blanket of dogma generated by an ego-serving, fear-manipulating, belief system. The laws and rules that are instituted by AUM, and administered by the Big Cheese, the conditions of the experiment, the culture of NPMRN, provide order and protection for you in NPMRN. Our system, OS, is designed to give you maximum opportunity to succeed under the given conditions. You can sometimes, though it is rare because cross-pollination is discouraged, choose an alternate, not OS, reality system, one of the PMRK within NPMRN, or something from one of the other NPMR0, within which to evolve your consciousness. Everything you need for success is laid at your feet, all the help you could profitably use is there for you, but you have make the choices. You have R.O. execute your intent. The AUM consciousness Joe being scientistling demonstrates its compassion, love, and caring by giving you every opportunity to grow in the direction of your choice. Balance, humility, compassion, joy, peace, sadness, love, and caring as well as a desire to evolve, learn, and grow are the natural attributes of a highly evolved and aware consciousness. We are an individuated part of the larger consciousness that has been constrained, matter bumps on the lumps in the AUM sheet, to go through the same evolutionary process as the whole. The value of knowing and understanding the origins and processes of your existence, as well as being aware of the available options and pitfalls that lie before you, is obvious. Knowing what you are doing and why you are doing it should contribute immensely to your ability to get the job done. There is yet another reason for AUM to produce and work with individuated consciousness. As our individual consciousness evolves, we contribute to the quality of the entire consciousness system of which we are a part. Thus, we are an integral part of OM's evolutionary process. AUM invests in honest science, but we good guy rats pay an additional dividend. By lowering the entropy of our individuated consciousness, we also lower the entropy of the entire larger consciousness system. Our individual growth lowers AUM's entropy and helps push AUM along its evolutionary path. 394 I my big toe I life and love in the petri dish. We are profitable beyond our contribution to experimental results. That is why we get lots of help and encouragement. Although we good guy rats may eventually be incorporated into the AUM organization as full partners, those entities evolving to the negative side eventually get recycled, new opportunity to GRW in the positive direction, or are simply terminated. L told you their long-term benefits stunk. Why would an entity take the negative route? Because they are short-sighted and do not understand the big picture. That is a common problem. Are the bacteria in the petri dish given briefings on the experiment in which they are taking part? Never. It might bias the results. Do we need to hide the experimental purpose and protocols from the bacteria? No, because T11E bacteria are not cognitive at the level of the experimenters, no one worries about it. Going for the apparent short-term gain is how most sentient entities, consciousness systems, or beings, in any reality 01 situation, function if they do not have the requisite quality and do not possess the perspective, capacity, or understanding to see the big picture. That is a simple fact of existence. Do you know anybody or any organizational entity that is fixated on the short-term view or lacks big picture vision? Wait a minute, I am afraid that I inadvertently put you in an endless loop. You will never finish that list. Let's ask it the other way. Do you know anybody, besides you and me, or any organizational entity that is not fixated on the short-term view and possesses a big picture vision? Now that is one short list. If the experiment is about aware consciousness, the number of participants who have gained a clear view of the big picture may well be a metric that measures the progress of the experiment. We are allowed to know, becoming aware and operational within the big picture represents a natural part of our potential that we should make an effort to actualize through personal growth. You should realize there is no alternative, in the biggest picture, to growing the quality of your consciousness except eventual termination. For those in the little picture, this piece of information will be discounted because it cannot be derived from the little picture. Get this, little pictures must be derived from bigger pictures, it does not work the other way around. Do you see why it is not necessary for the experimenters to hide the experimental purpose and protocols from the bacteria or the humans? Living solely in the little picture is enough insulation to make sure that humans on the planet Earth and bacteria in the petri dish are not confused or motivated by information that is beyond their understanding. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 395. Complex, self-interactive consciousness can pull itself up by its bootstraps in the same way that bright awareness self-energizes and drives its own development. Science is focused on understanding those evolutionary processes that affect consciousness and on making these processes as efficient and productive as possible. What we do with the opportunity to evolve our consciousness is entirely up to us. It is free will, our self-interaction, and our interaction with others that creates the possibility of learning, which in turn creates our potential for growth. Because of our relatively high entropy, we are slow learners, consequently, our cycles of learning and growth are designed to accumulate results over multiple experience packets. Some of us become apathetic and cynical because we have to grow and learn on our own. Will not do it for us. We become aruwanoid because we are self-centered and because outgrowing a cherished and needed fantasy is often neither easy nor fun. It is just not fair. Will not cuddle us and sing sweet lullabies to soothe our ruffled minds and flustered egos. We think we want, need, and deserve that support. Oh, how we miss it. Mama. Mama. Ma. Resembling spoiled children, we fuss and moan about our options, refuse to play the game, refuse to participate until the game is more fun and pleasant for us. As if our tantrum will force the powers that be to make it easier for us. Children who refuse to grow up always maintain the sense that a big fuss and good excuses will force life to be more accommodating. They sulk, gel depressed, and then get angry when their self-righteous protestations fall on deaf ears. Refusing to work on your spiritual growth because your life is not fun and full of joy is like spanking a baby in order to make it stop crying, counterproductive, and incredibly stupid. Wouldn't it be nice if there were always a mommy and daddy to take care of you, make things easy one for you? This adult gig is a bad deal. Bummer. Adults need GT guidance, comfort, and reassurance more than kids do because the penalties and consequences of making mistakes and doing it wrong are more serious when you are an adult. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, come a little closer, boy do I have a deal for you. There is no need to feel abandoned and suffer alone. There are lots of organizations and individuals that would like to play the mother or father role to your fear and neediness on various levels. Here is the deal. Your ego gets to pretend that you are relieved of some of the adult responsibility for managing and directing your life as well as growing the quality of your consciousness. The parental stand-in gains some control and influence over you, your resources and your decisions as you forfeit some part. 396 My big toe I life and love in the petri dish. Of your free will. Take your pick. Friend, spouse, employer, religion, church association, political party, club, support group, gang, charity, or welfare plan. I am sure you can find one or more of these to help you bear your burdens. Thuik, Baingizi pray always can find someone willing to offer help for a purchase. Someone or group that will take care of them and make them feel better. All the individual has to do is trade their money and a piece of their soul for the illusion of knowing the answers and the increased peace of mind that comes with an imagined offloading of personal responsibility. Listen to that ego purr, stroke. These illusions, properly marketed, are now and always have been best sellers. Many are mandatory according to the standards of each culture. The bottom line is that predators and parasites can make an easy living, money, power, and self-importance, by manipulating the fears of those who have no understanding of the big picture. That fact brings up another attribute of ignorance: the ignorant and fearful are always vulnerable and easily manipulated. Manipulating believers, regardless of what they believe, is as easy as appealing to wants, needs, and fears. Ask any salesperson, politician, trial lawyer, or marketer, they will vouch for the truth of that statement. Having the courage, and taking the time, effort, and responsibility to capture and tame big truth is the only thing I know that can protect you from being had by the hustlers that are hawking the big delusion. Be wary of or feel good. His happy pills and patented excuses will dissolve your personal power. Don't misunderstand me. Finding gonjasing help when you need it is a wonderful thing. Good for everyone, but becoming dependent upon it, addicted to it, and unable to grow beyond it, is something altogether different. Dependence and interdependence can be helpful and rewarding as long as your free will is not held hostage and you are not trapped by your neediness, fear, wants, desires, ignorance, immaturity, and beliefs. In general, those who are trapped are not aware of being trapped. They are perpetual children, predominantly from the ranks of the personally powerless. Do not confuse the personally powerless, high-entropy consciousness, with the materially powerless. They are not necessarily related. Assuming responsibility for your life is a good place to start anything. If you do not have what it takes to find your own answers and take charge of the evolution of your consciousness, someone else will be happy to fill that void for a price that is actually much steeper than it appears. How do you calculate the price of being caught in a belief trap? In terms of opportunity lost, entropy gained, progress not made, misery prolonged, or time and energy, a life, wasted. However you figure it, it is too much to pay for a short-term feel-good illusion. Does anyone wonder why recreational drugs are widely popular in our culture, and most cultures? The feel-good mentality, pursuing its ego-soothing and fear-suppressing belief systems, forms the foundation upon which most cultures are built. Taking recreational drugs is simply acting out with our bodies what we do every day with our minds, escaping reality by making a belief-centered end run around igno. 1 http://www.my-big-toe.com Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 43 I 397. Rani and fear, and by avoiding personal responsibility for our growth toward love consciousness. We play hooky from the learning lab in order to hang out in a feel good fantasy. Ego-driven delusion is at the root and core of our existence. It defines our little picture real ity. As always, the mind leads and the body follows. Taking recreational drugs is a direct consequence of an immature individuated consciousness feeling trapped by the anxiety, insecurity, and fear that is created by its sound limitations. Low-quality consciousness and drug use encourage each other. A low-quality consciousness uses belief denial and the obfuscation of ego in order to escape anxiety, insecurity, and fear. Individuals in PMR use recreational drugs to do the same thing. Is it any wonder that the drug culture primarily attracts the young who have relatively high entropy systems and adults who feel failed and inadequate? As a culture, and as individuals, we express the quality of our consciousness in many ways and forms, but always with absolute accuracy. We are what we are. Belief, ego, and fantasy on the inside, recreational drugs on the outside. Different escape methodologies but similar expressions of the same lack of consciousness quality. To eliminate recreational drug abuse, a culture must raise its collective consciousness quality. This can only be accomplished at the individual level. Any improvement by individuals within the culture raises the quality level of the whole and begins to solve the problem. You personally must solve the problems of your culture. No one else can do more than you can. To believe it is someone else's problem to solve more than yours simply makes you a part of the problem. You can do nothing more than improve yourself. Fortunately, that single accomplishment constitutes your optimal contribution. Growing up is difficult to do. Sometimes we get so wrapped up in our fear, our ego's wants, and needs that we do not try, or care, about anything but hiding from our own terrifying ignorance. Quick, duck in here, you can hide out in this fantasy, says a helpful ego. Whew, just in time. Helpless little human, huddled, shivering, miserable and unhappy, trapped in a tiny corner of his mind by his ego fear belief system fantasy. This is where the sadness part of love comes from. To make things worse, as long as th.is needy human is in the pl/lir learning lab, the poor little fellow imagines that his existence and well-being is derived from, and supported by, a magnificent rubber chicken, see chapter 21, book L. For this reason, he often refuses, only while he is in PMR, to use the help that is focused, coordinated, and projected from the NPMRN part of OS to PMR to support his evolution within the loving and supportive reality in which he actually exists. A fear-driven life, lived from within the shell of a protective ego fantasy, is often demanding, tricky, painful, agonizingly shallow, and not much fun or full of joy, love, and 398 I my big toe I life and love in the petri dish. Peace. Poor guy, cuddling with his chicken in the unwumfolded darkness, trying to make it through the difficult times that his needy ego has unknowingly created. Growth requires a focused effort, and this hapless human rat does not have the required time or energy because he is preoccupied with maintaining his illusions. Unfortunately, the maximization of feeling good, mostly suoking the ego, and the minimization of pain, kusuukting and maintaining a good working fantasy, is more than a full-time job. If this being does not escape this trap, he will in time, with age, end up in a never-ending and self-perpetuating tail chase that either reaches an accommodating steady state or constantly loses ground. The hope is that one day he will wake up and realize there is more to his existence than just living, and that the issue is quality, not comfort, or power. If you know anybody in a predicament like this, please be kind, empathetic, and helpful to them. They have been caught in a trap, many were born in captivity and know of nothing else, and deserve your patience and compassion. These maze rats are not dumb, they are merely confused and blinded by their belief systems. What should you do to help? Love them and let them be, they will eventually figure it out. Explaining it to them often ends up confusing them more. Just love them and let them be, and evolve your consciousness to the greatest extent possible. That way, if asked, you can point out unseen opportunities and options from a more balanced and less ego-driven perspective, serve as a good exam PLE, and provide encouragement through living proof that success is possible. That is about all you can do to help. 44. What is the point? We, the creations of AUM, are the source of its joy and sadness. We evolve our individuated piece of basic consciousness by lowering its entropy and increasing its quality. As we drop our ego delusions, we become more AUM-like, an embodiment of love and caring. TI1 is our goal, our purpose. We began this trip as a chunk of individuated digital consciousness with enough complexity, memory, and processing capability to evolve ourselves from a high-entropy relatively dim awareness to a low-entropy brilliant embodiment of love. In the simplest terms, we are to follow in RJ1E evolutionary fumps of AUM. To accomplish this, we have been given two attributes. First, we are individuated into existence, a tiny snippet of the AUM hologram, an interactive subroutine or defined object running in its own piece of mind space within TBC, a part of the big picture consciousness evolution fractal that contains the pattern of the whole. Second, we are given free will so that evolution, growth, is possible. The evolution of our personal fragment of consciousness is direct and exclusively based on the individual choices we make. We exist, operate, interact, and individually evolve, modify ourselves to occupy lower entropy slates, all within the immense digital mind chat is consciousness. Fundamentally, we are consciousness. The evolution of our individuated unit of consciousness is the point of our existence. This is how the ADM digital mind think consciousness organism survives and grows. This is how the fundamental consciousness energy ecosystem evolves, lowers its entropy, and avoids stagnation, regression, increasing entropy, and dissolution, death. The fundamental process requires evolving systems to, in the long NM, either grow or die. Trying to remain marginally viable, balanced in the 400 I my big toe I will is the point. A stable state between the two is a poor strategy. The eventual price of not continually expending effort to reduce the average entropy within a consciousness system is to allow the average entropy of the system to increase, thus ensuring eventual disintegration. You are part of such a consciousness system. You are part of its strategy to survive through continuing growth and evolution. You are it. It is you. All that is of the one. One consciousness organism. One energetic self-aware ecosystem. All live or die, succeed or fail, together. Why one? Why not a herd of Mosaurus thundering across the mental plains of almost infinite existence? Because one is enough to develop a folly complete, from our perspective, big toe. Furthermore, as a scientist, I appreciate the connection between fundamental truth and elegant simplicity and thus avoid unnecessary complication that adds nothing. One apparently infinite, but finite, AUM is enough. VV hat lies beyond a unitary finite AUM may be indirectly very important to our existence, but nonetheless remains beyond, and therefore irrelevant W, the grandest real ITY that we have the theoretical or practical capacity to comprehend. Do you now understand why experiments in consciousness evolution are important to AUM? Do you now see why it is vitally important to you and to me and to every other chunk of individuated consciousness that you learn, grow, and improve the quality of your consciousness? We are all in this thing together, all are a part of the whole. The whole prospers through the contributions of its parts. Grow or self-destruct. That is the simple choice and a fundamental truth in both the little picture and the big picture. You, individually, right now, this minute, are either part of the solution or part of the problem. Yom cumulative progress, or lack thereof, will eventually become a life force or a DLH force for yourself, for everyone else, and for the living consciousness organism that hosts your existence. There is a point and a purpose to Yom existence. You have a mission. That your consciousness has the potential to evolve requires that you have free will. In order that you might succeed, AUM must allow you to fail. ALV has no choice. To survive, you must risk death. The fundamental princess will not, cannot, function any other way. The initiative must be yours and yours alone. Your spiritual growth is not a group activity. It is a personal transformation achieved only in personal terms. No group or association can lower the entropy of, increase the quality of, your personal consciousness by even an infinitesimal amount. Each individual contribution, however small, is vital to the health, welfare, and continuance of the whole. You are the contributor and the beneficiary of your contribution in both the little picture and in the big. Book 2. Section 3, Chapter 44 I-40I. Picture. The ultimate reality is the living consciousness system, or consciousness organism of which you are a part. Seeing the big picture can be intellectually accomplished by understanding the philosophy and science of consciousness and how and why the consciousness system works. Contributing to the health of the BJG picture requires more than an intellectual effort. It has been brought to my attention that some of the technical types in the reading audience have about had it with all this philosophy, ontology, epistemology, and metaphysics. They want to know when we are going to get to the important stud, the real hard science that matters. Patience, dear brothers of the causal cloth, philosophy must first develop the context before science can most effectively develop the content. Content without context eventually paints itself into a little picture corner. That is where traditional science is now and why its search for a unified theory has stalled. To escape the PMR Petri dish, you must eventually come to understand that reality is more than a local rule set, more than a mindless machine. You are on this growth path whether you know it or not. a path first established by AUOAUM, the path of consciousness evolution. PMR is nothing more than a virtual environment specially created to facilitate your, and others, evolutionary progress. Consider it group therapy for dim awareness. Twill explain how that works in detail in sections 4 and 5. Our goal? Our purpose? Why should we bother? If we are creations of AUM and AUM is, compared to us, the epitome of consciousness perfectical, why are we wallowing around like a bunch of ego-bound self-centered preschoolers hopelessly lost in the middle of an advanced university or society of higher evolution? How are we significantly contributing to AUM's further evolution? Why does AUM need us, for amusement? Are we the carbon-based version of Donkey Kong or King of the Hill with 3D holographic virtual reality graphics? Does that concept amuse you as much as it does me? Don't worry about it. These questions are the result of falling into another anthropomorphic trap. I am afraid I have set you up to fall into this one by referring to our consciousness relative to AUM's consciousness. This language cannot be helped because we must consider ourselves as individuals in order to conceive of and initiate self-improvement, evolve. Thus, we speak as if AUM and we were separate beings. What does AUM need us for? This is not the case. We are AUM and AUM is us. Keep in mind that AUM exists and evolves because of differentiating unique slates within its oneness, creating dualities or changes relative to 402 I my big toe I. What is the point? Its uniform self, organizing its potentiality to squeeze entropy OM of its system. Dualities became reality cells by the gazillions, from which TBC was created and from which we were individuated. We are part and par cell of AUM, a cellular digital consciousness that eventually defined a space-time subset which provides the causal framework for our physical experience, defines our physical universe, and our overall local reality SYSTEM, OS. Section 4 provides the logical background that leads to this conclusion and Section 5 explains how it works. If you are partial to sound bites, try these. We are one with AUM. We are made in the image of AUM. AUM is the one source, the creator of all that else. AUM is love. I'm sure you could think up many more, but sound bites are often misleading in their brevity and usually created to deliver an emotional impact. Sound bites are best used to serve demagoguery and do not make for good communications. Resist turning knowledge into slogans. Likewise, resist the sloganeer's attempt to spun pseudo-knowledge into your mind. Without slogans, politicians would be forced to express real thoughts instead of just sniping at each other with test-marketed soundbite bullets. Can you imagine a politician without emotion-laden sound bites? Can you imagine a politician with nothing to say? Bear in mind that a politician, like any marketer, is interested in manipulating opinion and behavior, not communicating information. In general, do not look for truth in Congress, courtrooms, or in advertising behind lecterns or pulpits or on TV. Regardless of what the media might be, if the speaker, or writer, has a product or a point of view he is trying to sell, he is marketing to capture your opinion, not trying to give you information for your benefit. As always, open-minded skepticism applied to your own data solves the problem, but you must get out there and get the data before tentative conclusions can become actual ones. We are an integral part of a bigger consciousness system. Do not let your innate sense of self-importance allow you to disregard the fact that we are only a minor part of this larger consciousness system. Being a small part of the whole makes no statement about relative importance. Without a doubt, the notion of relative importance within a consciousness system is a contrivance of needy ego. We would never contemplate ripping out our colon and anus because they cannot, either singly or in combination, initiate and maintain polite dinner table conversation. That is not their function. Some might consider them as undesirable parts, but that would be stupid. Their function is as important. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 44 I 403. And critical as the unction of other parts of our physical system. They are an integral part of us. We are an integral part of AUM. There is no justification for either feeling special or feeling not special because of the part you play. Consider how important it is that all the cells, tissue, organs, and other parts of the complex biological system that we call our body perform their individual missions and fulfill their purpose without worrying about what is in it for them. What if your liver, heart, or the bacteria in your intestine, in a fit of laziness and self-importance generated by not being aware of the bigger picture, concluded that their constant effort was too much usable and decided to goof off? You get the point. If every part does not fulfill its purpose, the entire system suffers or perhaps dies. Your relationship to the whole of consciousness is like that. Although knowledge thrives on separateness, wisdom sees itself as part of a whole. Let's look at some examples of entities that do not relate the whole, that do not understand the larger system that sustains them, entities that live within a small picture. In the biological realm we have malignant cancers, parasites that destroy their hosts, and most people who, in a convincing imitation of the cancers and parasites, abuse their niche in the larger, ecological, system to whatever extent possible, seeking only to maximize their personal short-term gain. And the consciousness realm, again it is people who seem to have a difficult time seeing the big picture. Do you notice a consistency in behavior here that tells us something about ourselves? If people understood the big picture within their consciousness system, the big picture within their physical system would be obvious and earn their utmost respect. They would naturally see themselves and all others, human and otherwise, as full partners in a shared experience of existence. If the cancer, the parasites, or the people understood the relationship that they have with the whole, possessed a free will, and were intelligent enough to do something about it, they would first control, and then reverse, their self-destructive behavior. They would work to change the long-term lose-lose situation they are generating because of their lack of awareness and would develop a symbiotic win-win relationship with the larger system that sustains them. We humans are part of several ecosystems that sustain us. We must be good citizens and develop and maintain a long-term win-win relationship with each. As aware, bright, sentient entities, either physical or non-physical, consciousness is the largest and most fundamental sustaining system within the capacity of our awareness. Consciousness is the primary ecosystem lo which we belong. NPMRN is our biome, OS is our community, PMR is our niche, and Earth is our habitat. 404 I my big toe I what is the point? At the next lower level of awareness, within PMR and on planet Earth, the Earth itself and its life forms and element forms comprises our largest sustaining system. Below that, there are species, cultures, nations, businesses, families, and individuals. Most of us know that we must constantly expend effort to form win-win relationships with other individuals. That realization is a good logical hierarchy and is the first step toward being a fully responsible individual making the most of your native capacity. You must become a responsible citizen, integrated contributing part, at all levels of interaction and relationship, from individuals to organizations and groups, to the earth, to AUM consciousness. Growing up seems to be nothing more than achieving a series of ever-widening perspectives. Don't quit prematurely, before you have fulfilled your full growth potential, outgrow your belief UAPS, and begin to enjoy the magnificence of your true heritage as a chip from the old AUM consciousness block. Because of the efficiency of specialization, we and all other exumely complex products of evolution are simply monolithic homogenized entities, we are made up of specific parts with specialized functions. Likewise, AUM is not one big homogenized uniform mind thing with no parts. AUM is nothing other than consciousness and must design, build, and evolve its structures and subsystems with consciousness. AUM can structure and limit subsets of consciousness, information, memory, and digital processing power in a multitude of interesting and profitable ways. Every being, as it evolves on each level of its existence, must learn how to use and explore the possibilities within that level to improve its profitability. AUM is no different. AUM needs us as pan of its being for multiple purposes, just as you need your circulatory system for multiple purposes. As we are driven to explore ourselves, AUM is driven to explore and understand consciousness, its continued growth, evolution, and survival depends on it. We should find this particularly easy to understand. Our bodies, medicine, how we interact with each other, the environment, and the physical universe have always been the focal point and primary motivation of our science. We first want to, and need to, know about us. The AUM thing wants to, and needs to, know about consciousness. I am sure we could think up many interesting questions and issues about motivation, good, evil, delusion, creativity, ego, quality, love, fear, pain, profitability, productivity, new possibilities, competing ideologies, violence, pacifism, intelligence, evolutionary direction, initial conditions, rule sets, and so on, all useful information about consciousness evolution. http://www.my8igto.com Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 44 I 405. That AUM might well be pursuing. I am also reasonably sure that AUM would be able to add a few we didn't think of. Does that make us lab rats as well as partners and pieces of the larger system? Maybe, all depends on how you look at it. Do you consider the bacteria in your intestines or the ecosystem that provides your oxygen as your partner? Perhaps you should, your life depends on both of them. Fortunately, AUM is not likely to be as self-absorbed and disrespectful to its partners as humans are. We may be the key active ingredients of a cyclical process that takes raw consciousness and transforms it into something more refined and valuable by mimicking or applying AUM's evolutionary process, like a consciousness transmutation machine or an entropy reduction factory that is an integral part of a larger consciousness cycle. VLE are part of the mechanism that eventually enables the conversion, evolution, of dim individuated unit.s of consciousness into empowered love beings. Could AUM be employing us similarly to how we employ bacteria to help clean up oil spills or use a compressor and fluid R.O cool a refrigerator? Perhaps we are a work of an, created for its own sake, or a work of science undertaken to discover something new. Y.LE may be valuable because we express AUM's betting in a way that is profitable, pleasing, aesthetic, or interesting to AUM. AUM may be playing Jessica to our rendition of Roger Rabbit, and thus values us simply because we make him laugh. No doubt, there is great value in humor. Likewise, there is no doubt that we humans, as a species, especially if one enjoys dark comedy and slapstick, often make Curly, Moe, and Larry look like serious college professors by comparison. Perhaps that wasn't a good analogy, as one recall, Curly, Moe and Larry have always been indistinguishable from serious college professors. OWELJ, you know what one mean, we humans do some REAJI funny slough, we are a wild and crazy bunch of animals. I can hardly wait to see what we come up with for the grand finale. Perhaps our function from ALVF's point of view represents some mixture of all of the above, along with a few others I haven't thought of. There are many ways to be an integral part of AUIVL's evolution. I like the lab rat and consciousness transmuting bacteria options best, but I will be the first to admit that I might not be totally aware of everything AUM does all day at the office. The point is, we can reasonably define an immediate purpose as WELJ as a larger purpose and a larger purpose, even if we are not absolutely sure about the details of the larger purpose of our larger purpose. 406 my big toe what is the point? Picture consciousness pulling itself up by its bootstraps, picture yourself as a bootstrap. AUM science is focused on understanding the processes of consciousness evolution and making them as efficient and productive as possible. AUM does not exist for us. It does whatever it needs to do for its own reasons and according to its own profitability requirements. We are simply a part of that process. The numero uno digital dude is the larger reality. Every other apparent reality is derived by applying various constraints and rule sets to various interactive subsets of individuated awareness within a specific calculation space called a dimension. Think simulation and virtual reality. If I have gotten too far out ahead conceptually, be patient. Section 4 will develop much of the supporting logic for these ideas. We may, by the vagaries of evolution, be no more than the analogical equivalent of AUM's intestinal banaria, or perhaps more colorfully, AUM's colon and anus, and as such we should expect to have no appreciation for the ultimate activities of the whole, such as polite din-table conversation. In that case, we keep on keeping on because that is what one ve do. Our perspective is too small. Low, see the bigger picture that connects us. Low, a whole that exists beyond our comprehension. Have a laugh or at least a chuckle, and let it go. Self-importance, the hallmark of the ego, is always self-destructive. Why are one people so poor at fulfilling their immediate purpose of becoming more, growing, improving their spiritual content, and evolving the quality of their consciousness? Given that this is our larger purpose, that this is what we are supposed to do, you would hope that we would be better at it. Most humans, and other residents of other spheres, and most sentient non-physical beings as well, are delusional, ego-bound, because they live in a small perspective reality with small perspective. Knowledge and even less understanding. There is no privileged group. Everyone must start at the bottom and pull themselves up by their bootstraps. That is how consciousness reduces its entropy, by growing up, maturing, dropping limitations of vision and understanding, shedding ego and delusion, becoming all it can be. Your ego, in its reaction to fear, insulates your delusion from reality with an array of self-protective and self-justifying rationalizations. The only way out of that trap is by making a serious effort to outgrow your limitations and overcome your fear by developing a big-picture understanding of existence. A personal big-picture understanding, improving the quality of your consciousness, and developing your capacity to love are all interrelated, mutually reinforcing aspects of a successfully evolving consciousness. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 44 I 407. Being. Ti1 There are no shortcuts. You are an evolving chunk of individuated consciousness within the OS community, that by itself defines the nature of your being and determines the purpose of your existence. Most sentient, conscious, self-aware beings, physical or non-physical, experience the feelings described in chapters 8 and 9 of this book as a mixture of joy, peace, pain, fear, and pleasure. The feeling of sadness follows the ca1ing of love. Beings with higher intelligence are typically dominated by feelings of self-induced fear and pain. That is the price they pay for their advanced knowledge, a dangerous thing, and the greater opportunities that go with it. Eating that metaphorical apple from the tree of knowledge carried with it the potential for expanded evolutionary success or failure. Self-awareness and the knowledge that comes with it was the beginning of AUM's great experiment and our great struggle, the beginning of our employment as an NUOP transfer media within the consciousness cycle, lab rats, high NUOP T0 low entropy consciousness transmuting bacteria, expressions of art, participants in scientific inquiry, stand-up comedians, or all of the above. 45. Mind, brain, and body. Non-physical conscious beings are not merely disembodied discrete chunks of information or knowledge, like a web page from another dimension. They are differentiated, bounded, individuated, singular unit, consciousness energy, self-organizing, digital subsystems constrained to a specific form and functionality. They have unique bodies, defined boundaries that are composed of what is most descriptively called non-physical matter, which may appear completely solid. They can be intellectual, knowledgeable, and feeling entities because they have the potential to be self-aware, self-modifiable, and have an evolutionary purpose. We have established that AUM has feelings, however, without fear, ego, and delusion. AUM's feelings are not at all like ours. On the other hand, If we can replace our fear and ego with love, humility, and compassion, we begin to look and act like distant relatives of AUM, chips from the old AUM block, sharing a single continuous awareness with the source of all consciousness. How does all Th.is feeling consciousness interact with what we experience as our bodies? In the physical world, in accordance with TBC space-time rule set, our limited senses collect the data that define our physical reality. Our nervous system sends certain T1, ES and patterns of signals, utilizing neurons, synapses, nerves, and the like, representing the collected sensory data to the brain, which interpret 1.has patterns of signals, encoded sensory data, to create the perceived physical reality within the context of past experience. The non-physical mind receives the PMR reality E-perience from the brain's experience limited interpretation of the sibyls. The mind then applies its unique knowledge and quality to produce a response that expresses its intent in terms of IMENAL and external action. 410 I my big toe I mind, brain and body. Thus, it is a value-based non-physical consciousness with knowledge, memory, fear, ego, understanding, intent, motivation, purpose, and individual quality that determines what the brain sends back down the communications links, nervous system, R.O. guide the body in transforming the mind's intent into a new state of being that is in direct response to the original sensory data. In this simplified model, the brain serves as a transducer and a constraining filter between the physical and the non-physical components of the being, as well as a controller of autonomic body functions that must satisfy space-time biological requirements. Non-physical consciousness energy animates the experience body and gives it non-trivial uniqueness, originality, and purpose. Fish, hedgehogs, foxes, and people all work this way. As a refresher, you may want to reread the aside at the beginning of Chapter 29, Book 1 concerning the physical to non-physical interface function of the central nervous system. The mind-body process described above is grossly oversimplified and presented from the PMR perspective. Though it makes this discussion more abstract and thus more difficult to understand, it is more accurate if you think of your body as a virtual body. Consider that your body is a projection of your character in LO, a multiplayer digital simulation consciousness trainer, a virtual reality. Your projected character represents the total accumulated quality of your consciousness, employing only a fragment of your individuated consciousness energy. Its allowable interactions, its experiences, are constrained by the space-time rule set. 171 is particular virtual reality has many trillions of interacting players, some sentient, some not. Additionally, there may be random components occasionally thrown into this complex mix. Make sure that OM free will always has a sufficiently rich array of possibilities choose from in order facilitate the optimal evolution and learning. One can think of these random interactions as the result of biological, psychological, and social Brownian motion, individuals bumping into, and exchanging energy with each other and with their environment in a process that ultimately defines their personal trajectories. These sequential interactions produce cumulative results and define new sets of possibilities with each bump. Unplanned interactions with others, and with our outside and inside environments, create novel opportunities to exercise our intent by making choices that reflect our inner quality. Clearly, personal growth requires us to use our limited awareness to improve our understanding of what is important and use our free will to improve the quality of our choices. Growing up and decreasing the entropy of our consciousness obviously requires far more than simply acquiring, storing. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 411. And processing knowledge. Being conscious, we have the innate ability to modify ourselves, to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. Improving the quality and reducing the entropy of your consciousness, spiritual growth, is more than an intellectual exercise. The intellect, processing, memory, and analytic function, can make no significant progress by itself. Though the intellect can occasionally act as a catalytic agent for personal growth, an isolated catalyst cannot induce a reaction or take place. One need the proper reactants residing within a supportive environment before the nudge of a catalyst can move the process forward. This is a particularly disturbing fact for those who live out of their heads by control-wng and guiding their every thought and action directly with their intellect. Their need to appear rational in the little picture severely restricts their ability to be rational in the big picture, or even realize that a big picture exists. The belief in the infallibility and completeness of little picture rationality is another belief trap piled high with victims who are bright intellectuals from material-based cultures. Enlarging the species database in order to improve future hardware 1A, body and senses, software, attitudes and mental ability, and processing capabilities, brain and central nervous system, is not the only, or even the major, goal of implementing the fundamental process within the human race. Fulfilling our individual purpose for existing, decreasing our overall individuated system entropy, improving spiritual content, or evolving the quality of our consciousness are more fundamental, crucial, and necessary components of our total evolution than biological evolution. Biological evolution merely provides the stage, props, and setting for facilitating consciousness evolution. Consciousness evolution is the main act, yet we spend lifetimes dedicated to nothing more than rearranging the stage props. Perhaps we should call PMR Theater of the Blind. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's feature presentation is Planet of the Idiots, a comedy of misopportunity. Starring Top Monkey the Magnificent, playing all significant roles by himself. The evolution of our physical system, people, critters, plants, planet, solar system, and universe, plays out the choices and random events that are constrained to evolve within the limited possibilities of the space-time rule set. The physical evolution drama moves forward as a subset of big-picture consciousness evolution. JT provides the setting for our virtual reality UANR and the context and rules for our interactions. Those interactions lead us to choices, and choices provide us with opportunities for self-improvement. Our physical reality, our perceptual experience, and 412 I my big toe I mind, brain and body. The physical evolution of our species and our universe, is an extremely small part of a much bigger evolutionary drama. Uh-oh, I feel some of the techies tugging on my sleeve again. They have been extremely patient with these high-level non-mathematical philosophical descriptions, and I think we shall take a short break and see what they want. It appears that some of the more left-brained individuals traveling with us are having problems with randomness, digital systems, and free will. Actually, the issue they raise represents a well-known and important problem of both science and philosophy and deserves some attention. Many individuals find the existence of free will to be so intuitively obvious that they do not understand what the fuss is all about. That these more right-brained individuals have somehow managed to intuit the correct answer without going through a rigorous intellectual exercise may be the result of fortuitous cultural belief, or, if they are more like you, the result of highly intelligent and accurate observation coupled with brilliant inductive reasoning. If the theoretical existence of free will is not an issue that challenges your understanding, you may want to skip to the end of this rather lengthy aside. Otherwise, please join us on this little excursion into the relationships that logically connect consciousness, evolution, psi effects, and free will. The choice is yours, right? Randomness is not as trivial a concept as it first appears. Many mathematicians, digital physicists, and computer scientists get wound up over the distinction between truly random and pseudo-random. I have been using the word random to connote uncertainty in a process, input, or result. The randomness required to support the choice-making free will described above within a digital consciousness virtual reality like PMR is not dependent on the distinction between random and pseudo-random. Pseudo-randomness, the same randomness we use every day in our computer simulations and models, is all that is necessary to grant us free will. When multiple choices of nearly equal probability occur, the result is uncertain. Because it reflects the ever-changing minute details of the moment that are a function of our changing, growing, intent and quality. Significant choices are mostly made at or beyond the uncertain edge of our certain knowledge. Our choices as expressions of our dynamic consciousness quality, are constantly groping at the vague periphery of our personal limitations. In more technical terms, making a choice and learning from it is analogous to sampling a noisy signal. Individual measurements, executions of intent, are uncertain. That is why bootstrapping our consciousness quality is a slow tentative process that yields best to small steady pressures that are generally applied in the right direction. Personal growth often develops slowly and hesitantly from the seeds of our experience that are planted by our intuition at the ragged, noisy, outer edge of our understanding and awareness. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 413. Given a dynamic consciousness system composed of interacting entities with free will, the final result, at the end of a delta t, remains uncertain until it is achieved. During delta I, while intent is directing, choices are being made, and actions are being taken, for individuals or groups, the uncertainty, degree of randomness, in the final results is primarily caused by the huge complexity and number of the potential interactions between large numbers of very complex self-modifying individuals applying their free will to make choices in a non-rational belief space near the boundary between their known ignorance and their assumed knowledge. Whew, what a mouthful. I deserve either a prize or a whipping for that last sentence. I am afraid I know which one you would give me if you had the chance. Listen folks, just slap the book a times and go on. It's unhealthy to hold a grudge. No pain, no gain. Uncertain results create additional opportunities for interaction and choice making. New choices representing applied intent produce new actions that in turn create new results and thus, more new choices. We bump from one interaction to the next, making choices as we go. Each choice generates new opportunities and additional choices. Feedback from previous choices encourages us to modify consciousness qual. ity and refocus our intent, thereby influencing subsequent choices. Thus we create as well as participate in an efficient interactive process designed to facilitate the evolution of individuated consciousness that can be described as Brownian opportunity with an underlying quality bias. The assumption of the impossibility of true randomness within a digital calculation does not logically disallow the possibility of our free will translating our intent within PMR into a unique personal choice that affords an opportunity, through feedback, to subsequently modify our intent, personal growth. An AUM consciousness system can use randomness with a structure, algorithm, behind it to see how huge numbers of extremely complex, noisy, self-modifying subsystems interact under various dynamic conditions just as we can. Scientists and engineers engaged in system simulation do this type of stochastic analysis every day. In Section 5, we will discuss the mechanics of calculating probable future reality surfaces and explain the functional and operational relationship between your personal, shared, and local realities and the deterministic reality simulation database where everything that can happen does. Section 5 explains the mechanics or implementation process of actualizing free will choices and contrasts that process with a similar process that produces deterministic, statistically based, unactualized parallel realities. Here I address only the theoretical and practical necessity of free will to be an integral part of evolving consciousness systems. This aside will establish a theoretical 414 I my big toe I mind, brain and body, and practical basis for free will, while Section 5 describes how our free will process is actually implemented within the bounds of a continually redetermined set of possibilities that describe everything that could possibly happen. Some may think that the theoretical difficulty of generating true randomness in digital processes is problematical for free will. This erroneous conclusion typically results from wrongly considering consciousness to be a simple monolithic system that follows the rules of PMR causality. This problem melts away in the layered complexity of multiple levels of interacting local and personal realities that have their origins within an evolving consciousness system. The bottom line is that true randomness as it is understood by PMR theoreticians, is not required for free will to upstage predestination as the driver of consciousness evolution results in NPMR or PMR. The consciousness system can, as can we, do honest science that it finds profitable to its evolution even if it is a rule-based logical system. A pseudo-free will is logically free enough to do the job of defining and implementing purposeful individuated consciousness units like those constraining their perceptions to the rule set in order to lower their personal entropy. Units of individuated consciousness have the ability to freely make choices from a finite array of possibilities. Individual choices are dependent upon how the entity applies its finite repertoire of motivations and intents that it has developed in reaction to the experience it has perceived through the rule set filter. Intent eventually expresses itself through action and reaction within an interactive virtual reality. The quality of your intentions or motivations reflects the quality of your consciousness. Simply put, an entity's profitability and top-level goals must be pursued through a purposeful application of directed awareness and intent, sometimes called will. Units of consciousness exercise their intents in virtual reality simulators that provide results-oriented feedback from every experiential opportunity. Aware entities use this feedback to improve the quality of their intent and decrease their entropy. This is how consciousness learns and evolves within the PM Experiential Virtual Reality Learning Lab. Time enables experience, which is derived from a sequence of events. Experience is the memory of a sequence of perceptions. Perception is a sequence of datum exchanges. Creating specific experiences. A learning tool can be implemented through an interactive sequence of perceptions that provide an opportunity for an entity to exercise intent by making choices based upon personal quality and by allowing the entity to assess the results of those choices. An assessment of the choice and the results of the choice, feedback, lead to self-modification in pursuit of fulfilling the purpose and goals of the entity. We humans have employed interactive virtual reality training devices, such as flight simulators for pilots, for many years. Experience is the key to learning. Whether that experience is actual or virtual is irrelevant. Learning is the key to consciousness evolution. Experience, operational memory and I-11 interpretive processing, perception, data cole. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I-415. Lection, Free Will, Choice, and the Ability to Learn, Information Processing Developing Results and Conclusions, and Grow, Self-Modification Relative to Profitability Goals, are fundamental attributes of successfully evolving consciousness. Compare that last sentence with the descriptions given in chapters 24 through 28 of Book 1 and especially the beginning of Chapter 7 of this book where memory array of challenging data exchanges, interactions, between the entity and its internal and external environments, self-aware information processing, and self-modification in pursuit of profitability were given as the fundamental attributes of consciousness. In Chapter 7 these fundamental characteristics of consciousness were used to define consciousness and to describe its evolutionary process in general terms. Now it becomes clear that an experiential virtual reality like PMR facilitates consciousness evolution by thoroughly and methodically exercising each of its four fundamental characteristics. PMR learning labs are well designed by evolution to accomplish their purpose. They deliver exactly what we need to optimize our opportunities for self-improvement. Free will, the ability to make choices in order to effect self-modification in the pursuit of evolutionary profitability, is part of the definition of consciousness itself. Free will is not an outside condition that must be applied to consciousness, it is fundamental to the existence of consciousness. Free will is a necessary attribute of successfully evolving consciousness. Without free will, a profitable consciousness system is impossible. If you and your many sentient friends and acquaintances are conscious, consciousness must not only exist but also support a complex interactive system of coherent experience. Given that consciousness exists, it must be enabled by memory, information processing capability, intelligence, the interactive sharing of data and free will choice making in the service of profitable evolution. Thus, the question of free will reduces to the question of are you conscious, and, if so, is your consciousness part of a complex interactive system of consciousness? If these are answered in the affirmative then your consciousness, and the system of which it is a part, must be evolving against some measure of profitability because that is a requirement of all self-modifying interactive systems. Such a system cannot evolve toward greater profitability without free will to make the required choices. Evolution requires choice between alternatives. For evolution to exist as a real process, the choices must be free. Pseudo-free is free enough within a sufficiently complex, interactive, feedback-driven subsystem for the fundamental process to be effective within that subsystem. To illustrate my point, I am going to put you to work. Contemplate the consciousness of a clam or a bumblebee. Next, compare that consciousness with the consciousness of a future generation computer. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire, when you accomplished that task in only a few seconds, I must say, I am mightily impressed. The depth and speed of your cogitation are truly remarkable, undoubtedly, a phenomenon worth studying all by itself. Did you list all of the functional similarities and differences? 416 I my big toe I mind, brain and body. Did you notice how the list of functional differences becomes shorter and shorter the more you ponder the fundamentals of consciousness and its quality? In the areas of intent, process, and structure there are vast differences, but these have less to do with the basic properties of consciousness and free will than with the particular mechanisms and forms of consciousness implementation. Next, examine the free will of that clam or bumblebee. Clams and bumblebees have many daily choices and decisions to make. As well, and they live and die, grow or evolve, by the cumulative results of those choices as we do. How predictable are clams? I suspect their individual deliberate actions are spread over a statistical range that represents the decision space of their species. Humans similarly exercise free will within their own decision space. The size and complexity of that decision space, for a species or an individual depends on the capacity and quality, entropy, of the consciousness that supports it. For a given fundamental capacity, lower entropy supports a larger, more complex decision space. Higher capacity also supports the potentiality of lower entropy. In case you are wondering, the capacity of the human consciousness is immense, yet we exercise only an infinitesimal fraction of one-hat capacity. Our potential ranges far beyond your wildest dreams. Unfortunately, the part of that potential we have intentionally actualized typically supports little more than the tedious soap opera we call real life. That's right, beings with a higher quality of consciousness function in a larger decision space with a larger range of free will choices. They live in a larger, upscale reality. The reality in which their awareness functions is a superset of the reality experienced by a consciousness with higher entropy. That is an obvious conclusion when comparing yourself to a clam, and much less obvious when comparing yourself to a being of exceptionally high quality consciousness, although the relative gaps are likely to be about the same. Most of us have little appreciation for the depth and breadth of our ignorance. You are necessarily unaware of what you are unaware of. Some of us may even feel grateful for the merciful oblivion granted by that obvious fact of sentient existence. However, let me remind you that ignorance is bliss only in the service of maintaining a happily deluded ego. In all circumstances, ignorance, and the beliefs it generates, is a constraint upon vision, a limiter of awareness, a prison wall that prevents awareness from expanding beyond its present boundary, and is a great destroyer of potential. I detect a look of worried consternation. Yes, the awareness gaps mentioned above actually are about the same, but hey, relax, unwrinkle that brow, there is no point worrying over what you don't know. The clams don't get it either. And as everyone knows, clams are, well, happy as clams. Big pictures are inherently difficult to see from the perspective of little pictures. Far out unexpected, out-of-the-box paradigm shifts are always required. Oh no, don't look so disheartened, it is not impossible, just challenging. The fact that transcending belief. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 417. And expanding your awareness is difficult to accomplish is not a bad thing. In fact, it is a necessary feature of all successful consciousness systems. Undoubtedly, you see the virtue in restricting those dim-wit clams to experiences that they can deal with and learn from. Anything else would either go over their mushy little heads or greatly confuse them. How would you like to get mugged at the beach by a bed of psychic clams from hell trying to exploit everything on the planet as well as each other? The non-negotiable requirements of consciousness evolution to earn your own way and pull yourself up by your own bootstraps are absolutely necessary to ensure that quality, power, and responsibility have the opportunity to develop together. You feel immense relief at knowing there is a self-balancing merit system that keeps those brazen bivalves in their proper place? Geez, the thought of a pack of wild clams watching sitcorns on TV, guzzling beer, and cruising the urban kelp beds in search of junk food sends cold chills up and down my spine. Can clams and bumblebees learn, modify their actions and intents through experience? Of course they can learn. Using memory, processing, and feedback to achieve self-modification, in reaction to internal and external environments, lies at the heart of our definition of consciousness. Consciousness has the natural, innate capacity to learn. Learning is purposeful self-modification created by the exercise of a free will that utilizes memory, processing, and feedback within a complex interactive environment. Learning, evolution, and growth, the steady decreasing of entropy, is impossible without the functional condition or attribute that we call free will. Are you beginning to see that free will, learning and evolutionary growth opportunities are natural and necessary attributes of an evolving individuated consciousness? Consciousness cannot exist without the ability to make self-determined self-modifying choices. Without free will, there is no consciousness. Without consciousness, there is no free will. Consciousness and free will cannot be separated, they are simply different aspects of the same thing. We shall see that it is our narrow, beginningless, PMR-centric concept of causality coupled with our misunderstanding of the properties of consciousness andreality that tricks scientists and philosophers into believing that free will is logically separable from consciousness. The concept of evolving consciousness without free will is a mistaken and illogical theoretical construct that destructs in static, meaningless, determinism. The unintentional, but usually implicit, assumption of dead, directionless, non-growing, non-evolving, purposeless, non-living, consciousness creates a conceptual sinkhole, a philosophical dead end. A deterministic reality model can logically only chase its own tail. Though self-consistent, it leads nowhere and produces no useful output because its implicit little picture assumptions are fundamentally flawed in the big picture where consciousness lives, grows, and evolves. Let's look at free will from an evolutionary perspective. Consider that evolution can increase the capability of an individual or species only within the limits of the natural. 418 I my big toe I mind, brain and body. Capacity of that individual or species. A free will needs only to be free enough to make choices within its own local logical system and decision space. Within its local reality system, a sentient entity must be free to make choices that directly affect future choices. Note that complex interactive environments, intent, memory, processing power, feedback, and self-modification are the enabling mechanisms of both free will and consciousness. Free will and consciousness co-evolve as mutually reinforcing aspects of the same system thing. Free will evolves as a natural and necessary attribute of living consciousness. Only consciousness systems that evolve a practical implementation of free will can continue to progress towards some measure of greater personal profitability. Without a measure of cumulative profitability, self-improvement, there can be no evolution or progress. Dead consciousness would never evolve or progress, it could accomplish nothing, not even existence. Beginningless little picture logic, see Chapter 18, Book 1, may grant theoretical existence to a deterministic dead consciousness that comes from nowhere and goes nowhere, but a larger view that better understands the origins and properties of consciousness realizes that dead and non-existent are logically equivalent when applied to consciousness. Consciousness integrated with a free will is how the organism must evolve in order to evolve at all. Free will is inherent to our governing rule set. It is the nature of evolving consciousness, or evolving anything, to make specific choices from billions of available possibilities. Results reflect massive complex interaction, ever-changing self-modifying feedback loops, and are accumulative. Learning takes place relative to the choices made. Look around, that scheme represents the fundamental nature of individual and collective sentient entities. That all sentient entities seem to reflect the fundamental properties and processes of evolving consciousness is an important data point to consider. A consciousness system containing many individuated units is similar to a body of cells or an internet composed of billions of individual computers. No one in particular is in control. Choices are made, information packets go here or there, results are the aggregate of a billion independent and interdependent decisions. These results drive further decisions which drive a further results. No individual plans it or controls it or runs it. It changes and evolves on its own according to its capacity, its environment, and the constraints placed upon it. The individual decisions and choices of each cell, internet user, or consciousness unit are made according to immediate self-interest, however self-interest is defined or perceived at that moment. Free will is inherent to each cell, internet user, or unit of individuated consciousness. The decision space may be relatively small at the cellular level, but if there is sentience, there is also a finite decision space to support the existence and functioning of that sentience. Consciousness and free will go together like inhaling and exhaling, like mammals and sexuality, like a chickens and eggs. Like birth, life, and death, consciousness on free. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 419. Will represent a practical combination of attributes necessary for the balanced functioning of a real, as opposed to theoretical, evolving system. Our free will does not need to come from some theoretical consideration or independent process, it is simply part of the system, inherent to the existence and processes of evolving consciousness. The rule set that defines our local reality must necessarily express free will because that is how choice-making evolving consciousness operates. If one conceives of free will as being theoretically derived from some independent random process, a circular logic trap is created. Recall Chapter 18, Book 1 where we discussed the PMR belief that everything must be caused by something else, no beginnings are allowed. This belief logically forces us to account for the independent existence of the egg before we can allow the possibility of the chicken, or vice versa. So, which came first, the chicken or the egg? The question itself carries the assumption of a causality that eliminates the possibility of a constructive logical answer. From a larger perspective, the answer is obvious, it is clear that neither came first, they evolved together, just like consciousness and free will. The appearance of a logical problem is created by an illogical question. Don't get caught up unproductively in the chicken versus egg logical tail chase. It may appear to be a great mystery, but is only a misguided question based upon a poor understanding of the logical requirements of beginnings and the inappropriate application of the little picture's objective causality. See Chapter 18, Book 1. Scientists, philosophers, and theologians should resist looking for a process that creates free will, or equivalently, eliminates determinism. That bucket has a hole in it. Free will does not have to be constructed out of smaller parts, or derived through a controlled analytic process, that represents a typically PMR little picture misunderstanding based upon a belief in causal processes that cannot logically support beginnings. Chickens before eggs? Eggs before chickens? Do you see the flawed logic that makes these questions a pair deep instead of dumb? It is a similarly flawed logic that supports the concept of determinism by evoking a little picture causality that is devoid of an appreciation of a larger reality which is based upon dynamically evolving consciousness. So, which came first, consciousness or free will? Do we conclude from our little picture logic that neither can exist? That sums up the position of contemporary science and philosophy. Mind is nothing beyond physical brains and biochemistry, all reality is physical, and all information is theoretically knowable and eventually predictable. That these beliefs run counter to the carefully collected data of everyday experience, are inconsistent with each other, and do not make good scientific sense is conveniently overlooked to appease the demands of little picture causality in particular, and scientific dogma in general. With an open mind and fresh vision, it is not difficult to see that most scientists and philosophers too for that matter, have employed cultural belief and professional dogma. 420 I my big toe I mind, brain and body. To paint themselves into an intellectual corner. That free will and consciousness must evolve together as natural and necessary attributes of any successfully evolving sentient energy form is a thesis that solves many outstanding problems of science and philosophy. Apply this concept to a sufficiently complex digital energy form like AUO and you get AUMNU, along with a lifetime guarantee of free daycare and preschool services within PMR. You know what is said about cornered critters being particularly dangerous. Every word of it is true, and I would be remiss if I did not also warn you. Be careful, your professional and personal credibility can be savagely attacked and badly bitten by a vicious and tenacious dogma. In fact, most organizations and academic institutions, with fine reputations to uphold, have guard dogmas patrolling their halls. These old, mean-tempered, intimidating, politically powerful creatures are entrusted with enforcing a conceptual correctness that everyone who is important can be proud of. In the high-entropy real world of PMR, where ego politics powers almost every nuance of every activity, you need to learn to apply gentle soothing strokes, scratch them behind the ears, and always carry an extra hot dog in your pocket. Perhaps fighting fire with fire is a good idea in some circumstances, but combating ego with ego in a dogma fight is always a disaster for everyone involved. Our conceptual limitations often generate logical contradictions. Mind-matter-wave-particle duality, and entangled pairs fall into the same causality-confused basket. The big picture expresses the true nature of reality, while the little picture expresses the shared delusion of a group of individuated consciousnesses enrolled in the PMR Learning Lab. This concept is developed more thoroughly in sections 4 and 5. The conflicts and paradoxes you see are not real and do not exist in the big picture. Logical conflicts and paradoxes appear to exist within the little picture view because of the erroneous assumptions of little picture science. An analog, the professional magician only appears to saw the lovely lady in half. Spending your nights worrying about the apparent impossibility of the lady paradox, how ladies can be sawed in half and then be put back together again, and concocting complex theories of tissue microfusion are generally non-productive and will never yield a satisfactory solution because the obviously correct, I saw it with my own eyes, assumptions the magician, your culture, has led you to believe are, in fact, wrong. When our belief in PMR scientific causality dramatically fails before our eyes, we have a tendency to build up elaborate theoretical structures to maintain our belief and save the sacred dogma of traditional objective science. Resist the urge to make free will or psi more complicated than they are. It is not that you have consciousness, but that you are consciousness. Determinism is a philosophically unproductive, unworkable theoretical possibility based upon omniscience or perfect neuro-D process for everything everywhere. It has no supporting real data and is generally based upon religious dogma. God knows every. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 421. Thing, or erroneous little picture assumptions, scientific dogma. Science knows, or can know, everything. Without free will, consciousness is not consciousness, it is merely purposeless process. It is theoretically impossible to take the wetness out of liquid water or the coldness, relative to standard room temperature, out of ice. Consciousness without free will is like warm ice or dry liquid water. The concept of consciousness without free will creates a logical inconsistency. Because we of limited PMR vision do not appreciate the nature of consciousness, we separate the concept of free will from consciousness and try to give it a causality, an independent theoretical basis. The result is that we end up chasing our logical tail to conclusions that run directly counter to our everyday experience of individual consciousness. Because of our little picture perspective, we project our PMR sense of finite knowledge into a theoretical assumption of omniscience, which eliminates free will and reduces consciousness to an analytical PMR physics or computer science problem. After that we are stuck with nowhere to go. No growth, no choice, no intent, no evolution, no personal consciousness, no purpose, no point. Determinism rules the land of limited dead knowledge. A complex consciousness ecosystem designed by evolution to be simultaneously out of control, in balance, and in a continual state of redefining itself leaves omniscience theoretically impossible. The egg cannot logically exist without a prior chicken, and the chicken cannot logically exist without a prior egg. Therefore, it is logically, given the implicit assumptions, impossible for either to exist. In terms of chickens and eggs, that conclusion is as dumb as it is logical. One might say that this conclusion is locally logical within the restricted solution space where the assumptions hold. In terms of consciousness, free will, and determinism, a similarly flawed process appears to provide an acceptable solution for many techies who have no logical way to derive a separate free will from the local causality of PMR. Let's talk a moment about the implementation of free will within a local reality. Recall that a local reality is a unique dimension of existency and interaction, a computational subset, within the AUM system. That a local free will must be generated by a more fundamental digital consciousness system does not negate the effectiveness or functionality of that free will at the local level. A digital system can meet all of the requirements of a locally functioning free will operating within a restricted subset of the digital system. From the local perspective, the free will to express yourself, to exercise your consciousness quality, by choosing from the finite array of discrete possibilities that exist within your decision space is actual, effective, and real. That this self-modifying educational process is derived from a larger, more complex digital algorithmic system is of no consequence to the efficacy of the local choice-making process that enables unique evolution, growth, change, and learning within the local system. 422 I my big toe I mind, brain and body. Each conscious entity is exercising its free will to make choices within its own limit reality. Each knows little to nothing of what lies beyond. Think about each entity's free will in terms of practical operational requirements. Whether an entity is bright or dim, carbon-based, silicon-based, or reality cell-based, RT must make unique intent-guided choices within its operative finite decision space in order to find more profitable ways of existing and doing business. An operational free will is based upon each entity's specific memory, processing capability and past and present input data, experience. Experience data are gleaned over time from the entity's perception of their internal and external environments. Think of free will as a practical evolutionary device of consciousness rather than a theoretical process of thwarting determinism with true randomness. Functional free will, at whatever level of application, requires no more than the practical ability to make intent-based choices where the intent is a function of the quality of the consciousness making the choice. Such a mechanism for making profitable choices at the local level, perhaps based on an evaluation of past choices, can be arranged. Consciousness can provide the instrument for its own evolution. At the local level where action is taken, an entity's decision space is defined by a finite set of discrete choices. Theoretical applications of randomness at the top level, consciousness evolving to be unable to look at the details of its own processes or the invention of perfect or good enough random number generators, are not relevant to the immensely complex, interactive, self-modifying, evolutionary processes taking place within local realities such as PMR. Let's take a short break. I detect a few eyes beginning to glaze over and a head or two bobbing uncontrollably in the back row. Everyone. Up. 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 Yes, that means you too, get on up, and push that chair back. That's right, stand up, stretch up straight and tall, that's it. Now wait. Just a minute until everyone is up. Come on Jake, get up, you must join us. Now, hop vigorously on one foot while practicing your best and loudest Tarzan yell. Go on, hop 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 hop, hop louder. Louder, that's it, make Jane proud. Don't worry about what the people around you will think, you are about to give them a great learning opportunity to practice compassion. As soon as you are done hopping and yelling, Drop 2 ice cubes in your shirt, and you are into extreme sports, drop 1 in your underwear as well. When they have melted, sit down. Phew. Wow. Didn't that feel great? That is Uncle Tom's patented wake-up technique, guaranteed to work every time. If you actually bought this book with your own money, you have my full unrestricted permission to use this technique anytime you want to, one of the many benefits of big toe ownership that accrue to you because of your wise choice of reading material. We are almost done, so hang in there a while longer and you. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 423. Might learn something useful. Don't look at me like that, you never can tell, it could happen. Perfect knowledge, the omniscience needed to support determinism, does not, will not, evolve because it is not a practical possibility within real, interactive, self-modifying systems that are large and complex. From the perspective of evolution, a stagnant determinism is not profitable to the system. Set improvement, learning, and meaningful goal-directed growth are profitable to the system, and these, by definition, cannot exist within a deterministic system. The meaningless random results of meaningless random processes can produce no increase in cumulative profitability. Such a system cannot support the properties and quality of consciousness as we experience it. An evolving consciousness system like ours cannot be supported by either a wholly random or a wholly deterministic system because there can be no cumulative profitability in either. Are you beginning to see the connection between free will and our two basic assumptions, consciousness and evolution? See Chapter 24, Book 1. Given the dynamic duo of consciousness and evolution as we have described them, free will falls out as a necessary logical result of their interaction. It is not an added ingredient that somehow must be accounted for. Free will is simply the result of consciousness energy and evolutionary process slipping into bed together for a joyous moment of creation that has not yet ended. From that union, all reality and existence flows. Two basic assumptions not only allow and account for free will, but logically demand it and then create it out of a successful synergistic interaction. Theoretical omniscience is meaningless within a real evolving consciousness system. Because real systems come into existence through profitable evolution, those that do not have the design, rule base, or structural processes to evolve toward being more and more useful and profitable to themselves go nowhere, they do not grow or become more. Instead, they become stuck in an unfocused, meaningless, unguided, unprofitable process, whether random or deterministic, that can never actually form into a real system. They do not become. They remain high entropy nothingness or represent inert meaningless process. Evolution cannot progress them forward toward greater profitability. As rejects of evolution, they go away, die, and disappear unable to maintain a coherent existence. Incoherent existence cannot persist or converge to a working system. By definition it must dissolve as easily and readily as it forms. A consciousness system evolves, increases its profitability, by decreasing its entropy. By definition, randomness and determinism can have no long-term goal, point, purpose, or profitability. No successful, real, working, dynamic, system can be generated under these conditions. All of reality, as far as we can know it from the data gathered thus far, fits the form of an evolving consciousness system that has obvious rules, focus, and purpose. Growth toward greater profitability permeates all existence. There is no indication that 424 I my big toe I mind, brain and body. Existence is either random or without dynamic purposeful profitability. However, there is a preponderance of circumstantial evidence to the contrary. If you have no experience of PMR's purposefulness or of the attributes of consciousness, even if you are totally without knowledge of your greater purpose and completely distrustful of your intuition and subjective knowledge, still, you can find no indicator pointing to a random, static, or deterministic reality. Construing ignorance of purpose as purposelessness is a logical error. Existentialism made this error because although it clearly saw the crippling limitations of many little picture belief systems, it was unable to transcend its own little picture belief in a universal causality. With no beginning, understanding of consciousness and our connection to it, and no end, evolutionary purpose of consciousness, existentialists are left drifting and rudderless. Consciousness and free will are of the same evolutionary root. Like the trunk and branches of a single tree, they must grow together, inseparably joined and successfully evolving as one entity. The system of free will and consciousness evolution works because it was designed, has evolved, to work. The rules of the game of evolutionary success define it into existency and maintain its integrity. With respect to big PMR-based digital simulations, war games or meteorological modeling, for example, the people who build and use these simulations do not know how the results are going to turn out. If they did, there would be no need to develop or run the computer models. Should AUM be any different? The complexity of these simulations as well as the modeled randomness, is what makes the results, output, unpredictable, for a given set of input values, and useful. Let's have some fun and strain our brains a little. Imagine that some simulation uses billions of neural nets and fuzzy logic and lots of other nonlinear self-modifying imprecise functions we haven't invented yet. Let 2 be a billion times larger and more interactive among its objects than whatever it is you can possibly imagine. Let each object be allocated its own unique memory, processing capability, and set of multi-layered, system goals and personal goals, profitability algorithms, some of which are self-modifiable. Perhaps every object interacts in very complex and conditional ways, with some uncertainty or ambiguity tossed in with every other object. Also, let billions of intermediate outputs of the simulation automatically modify the simulation's inputs towards some larger purpose, winning the war or predicting the weather, and you will have the tiniest sliver of a shadow of one small calculation space, reality dimension, within TBC. Next, change the random number seed and vary all input values that are expected to have some intrinsic variation or ambiguity. You might also want to modify some of the distributions that define the operational properties of specific statistical activity as the simulation runs in order to create specific situations or conditions of interest. Implementing these changes on the fly may dramatically alter both final and intermay. 1 http://www.my-big-toe.com Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 425. Diary results. Implement all such changes in a systematic and clever way over many iterations, like parametric analysis, and perhaps the collective results will form an exceptionally meaningful statistical ensemble. Perhaps the simulation will run for such a long time that it will seem like forever to the individual objects who keep timely counting their own processing cycles. Consider that many of the objects could exhibit the 4 attributes of consciousness and have limited access to each other's data. They may pass data back and forth interacting, making free will choices, with each other according to their goals self-modified defining algorithms, and within the bounds of their shared reality defining rule set. One higher level goal may be, for example, to lower the entropy of their individual assigned calculation space. Contemplate the advantages to AUM of an entire set of independently seated PMRs. This is only a start. This game can go on and on. I am sure your imagination can raise this hypothetical simulation to higher levels of complex and meaningful interaction. I simply wanted to get you started and to help you imagine a dim glimmer of the origin of the free will needed to support profitable choice making within a limited local reality. Free will is part of the consciousness evolution game in the PMR Learning Lab. The free will consciousness evolution interaction is only required to be a practical process. A functional way to derive profitable, convergent evolution from local experience. Free will does not need a separate theoretical basis. For us, it is a practical methodology for growing consciousness quality, lowering consciousness entropy, in local realities. For a local consciousness system such as PMR, a locally derived pseudo-free will that supports intent-guided choice and feedback within the available decision space of each individual is necessary and sufficient. In our big simulations, We use similar processes to gain insight and knowledge by employing pseudo-random numbers to add a greater sense of reality to our simulations. This randomness actually adds accuracy to our calculations because within our reality choice making and ambiguity are natural attributes of both sentient and non-sentient entities. We believe that we use randomness in our simulations to make up for our ignorance, to fill in for the details we cannot easily express analytically. What we do not realize is that our ignorance runs much deeper and is more fundamental than we suspect. We think, because of our little picture perspective and belief in a beginningless causal-ity, that perfect knowledge is theoretically obtainable and that it would necessarily produce a determinism. A better understanding of the bigger picture points out the theoretical and the practical impossibility of perfect or complete knowledge within an evolving consciousness system. The highest fidelity model must contain randomness. Quantum mechanics bothered many scientists, including Albert Einstein, because it seemed to posit a statistical basis for our reality. It seemed obvious that sentient beings and their reality were fundamentally more real, solid, and dependable than could be attributed to a statistical representation. However, when you understand the digital 426 I my big toe I mind, brain and body nature of consciousness, realize that PMR exists within a calculational subspace, dimension of reality, of TBC, know that we physically interact according to a shared rule set that defines the perceptions of our individuated digital consciousness, and appreciate the interactive nature of intent, free will, and choice making that leads to entropy reduction in complex systems. It is not at all surprising that our fundamentally digital mathematical rule-based perception of existence should display statistics at its root. The surprise would be if anything other than digital, quantized statistical entities were found at the most fundamental level of our reality. We have just learned that individual free will is also an expression of a necessary condition for the evolution of consciousness. The PMR Learning Lab is defined into useful existence by its rule set, which determines perception, awareness, and causality. Causality defines the logical relationships and allowable interactions between various objects within a local reality or given dimension. The PMR space-time rule set constrains the consciousness of those particular individuated units participating in PMR to experience only what the rule set determines to be appropriate for the efficient functioning of that particular reality. Thus the PMR rule set appears to define and bound a limited knowledge within PMR. The illusion of determinism is the illusion that this rule set represents all reality and not merely the local calculation space, reality, or dimension of existence we call PMR. From the PMR perspective, our limitations, and the local space-time rule set that defines our causality team up to produce the illusion of determinism in order to provide us with an optimal environment for learning through experience. Efficient learning requires definite structure. A system without structure has no potential for profitable growth. Everyone knows that a lack of structure is antithetical to the successful development of children. Structure, by its nature, sets limits, or provides constraints. Optimizing your evolutionary opportunities requires the constraints of the PMR rule set. The appearance of a deterministic causality is the result of a limited understanding extrapolating the restrictions of an imposed local structure upon all of existence. By design, little picture knowledge appears, from the view of PMR, to be deterministic, an erroneous conclusion based upon the success of science in discovering more and more of the space-time rule set that defines our local PMR causality. However, there is more to the experience of PMR than the rule set that defines the possible interactions within PMR. We need to account for the experiencer as well as the logical constraints of the experience. PMR is a virtual reality that is designed to produce a certain type of constrained experience for the benefit of interactive units of individuated consciousness. Consciousness awareness is the active element that experiences the opportunity to exercise its intent as it interacts with virtual mass, energy, time, and other consciousness units that also possess free will. Only when mind and consciousness are assumed to be nothing other than PMR physical brain phenomena does PMR begin to appear totally deterministic to some. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 427. Philosophers and Scientists. These folks believe that their conscious awareness is derived completely from a complex physical biocomputer, brain, which interacts with its physical environment. Not a bad guess, given the viewpoint from which it arises. I support the notion that computers can develop consciousness, but that is not the rationale behind this particular assumption. The assumption of a physically based consciousness is a logical requirement of the little picture it is made to maintain the belief that reality cannot be other than physical, that our causality is universal. Consciousness that is experienced within the PMR training simulator may appear to be brain-centered, but that connection is only a shadow on the wall of the PMR cave. Consciousness is the invisible media upon which your individuated awareness floats, much like the fish that cannot perceive the unchanging water it swims in. See Chapter 23, Book 1. The evolution of consciousness follows a greater purpose, logic, and causality that provide the key to a better, more productive understanding of both the little picture and the bigger picture. A non-physical consciousness-based big picture aerial ITY enables the full range of our accumulated human experience to make good sense within a single integrated and coherent theoretical structure. The traditional little physical picture model of reality creates as many big picture paradoxes and problems as it offers little picture solutions. By comparison, a deterministic little physical picture model of reality creates additional big picture paradoxes and problems while offering few, if any, new solutions. These paradoxes and problems are traditionally dealt with by stretching old belief systems and establishing new ones. As always, beliefs are used to ease the anxiety of ignorance and make our knowledge seem more complete than it is. The little physical picture model of reality has been unable to produce a little toe that unifies our understanding of the space-time rule set that defines PMR causality, much less produce a satisfactory big toe that not only fully explains little picture space-time causality, but also explains the greater human experience as well. Given the algorithmic digital nature of the space-time rule set, a little toe may or may not exist. However, a big toe that solves profound contemporary problems of philosophy, metaphysics, and physics all at the same time, and with a known overarching theory, must exist because we are here and are as we are. Our existence and human nature exhibit clear universal patterns that contain much more consistency and direction than randomness, a fact that must have a holistic, comprehensible explanation at its core. Because our existence is about us, about who, what, and why we are, surely the explanation lies accessible within us. However, until it becomes clear that a non-mathematical logical analysis of the origins of free will, consciousness, spirituality, or paranormal events could potentially represent accurate and honest science, that explanation will forever remain beyond your grasp. Some may feel that philosophy and metaphysics do not pose real or legitimate problems because their solutions lie outside science and are therefore impossible to solve. 428 My big toe I mind, brain and body. Analytically. Bullpucky. These problems yield to accurate knowledge the same as any other. The difficulty is not that logical scientific solutions are impossible. The difficulty is that a self-limiting belief-based science inadvertently makes it impossible to comprehend the correct answer. Science has the mission to pursue knowledge leading to a better, more profitable understanding of the natural world, not merely the slice that falls within the confines of its traditional belief systems. Discovering fundamental truth and developing useful solutions are what science is all about. To find truth you must go wherever it leads. Belief-blinded, closed-minded individuals who travel the path of least resistance and derive their respectability from supporting the beliefs held in common by their peers choose the safety of the herd over the ability to discover big truth. To maintain that respectability and the ego and material rewards that come with too, these individuals give up the ability to understand what is critically important to them and to their professions. A sad story of self-inflicted wounds which is so common that it defines normalcy and sets the standard for professional success. Consciousness exists in many forms and at many levels, capacities, and scales, each built upon and extended from the others through the repetition of a simple process iterating its way toward an improved profitability. The result is a cascade of evolutionary creativity that aggressively explores all of the forms, configurations, and embodiments that consciousness systems can employ to improve their profitability. This energetic living complex pattern of evolving consciousness is what we have metaphorically referred to as the consciousness evolution fractal. It is the nature of fractal processes to generate monstrously big pictures by recursively applying a few basic rules and assumptions. It is a mistake for an entity within this vast reality fractal to believe its own tiny local reality subset of the greater consciousness ecosystem is the one, the the center, the pinnacle of creative expression. Individuals with little picture views can see nothing other than themselves emerging from the possibilities of existence. Such a limited vision produces not only a misplaced determinism but robs its owner of the knowledge he or she needs to actualize their personal potential. Only a failed and desperate theory, cultural, social, theological, or scientific, will feel the necessity to deny the existence of the facts it cannot explain. The facts of science, consciousness, free will, paranormal events, and the human spirit are left lying about everywhere. Open your eyes, explore them for yourself. They are not secrets, nor are they difficult to find once your mind is open to the possibilities. Let's make a quick connection between free will and psi phenomena. Both are part of our reality because they are natural attributes of consciousness. Free will must be part of our lit 11e picture experience because we are consciousness with the mission to evolve, and we cannot do that without the ability to make free choices. The free will inherent to consciousness must be fully operable in PMR, or the Learning Lab would be. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 429. Unable to support learning. Likewise, psi effects must be largely constrained in PMR, or the effectiveness of the Learning Lab will quickly degenerate. The psi uncertainty principle is the mechanism for maintaining that particular growth optimizing balance. Everything has its purpose. A local deterministic causality reflecting the PMR rule set is required to provide the overall structure within which our experience can be profitably defined and coherently generated. An effective educational opportunity that encourages consciousness to evolve must engage free will, limit serious psi to those who are likely to use it in pursuit of consciousness quality, and provide the structure of an apparently objective rule-based causality to rationalize experience. We will more carefully define psi effects and their relationship to consciousness and consciousness quality, as well as introduce the psi uncertainty principle in chapters 13 and 14 of this book. At the experiential level, imagine psi phenomena as a brightly colored flower enticing those who have some potential to profitably understand it, and as a prickly, scary, or ridiculous weed to most others. Anyone can experience psi phenomena or psi effects. Many can wield a shadow of its power, but only those who understand it deeply can effectively use it as a springboard to significantly reduce their personal entropy and the entropy of the system of which they are a part. Let's get more specific by defining psi effect as an acausal, outside PMR causal phenomenon that is attributable to the operations of consciousness. From this more technical definition, let's explore a few semantic twists and turns. One could argue that free will is a psi effect because free will and psi effects are fundamental, interdependent attributes of consciousness. Similarly, describing or defining consciousness simply as psi can be supported from a general conceptual perspective. A free will effect is a psi effect is a consciousness effect. Consciousness is the energy system from which our reality is created. For us, consciousness is the root of all reality. What we call psi effects and free will are direct expressions of the fundamental attributes of that consciousness system and of how that system operates and evolves. If you want to know whether or not you have free will, simply ask yourself whether or not you are conscious. If the answer is yes, you have free will. If the answer is no, you are probably a lawyer and have simply confused the word conscious with conscience. If after consulting a dictionary, the answer is still no, you must be either a lawyer who has been elected to an important government position or an impressive professor, perhaps the dean of faculty, at a major university. In either case, put the book down very slowly, be careful not hurt yourself, and call your mother to come get you. She is probably very worried. All is consciousness. Consciousness is all. Do not think of NPMR and PMR as separate places with fixed mental pathways between them. That is a sometimes convenient, but misleading concept. The psi uncertainty principle, as a part of the PMR rule set. Provides necessary structure to PMR by imposing limits. You cannot build a physical 430 I my big toe I mind, brain and body, or non-physical bridge between PMR and NPMR. The physical bridge cannot be solidly connected to NPMR, and the non-physical bridge cannot be solidly connected to PMR. You are the bridge, which is why you cannot build one exterior to yourself. Consciousness is personal. You are an individuated unit of consciousness hallucinating a physical reality, perceiving a virtual physical reality. As such, you can, within the limits of your quality and ability, experience and apply free will and psi effects because you are consciousness. However, you cannot make your hallucination, virtual physical reality, exceed the limits and function of its defining rule set. Is this not as simple, elegant, and straightforward as a bowl of plum pudding? Oh, I see, you have never experienced a bowl of plum pudding. You are in luck. The next 2 sections will develop the recipe and cook up a yummy batch from scratch. We have once again jumped ahead of our story and taken an unsubstantiated peek into what lies ahead. However, you will find the logical development leading up to these unusual statements resides primarily in section 4, which is around the next corner. Furthermore, in sections 4 and 5, we will discuss the nature and the mechanics of experience, multiple PMRs, and local realities. To summarize, free will is a natural and necessary part of our consciousness. Without it there is no profitability, learning or growth. Consciousness itself dissolves. Look around, outside and inside yourself, the data are clear. There is purpose and direction to everything. All existence is in a state of continual profit-based evolution. Our reality is large, complex, and interactive. Perfect knowledge leading to determinism is like the concept of dry liquid water, a practical impossibility born of an incomplete understanding. From the view of a Lit 11e picture, causality determinism may seem scientifically logical as well as theoretically unavoidable as one approaches the limit of perfect knowledge within PMR. However, from a bigger picture we see only a local structure required to support the coherency of experience within a small subset of reality called PMR. Determinism is a local rule-based virtual reality illusion engineered within TBC for the purpose of optimizing consciousness evolution within the PMR learning lab. Determinism believes that you are a rule-based body hallucinating a consciousness with free will, when in fact, you are a consciousness with free will hallucinating a rule-based body. Once you see the big picture, by the end of section 5, you will understand that determinists, by definition, must be unconscious, an apparent paradox that is easily verified by logical analysis. If you, like me, have never lain awake at night worrying about the impossibility of true randomness in digital systems and what, if anything, that has to do with predestination and free will within a digital consciousness system, you didn't need to read this aside. However, if you read it anyway, be sure to ask your mother for an additional gold. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 431. Of course, that's assuming she didn't see you applying Uncle Tom's patented wake-up technique. If all you learned from this rather esoteric discussion is that a digital consciousness system can generate the free will we require to decrease the entropy of our personal consciousness, you got it all. Enough said. This particular point, though vitally important to many philosophers and scientists, is off the critical path to big picture understanding for most of us. I feel freer already. Now that the left half of our techie friends' brains are fully occupied with the interconnectedness of free will, PSI effects, and consciousness, and with the unexpected lack of determinism in the big digital picture, I think it would be beneficial for us to step up to a bigger picture of the bigger picture. Because most of us have been immersed in a detailed theoretical exposition of free will for the last half hour, now is a great time to take a broader view of where we are, and of the role our individual consciousness plays in the larger evolutionary drama. The next chapter does exactly that, Furthermore, you will be pleased to know it is also brief and contains no asides. In the preceding free will aside, we have been risking brain strain in order to lay out some of the infrastructure of the science of consciousness. Having accomplished that, we can now relax. Whenever possible, I avoid dragging my big toe through the conceptual weeds, but sometimes logical thoroughness and the details of process are necessary to support a general understanding. Though sharing some of the more technical theoretical details of my big toe is important and necessary, this trilogy is primarily focused on a big picture look at the big picture. In fact, any major new branch of science must begin its unfolding as a top-down big picture analysis of the pertinent data. New scientific paradigms generally begin at a broad conceptual level and then eventually move, over time, toward more specific applications. Such a top-down process often begins with the discovery of a more general relationship between common objects or events. Typically, the old paradigms become special cases of the new, applicable only under certain conditions. The basic conceptual foundation must be clearly laid out and thoroughly assimilated before the more traditional bottoms-up scientific approach can be constructed upon it. Only after scientists achieve a certain minimum level of basic understanding can they begin to profitably calculate and experiment their way toward a deep one and more productive knowledge. 432 My big toe I mind, brain and body. Approaching a new understanding of reality by a bottoms-up application of the known tools of physics is like trying to chop down a mighty oak tree with an ice pick. A rather dull ice pick at that, because the assumptions of physics are thoroughly rooted in little picture causality. The broad sharp blade of an unfettered mind logically focused on the big picture of cause and effect is a much better wool for whacking swat ontological trees. As always, the proper approach implemented with the proper tools most readily finds success. The point is, the public message of my big toe is focused at developing T11E conceptual foundation upon which a more traditional future science will one day be based. You see, I have not written my big toe to frustrate and torture left-brain techies with incalculable generalities. The time for calculation has simply not yet arrived. At this point in the conceptual revolution presented by my big toe, everyone can come along on the journey. Scientists have no particular advantage over non-scientist 5 as long as I am careful not to couch my descriptions in jargon or be too techno-boring. In fact, at the front end of discovery, right brain ERS, and better yet, whole brainers have TL1E decided edge in leaping new paradigms in a single bound. Some patience is required. By the end of section 6, my big toe will have provided a rational, logically consistent theory of everything, developed the required new paradigms to support that theory, constructed a solid scientific foundation for future explorations to be built upon, and explained the interfaces and connections between newly derived knowledge and the existing database of scientific and personal experience. It will have subsumed physics, redeemed philosophy, and explained many public as well as private phenomena. A broad conceptual top-down exposition of the fundamentals of big-picture reality is where this train must start. If and when the big toe conceptual brain train begins to move and pick up speed, it will initiate the beginning of an independent outpouring of big toe science, social science, and philosophy that will begin to take root immediately, and slowly produce fruit over time at ever greater levels of specificity. That is how science moves from concept to application, very slowly, and with casts of thousands. Increment by increment, discovery by discovery, the more people who get involved and apply their brain power, the more quickly the train picks up speed. Once the ground is broken and the foundation laid, history tells us that many bright, open, and curious minds will begin to build upon it. Thus, as always, the ball evenly bounces back into your court. Perhaps your career or personal growth path, ability, or intuition will urge you to apply. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 45 I 433. These new understandings and paradigms to whatever commands your professional and personal attention. A significant number of readers are so moved, the time for public and private calculation and experimentation, developing and applying the detailed logical implications of this big toe, will arrive more quickly than anyone expects. Nevertheless, by evolutionary design, movement T0-ward profound shifts in widely held paradigms usually progresses slowly and with deliberate caution. Patience will always be a necessary virtue. Because the experience of consciousness is essentially a personal one, the private message of my big toe is for you, dearest reader, yes, just for you. The real power to effect significant positive change lies not with governments or professions, nor with science and the technology it spawns. The real power behind meaningful progress and growth, at any level of aggregation or organization, is the quality of the individual consciousnesses driving the action. Raising that quality can be accomplished only by the self-directed personal evolution of each individual. Clearly, the private message of my big toe is offered up for your personal use and benefit. II's potential value lies not in the words, nor in the ideas, presented. The potential of its value is the possibility of positively influencing the potential of your value, a potential that is profound and beyond estimation. 46. The chairman of the board, and our probable relative importance. It will be helpful to our overall big picture understanding if we can frame a more accurate and humble perspective about the nature of our reality and our place in it. Some, who for their own reasons, have not found a satisfying bigger picture within Heraclitotional philosophy or religion, often posit an unknowable something such as the mind of God, Mach, as Stephen Hawking refers to the term at the end of his book, A Brief History of Time. Even something that is as expansive, open, and mystical as the mind of God usually represents only a little picture view of AUM because it is derived from RJ1E diminutive little picture perspective of God the CRE at R an animator of our physical universe. Let's review how our universe relates to the larger reality. In Chapter 33, Book 1, we pointed out that our universe occupies only a minuscule sliver of RJ1E available physical reality space within our own space-time dimension. Likewise, we will see in chapters 3, 9, and 10 of Book 3, that our local reality represents just one branch of many divergent probable realities. Recall there are many independent PMR-like realities that exist within NPMRN, which is itself only one of several more or less independent reality systems, one of the NPMRJ. The point is, our favorite PMR universe is not exactly at the core of the larger reality. In fact, its overall relative significance would appear to be almost infinitesimal when compared to the sheer bulk of all that is. AUM is thus chairman of the board and chief executive officer of Mach Corp, as well as the entire evolutionary experiment itself, substance, results, conclusions, and open-ended possibilities, all combined, and all at the same time. Continuing with one this decidedly funky. 436 I my big toe I the chairman of the board and our probable relative importance. But business-like metaphor, the big cheese is the division manager of N division, dedicated to a specific subset of evolutionary development models containing many PMRs. Progressing on down the chain of COM-MAND, one eventually gets to a few assistants and their helpers who are concerned with our beloved OS and its inhabitants. Our physical universe is a subset of OS. Given that one or more of these low-level assistants directly concerned with the administration of OS applies for the job of God of PMR, then AUM would be the mind of the God of God's God. Yes, I am just having some fun, but you get TL1E point. If the Big Cheese's division is especially profitable, perhaps he will be promoted to junior vice president one day and be awarded a private space in which to park his mind, stock options, omniscience without looking, and a grand vacation whee he can get away, go out of his mind for a few weeks. What are you in this goof analogy? You, my friends, are the rank and file peons who appear, from your point of view, to do all the work and receive none of the credit, just as in real life. Perhaps getting the credit is not as important as NT first appears. In a light metaphoric moment, you could refer to AUM as TLL \1 find of the God of God's God, but AUM is also much bigger than that. Mog is only one hat that, from our viewpoint, AUM appears to wear because of our minute perspective of the concepts of reality and God. That tiny perspective comes naturally, because we, us, our reality and history, are merely an itsy, bitsy, teeny, weeny yellowish polka dot on a much bigger picture that is itself wrapped around something more grand and sublime than we can imagine. Sorry, but we are not likely to be at the center of this bigger picture, the odds are clearly against it. We are not likely to be at the center of our PMR universe, much less the cent.er of our larger real ity, much less the Sendler of the big cheeses really, and much less the Sendler of AUM's reality. Be realistic. We, our system, are important, but so are many other history threads running through other universes, in many other reality systems spread over many PMRs, which reside in the many NPMRs that exist within each of the many evolutionary manifestations of AUMLTSY, bitsy, teeny, weeny is probably an outrageous overstatement of our likely importance relative to the whole. We are, by the odds, statistically, likely to be much smaller than that. Even if we are more imponum than the statistics indicate, there is no advantage in knowing thal fact, and there may be considerable disadvantage, not low you and me in parlicula.r, of course, but surely to all hers. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 46 I 437. Such knowledge would constitute a serious disadvantage if it encouraged egos to invent grand theories of our special importance, as a species or as individual, which could, in turn, lead us to see everything else, beside ourselves, as relatively unimportant and insignificant. Self-importance might breed arrogance and lead us to ignore opportunities to improve ourselves. Convinced of our special value, we might end up with a haughty disregard for the significance of others as well as a disrespectful attitude toward the ecosystems that sustain us. Do you think that could happen? Are humans capable of that type of blind arrogance? To be on the safe side, I think we should be careful not to encourage these particularly dysfunctional attitudes even if they do represent traditional values. Do you think J have been unnecessarily harsh in laying out some of the conceptual foundation for the description of reality that will follow in the next LVO sections? Have I been ruthless in deflating egos, bursting cherished bubbles, and pushing difficult and discomforting concepts at you from every direction? I hope you don't feel that way. To me, the logical premises and conclusions found within my big toe are emancipating, empowering, and fun. I hope you are finding them interesting and potentially useful as well, and that you are encouraged lopmsu and self-direct. The evolution of your consciousness. I hope you are having fun stretching your mind around these ideas, whether you are finding solid agreement with your personal data or carefully formulating a debunker's rebuttal. Light-hearted fun is an important component of learning. 47. Uncertainty and manipulating. The future with intent. The nature of psi-phenomena, measurement and validation taking the path of knowledge. ILE have discussed how AUM and we are related, how our nature and purpose derives from the nature and purpose of the evolving digital consciousness system we call AUM. We have seen that we are a part of a larger consciousness organism that is dependent, as all growing and evolving complex systems are, upon all of its parts pulling together to ensure its continued growth and existence. In this chapter, we shift gears and explore the larger reality from a more human perspective. VVEU take a look at how uncertainty, constraint, unconsciousness, psi-phenomena, and spiritual growth are related to our existence in PMR and in the big picture. This chapter will tie together many of the ideas we have been talking about from a more personal perspective. From the title of this chapter, it would seem that a random inelastic collision in topic space has glommed together three loosely related, but separate topics. In fact, these three topics are so thoroughly intertwined that considering them together, within a shared context, will enhance the understanding of each. To create an inlety or bounded system, one must impose constraints upon some energy forms such as physical mass or non-physical consciousness. These constraints define and maintain the entity. If the constraints are removed, the entity will disintegrate, dissipate, or dematerialize. Non-conscious, non-growing, inanimate objects, from the PMR point of view, tend to stay in the state in which they are left unless there is some applied 440 my big toe I uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. Energy, or some background energy available to remove internal or external constraints, causing motion, state changes, degeneration, decomposition, dematerialization, or sublimation. The entropy of inanimate object 5, if left alone, tends to increase. This fact is expressed by the second law of thermodynamics. See the entropy aside near the middle of chapter 24, book L. The second law of thermodynamics results from the fact that natural physical processes are irreversible and seek the lowest available energy state. It is a natural artifact of the functionality of space-time. The creation of a conscious entity follows the same rules as the creation of any entity, except conscious entities have the ability to modify themselves with free will intent. External constraints are imposed on a subset of conscious potential energy to form an individuated consciousness that is an individual sentient entity. Additional external constraints are imposed on the interactions and perceptions of that individuated consciousness, such as through the PMR space-time rule set, in order to create an environment that facilitates evolutionary progress. However, with the attributes of consciousness, a sentient entity can create its own internal constraints. The internal constraint that a sentient entity typically imposes upon itself will inevitably limit the evolutionary potential of that entity. Some self-imposed constraints may appear to serve a temporary purpose, and some are obviously more dysfunctional, unprofitable, than others, but all must eventually be removed by the entity if it is to actualize its full potential. Adding uncertainty and minimizing constraints within a given virtual reality will always generate wider evolutionary potential for the entities within that reality, because greater freedom and additional choices suppose a more diverse set of potential outcomes. When you are caught in a belief trap, have a belief, you create an additional internal consum 1 in L that further limits the capacity and function of your consciousness. Creating or maintaining unprofitable internal constrainers that limit your personal consciousness requires energy, dysfunctional organization, and increases the entropy of your consciousness. Though constraints may configure a system for some specific purpose, they generally limit the potential energy of the system. Internal constraints within a consciousness system that limit growth and profitability represent suboptimal or profit-inhibiting digital organization. Organizational energy is expended, but the results are counterproductive, are dysfunctional and unprofitable to the system, or block future profitability. Think of self-imposed internal constraints in terms of a negative DG-lal potential energy or a negative potential synergy. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 441. Adding unprofitable internal constraints, belief, fear, and ego, to your consciousness is analogous to scattering bricks and concrete blocks on a highway. The highway was built by employing profitable external constraints, all traffic confined to a convenient and efficient roadway of a specific type and location, while littering it with obstacles represents the addition of dysfunctional internal constraints that reduce the roadway's functionality and efficiency. The energy of consciousness has the potential to organize itself more effectively, to develop more complete and brighter awareness, generate and creatively utilize understanding, feeling, caring, joy, and directed mental effort in a way that is useful and helpful to itself and to other consciousness struggling to evolve. Each individuated consciousness generates its own unique path toward increasing or decreasing profitability, yet all are expressions that reflect the process and purpose of the whole. Better quality within the Law 1GER consciousness system is actualized through the synergistic self-improvements of its individuated parts. NUOP reduction is the name of the game at all levels and within all dimensions of the consciousness evolution fractal, wherever evolution is succeeding. \V wherever evolution is not succeeding, Th.at portion of the consciousness evolution fractal is stagnant, deteriorating, or dying. The entropy within a consciousness system, including an individuated subsystem, represents the unavailability of consciousness energy to do work. The prima 1y work of consciousness is to more effectively organize itself, to take charge of its own evolution, and to increase its overall J profitability through self-modification, growth. Higher entropy states within consciousness represent unprofitable organization, disorganization, fears, beliefs, dimness, diminished potential, self-centeredness, and an inability to understand complex interrelationships or see big pictures. Higher NOP results in consciousness systems having less power that can be applied to overcome the inertia of ignorance and ego dysfunctionality. Not decreasing the entropy of consciousness results in a squandering of potential. The fewer internal dysfunctional constituents, such as fear 1, ego, needs, or beliefs, that limit a particular consciousness, the low one its associated entropy and the more effectively it can populate the most profitable states available to it. The drive or urge to be helpful to, and care about others, love, is an innate property of low entropy consciousness. A low entropy consciousness is an effective and powerful consciousness. Consequently, a low NOP individual consciousness represents an effective individual WILH considerable personal power. 442 I my big toe I uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. The self-removal of internal self-imposed constraints from sentient entities provide opportunities for reducing entropy and increasing synergy, while internal constraint removed from inanimate objects provide opportunities for increasing NOP. Constraints come in many forms. For example, if someone who has the ability to manipulate non-physical energy is asked to remove, dissipate or dematerialize a tumor, noticeable lump, from someone's PMR body, the energy required is dependent upon, among other things, the degree to which this tumor is connected to PMR reality, its force of being in PMR. This hokey-sounding force of being is actually well defined in Chapter 11, Book 3. Quantitatively it is the expectation value of the future event on the associated probable reality surface, a discussion that we will have in detail in Chapter 7, Book 3. If the body's owner and a few others are mildly distressed about the possibility of a malignant tumor, the removal energy may be relatively low, easy to accomplish. In this situation, much uncertainty exists within PMR, but not necessarily for the one viewing and manipulating the body's non-physical energy from within NPMR, that person, the nature of the lump may be perfectly clear. If, on the other hand, 4 doctors and half TL1E residents at the local hospital have looked at the CAT scan or felt the lump and are relatively certain the tumor is malignant, the removal energy is somewhat higher. When all of the above get the biopsy report confirming a fast-growing, incurable, always deadly malignancy, the required energy increases. The more firmly the malignant tumor's existence and likely outcome, degree of causal certainty, is held and shared in the minds and expectations of credible sentient beings, the taller and denser its probability function becomes. The uncertainty of the outcome dissipates and the probable event of dying in PMR from this cancer becomes much more difficult to change by manipulating energy in PMRN. Fortunately, the intent and attitude, mental focus, of the body's owner has the greatest potential impact. Unfortunately, this attitude is often driven by its fear and the opinions and fears of others. Now, by definition, it takes a miracle, where before no miracle was required. The confident knowledge of the doctors, which is based on test results and historical precedent, mortality statistics, actually affects, decreases, the probability of actualization of other alternative possibilities such as the cancer spontaneously going into remission, or the tumor turns out to be benign. As in quantum mechanics, performing the measurement forces the result to pick a state compatible with PMR causality, compatible with the PMR space-time rule set. Typically, the most likely. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 443. State at the time of the measurement is picked unless there are several states of equal probability, then one outcome is picked randomly from among the set of outcomes, future states, that are all most likely. The individual with the tumor, along with his or her friends and loved ones, can inadvertently help drive the final outcome to an unhappy ending by causing the probability of a fatal outcome to grow, and the probability of a non-fatal outcome to shrink. Beware, you can be easily drawn into a fatal dance of expectation with those connected to you, or to your condition. The best time for intervention, whether from PMR or NPMR, is long before fatal becomes a near inevitability. The future is not a done deal. P.MR is an interactive reality. We have free will and the potential ability to manipulate or at least strongly influence the probability of any particular event manifesting into the physical. There are rules and wisdom that must be applied to the use of non-physical energy. There are things that one should and should not do as well as things that one can and cannot do. For example, one needs know when help becomes interference. Helping out and the more immediate small picture can sometimes be counterproductive, in a larger perspective because difficult challenges often represent great opportunities. When one removes the challenge, one removes the opportunity as well. Most of us would be surprised at how effective a knowledgeable and experienced individual can be working from NPMR. The point is, reversing the causal laws of space-time, a miracle, requires much more energy than directly modifying the outcome of an uncertain event. Later I will formalize this concept in what J call the psi uncertainty principle. I am not speaking about what is often referred to as the power of positive thinking or the power of belief and faith to manifest physical effects. These effects are real, but are typically weak, inconsistent, and unreliable. I am talking about directly and precisely altering the probable future with the intentional power of a focused, clear, and coherent mind. Positive thinking and putting energy in low wishes or prayer can be useful and effective, but their effects are often not very potent or predictable because the energy of conscious intent supporting them is typically not well focused, coherent, or aware of the larger issues. There are exceptional people, sometimes in exceptional circumstances, who have used these typically impotent forms forcefully. Hoping for or trying to project belief or faith into a measurable result typically produces, if it produces an thing at all, a mild, diffuse, unpredictable, and unfocused effect driven by fuzzy emotions and feelings instead of precise knowledge and experience. It is the difference between feeling the gentle warmth of the 444 I my big toe I uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. Sun through a window, and using a large and powerful magnifying glass to enable that same sunlight to burn holes through whatever blocks its path. It is exactly the same sunlight radiating heat through a piece of glass in both cases, but differing methodologies of interacting with the sun's energy produce very different results. Similarly, without an enforced coherency, a laser is just an ordinary red light. The methodology that intentionally employs a sophisticated energy manipulation technique, optical lens, laser, or NPMR awareness, to focus ambient energy is the one that has the power co-produce dramatic effects and dependable results. Such techniques, large diameter accurate error-free lenses, laser coherency, or an ability to manipulate NPMR energy, embody the accumulated knowledge and experience of many generations and typically require skill and practice to produce and apply. This discussion will, unfortunately, lead many to one of two intellectual extremes. The first and most common concludes that if a cancer whose existence is unverified, greater uncertainty, is the only cancer that can be cured by the proper focusing of consciousness, then such activity is fake or based upon self-delusion. That is not a logical conclusion. It may be a reasonable conclusion under some conditions, but not necessarily all conditions. In no case does is fake follow logically from unverified. We tend to jump to that illogical conclusion because of our dogmatic cultural and scientific beliefs. Logic does require a physically unverified problem to have a physically unverified solution. However, we will see below that the psi uncertainty principle requires that problems that are physically verified, known malignant tumor, must have either a physically verifiable physical solution or a physically unverifiable non-physical solution. The second extreme, more illogical than the first, concludes that until the cancer is verified by measurement, in PMR exclusively, the cancer does not actually exist. Clearly, fundamental existence is not logically dependent upon performing physical measurements. It is UUE that until the cancer is verified by measurement in PMR, the cancer cannot be proved to exist in PMR. That fact, though logical, carries little practical significance in either the big picture or the little picture because existence and the proof of that existence are very different things. Likewise, actually dissolving a tumor by manipulating non-physical energy and proving that a tumor has been dissolved through the manipulation of non-physical energy are two very different things. The first is not logically dependent on the second, although the second is logically dependent on the first. That nothing can be considered real or significant until it has been objectively proven is an illogical position based on the assumption that PMR constitutes all reality and that you, your consciousness, are a derivative of. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 445. Physical matter. This mystical belief requires existence to be proven or validated by little picture causality. The existence of the big picture requires validation from the little picture. Same old story. This belief is not only illogical and irrational, but limiting as well. Objective PMR-based proof is valuable in some circumstances, exploring the space-time rule set, and totally irrelevant in others, exploring consciousness and the larger reality. Faking PMR objectivity. A universal requirement banishes logical beginnings and forces PMR to be a universal reality. When you view PMR as a universal reality, everything beyond PMR vanishes before your eyes as your vision contracts to perceive the little picture exclusively. Hard, but not necessarily only material, evidence and a careful scientific process is absolutely required. Keep in mind that knowledge constrained solely to PMR defines only a limited perception of reality and not necessarily reality itself. The fact is, your existence extends beyond IL's physical manifestation in PMR. Most people resemble flatlanders criticizing the concept of a sphere because it doesn't follow, isn't derivable or conceivable, from their two-dimensional science, philosophy, TW reality. Without an open and capable mind you are stuck, ignorant forever, in flatland. A reference to TL1 ebook F/Atland, and how to find it online, appears in Chapter 20, Book L. You may be wondering how you could learn to be sentient and operative in NPMR. It may seem nearly impossible from your perspective to achieve consistency and clarity, but it is not. Steady effort and due diligence eventually will produce clear and consistent results for anyone. The limiting constraints, which are within your power to remove, are not constraints placed on your consciousness by fate, biology, or from the outside. They are internal constraints of your own making that you have created with your belief, ego, and fear. Your natural mind does not limit or constrain your NPMR experiences. The unnatural mind that you and your culture have created is the problem. Learning how to be sentient in NPMR does not represent a new skill that must be mastered, it simply occurs spontaneously after self-imposed constraints are removed. LT is an unlearning that is required. That sounds easy, but if you have ever tried to break deeply ingrained thought patterns, hardcore habits, you know it is not easy. Nevertheless, unlearning always yields to steady serious effort. Viewing a clear picture of the larger reality will, for most of us, require stepping outside normal habituated thought patterns and cultural beliefs. Unlearning or escaping old patterns must precede learning new ones. It is not easy to overcome limiting habits of mind, but it is well worth the 446 My big toe I uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. Effort. For those few who have broad and deep experience with the larger reality, My big toe will read as if it were a story about Dick, Jane, and Spot, familiar, simple, and obvious. For a few others, it will be as impenetrable as a wall of granite. I am strongly encouraging you to think out of the box, non-conform, transcend yam culture, and expand your notion of the possible beyond what is commonly held to be acceptable. As you are well aware, thinking big thoughts in small places can be socially and personally risky. This challenge is not for everyone, but if you have read this far, more than likely, it is a challenge that you can successfully meet. I expect that I have by now exceeded the credibility threshold of many readers. In techno jargon, that means that I have pegged their BS meters. I can smell the smoke one before I completely burn out your super sensitive, culturally calibrated BS detector. Let me digress a moment because it is important for you to understand how the quality, content, and intensity of your thoughts affect, typically limit, the options and opportunities of your being. The open-minded skeptic is free to explore anything anywhere, with demanding standards toward converting experience into knowledge, truth. The closed-minded skeptic is trapped by the limits he places on his thoughts and abilities. He is caught in the following dilemma: fearful of exceeding the safe and acceptable limits of cherished religious, personal, cultural, or scientific dogma. He believes it is fundamentally impossible to find truth in a wild and crazy subjective world which is obviously populated by plenty of fools and liars. Religious creed, his in particular, and scientific objectivity, his in particular, appear to provide safe havens free from the ubiquitous fools and liars who would gladly induce everyone else to join their delusional and manipulative ranks. And, long as his boundaries are rigidly defined by, can't be expanded beyond, his limiting beliefs, he is not able to learn, grow, experience, or evolve his being along the path of knowledge. This path, which often wanders through the lands of the paranormal, requires a fundamental, experientially based, understanding of reality and knowledge of truth. One must be both careful and courageous. Such a limited individual usually feels he is maximizing his human potential by dedicating his energies to the optimal manipulation of intellectual objects, beings, and relationships in PMR. He has never had an objectively verifiable, proven, experience that would necessarily, scientifically, indicate a bigger picture exists, because this type of experience is emphatically defined within his belief system to be absolutely impossible, the self-referential catch-22 of the closed mind. Individuals trapped in the little picture selectively restrict, view, and interpret their and other people's experiences to make sure that what is believed to be impossible does not appear to happen. Additionally, they negate the validity of anyone else's data or experience. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 447. Of a larger reality, by assuming Tobe contrived, ignorant, manipulative, or delusional, by definition. This fight of ascientific and logical evaluation steeped in tradition and in support of the status quo, issues to wrap the entire sleight of hand in a mantle of professional respectability. This particularly shallow circular logic, it can't be true because it can't be true, is subsequently offered by conventional scientists as proof that their beliefs are actually facts. This is an emotional ego-driven position rather than an objective one. A rational argument rarely has any effect on an irrational belief. Ironically, the closed-minded skeptics interpret internally derived knowledge as mere belief, because they do not believe that objective knowledge, truth, can come from subjective experience. The PMR-only view of reality, along with its tiny picture of the potential of your being and its associated relatively tiny subset of truth, is usually culturally based, particularly in the West, intellectually justified, and socially supported by the collective mind. The collective mind, unfortunately, always represents the lowest common denominator in concepts and understanding. It is relatively safe, easy, low risk, non-threatening, and not subjected to ridicule by your peers. It is, therefore, particularly attractive to fearful, underdeveloped, insecure, underpowered, and materially focused minds. If you feel uneasy after assessing how that string of adjectives in the previous sentence applies to you, relax. Many good people of outstanding quality exhibit some of those characteristics. The point here is to recognize the arbitrary, unnecessary, and debilitating conceptual limitations we place on our reality, on our significance, and on ourselves. If you have attained high status within your profession and among your peers, or are rich, powerful, and famous, these trappings of success say absolutely nothing about the quality of your consciousness or the evolution of your being as viewed from the bigger picture. The biggest fish have the most power, notoriety, and make the biggest splash in the PMR farm pond may be among the smallest fish in the gigantic NPMRN ocean. Conversely, some of the smallest, most humble fish in the PMR pond may be some of the biggest fish in the NPMRN ocean. By growing the quality of whatever slate of being we presently find ourselves in, we evolve the quality of our consciousness. You can start from any point, but the optimal place to start is from wherever you happen to be today. If you or anyone you know has an interest in personal growth, even if they require the comfort and safety of a relatively closed mind, there are two viable alternatives to the path of knowledge: doing good deeds, path of service, and devotion to the highest expression of spirituality they can comprehend, path of surrender. Unfortunately, both of these paths are especially difficult to follow in Western cultures where material progress and success are dominant social values. 448 My big toe I uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. Let's take a break before some of you burn out your analytical clutch. It keeps slipping like that because of a lack of personal high-quality data. You should immediately scrape the sticky belief residue and corrosive pseudo-knowledge off your main brain drive mechanism. That will get you by for now, but remember to get that condition, lack of high-quality data, repaired as soon as possible. If you keep your speed down and avoid jumping over challenging new concepts in order to more quickly reach comfortable old conclusions, it should be safe for you to continue after this short aside. A brief description of the common paths leading towards self-realization, consciousness evolution, or spiritual growth will provide a helpful perspective on the entanglement of psi phenomena, spirituality, knowledge, and truth, and give all our brains a short cool-down rest from analytic activity. We can divide the approaches to spiritual evolution into three equal but distinct paths that suit or accommodate three distinctive personality types. Eventually all three paths converge, with each path containing the essential truths of the other two. Each individual seeker's growth path can contain any proportion of each of the above-mentioned three ways, paths of knowledge, service, and surrender, of approaching spirituality in order to obtain a best fit to their individual personality. If the concept of seeking a spiritual growth path falls to the uncomfortable or negative side of your learned sensibilities, let me point out that the concept of a growth path toward improving the quality, decreasing the entropy, of your consciousness means exactly the same thing. Because the three paths to consciousness appeal to diverse personality types, typically one process will dominate an individual's approach. Individuals choose the path that suits them best and afterward add in the other two as complements. An equal balance of all three might be theoretically advantageous, but it would not necessarily be better for any specific individual. The main thing is to optimize progress, spiritual growth, by matching the process to the personality. The path of knowledge is often called the warrior's path because of the courage, determination, and constant struggle required to gain spiritual knowledge and defeat the ego for control of the process of consciousness evolution. This path requires considerable intellectual capacity and is more suited to the linear thinking of the Western mind than the alternatives. It is on the path of knowledge that you learn, firsthand, about the larger reality and how to manipulate energy to put the so-called paranormal or psi phenomena to work in the service of spiritual growth, yours and others. These paranormal abilities are the natural result of a lower entropy consciousness having more energy available to do work. You can accomplish more and you have more power with a lower entropy consciousness. This additional available energy can, but does not have to, be utilized to manifest paranormal or psi effects. We can now answer the question, what do love and psi phenomena have to do with each other? Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 449. reality, spiritual growth, and digital consciousness? The answer: the ultimate reality is cellular, digital, consciousness. Consciousness naturally evolves to lower entropy states. Psi effects and love are both artifacts of low entropy consciousness. In the big picture, the paranormal is perfectly normal and available to, not thrust upon, anyone who sufficiently lowers the entropy of their consciousness. Love describes how a low entropy consciousness interacts with other entities. Both accrue to a high quality of consciousness which, for an individuated consciousness, is equivalent to a highly spiritual individual. For sentient entities, psi power is love power is quality consciousness power. All are the result of consciousness systems and subsystems evolving to lower entropy states of being. The path of service involves doing good deeds, being helpful, serving others, and must come sincerely from the heart, not the intellect. Mother Teresa comes to mind as a well-known example. On this path, the ego is transcended through focusing on others' needs. The path of surrender requires that you give yourself up to a higher, supreme, spiritual concept or being, or to the expression of more perfect spiritual values. This is the traditional religious path that transcends the ego by dedication and devotion to higher ideals and values, and through emulation of the beloved master, teacher, guru, or God. Look near the end of chapter 21, book 1 for additional discussion on this topic. Let's get back to the main issue. The entanglement, interaction, of uncertainty with the measurement of psi effects leads to what I descriptively call the psi uncertainty principle, where the uncertainty surrounding an event allows the event a larger selection of probable outcomes that may be more easily altered by the application of a focused, low-noise, small ego, mind with a clear intent. Here, psi, as defined earlier in chapter 19, book L, refers to psychic, paranormal, or acausal phenomena. The psi uncertainty principle makes the scientific objective measurement of psi performance problematical, but only from the PMR perspective. As soon as there are outside observers to report and measure the miracles, reduce the uncertainty about reported violations of additional PMR physics, the miracles diminish, and insiders cannot be trusted to be objective and therefore cannot be believed. Let's explore how the randomness of certain natural events is related to the psi uncertainty principle. A focused and directed consciousness, physically embodied or not, may take advantage of the uncertainty or randomness in physical interactions, situations, or phenomena by subtly applying psychokinetics, PK, or telepathic suggestion to manipulate events toward a particular outcome. The results of these manipulations would simply appear within PMR to be good or bad luck, an intuitive bolt OUL of the 450 I my big toe I uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. Blue, or a random skewing of the expected statistical distribution. Such manipulations are typically helpful and relatively common. They create no contradictions and pose no causality problems within PMR as long as there is enough uncertainty, lack of objective proof, hide the paranormal outside influence and satisfy the psi uncertainty principle. If we would learn to make better use of the guidance and breaks that we are given, growing up wouldn't be so difficult. Most parents would probably say the same thing about their teenagers. Teenagers, just like their parents, ignore as much of this outside guidance and beneficent manipulation as possible. Do you see how the same patterns of individual growth are repeated at every level? Repetitive pattern is the nature of a fractal system. The pattern of consciousness evolving toward higher levels of organization, better quality and lower entropy, is applied at many levels and scales simultaneously. What you see your children doing is a flexion of what you are doing, is what computers will be doing when our hardware and software allow it, is what the big cheese is doing, and what AUM is doing. Consciousness does not evolve in 1,000 different and independent ways, it evolves in the same way in 1,000 different forms at various levels of interdependence. I hear someone asking, are you implying the paranormal is purposely being hidden from us by some uncertainty principle? Absolutely not. It may appear that way from PMR, but in fact it is just the opposite. The paranormal is not hidden by anything other than ignorance and limitations. It is you who are hiding from the paranormal by allowing your beliefs and fears to create an impenetrable smokescreen of objective obfuscation. The psi uncertainty principle's job is to maintain the integrity of the PMR learning lab, not to hide psi phenomena from you. If you have defined the paranormal out of your reality, chat is because there is no logical place for it within your little picture. Why do the residents of PMR need the psi uncertainty principle? How does the psi uncertainty principle help lower the entropy of individuated consciousness within space-time? Breaking the rules of PMR objective causality would, at this time, interfere with what the beings enrolled there must accomplish, improving the quality of their consciousness. A rule set is specifically designed for each virtual PMR learning lab to optimize the learning potential of the typical inhabitants of that PIVR. More advanced players can access a wider set of rules. You may be wondering how psi uncertainty principle constrains your personal experience and how high-quality consciousness can and cannot be. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 451. Used to your advantage in day-to-day interactions within PMR. Rarely is a causal or paranormal information obtained from NPMR and then directly applied to develop or invent physical devices because our psi uncertainty principle would generally forbid that sort of overt information transfer. LT is not likely TL1 at a novel solution like instructions describing how to build a Buck Rogers anti-gravity belt, could be effectively transmitted to an individual within PMR from a high one-dimensional source. It would be impossible for such an individual to be technically or conceptually prepared unless the transferred technology represented only a very small step beyond the receiver's current understanding. Imagine trying to describe color television or microprocessor chip technology to Alexander the Great or Alexander Graham Bell. The near impossibility of being technically prepared is only half the problem. The receiver would need a very high quality of consciousness to receive a clear technical transmission, and such people are not particularly interested in inconsequential physical gizmos and technology, no matter how useful it might be in PMR, because better gizmos are not relevant to the purpose of consciousness evolution. Additionally, there is the problem of needing all sorts of unavailable parts and materials. Building a color TV or microprocessor chip with the materials and tools available to either one Alexander would have been impossible even if they had a clear SIG. NAL and were good at following directions. You cannot cheat evolution or circumvent evolutionary process. Evolutionary process defines the rational structure of your system. Undermining it would destroy the system's integrity. Psi uncertainty is required to maintain the integrity of our causal system. It is applied at all levels of the consciousness evolution ecosystem to maintain local causality within each dimension. On the other hand, a more limited but very similar transfer process working through individual intuition continually feeds inventors and creators of all types the answers and inspiration they require to take the next step. An adequately prepared person in touch with their intuition will often receive some key point or understanding that resolves an issue upon which they are stuck, or that somehow lubricates the creative process. Again, the step must be small and the receiver must come to the intuitive process prepared to understand and implement the solution. The psi uncertainty principle makes it exceedingly unlikely that paranormal information will provide a useful giant step solution to an objective PMR problem. Think of the requirement for psi uncertainty as a constraint that limits the size of the leap that insight is allowed to take in any given circumstance within PMR, or, for that matter, within any reality dimension, either physical or non-physical. 452 I My Big Toe I Uncertainty and the Nature of Psi Phenomena. The usual highly filtered, low bandwidth connection between NPMR and individual intuition is designed to preserve psi uncertainty. Both a prepared intellect and an evolved consciousness are necessary for you to purposefully and effectively use your intuition as a source of insight. Ask any innovative problem solver about the source of their creative solutions and you will hear about their non-logical connection to resources within NPMR expressed in a way that makes sense to them. A lower entropy consciousness improves our ability to clearly see relationships among the data we normally gather and assess from PMR. Understanding these relationships provides a bigger picture that delivers an enormous practical advantage to low entropy individuals within PMR without violating the psi uncertainty principle. Individual intuition, insight, artistic, personal, and scientific epiphanies that result in physical creations with .in PMR must be integrated with the ideas that presently reside in that individual's current PMR experience packet, temporarily stored in the physical brain. It is the quality and capacity of our consciousness that allows us low CPMR relationships in a creative new way. Because no discrete acausal or paranormal information transfer from NPMR to PMR is required for consciousness to develop and improve its 0.5 natural attributes, lower its entropy, or be creative, the psi uncertainty principle is preserved. Quality consciousness not only gives us the ability to see relationships clearly, but also to find meaning, significance, value, and direction from the data and experience that we normally gather in PMR. A lower entropy consciousness interacts with reality at a higher and more complete level of integration, and, if enrolled in the PMR learning lab, is able to apply what it learns from that interaction to future interactions. Humans, as well as other units of individuated consciousness, learn to develop their consciousness quality D1 rough the antennic 1.ions and feedback provided by virtual PMR learning labs. Electrical engineers study systems with two kinds of feedback. Systems with positive feedback arc like big snowballs rolling down a smooth steep snowy mountainside. Systems with negative feedback are like big snowballs rolling up a smooth steep snowy mountainside. TI1E characteristics and response of the system is represented by the size of the snowball and the depth of the snow, while the effect of the feedback and its impact on the SY-STEM is analogous to the steepness of the slope. Relative to the manipulation of psi energy, intentionally reorganizing bits within TL1E larger reality, or the transferring of paranormal information, individuated units of consciousness are in a positive developmental feedback loop, bootstrapping process, 2. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 453. Expand and grow those abilities and processes chat are important to improving consciousness quality. In contrast, physical activity MD interactions that are not important to improving consciousness quality, though they may seem extremely important from PMR's little picture point of view, are kept in check by a negative feedback loop that uses the constraint of psi uncertainty W dampen counterproductive intentions. Pumping up the physical with information answers from the non-physical is forbidden unless the answers are sufficiently vague, negative feedback, to ensure a sufficiently dampened system response. The uncertainty principle is required to maintain and optimize the purpose of the larger reality, to increase quality and lower entropy. The constraint of psi uncertainty keeps PMR focused and functioning toward its goal, which is not to generate physical improvements within PMR, but to help individuated consciousness pull itself up by its bootstraps. The generation of a more comfortable, physically productive, including better science, PMR is clearly the main issue within the local little picture, and the 1A4 appears to be very important from the PMR view. Altal 1U physical progress plays a part in the bigger picture by locally impacting consciousness evolution. It is only a minor player on the periphery of the greater consciousness ecosystem. Consciousness does not exist to promote physical evolution within PMR, physical evolution within PMR exists to promote consciousness. The constraint of psi uncertainty allows the energy of organization to be pumped into, equivalent to sucking entropy out of, what is important, spiritual progress through exercising the ability to see relationships clearly and to find meaning, significance, value, and direction from PMR experience, while avoiding pumping energy into what is not important, power, control, domination, and physical progress. Psi uncertainty is simply a rule, a natural constraint that has evolved to improve the profitability of the consciousness cycle. Think of the psi uncertainty constraint as a negative feedback mechanism that is required to optimize the productivity of PMR virtual reality trainers. The apparent subterfuge of hiding psi phenomena on day one, a cloak of uncertainty, is an illusion created by the rudimentary nature of human consciousness. No one would leave knives, guns, axes, hammers, saws, expensive cell phones, or laptop computers lying about on the playground at a daycare facility. The kids might love it and have great fun, but the adults know that children must grow up first before they can productively, and non-self-destructively, use such tools. LT is not required that the tools be hidden from the children, but the children must be unaware of how to. 454 I My Big Toe I Uncertainty and the Nature of Psi Phenomena. Access these tools until they are capable of using them productively. As the kids grow up, various tools naturally become available to them. Believe it or not, most consciousness kids, after they reach adulthood, have little overt use for, or interest in, the tools of psi. Wielding power within the virtual world of the learning lab becomes irrelevant unless it is the power of setting a good example and offering helpful guidance. The disappearance of psi effects when objective science shines its spotlight on the paranormal scene does not necessarily indicate fraud. The requirement to work only within a narrowly defined subset of physical reality and to exhibit perfect repeatability for everyone to see is a good methodology for the development of some science because, within a limited realm, those requirements do separate a limited truth from an unlimited fiction. However, it is a totally inappropriate measure of significance when applied to some aspects of the science of consciousness, the science of being, the science of mind, or the science of NPJ_1FR. Instead of viewing the requirement for uncertainty as a cover-up for fraud or delusion, consider it WB a requirement of the space-time rule set to maintain the integrity of the physical reality we need to experience in order to stimulate OM growth. Mixing physical apples with non-physical oranges only muddies the waters of our experience and decrease the effectiveness of space-time as a learning lab. Having our experience directly related to our responsibility for that experience and keeping our interactions with others straightforward and an integral part of an obvious feedback loop are the major design goals of our PMR space-time reality. A widespread intentional use of psi would seriously undermine those goals. If you are not sure where I am coming from with these statements, reread the beginning of the AUM, Scientist at Work aside located in Chapter 9 and at least the last half of the Free WIU aside in Chapter 11, both are in this book. You will see that PMR was specifically designed to constrain psi effects in order to produce a better learning environment. Psi effects within PMR are relegated T0, the subjective fringe where they can be easily obscured by uncertainty. This arrangement is a requirement of our reality as long as the average level of consciousness quality is so low. Individuals may experience and use the paranormal as they lower the entropy of their consciousness to gain that ability, but it cannot become generally accessible through objective science without wrecking the primary value and usefulness of PMR as a training simulator for low-quality consciousness. Don't worry, the system is designed to prevent that from happening and the psi uncertainty principle is only part of that prevention strategy. If you have no access to paranormal power and think that psi. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I-455. Effects are a bunch of bullpucky, well, that is probably as it should be. Such a view does not constitute a failure, an error, or a problem, it simply represents a particular state of developmental understanding, like being 12 years old. There is nothing wrong with being 12 years old. In fact, it is an absolutely necessary and desirable state to be in if you ever expect to be a teenager. You cannot be a teen until you have been 12, and you cannot be an adult until you have been a teenager. No one jumps ahead, everyone must start from wherever they happen to be. Truly, anywhere you are is a terrific place to start, there are no bad seats in the house. Everyone must progress under their own power and at their own rate. That is simply how the game must be played, there is no other choice and no other game. If from time to time it appears to you that my big toe has cleverly or unfairly backed you in a logical corner, consider the principle that all systems of law and justice are based upon, the only thing that can logically corner you consistently is the truth. The truth can sometimes be unpleasant, particularly if it leads us to an unsettling conclusion. Feels good 01 feels right is not a reliable way of discerning truth. To be accurate and trustworthy, your intuition needs to be free of fear, wants, needs, desires, expectations, and ego. Psi effects and paranormal powers are sometimes dangled as a carrot in front of those newly on the path of knowledge to provide incentive, but successful travelers of that path soon realize that paranormal abilities can also be a growth-limiting trap if their ego becomes enamored of them. Using or requiring inappropriate methodology in any area of endeavor typically leads to dead ends, no progress, and false conclusions. Some of the knowledge, facts, laws, rules, structure, and science, obeying NPMR causality, that define paranormal activity cannot be seen, experienced, or understood until the observer grows to be capable of it, and will consequently never exhibit perfect repeatability for everyone to see. Quality of consciousness and the directed applications of consciousness energy are personal in nature because consciousness is personal. Because psi effects are not of PMR, one cannot force them to abide by PMR causality, nor can one explain them with PMR causality. The awareness and personal growth that enables an individual to exhibit controlled paranormal applications of consciousness must be developed from that individual's subjective experience. Researchers studying psi effects cannot produce them, reproduce them, nor control them from the outside, nor can they force psi effects upon themselves or others from the inside. On the other hand, they can easily retard it and make 456 my big toe uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. It more difficult and problematical for their subjects to demonstrate psi effect. For a physically focused mainstream science, this jack of physical control makes the serious study of psi almost impossible. The additional scientific requirement for tight physical control over a completely non-physical entity such as consciousness, including its attributes and artifacts, in order to prove its physical existence, the only type of existence there is, of course, produces an amusing example of circular belief trap non-logic. The absurdity of this reasoning would be funnier if it weren't the position most scholars and scientists support quite seriously. Or maybe that is why it is so funny. While we are on the subject of cultural insanity and funny scientists, let's practice a little remote viewing. I see three typical looking university scientists dressed in white lab coats, standing in a small room with a metal table. On the table is a child's microscope. Listen, and you can clearly hear Curly talking to Larry. I've got the answer. I've got it. I figured it out. Listen, nobody can prove the non-physical is physical, so it must not exist. Vous imbecile, says Larry with obvious contempt as his two outstretched fingers jab menacingly at Curly's eyes. Of course the non-physical isn't physical. It's not supposed to be. Yuck 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 yuck, answers Curly as he cleverly blocks the eye jab with the side of his hand. If the non-physical isn't physical, then how am I going to examine it with this microscope? Good point, says Mo thoughtfully. What we need is a non-physical microscope. Curly and Larry glance at each other quizzically and begin to look in their pockets and under the table. Mo watches them search in vain for the non-physical microscope for a few moments before he says, "You two numbskulls couldn't find a non-physical microscope if you tripped over it." Curly and Larry immediately begin using their hands to search the empty floor around their feet for the invisible microscope. Mo moves quickly. He grabs Curly and Larry by the ears and proceeds to bang their heads together. All three begin to quarrel. "I just had a non-physical myself and the doctor said that both of you were very sick," interjects Mo, trying to recapture the attention of the other two. Larry and Curly suddenly stop squabbling and look at Mo with seriously worried expressions. "How bad is it?" they ask in unison. The ensuing pregnant pause suddenly aborts. "I had a physic too," Larry interjects to break the worried silence, "but everything came out all right." Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I-457. "So, that's what happened to your brains, Mo quips as if suddenly receiving great insight. Now, you two get back to work. We aren't going to leave this lab until we can prove that we can read each other's minds. But, I can't read at all, protests Curly. No problem, you are a mad scientist, not an angry English teacher, says Mo matter-of-factly. Curly and Larry pause for a reflective moment as they absorb the apparently profound and obvious truth of Mo's statement. Soon everyone is nodding in agreement. Larry suddenly leaps on the table, assumes a Swami position and scrunches up his face in a display of great concentration while Curly and Mo look on. In a few seconds Larry jumps up, stands in the middle of the table and says dejectedly, I am trying and trying, but all I get is a blank, actually. He continues after a short reflective pause. I get 2 blanks. Great one, says Mo, that's all the proof we need, let's get out of here. I want to do RT. I want to do it too. It's my turn. My turn. My turn. My tur. Whap. A strong slap from Mo stops Curly in mid-sentence. Go ahead and give it a try, you nincompoop, says Mo indulgently. Curly scrunches up his face, turns his head to one side and begins to squeal as he quickly pumps his feet. Whap. 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 Mo gives Curly a quick triad of hard forehand-backhand slaps. All right, Swami, what did you get? Asks Mo with obvious skepticism. Curly grins and puffs up his chest with pride. I got lots of blanks. Lots and lots of blanks. Curly turns and looks at Larry. I got more nothing than you did. Taunts Curly contemptuously. Oh yeah, says Larry, as he grabs Curly's nose and begins to twist it. Whap. Whap. Mo reaches out and delivers a hard ricocheting double slap to the 2 squabbling scientists. Cut that out, he demands. We are only supposed to read each other's minds, not tune into the entire faculty. If we do too good of a job, nobody will believe us. Too much success will get us fired. They look at each other with somber expressions as each ponders the steep and obvious downside to unbridled professional success in their chosen field. That much truth is dangerous, one Mo states emphatically. Yeah, agrees Larry as they exit the room. If the dean finds out he is just as smart as we are, he may want our jobs for himself. 458 My big toe uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. Because of its subjective and personal nature, it is difficult for researchers to encourage, define, or systematically and objectively study paranormal phenomena at a deep level. The most they can hope to do is observe and document its existence, a relatively simple thing that has been done thousands of times by hundreds of fully credentialed scientific researchers. 1. Good objective scientific protocol requires the experimenters to remove all possible uncertainty, thus interfering with, and limiting, the psi effect being studied. Where some uncertainty is allowed, better results, from an insider's viewpoint, are produced. From an outsider's point of view, only less credible results are produced. There are always many more outsiders than insiders. Here, insiders are the experimenters and their subjects, everyone else is an outsider. Remote viewers, for example, cannot produce perfect high-resolution photographs for their experimenters. There is always some uncertainty, and usually, over an in-depth set of experiments, at least some inconsistency. Additional uncertainty grows quickly in the minds of individuals who are not personally in total control of the experimental protocols. It grows more quickly in the minds of those who are not physically witnessing the paranormal event. They read about it, hear about it, or see it on TV. How much uncertainty is necessary? Only enough to ensure that the vast majority of PMR citizens will not have their cherished delusions forcibly perturbed to a significant degree. If a paranormal event, precognitive dream or vision, for example, is without uncertainty, the number of people who can objectively verify this perfect demonstration of psi will always be small enough to produce no major or lasting impact on the larger society. Those individuals who are not yet ready to perceive and understand the larger truth represented by paranormal events must not be forced to experience what they cannot productively deal with. In the bigger picture, there must always be enough certainty to ensure that the perceived causal integrity of PMR, the delusion the only reality that can possibly exist must be objective and physical, can adequately be maintained by all who are not yet developmentally ready to move beyond that most basic worldview. From the opposite direction and within a smaller picture, the natural uncertainty surrounding a given event, or sequence of events, enables and simplifies the application of focused consciousness to paranormally influence that event without violating the psi-uncertainty principle. On the other hand, objective physical experience is designed to be shared and held in common. Our physical experience forms an interactive virtual reality exhibiting a uniform common causality defined by the Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 459. Space-time rule set. PMR physics is simply a subset of the space-time rule set. This idea will be developed thoroughly in Section 4. Everybody can experience the same measurable effects in PMR, however, the necessary, by the psi-uncertainty principle, uncertainty that must reside at the root cause of psi effects, from a scientific PMR objective perspective, is not appreciated by the PMR scientist whose methodology requires him to eliminate uncertainty. The inability to eliminate uncertainty will frustrate the scientist's desire to understand the deeper causal mechanics of psi phenomena. PMR scientists are culturally driven to interpret what they experience in a way that is in consonance with their belief that PMR causality must contain all possible phenomena. At best, if they are patient and careful, they can demonstrate that psi phenomena merely exist, but the causal mechanics and certain repeatability of it will elude them. Their attempt to describe a phenomenon belonging to a more general and less constrained causality in terms of a less general and more constrained causal ity is futile. The big picture and big reality cannot be fully contained within the little picture, quite the contrary, the little picture and little reality must be a subset of the larger reality. This is not rocket science. The little limited one must be a subset of the big unlimited one, it cannot be the other one way around. Requiring the big picture reality to be described exclusively in terms of a local little picture reality is an incredibly dumb idea. Mo, Larry, and Curly understood that much. However, it is an amusing fact that many of the world's scientists are totally stumped by this trivial concept. If they cannot physically define and control consciousness and psi effects, TL1N neither can be verified to exist as an independent entity or real phenomenon. Consciousness is seen as a hallucination of physical biochemical processes while psi effects are seen as a hallucination of psychological processes. By believing that what is real is delusional, and that what is delusional is real, scientists have boxed themselves into a small corner of reality that does not contain the answers they are looking for. Worse yet, their standard definition of an unscientific fool is anyone who does not share their mystical belief in the sacred one physical reality. Some things never change. Hey, look on the bright side, at least physicians are no longer bleeding us with leeches. PMR science will always fail to explain non-physical phenomena as physical phenomena. Psi phenomena, from the PMR-only viewpoint, will never be sufficiently well behaved nor deeply understood, thus generating much uncertainty in the minds of the masses. The mystery of how or why psi works, or even the existence of psi effects for that matter, appears. 460 My big toe uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. To remain unsolved and unsolvable regardless of how many times it is thoroughly solved and demonstrated by knowledgeable individuals. If you are not one of those individuals, or involved with one, or do not know one well enough to fully trust their intelligence and integrity, you probably do not get it at the personal level of big truth. Without personal study and careful evaluated first-hand experience, those who are unable to maintain open-minded skepticism are forced by their ego needs to either believe in the actuality of paranormal events or to disbelieve in the actuality of paranormal events, both of which are illogical positions that produce a plethora of worthless unscientific blather. The realness of psi effects must be personally experienced to be accepted or understood. Thus, sharing a piece of big picture knowledge or big truth, gained through the first-hand experience of psi effects by psi researchers or anyone else, by publishing research papers, books, or using the mass media is totally useless and ineffective. The results of psi research that confirm the existence of psi effects will never be widely accepted or believed, irrespective of how carefully and professionally the experiment was conducted, because believing such results directly conflicts with other beliefs more deeply held. On the other hand, when scientifically evaluated psi effects are part of your personal experience, especially where you are the actor, not the observer, then a larger reality is no longer a matter of belief and you know the truth even if you do not understand the mechanism behind the truth. Those who are ready to progress to the next level of being will somehow discover the truth, while those who are not ready will remain clueless until some growth experience opens TL1EIR mind to the possibilities. One cannot develop a deep personal understanding from somebody else's research or from somebody else's experience. This particular one learning process is not primarily intellectual, like learning calculus, it is more experiential, like a 1-year-old child learning to walk. Much of the uncertainty clouding psi effects is the result of belief traps retarding the evolution of consciousness within OS. As long as conscious awareness and quality remain dim and low respectively, psi effects will remain shrouded in uncertainty, mysterious, and without credibility. As the quality of consciousness grows and awareness brightens across our culture, the purposeful application of psi effects will step out of the shadows and take their rightful place alongside contemplation, complex verbal and symbolic communications, and tool-making as innate human capabilities. If a PMR scientist is looking at the result of someone else's positive measured experimental psi results, and has not done the work himself, he http://www.mybigtoe.com Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I-461. Can imagine all sorts of uncertainties into the experiment and easily dismiss the results as sloppy science. Thus it is relatively easy for him to maintain the belief that his little picture, PMR only, remains intact, the no growth, no stress, no thought option. He is not burdened by the facts, nor does he have to be, because the impossibility of the stated results is a given while TL1E potential uncertainty surrounding the results looms large in his own assumption-driven scientific mind. A large uncertainty matched to an untenable result immediately leads to a strong conviction in favor of sustaining the little picture belief and ridiculing the apparent sloppy pseudoscience and ineptitude that produced the positive measured psi result in the first place. Although one scientist has adequately and scientifically proved, within reasonable certainty, the existence of some psi effect, there will be no impact on the scientific community. The existence of a broader reality will only become apparent to the few directly associated with the experiment. Merely proving, beyond the shadow of a doubt, the existence of some singular, difficult to repeat, uncertain, and mysterious psi phenomena out on the fringe of respectability is not enough to impact TL1E opinion of anyone in the rational center. Even if a psi researcher started his career from the center of accepted science, he would soon be relegated to the fringe, with perhaps no way to get back into the respectable center. Who needs those kinds of career queuing associations? Is it any wonder that scientists shun psi research like the plague? Do you see why those who have the courage and gumption to undertake psi research are not taken very seriously by anyone outside their own fraternity unless they pretend to know much less than they actually know? All problems of science and knowledge, philosophy, ontology, epistemology, cosmology, and physics, do not necessarily have technical or hard solutions. Some can be comprehended only by an experienced mind with a larger perspective. That is another fact of existence that you simply have to live with. Cheer up, particularly you hard science types, the situation is not as hopeless as it appears. Soft solutions, though inaccessible to a random simultaneous hard science group proof, can be real, scientific, productive, repeatable solutions with objective and measurable results. Yes, they can, you just don't know how yet. You do not need to do an about-face relative to what your mother told you about life and what you learned in school. Simply open up the blinders a little low, allow in a larger set of possibilities, and continue in more or less the same direction. My big toe and I want L to expand your world, NOL blow it up, we are showing you a bigger picture that contains your familiar. 462 I my big toe I uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. Little picture as a subset relax, take a deep breath, you are not sinking into quicksand. That sucking sound coming from around your ankles is your fear trying to maintain its grip and hold you back. JT takes courage to step out of the box by yourself, dear read dash, it takes courage. A device or technology solution, such devices do exist, that through someone's sentient consciousness into NPMR would simply leave that person a temporary stranger in a strange land. Their ego or mind or rational cell J immediately upon return would most likely deny the reality and valid ITY of the experience. Without an open mind, and concomitant spiritual growth, elimination of fear, ego, and material attachments, as well as the mastery of mental energy, the technical solution is totally useless. Likewise, a demonstrations of genuine psi phenomena to the average person, be they scientists or not, would be of little value beyond the theatrical and gee whiz effect, unless this average person won via the advantaged subject of the demonstration, it dissolved his tumor, solved his problem. He might change his beliefs if he were a witness or were personally involved, if he were teleported to China and left to come home on his own, for example. But so what, his beliefs are not important. It is his usable knowledge, his state, quality, of being, his spiritual evolution that is important, and none of these important things would be affected. The larger world will not believe him, that he had been teleported to China, and he will be considered an unreliable insider with an overactive, delusional, imagination unless he denies his experience. Absolutely nothing important or productive would be accomplished by affording this person such an experience. If loss of credibility, denial, confusion, paranoia, or assumed mental dysfunction were the Olcorn, he may have been done significant harm. Wisdom says, do not demonstrate psi effects, they can achieve no significant result within the big picture, may actually do some harm, and have only entertainment value. On the other hand, if one wishes to be an entertainer, psi is a cool tool. Ego diminishes its power. The function of the psi uncertainty principle is not to deny the existence of psi, the reality of psi effects is absolutely certain to anyone who cares enough to discover them for himself. Those who do not know that psi effects are real are merely ignorant, or in denial, of information which is widely available and of personal experience which is relatively easy to obtain. SEC Chapter 21, Book 1 for several references. Some serious effort and a little research can solve that problem. As long as belief-blinded individuals and a belief-blinded culture demand that non-physical phenomenon be described in terms of physical causality, psi effects will. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 47 I 463. Remain cloaked in uncertainty, difficult co-study, without credibility, and relegated to the fringe of human activity. The psi uncertainty principle, a natural artifact of the interface between the non-physical and physical, primarily masks the causal mechanics and denies the efficacy and perfect repeatability of psi effects. While psi effects break, escape, frustrate, and void the PMR sacred causal chain, the psi uncertainty principle clouds that breakage enough to allow the center of thought within the PMR learning lab to maintain the illusion of the exclusiveness of little picture causality, an illusion that is necessary to optimize individual growth potential within PMR. Providing an individual with access to too much interactive power and capability before he is able to handle it wisely is always counterproductive, not dangerous. Power of mind is gained naturally and usefully as the entropy of an individual consciousness is reduced. If you need a reality check concerning the overall quality of consciousness among humans, watch the evening news or read a newspaper, there will be absolutely no doubt about the general level of unconditional love, awareness, mental entropy, consciousness quality, fear, ego, wants, desires, expectations, and needs that are loose in the land. From month to month and year to year, the news stories, from a bigger picture view, are all basically the same. Only the names of the victims and perpetrators are changed from day to protect the innocent from noticing the utter repetitive consistency that clearly points an accusing finger at the quality of the individuals who make up our culture. Whether we are in the news or not, we are all fine examples of, and proud participants in, our culture, a good case, if there ever was one, for finding the innocent guilty by association. Living in your culture and not being of it is exceptionally difficult. We are it, it is us, all are integrally connected. Like it or not, we are undeniably part of the problem. Fortunately, we also have the potential to be part of the solution. The good news is that by developing the quality of our consciousness, we can become a much smaller part of the problem and a much larger part of the solution. Given the elementary level at which the PMR Learning Lab is designed to function, the psi uncertainty principle is, by itself, enough to ensure that the PLVLR Learning Lab experience is uniformly direct, straightforward, simplistic, safe, and user-friendly for beginners in the consciousness evolution process. In general, though there are some exceptions, serious paranormal ability must be gained through a significant decrease in the entropy of your consciousness. 464 My big toe I uncertainty and the nature of psi phenomena. To move beyond superficial paranormal energy manipulations, you must actively and purposely improve the quality of your consciousness. It is not a matter of technique, magical incantation, or allying yourself with powerful entities. Understanding, wisdom, and paranormal ability must be earned through your personal spiritual growth. For the most part, consciousness evolution takes place within a self-balancing, self-policing system. Preschoolers are never given power tools or guns to work and play with. Access is normally available only to those who have earned it and can profitably use it. In Section 5, we will see how the psi uncertainty principle interacts with future possible and probable real ITY surfaces to enable you to affect the probability that a given future possibility will or will not actualize into our physical reality. The source and scientific nature of the law of psi uncertainty is no different from the source and scientific nature of the law of gravitation. Both are simply the natural results of the space-time rule set. Both are reflections of the constraints placed upon a consciousness in order to define a virtual reality learning lab, PMR, for the purpose of evolving that consciousness. Psi effector.s and the psi uncertainty principle are no more mystical or arbitrary than gravitation. Their application, mechanics, and interactions are as understandable, regular, and predictable as the orbits of the planets about the Sun. The ability to affect and control a broad spectrum of paranormal events is available to everyone who is willing to grow the quality of their consciousness sufficiently. However, psi ability should never be your end goal. If it is, your capability to manipulate the physical through the non-physical will be severely self-limited and perhaps even self-destructive. Psi power should be seen as nothing more than a collateral benefit of an effective path well traveled. It becomes naturally available as your big picture on day one stankling deepens. As your capability increases, your interest in wielding it decreases because you discover that you have everything you need without it. Additionally, you learn that the desire to acquire and use paranormal power often brings out the worst in those who would like to be powerful but have not earned it. It sensationalizes and trivializes the pursuit of quality in consciousness. It can be a great educational tool, a valuable device for helping others in special circumstances, as well as an ego tickler that quickly becomes an enormous distract.er of spiritual value and focus. Forget about using someone else's paranormal power to obtain some information or effect that you want. It won't work. That shortcut will turn out to be a dead end. You have everything you need inside of you. 48. A closer look at psi phenomena. NPMR, and you. There is no now USEC it, and now you don't hocus pocus here, it only appears that way from the limited vision of a PMR-only perspective. At a higher level of awareness, psi and psi uncertainty are straight forward scientific concepts subservient to a higher level of causality. We no longer believe that the sun and moon are pulled through the heavens by angels, a one-time very serious and popular theory strongly supported by the best and brightest of the Western scientific, philosophical, and theological establishment. 5. Similarly, we must not jump to the conclusion that the psi uncertainty principle is enforced by non-physical entities pulling strings from the NPMR background. Such simplistic, anthropomorphically driven concepts serve only to compound the original ignorance. It seems that whenever we humans are confronted by our ignorance in a grand manner that cannot be denied, we tend to extrapolate a super-stretched version of our old paradigms into an obvious solution that is supportive of the status quo. For a less obvious, but still troubling, ignorance, we often turn to spooky science or faith-based solutions or simply deny that the data, which demonstrate our ignorance, are real. Such circular belief-based logic creates its own intellectual whirlpool. Today, we are greatly amused by the idea of angels moving the heavenly bodies around. I mean, really, how could those people be so stupid? Actually, they were not stupid at all, they had about the same mental capacity that we have. They merely covered over their ignorance with theories that were in consonance with their personal, scientific, religious, and cultural belief, exactly as we do. Before feeling too smug about the silliness of Planet T0 angels, you should know that modern science and philosophy. 466 my big toe a closer look at psi phenomena, NPMR, and you use the exact same devices, with the exact same zeal, to deal with today's challenges to the core belief systems of our culture. Many years from now our present belief-limited science, philosophy, and theology will provide future generations with good cause to shake their heads and snicker with astonished amusement. I mean, really, how could those people be so stupid? Inevitably, our present notions of science and significance are one day going to look incredibly silly, perhaps within this century. It is one of our greatest conceits to believe that we could not possibly be that ignorant and that out of touch with reality. We are, after all, exceptionally smart and advanced, you know. Ignorance? No way. Not us. Our Western science has clearly demonstrated brilliancy and unparalleled achievement during the previous century. We finally understand how the natural world works. You must be referring to those belief-based touchy-feely folks in the third world. They remain largely ignorant, but eventually we will either need to bring them up to our level of understanding or take care of them. Subduing, educating, maintaining, or eliminating entire cultures of perpetual children may seem to be a thankless task, but it is our evolutionary responsibility, our inevitable burden to bear. I believe that self-imposed belief-based limitations do not exist, much less that they will eventually make us look unbelievably stupid to future generations. Impossible. Utterly impossible. As a species, we have become incredibly smart and scientifically advanced, everyone knows that. You must be stupid if you don't know that. I am sure that you are fully aware that we of Western culture now know or almost know everything that is significant. There are only a few fundamental details still missing, and our brilliant scientists are working on those, even as slackers like yourself waste their time reading books such as this one. It won't be long, a few generations at most, and we will have all the important information under our control. Geez, won't life be great then, you know, after science has eliminated all our problems? Wow! I can hardly wait. We are so close, yet, today, as I listen to the nightly news, scientific progress somehow seems almost irrelevant. And so far away. The general attitudes and beliefs expressed above are both current and ancient. People have felt like this since history has been recorded. And they will, most likely, continue to feel this way for a very long time to come. Does one or more of the preceding 3 paragraphs roughly represent your core beliefs? Dig deep and be honest. Have you ever noticed how insecurity, ignorance, arrogance, and ego often team up to play a particularly ugly joke? And that the joke always turns out to be at your expense. Most of us can think of at least a dozen or more instances, personal and historical, where we humans have creeled acceptable, at the time. http://www.my8igto.com Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 48 I 467. Explanations by overstretching old paradigms until gaping holes appear that must be ignored. We have ascribed mysterious effects to angels, devils, other spooks, spooky science, and employed many other non-specific metaphors for action at a distance and invisible meddlers. The easiest and most effective explanation of all is to simply deny that conflicting data exist. These are a few of the standard devices that we humans have used to deal with our ignorance and reduce our fear of the unknown. We use them no less today in our private and public lives. They make us feel more in control and provide us with the means of controlling others. Concocting comfortable solutions that maintain the integrity of our belief systems is always more acceptable to most of us than admitting ignorance and then open-mindedly and skeptically living with that ignorance until either new paradigms or new data show up. Living gracefully with the unknown is a simple and natural process in the absence of fear. However, given a widespread fear of the unknown and of new paradigms, it is no wonder that many have found, and continue to find, it easy and convenient to manipulate these deep-seated bone-level fears, more subconscious than conscious in Freudian terminology, in order to control the energy, actions, and resources of others. Our fear and ego provide ready handles that others can use to position us to their own liking. There are many devices you can use to deny your experience. The most obvious is to simply ignore it, to claim, believe, that you were tricked, blame others, conspiracies are always in fashion, or that you are suffering from temporary insanity or some other mental dysfunction. If religious, you may blame your experience on witchcraft or the devil, or perhaps if there is a little paranoia lurking in your makeup, you may explain your experience as the result of some diabolically clever hypnotic manipulation, or believe that drugs must have been surreptitiously dropped into your morning coffee. When it comes to justifying what you want, or need, to believe, pro or con, your creativity and induced myopia can rise to meet any challenge. That is the nature of the ego. It is also the origins of most, if not all, belief. There is no point in demonstrating psi effects, the GWAS effect exhibited by those in direct participation, who do not invent a way to discount or deny the experience, is useless. The same is more or less true of natural psi experiences such as the precognitive dreams or telepathic communications that hundreds of millions of people have experienced. Generally these experiences lead nowhere and are 1101. Particularly impertal in PMR. However, they often serve as a catalyst to pry open a mind. 468 I My Big Toe I A closer look at psi phenomena, NPMR, and you. Far enough for it to glimpse a larger reality or light a fire of inquisitiveness and can be immensely valuable to an individual ready to take the next step. An individual not ready to take the next step does not usually have these experiences. Where is the value in causing people to have experiences that they are not ready to profit from? Doing so generally causes more stress and confusion than enlightenment and in the end, usually reduces the credibility of big truth rather than enhancing it. Real evolutionary progress, real improvement in your quality of consciousness, must come from the inside out. Following our discussion about the relationship between psi phenomena and uncertainty, it would seem far easier to teleport someone to Spina and back again, rather than leave them there, because of TLLE larger uncertainty involved in proving the teleportathlon. It would be easier yet if they returned with nothing but their memory of the trip, their experience. Even if they returned with a handful of souvenirs for evidence, others would think it very easy for them lo have bought the souvenirs at the local import shop or rigged the evidence by some other means. They would be generally seen as liars or delusional, that much would be obvious. The evidence would only be valid evidence to them, and perhaps a few others who trust them totally and implicitly. They would have a choice. 1L1EY could be a delusional nut in the eyes of almost everyone, though secure in theft knowledge of the youth, or believe themselves to be a delusional nut by denying that their experience was actually real experience, plead insanity. The path of knowledge is not for the easily influenced and impressionable, the intellectually timid, the fearful, or the insecure. People with these U8s will tend to remain uncertain and confused and are easy prey for New Age charlatans, as well as the well-intentioned but unknowingly ignorant. A warrior's wrong mind, focused intent, and fearless attitude combined with a scientist's patient probing, high analytical standards, and fundamental inquisitiveness is required for optimal results. How is your progress and sanity T0 be judged if you follow the warrior's path of knowledge? Pragmatically and objectively, by looking at the results. Check to see if your knowledge and psi experiences, telepo-wanting, healing, traveling, remote viewing, or communicating telepathically with either physical or non-physical beings, are meaningful and significant, in the big picture, to yourself and to others. Determine if your understanding of the big picture produces consistent measurable results in terms of the qual-il, of your consciousness and the depth of your perception of the larger reality, including the physical. Your spiritual growth, and your ability to. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 48 I 469. Help others grow spiritually, should be obvious to, and measurable by, you and others. If not, what you are experiencing is delusional. You will unquestionably and unambiguously know if you are truly knowledgeable, kind, humble, compassionate, helpful, balanced, and focused on what you can contribute to others. If you are wise, understanding, considerate, insightful, thoughtful, and loving, you and everybody else will know that you are not insane. A highly evolved individual sticks out from the crowd like an elephant in a pea patch. These individuals are beloved and held in highest esteem by all who meet them. They have a gentle and highly effective power which is fearless. Others who are not wise will know only if another individual appears to be wise, knowledgeable, kind, balanced, helpful, and not insane. You will know that you are not delusional if your capacity to love, to give, to exhibit humility and compassion in daily interactions is significantly increasing as your ego, fear, and material attachments are significantly decreasing. The artifacts of spiritual growth are not esoteric or subtle. If, on the other hand, your spiritual state is stagnating or non-existent, of low quality, ego-driven, and you interact with people by manipulating or impressing them for material or ego ends, you are failing in your efforts to improve your quality even if you have convinced others of your success or have gained some limited control of psi effects. The effects of reducing entropy in your consciousness will eventually become as obvious as being hit by a truck. You will have no difficulty telling the difference, growth 01 delusions of growth, about yourself if, a big if, you actually want to know the truth. Evaluating others can be more difficult than evaluating yourself, but the truth eventually yields to the same analysis. It is simply more difficult, sometimes, to gather the necessary data about someone else because of your limited understanding of their motivations. 1. You have never experienced significant progress in lowering the NUOP of your consciousness, you may have no idea what I mean or that what I am saying makes sense. I am trying to communicate the results of my experience clearly, but I know it is extremely difficult for anyone to understand in a deep, profound, or personal way without similar experience of his or her own. If a spiritual teacher's interactions with others are more accurately described as marketing than actually helping people significantly change their life by enhancing their opportunities for spiritual growth, then the description delusional nut with delusional or naive insiders. 470 I My Big Toe I A closer look at psi phenomena, NPMR, and U. may be an accurate description of that teacher and his or her followers regardless of how real their paranormal experiences are. How do you evaluate others? When looking in from the outside, one without wisdom can typically not tell the difference between the wise and those who merely marketing themselves cleverly. You need to get involved and you need to participate. How do you separate the true from the false? You must personally experience the larger reality. You must build your knowledge of your dynamic, changing and growing, spiritual being and trust your ability to figure out what is valuable to you and profitable to you. You must grow your own wisdom. Only then can you judge what holds great value, truth, and knowledge for you, progresses you toward your spiritual goals, and what is a waste of your time, or worse, a step backwards. Thus, the proof of the pudding is in the tasrajame. Personal truth flows only from personal experience. All big truth and wisdom is personal truth. Those who judge the metaphorical pudding from the outside, without tasting, without personal experience, typically emotionally driven by fear, ignorance, and discomfort, at worst vitriohc scoffers and virulent dose-minded skeptics, are the most obviously delusional of all, like the emperor in his very respectable, socially acceptable new clothes. The difference being, in this particular situation, that the emperor and his most loyal subjects all use the same highly recommended tailor. There is a requirement for uncertainty to surround non-physical to physical manifestations. Because of the psi uncertainty principle, you are required to gain real knowledge of NPMR through only your personal experience and growth. Thus the psi uncertainty principle is a fundamental requirement of all virtual PMR space-time learning labs. The constraint of psi uncertainty is not a punitive restriction imposed upon you because you flunked the last quality test, but rather a designed-in feature of your local reality that provides you with an optimal opportunity to lower your entropy. Do not struggle against psi uncertainty, try to get around it, or wish it were otherwise. You need it to accomplish your mission efficiently. If you did not, it would melt away. Big truth is not something that someone else can make you understand, even if they show you paranormal events all day long. You can learn facts about it from others and choose to believe it or not. However, to have real knowledge, to use that knowledge as a catalyst for the evolution of your being, to improve the quality and decrease the entropy of your consciousness, requires you to get involved and gain your knowledge through your experience, experimentation, and spiritual growth. There is no easier way. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 48 I 471. You have to do it, no one can do it for you. You cannot escape, or circumvent universal TNTT.H or fundamental principles, you can ignore them, but only at the cost of personal progress and upward. W1 It is lost. The requirements for spiritual growth on the path of knowledge and the requirements for awareness and functionality in NPMR are similar and related. It is the dropping of ego and material attachment that produces the high signal-to-noise ratios required for being sentient in NPMR. See Chapter 4, Book 3. Spiritual knowledge and paranormal ability do not have to occur together, making that connection depends on your interest, focus, and intent, but on the path of knowledge, they often are intertwined. On the paths of service and surrender, paranormal abilities may or may not be encountered. Spiritual knowledge and paranormal ability are not opposite sides of the same coin, but rather mutually supportive and strnngly related activities. Paranormal ability is an available byproduct of the path of knowledge that you can choose to ignore. Though quality consciousness and paranormal abilities often occur together like families and children, they are not logically dependent on each other, and though normally related, each can exist separately. For the sake of completeness, RT should be mentioned. There are other less consistent and less controllable ways to gain a spectic. As opposed to general access to all paranormal ability, but these are not directly on the path to big toe understanding and consequently will not be discussed. Focusing on, or being attached to, paranormal abilities will halt, retard, or degenerate spiritual progress as well as degrade the abilities themselves. Thus, the potential for great misuse is self-correcting, as is an interest in doing paranormal demonstrations or UX for science or curious individuals. It is not only a waste of time, as described previously, but is also self-limiting, a drag on your energy and personal progress. A good performer, accurate and consistent, perform only on his own terms, which may or may not require uncertainty, and may not stay a good performer, or remain interested, for long. A marginally interested subject makes it difficult for the experimenter to produce the precision, consistency, and repeatability required by objective science. Exceptions exist to this rule of diminishing returns in parapsychological experiments, but they are rare. A difficult-to-manage psi performer is not necessarily covering up a lack of ability with demanding crankiness. Experimenters create a difficult situation for everyone by requiring non-physical phenomena behave as physical phenomena. Trying to UAP non-physical phenomena in a physical. 472 I my big toe I a closer look at psi phenomena, NPMR, and U. Bottle is problematical at best. Remember Curly and Larry trying to find and study the non-physical with a physical microscope? That doesn't work. Another related problem that makes our traditional scientific analysis of psi phenomena difficult to achieve is that demands of performance, repeatable and measurable as required by scientific methodology, tend to involve, tug at, the ego of the subject who wants, is willing, to demonstrate his or her ability. A desire or need to perform will usually increase the noise, which lowers signal to noise, which produces a failure to perform, psychological psi impotence. Thus, the best performers, perhaps the only great performers, are those not particularly interested in performing, or those unwilling to perform. Again, exceptions to this rule of uncooperative competency may exist from time to time, but they are rare. You might become an advanced scientist by reading and studying books, but do not expect to develop an advanced consciousness, become spiritually adept, by studying books. 1 Hanging out with a spiritual master, you have low be it, live it, expense it, and subjectively interact with it. There is no easy process, shortcut, or technical solution. PMR actions alone, studying psi phenomena, following meditation techniques, reading books, believing anything, will not open NPMR to you unless you experience spiritual growth and decrease the entropy of your consciousness. And if you try in your mind, like a flatlander, to force NPMR to conform to the form, function, and properties of PMR, science, or philosophy, or 3D space-time reality, you will, like traditional contemporary scientists, be haplessly and hopelessly ing to force the proverbial NPMR camel through the eye of a PMR needle. The experiences you need to grow the qualia of your consciousness happen you every day. What you need to learn to evolve your non-physical being is not a secret that is hidden from your view. It is your effort, direction, and intention that determine how you utilize, embrace, or shun the available opportunities, experience, and information. Being open-minded and willing to personally experiment as well as expend considerable effort is the only way to make serious progress along the path of knowledge. Because personal experimentation is often subjective, not the stuff group science is traditionally made of, it requires a commitment to continue working and learning until you have developed enough knowledge and understanding to produce objective results that can be validated. Substantial progress requires a substantial commitment, like the commitment il takes low get through college and graduate school along with the commitment required to become an accomplished musician. Everybody can do it, but not everybody will do il. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 48 I 473. I think at this point it might be useful for you to develop a more concrete sense of NPMR. This short aside will offer a description of NPMR and its inhabitants that may help you see NPMR within a broader, more solid perspective. Life forms in NPMR seem to be much more varied and abundant than they are in PMR. Not all entities inhabiting NPMR are sentient, Some are elemental. The good, the bad, and the ugly, and the beautiful, all exist there. There is violence and peace, rip-offs and guilts. You can get hurt, self-inflicted or by the actions of others, or even killed, though it is very unlikely there are strict rules regulating violence. Death is by dissociation or the loss of your internal organization. Your identity is dissolved if your energy is reduced to a maximum entropy state approximating the final state predicted by the second law of thermodynamics. Think of degaussing a floppy disk. Death of an entity is exceedingly rare. If it should happen to you, you would cease to exist in that particular dimensioned reality as well as in other related realities. Your defining code and memory, once hopelessly scrambled, is deleted from the simulation. Your current individuated consciousness is shelled as part of a historical record, last saved file, but you are no longer part of an active actualizing interactive reality. You no longer evolve within that reality. You are gone. You could theoretically be reconstituted from the historical record, but I have never seen that happen and suspect that it is rarer than rare. It would be the big cheese's call and entirely dependent upon the circumstances of your demise. There are only a few circumstances where rats and anti-rats are allowed, by the rules, to destroy each other permanently. Unfortunately, sometimes NPMR rules are broken just as the laws of your state and nation are sometimes broken in PMR. Rule breakers are sometimes caught and must pay the price, and sometimes they get away with it. As far as I know, only the big cheese can execute a capital punishment for specific offenses. There are no lawyers, you plead your own case, all your actions and motivations are transparent. Every action and event, information or energy transfer, is stored in memory, and consequently, exactly what happened and why it happened is always available for post-event analysis. The truth cannot be effectively hidden, lies are always counterproductive. Other NPMRs are generally not as structured, peaceable, friendly, productive, or safe as NPMRN. In NPMRN there are lots of parasites, males, females, neuters, bullies and social workers. There is unnatural death and employment, but no natural death or taxes. No one grows old, only more or less knowledgeable, powerful, loving, caring, balanced, compassionate, humble, wise, fearful, needy, greedy, violent, vicious, egotistical, controlling, or manipulative. Among sentient beings, there is a much greater range in quality than there is in PMR. Beings and other objects in NPMRN are individuated consciousness energy and have associated bodies or forms of various shapes and sizes. The experiential perception of these non-physical bodies is defined by the rule set that lays down the laws of 474 I. My big toe. I. A closer look at psi phenomena, NPMR, and you. Being and interaction within NPMR, NPMR physics. For example, within one sensory view, one specific query of a subset of the NPMR database within TBC, of the non-physical parts of physical beings and objects, there are variations in apparent density soft forms. Denser is associated with dimmer awareness, higher entropy, and higher ego and fear content. From a different sensory view, different query tilter applied to the same subset of the NPMR database, denser indicates a higher probability of being manifested or maintaining manifestation within the physical. Within this view, primarily working with the subset of data that describes and specifies the transition region between the non-physical and physical, the denser the energy appears, the more solid the object seems to be. More non-physical M requires or stores, more potential non-physical E, as in E equals MC2, and requires more force, focused mental energy with intent, to modify its present state relative to its extant dimensional container, as in F equals Ma. In other words, sharply focused mental energy applied by intent, F, can modify the inertia, density, coherence, or persistence, M, of a thought form by constraining the dimension in which it can be extant as a function of time. In PMR, our dimensional container is space-time as defined by the space-time rule set, thus F modifies the existency of M by constraining, defining its 30 posit ion as a function of time to a particular set of values. The two equations in the previous paragraph represent two rules within our PMR's space-time rule set that provide a rough idea of the more general rules that apply within NPMR. In both realities, inducing change is a force meets inertia, resistance to change, type of phenomenon. The visual appearances of non-physical mass-delineated bodies and various energy densities and probability densities within NPMR are the results and consequences of the NPMR rule set, which defines causality in NPMR and the particular way the viewer interprets the information received. As in PMR, it takes effort and training to ensure that one's personal interpretation of the data, experience, is not biased, is independent of collection methodology, is not an artifact of limited awareness, and does not modify the content of the data. The form of the data, how the data are internalized into personal experience, is subject to individual interpretation and therefore not particularly important. The content, message, or meaning of the data, however, is the same for everyone with a clear unbiased mental connection. Big truth is universal, one's experience of it is always personal. Why is everybody yawning and getting up to go get a snack at the same time? Alright, I promise, no more technoid blather about forces and inertia. Let's get back to basics. You're out cruising NPMR and see a visual representation of a set of non-physical matter that is attached to, or a part of, a particular physical PMR entity. If this non-physical matter energy data thing has the appearance within NPMR of greater density, it would mean it has a higher expectation value, less uncertainty, of manifesting as part of that PMR physical entity. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 48 I 475. A specific example might help. If the non-physical aspects of a brain tumor appear to be very dense, that tumor either has, or is in the process of, manifesting physically. The greater the apparent energy density of a non-physical entity, incipient tumor, the more energy per unit time that is required to significantly affect or modify the expectation of that object manifesting into physical reality. Again, tumors that appear very dense when viewed from a non-physical perspective have a higher probability of being actualized in PMR and are much more difficult, require more energy, to dissipate. Why would anyone want to dissipate the non-physical part of a physical or pre-physical tumor? In Section 4 we will discover that physical reality is a secondary manifestation wholly dependent upon its primary non-physical source. The implication is that tumors dissipated within the non-physical will automatically dissipate within the physical as well. Having said that, let me also say that meddling with the natural results of the PMR learning lab, purposely modifying expectation values, is not always a good thing. The application of great power must be tempered with great wisdom. Think of the apparent density of non-physical energy as having the combined qualitative properties of persistence and inertia, staying power, resistance to change, heaviness, and the ability to survive and persist under the duress of external forces. Within realities where energy appears most dense, the PMRJ is where change is relatively slow, steady and smooth. Existence is relatively simple, basic, and stable, and interactions between sentient beings are relatively inelastic, viscous and sticky. This description of the non-physical matter or non-physical mass that visually appears to define the boundaries and make up the bodies of all entities, sentient and non-sentient, in terms of energy density, persistence, and inertia is greatly simplified. I am describing only a minute piece of the perception mechanisms available within NPMR, the set of queries and filters that can be applied to the data within TBC and EBC. What we are talking about is a rule set that defines the properties, quality, and limitations of our perception of the interactions of beings and objects with other beings and objects within NPMR. The SEER rules that define how we perceive the possible record sets that are the result of our query, as well as rules that define the properties, form, and content limitations of transferable information and that define the allowable energy transfers interactions between players. The different views that I spoke of above are like looking at the same body or body part with the unaided eyes, an X-ray, a CAT scan, a thermogram, or a sonogram. Each view requires its own skilled interpretation before data can be converted to useful information. It is even more like looking at the same database through several different query filters. Trying to view or understand a more general system from the perspective of a highly constrained less general subset of that system is always as difficult as it is easy to do the opposite. Fully gaining the broader perspective of a low-entropy consciousness. 476 My big toe a closer look at psi phenomena, NPMR, and U. Than NPMR makes understanding and optimizing the experience of PMR almost trivial. To such a consciousness, life in PMR becomes transparent and simple, rewarding and fun, productive and meaningful. The amazing maze becomes a wonderfully exciting and fun challenge that becomes easier and easier as it delivers an endless supply of exquisite cheese. I know that much of what I have described is next to impossible for many to understand because it is not possible to have a sense of the specifics of what I am talking about without direct first-hand experience in NPMR. Nevertheless, even if you have no direct experience of NPMR, I am hopeful that you will capture a flavor, an idea, an intuitive sense of what interactions within NPMR are like. They are similar to interactions in PMR, but with a wider, less limited access to information and a different set of social and physical rules, international law, local law, and physics. That's all. In order to build new concepts, there is no other construction methodology except stretching existing concepts and metaphors beyond their current use, beyond their common applicability. That is why transcending paradigms is exceptionally difficult. You must, by definition, start with inadequate conceptual tools for the job and somehow develop the necessary perspective that necessarily lies beyond simple linear extrapolation. You must combine a creative synthesis of old ideas with inspired intuition to find a new paradigm, which is nothing less than a new, more complete, more functional, bigger picture of reality, a more profitable organization of the available data. To get a glimmer of understanding of NPMR science, you need a more general concept of mass than most of us are used to. I realize that non-physical mass sounds both oxymoronic and just plain moronic, but it conveys the qualitative sense of what I am trying to explain better than any other words I can think of. For example, this concept implies that physical bodies exhibit a greater inertia or resistance to energetic, mental energy directed by conscious intent, change than non-physical bodies. It also implies that this fact is the result of how the various rule sets define and constrain the interactions of consciousness within and between each reality subset or dimension. Think of rule sets as data filters that define your energetic interaction with the data. You may have read privileges only, or be allowed to read, write, and modify. For those with no first-hand experience in NPMR, no experience with database queries, and have long forgotten basic physics, what I explained above will no doubt seem vague, arcane, and hopelessly opaque. I also know that most readers are drifting along in a similar lack of NPMR experience boat. Not to worry, you are not hopelessly lost, all I want you to. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 48 I 477. Take away from this discussion is a sense that NPMR, like PMR, is a structured, rule-based, objective, causal reality and that its physics is a superset of PMR physics. I want you to get at least a vague sense that the rules, and the beings, objects, and energy that must obey those rules in NPMR are similar to those in PMR but more general, more things are allowed, the evolutionary process has more degrees of freedom, and the possibilities of existence in the form of individuated consciousness are less constrained. In Section 4, Rule Sets, and how they define the experience we perceive as reality, both physical and non-physical, are discussed in detail. Think you get the picture. We apparently physical beings are very dense, without a doubt, we are among the densest beings within NPMR-NL. That sense of the word dense fits like a glove, doesn't it? Let's take a short break. I need to speak with the technical types for a moment, the rest can skip this aside and wait for us at its end. We will catch up with you there. Alright, the left-brainers in the reading audience need to come on over here, We need to talk. I understand from my undercover sources that some of the techies feel as though they have been left holding a bag full of unanswered questions. I am aware that my discussion has been quick and shallow. This is because I have purposely omitted much of the breadth as well as the detail that you detail types love to get your teeth into. This trilogy is not the place for that level of detail. It is already very long, places a considerable strain on a reasonable attention span, and is seriously challenged to keep you focused on the logical unfolding of core concepts. Too much detail too soon is almost always counterproductive. Recall that physical science books, basic physics for non-techies, that discuss ballistic trajectory dynamics will purposely neglect to mention atmospheric interactions, air friction or temperature and density variations, non-uniform gravitation, Coriolis effects, and ballistic dispersion because only a few people at the introductory level want to know that much about it or have the background to understand what the issues are. How and why these more precise considerations more accurately describe reality is not of interest. Most would much rather get the basic low-fidelity concepts so that they can approximately understand the major concepts without being subjected to the boring particulars that are left to the boring specialists. Nothing personal. That is simply how the majority of right-brained non-technical people feel about it. Scientifically and carefully exploring, experiencing, the larger reality of consciousness within the metaphysical disciplines of cosmology, ontology, and epistemology is something that most readers are prepared to deal with, have the tools or experience to. 478 My Big Toe A closer look at psi phenomena, NPMR, and you. Understand, only at the beginning or introductory level of explanation. Feeling that you could take a giant leap forward if you had a more detailed technical, mathematical description of the physics of NPMR and the NPMR boundary is an error of misplaced emphasis and understanding. That is not where it's at. Mathematical physics represents the logic, in symbolic form, of the little picture. We have shown repetitively that little picture understanding logic and causality cannot lead to big picture understanding, logic, and causality. Little picture logic can lead to a better understanding of only the little picture. You cannot pull an elephant out of an acorn, and you cannot logically derive the big picture from the little picture. Remember Curly and Larry searching for the invisible non-physical microscope? Metaphorically, the non-physical microscope is your mind and equations cannot help you find it or evolve it. They may help you understand and manipulate NPMR, but putting that cart in front of your consciousness quality horse will not get you anywhere. All would be better served if you focus on and achieved personal solutions before focusing on and trying to achieve technical ones. First things first. Crawl, then walk. Then run. I know that you want to run in the worst way because running is obviously superior to crawling or walking, but if you try to run before you are ready, you will simply fall flat on your face and probably come to the erroneous conclusion that running is impossible. That is a worse outcome than being frustrated because you are not able to run right now. Why? Because getting the horse far out in front of the cart by trying to run prematurely may permanently damage your ability to ever be ready to run. Hey, I tried it myself, running doesn't work. It's all a pilly of horsebucky. It is not only impossible, but dangerous as well. People who say they can run are delusional, nuts, or egotists trying to impress everyone else. Beware, don't listen to a word of it, trust me on this one, I have first-hand experience. Look at that black eye and bruised nose. I will never try to run again. Anybody who tries to run is either an idiot or a fool. 8-month-old humans sometimes feel like that, but they keep trying because the success of others within their physical reality is eventually undeniable. On the other hand, intellectuals who are committed to justifying their cultural beliefs occasionally become champions of denial in order to convince themselves that their ignorance, rather than their belief, is the delusion. Geez, those belief traps are amazing. They can transmute simple ignorance and incompetence into blind stupidity in a flash. Now that we have spotted that trap and set the bag of questions problem leading to it, let's join up with the others and get on with our exploration. That is it for the heart-to-heart, techie-to-techie talk. Take a deep breath and let it go. We are intentionally skimming across the top here. This is a survey course at the 101 level, not a postdoc dissertation. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 48 I 479. NPRVFRN is not a different place, separate from LMR. It is continuous, integrated, and one with PMR. PIVFR is a dependent subset of NPMRN, and it exists in, with, and by NPMRN. All beings in NPMRN are not space and time constrained. Space and time are local constructs within PMR and are direct artifacts of the space-time rule set. Every being in our PMR is extant in NPMRN, the converse is not true. Though you live, operate, and function in NPMRN as well as PMR, you may be unaware of it because of the constraints you place on the awareness of your consciousness. The ramifications of a continuous interrelated reality structure between PMR and 1PMR will be explored in Chapter 12, Book 3, where we discuss communications, time travel, teleportation, multiple bodies, getting along without your body, and a few other interesting subjects. These topics need to be deferred until later because we have not yet developed the conceptual base required for understanding them. Be patient. Many interesting things lie ahead of us in subsequent chapters. To get the 1E2 quickly is equivalent to not getting there at all. 49. Section 3 Postlude. Hail, hardy readers! Thou art a stout, figuratively only, and sturdy bunch. 8. Why now you may be convinced that I enjoy torturing you, but chat's not true. The nature of reality is an extremely complex subject which is difficult to grasp because it can be seen and understood from a big picture perspective that must necessarily appear wild and crazy when compared to your familiar little picture. Big steps or leaps forward in understanding always have and always will seem wild and crazy when first encountered from the viewpoint of the old perspective, which is, by definition, built upon a less expansive knowledge. The revelations of modern relativity and quantum mechanics, the fact that solid physical matter is composed of atoms that are mostly empty space, and that our beloved Earth is not at the center of the universe were all seen as ridiculous absurdities existing on the delusional fringe before they were accepted by the mainstream. Successful explorations of consciousness, mind, and the larger reality must by necessity seem similarly absurd because they will conflict with the traditional ways of thinking about and defining reality. We humans, in general, know much less of what there is to know than we think we do. Given the depth and pervasiveness of the belief blindness that reflect the quality of our species at the dawn of the 21st century, if this big toe did not seem wild and was not difficult to understand, it could not possibly be correct. Many people feel that Western culture is slowly growing up, opening its collective mind, becoming more able and willing to take the longer end. 482 My Big Toe I Section 3 Postlude. Broader view. Optimism and seeing ourselves through rose-colored glasses are two of our most pervasive cultural traits. JT is true that explorations of consciousness, mind, and the larger reality that remain strongly connected to our little picked-we belief systems have become somewhat more acceptable during the last 30 years. Unfortunately, the failure of such efforts to deliver profound insights has encouraged the commonly held belief that NC solution exists and that a scientific big toe is impossible. Significant theoretical progress seems unattainable, inaccessible, and forever beyond our reach because our thinking must be based upon traditional ways of defining reality in order to maintain at least marginal respectability and support from the center of power that dispenses research funds and credibility. Failure is assured by the requirement to use a proper, rational, and scientific exploration and analysis process which is, at its root, based upon the dogmatic belief that all reality must be physical. On day one this handicap, researchers may easily prove that something truly strange is going on, but they will never figure out what or why. This recipe for failure resembles a resolute decision to look for your misplaced car keys or sunglasses only in places that you have never been. Belief traps, dressed up as obvious truth, always make new big picture concepts struggle for credibility against the prevailing social, scientific, or religious currents of assumed rationality. That is simply how it is, and how it will continue to be, for a very long time. When one is only a little fellow starting near the bottom of a long evolutionary ladder, as are most humans, big picture perspectives are difficult to come by. LT is a designed-in feature of our larger reality that makes big truth appear to be an impenetrable mystery low the limited perspective of the average person, yet it is also a designed-in feature that a grand panoramic view of the whole is available to anyone who makes the effort to climb the mountain. Indeed, climbing the mountain is one gateway to the successful evolution and advancement of our individual being. For those wondering why opacity should be a designed-in feature, consider what your neighbors, co-workers, spouse, children, boss, mother, and mother-in-law might do to you if they knew how to manipulate you with their minds. It is better that they grow up first. I salute your curiosity, intellectual determination, and toughness. I am thankful that you are tolerant and hardy enough to have made it this far. To get to this point you have suffered the ravages of rat maze vertigo, ego deflation, belief trap withdrawal, and an annoying heart-to-heart talk from your Dutch uncle. You undoubtedly deserve to paste 4 more brightly glittering gold stars next to your name inside the front cover of this book. Book 2, Section 3, Chapter 49 I 483. Because my big toe is based upon a lifetime of personal experience and because it is very unusual, effectively communicating the perspective wherein that big picture makes sense to a broad range of individuals who may lack first-hand experience of the larger reality is an immensely difficult job. I hope that one have successfully met at least some significant part of that challenge. Unfortunately, whatever I'll fail to meet inevitably becomes a challenge to you, something you must figure out for yourself. Thanks for coming along on this trek. I hope you will continue on the journey with me through at least the next 2 sections where the mechanics of NPMR and PMR are more fully explained. In Section 4 we will explain how we can have the cute and cuddly physical bodies that we love to indulge and at the same time be nothing other than consciousness. V/E will solve the mind-matter dichotomy and delve deeper into the nature of experience and the phenomenon of digital consciousness. Along the way, we will demonstrate that PMR physics, our hard-headed little picture science, can be derived from the same 2 assumptions that we have used to construct this big toe. Showing that PMR physics is contained within, and can be derived from, my big toe is, from the PMR point of view, the one and only test a candidate toe must pass to lay claim to the title of a true toe. That is a fair and necessary test. A successful toe must explain and contain PMR physics as well as paranormal phenomena, intuition, mind, time, and more. We will accomplish all of that before you reach the end of my big toe. The deriving of PMR physics is accomplished in Section 4 with a little help from our friends. Come on along for the tour through Sec.ion 4, and see how the individual concepts we have discussed thus far begin to pull together into a more rational and understandable whole. Section 4. Solving the mystery. Mind, matter, energy, and experience. So, Introduction to Section 4. In this section we are going to examine the origins and circumstances of physical existence. I will explain how PMR, at its most fundamental level, is a product of consciousness and provide a clear understanding of the connection between mind and matter. By the time you reach Book 3, it will seem more logical and less strange that matter is an experience of mind and that physical existence is a virtual interactive experience designed to facilitate consciousness evolution. ATOE, by definition, must explain all the facts that are known to exist as well as new facts that belong to a bigger, more complete picture. My big toe is no different. It must subsume all present knowledge including PMR science. As we all know, additional science is nowhere close to producing a credible big toe that explains intuition, mind, consciousness, and the paranormal, as well as the normal physics of PMR. PMR scientists and their egos deal with RJ1EIR inability to see a bigger picture by denying the existence of what they cannot explain. Facts to the contrary are either ignored or attacked as an unacceptable heresy that offends the obviously correct beliefs of the current scientific establishment. There always seems to be a plentiful supply of self-righteous scientists who spare no venom in defense of the sacred dogmas of contemporary science. From their limite view, PMR science and truth are synonymous and define each other. Do you see the parallels here? The last 4 sentences in the preceding paragraph apply equally well to religion and culture as they do to science. That should not be so surprising at the bottom level of their belief-based foundations. Traditional science, culture, and religion share the same genetic material. That is why their members and their institutions exhibit many of the same individual and organizational traits. In the West. 488 My Big Toe Introduction to Section 4. Science and culture have made an alliance of mutual support, while in the Middle East and East, religion and culture have allied themselves. Together they provide a throne from which the human ego reigns supreme. Discovering a more profitable bigger picture, as well as raising the average quality of the human spirit, is a job that necessarily is left entirely up to you. We the people remain objectively clueless because our awareness is far removed from an integrated holistic view of reality. We the people remain subjectively clueless because our belief systems forbid the truth. Having been artificially separated, our objective and subjective cluelessness feed and maintain each other. There are 2 conditions that a successful big toe must meet. First, a successful big toe cannot be logically inconsistent or conflict with known facts. It must explain and contain, be a superset of, what is presently known. Second, a successful big toe must appear to be logically inconsistent and conflict with traditionally accepted beliefs and the opinions based upon those beliefs, pseudo-facts. It could not possibly be a correct big toe, or even a major step toward a new big toe, if it did not dramatically conflict with our limited little pick-me belief-based culture, science, and knowledge. Because our traditional science believes that the little picture is all there is, it restricts its investigation of the big picture, epistemology, ontology, cosmology, quantum physics, evolution, metaphysics, physics, consciousness, mind, psi-effects, and intuition, to little picture phenomena. Traditional science is placed in the hopeless role of expecting the big picture to be contained within, and be derivable from, the little picture. Looking to extract the big picture from the little picture is a totally illogical approach and will produce nothing but frustration and the apparent conformation that either the big picture does not exist or it is beyond objective knowing. This approach T0 reality is analogous T0 trying to ascertain the properties of the larger forest by interrogating the moss growing on a tree, or perhaps expecting to understand modern microprocessor 1 design and manufacture by studying a chunk of raw silicon ore. The door of your mind must be opened at least a crack before you are likely to notice the passageway to a more complete conscious awareness and step through it to investigate what lies on the other side. If you have the courage to seek the truth, the My Big Toe trilogy is meant to facilitate the opening of such a crack in the belief barrier constructed by the ego mind. A primary goal of My Big Toe is to help you get your big toe, or perhaps your entire foot, wedged in your mind's door to prevent it from slamming closed before you are able to explore the route. Book 2, Section 4, Chapter 50 I 489. Nature of your consciousness. This is more difficult than it first appears because you are easily seduced by your cultural, scientific, religious, and personal beliefs to seek the habitual comfort and refuge in the safe bliss that ignorance creates. Delusion, like a drug addiction, is a habit that is difficult to break. You might think that separating fact from opinion is not difficult. We all think we know how to perform that operation reasonably well. Nevertheless, it is obvious that many people are not especially good at it, but we, you, and I, truly know how to separate BS from truth. It is not that difficult because, well, we just know. We have been around the block a few times and are experienced and perceptive enough to know what is genuine and what isn't. Separating fact from fancy is intuitively obvious. Our BS detectors are sensitive and finely tuned. We know how people think, what they want, and the games they play. It is difficult for anyone to pull anything over on us. We are not naive or easy targets for new age hustlers or status quo promoting traditionalists. Everybody feels like that, including teenagers. It is a pile of belief trap crap that you should be careful not to fall into. The reason that discriminating truth from falsity is extraordinarily difficult is, 1. You are unaware of what you don't know, and 2. It is your ego's solemn job. Remember, your intellect is a servant of the ego, to convince you that your belief-based pseudo-knowledge is actually real knowledge. Because of invisible ignorance, the needs, wants, and desires of a slick ego, and a self-justifying intellect, your apparently solid grasp of either big truth or little truth is likely to be delusional. There are exceptional people who see things clearly, but except for you and me, I don't know any of them. In a CU1 lure like ours, where scientific, religious, and cultural beliefs forcefully constrain and dominate most intellectual effort and essentially define the boundaries of each individual's local reality, it is more difficult to think out of the box and to separate the FACL from the beliefs and opinions that masquerade as facts than you might imagine. Of the two conditions mentioned above that a successful big toe must meet, I have the second one, high strangeness, well in hand. In this section, the remaining gaps in the first condition, containing PMR physics as a subset, will be addressed. Ladies, gentlemen, and others, do not panic. I promise not to drag you through a physics class. I know that physics first overwhelms and then perhaps amazes you, then it annoys you and puts you into a deep sleep. This is NOL intended as a sleepy time book. Trust me, you will be able to follow every detail without going back low school to pick up those boring science and math classes that you so cleverly avoided. 490 My Big Toe Introduction to Section 4. Deriving some of the basic rules or concepts of PMR physics from a consideration of the properties of consciousness reality cells has been accomplished. I have only to point to it, not drag you through it. I will, however, provide the understanding and structure, model, with which you can combine physics and metaphysics concepts into a fully integrated big picture. Let's begin by formulating some of the most obvious questions. How does one explain our physical existence and our physical experience within PMR, especially if we are nothing other than a clever configuration of AUM's wholly non-physical consciousness? How come we appear stuck in this little picture 3D space-time PMR with these cute but needy physical bodies? What is a nice big picture free will awareness unjade, FWAU, like you doing in a little picture place like PMR? Why is it that a critical mission to improve the quality of our consciousness first requires that we dumb ourselves down to some clueless space-time creature with a perishable body that continually needs to be fed? Is this physical existence an existential joke, punishment for eating apples without permission, or is there some logical reason why the severe limitations and inherently painful struggle of the physical human is actually an optimized and necessary configuration for learning? Hint. Nod your head up and down to that last one. If you are patient and hang tough with me a while longer, I will eventually answer all these questions and several more. Within this section, mind, matter, energy, and experience, I will attempt to make the PMR connection by explaining the implications of my big toe to our everyday experiences here on good old plain L Earth, which is somewhere within PLVIR, which is somewhere within OS, which is somewhere within NPMRN, which is somewhere within TBC, which is somewhere within PJ/IIR, which is somewhere within the consciousness and imant of AUM, which is apparently, but not actually, infinial, which is about 2 steps beyond what a self-limited mind can see, even on a clear day.